Miracle Doctor Wild Empress, Genius Summoner Chapter 563 to Chapter 643. When Gufeng said that, Abandon's expression changed. Yunxing had an awkward expression on her face. Dong Huanglinger opened her mouth and said, Yunxing, you actually have a fiancé? And he's so strong. He's only in the top 10. He's not even in the top 100. Yunxing stared at Gufeng. He's ranked at the 101st place. However, everyone said that his strength is definitely not at the 101st place. He has been at the 101st place for 2 years. Be it the combat power ranking or the magic power ranking, there are huge changes. Especially around the 100th place. Because it involves whether one wants to enter the middle area of the blood beast world, there are always many people fighting for it. From the 90th place all the way to the 110th place, the competition is the fiercest. Yi Baiming can do it. He's always ranked 101st. Moreover, he's still a freshman. Therefore, it's been rumored that his strength is already enough to enter the top 50. Gufeng was exuberant as he spoke. Yunxing knew very well that Yi Baiming's strength was not only in the top 50. If what she saw that day was correct, Yi Baiming's strength should already be in the martial saint realm. At the very least, he should be in the top 10 of the magic power ranking. No matter what his rank is, it's none of our business. Abandon said coldly. That's true. Yunxing, it's good that you're here. When the time comes, we'll form a battle team together. Linger, you'll join us too. With the 4 of us, we'll definitely be invincible. Gufeng had already started to plan for the beautiful future. Senior Gufeng, don't be in such a hurry. Let's talk about it after Yunxing and I pass the freshman potential assessment. Dong Huanglinger looked at the freshman potential list with a gloomy expression. Although she used a forbidden medicine to enter the continent's magic elite camp, she didn't expect that the competition in the camp would be so fierce. When she was in the East Capital, she was considered the #1 genius of the royal family. Who knew that after entering the magic elite camp, she immediately felt that she was inferior to a chicken? Right now, she didn't have the help of any forbidden medicine, and her cultivation was only at the level of a master magician at most. How could she compete with a group of saint magicians? Ling don't be discouraged. We still have a year's time. The 2 of you have to work harder. When we enter the Dutian blood beast realm, you have to protect us. Yunxing saw Dong Huanglinger's dejection and consoled her. After that, the 4 of them started talking about other things. All of them agreed to meet up often in the future when they were free. The location was chosen at today's small tea house. A few days later, Yunxing and Dong Huanglinger finally had a rough understanding of the situation of the entire continent's magic elite camp. Chen Lianer and her gang did not dare to harass Yunxing and the others anymore. As for the haunted house, it never happened again. In front of the 2 of them, Ku Ling still had an amiable appearance. Everything seemed to be very peaceful. However, Yunxing kept having the feeling that there was always a pair of eyes secretly observing her and Dong Huanglinger every single day. On the 3rd day, which was also the day that the dark gold-ranked teacher said earlier, the first day of the training. Early in the morning, after meditating, Yunxing and Dong Huanglinger were called out by the dark gold-ranked teacher. The dark gold-ranked teacher brought Yunxing and Dong Huanglinger to the outside of the thatched hut. Outside of the thatched hut, there were 2 magic arrays. These are 2 magic arrays. Within them, there are 2 special magic spaces. This place will be your training ground in the future. From now on, for 8 hours every day, you are not allowed to go out. No one is allowed to be lazy. No one is allowed to use magic tools. No one is allowed to consume magic potions. What you have to do is to use your magic to break this magic space in half a year's time. If you are unable to break this magic space in half a year's time, you can scram. There is no need for you to participate in the freshman assessment. The dark gold-ranked teacher said coldly. Yunxing and Dong Huanglinger had never seen such a training method before. Previously, the 2 of them thought that they were going to start learning dark magic from today onwards. They didn't expect that they were only going to be trapped in a magic space. This magic space was very special. Every day, when the 8 hour was up, Yunxing and Dong Huanglinger would be automatically ejected out of the magic space. However, after thinking about the rumors about the dark gold-ranked teacher, Yunxing and Dong Huanglinger let out a breath of relief. They thought that it would be a hellish training, but it was just 2 magic spaces. Breaking it shouldn't be too difficult. With such thoughts in mind, the 2 of them entered their respective magic spaces. Seeing the 2 of them entering the magic space with a relaxed expression, the dark gold-ranked teacher revealed an unfathomable expression. After entering the magic space, Yunxing discovered that this was a special magic space with brownish-yellow earth-type magic power floating around it. Not good, Yunxing muttered inwardly. This seemed to be a type of magic cage that was specially used to imprison people. On the walls of the magic space, it was unknown what kind of special magic was used to make them as hard as iron. Yunxing tried swinging her fist. As expected, when her fist landed on the wall, it was as if she was punching the wall. Yunxing shot out a flame explosion, but it was still useless. Yunxing had encountered such a situation before. That was the special wall that he had encountered in the purple gold mine the last time. However, this time, what she had to face was 4 similar walls. Yunxing was unable to use profound magic. Only after testing out several types of magic did Yunxing realize what the dark gold-ranked teacher meant when he said that they would be able to break this magic space in half a year's time. Yunxing and Dong Huanglinger put in a lot of effort, but they were still unable to break this magic space in 8 hours' time. This was only the first day of training and Yunxing was already exhausted. Even when she was in Wushuan Limitless School, she had never been as tired as she was today. For 8 hours, without stopping, Yunxing exhausted the last bit of magic power in her body. Dong Huanglinger's situation was even worse. She didn't even train for 8 hours. She only trained for 2 hours before collapsing. After a day, Yunxing and Dong Huanglinger could no longer stand. Woo, this is even worse than death. After the 2 of them were ejected out of the magic space, their limbs were weak. Adding that they didn't eat or drink for a day, they were like walking corpses as they walked towards the central canteen. This pair of troubled sisters supported each other and entered the central canteen. The 2 of them didn't care about their manners and bought a bunch of food and stuffed it all into their stomachs. The excessive consumption of magic power was like an overloaded physical training. It consumed too much energy and magic power. The 2 of them actually had twice as much appetite as usual. The onlookers were all pointing at the 2 of them. After the food entered their stomachs, the 2 of them felt alive again. Oh my god, I'm too tired. I really thought that I was going to die there. Dong Huanglinger walked into the straw hut and lay down with her eyes wide open. I don't know how many lightning flashes I shot today, but there was no reaction at all. This place is thousands of times stronger than the prison in the eastern capital. With this kind of training, it's no wonder people would go crazy. Dong Huanglinger sighed. The indestructible magic space and the monotonous attacks. This kind of training caused many of the new mages to be on the verge of breaking down. If it was just 1 day, it would still be fine. However, if they were to continue training for half a year, it would be very easy for them to break down. Yunxing and Dong Huanglinger had the same thoughts. Dong Huanglinger didn't know where the dark gold-ranked teacher found these 2 abnormal magic spaces. They were airtight and didn't have any loopholes. With their current cultivation as master mages, if they didn't find the trick, even if they were given another year, it would still be very difficult for them to break this magic space. No matter what, we can't give up. We still have half a year's time. Yunxing encouraged Dong Huanglinger. The latter remained silent and agreed with her. The 2 of them had extraordinary backgrounds. However, both of them wanted to become stronger. They wouldn't be trapped by such a small magic space. After a day of magic training, the 2 of them quickly fell into a deep sleep. Seeing that the magic array of the thatched cottage on the left had dimmed, the dark gold-ranked teacher walked out of the thatched cottage. She checked the magic space without saying a word. The dark gold-ranked teacher didn't tell Yunxing and Dong Huanglinger that this magic space was actually a magic cage. This kind of cage was used by the Zhao state to imprison magic beasts of the 9th rank and above. Only sky rank mages could break it easily. With Yunxing and Dong Huanglinger's current cultivation, even if they were given another half a year's time, they still might not be able to break it. Whether or not they could pass the first half-year's test would depend on whether or not they knew how to use magic. The dark gold-ranked teacher first checked the magic space that Dong Huanglinger was in. She noticed that Dong Huanglinger's lightning flash was concentrated at a single point. Dong Huanglinger's strongest attack was lightning flash. She's quite smart. She knows how to concentrate her attack in the magic space. Unfortunately, her magic power is too weak. The effect of her attack isn't strong, and her magic power consumption is too high. Half a year's time, it's still not enough. The dark gold-ranked teacher muttered to herself. She slowly walked into the magic space that Xianxia was in. When she saw the situation of the training, her expression changed. How is this possible? She's actually, randomly attacking? The dark gold-ranked teacher's expression. Among the two newly recruited teachers, the dark gold-ranked teacher was Dong Huanglinger. Xianxia zest. There was a difference between her and Dong Huanglinger's concentrated attack. Xianxia actually used magic to attack the entire magic space. On one of the walls, there were traces of magic attack. Moreover, other than a few places where there were traces of the intermediate spell, flame explosion, the other places were all attacked with beginner spells. All of a sudden, her gaze fell on a certain spot. The more the dark gold-ranked teacher looked, the more shocked she became. She discovered that in the magic space that Xianxia was in, there were more than 4 types of natural magic. There were even traces of secondary magic and dark magic. The dark gold-ranked teacher's expression became strange. 5 elemental magic soul. Xianxia actually had 5 elemental magic souls. Only a 5 elemental magic soul. Earlier, when the dark gold-ranked teacher saw Yi Baiming, she also discovered that he had a powerful 5 elemental magic soul. A student like that actually joined the warrior elite camp. This made the dark gold-ranked teacher very depressed. But she didn't expect that she would also have a student with 5 elemental magic souls. However, she didn't know what method Xianxia used or if she had any special magic tools on her. The dark gold-ranked teacher didn't care about these. What she cared about was how great Xianxia's magic potential was. Once again, the dark gold-ranked teacher checked the traces of Xianxia's magic attacks. Soon, the dark gold-ranked teacher's expression became very serious. She was probing. Just like Dong Huanglinger, Xianxia also knew that she needed to find a place to focus her attacks. However, unlike Dong Huanglinger, who randomly chose a place to attack, Xianxia was looking for the place where the magic power was the weakest. Seems like these two have some ideas. They are much better than those idiots in the past. The dark gold-ranked teacher nodded her head in satisfaction. The next morning, Xianxia and Dong Huanglinger woke up. After meditating for a while, they both discovered that the magic power in their bodies had increased by a little. Moreover, after the crazy consumption yesterday, they didn't feel tired at all. Instead, they felt refreshed. Just when the two of them were overjoyed, the dark gold-ranked teacher called them out. But this time, she didn't let them enter the magic array immediately. How do you feel about the first day of training? If you have any questions, just say it. I will answer them one by one. However, you only have one chance to ask questions. The next chance to ask questions is when you break the magic array. The dark gold-ranked teacher looked at the two of them. It was rare for the teacher to be in such a good mood today. Xianxia and Dong Huanglinger looked at each other. Dark gold-ranked teacher, when are you going to teach us dark magic? What Xianxia wanted to learn the most was dark magic, especially the dark gold-ranked ability to instantly cast magic. However, the dark gold-ranked teacher didn't mention it at all. What is the purpose of learning dark magic? The dark gold-ranked teacher seemed to have known that the two of them would ask this question. Magic is naturally for self-defense. Dong Huanglinger was the first to answer. She was born in the eastern capital and had a unique background. When the princesses of the other countries were still acting spoiled in their parents' arms, her father had already been assassinated. Dong Huanglinger still remembered how her mother endured the pain and told her and her brother that her father had gone to a faraway place and would never return. It was also because of this unique experience that her life wasn't as good as the princesses of the other 5 countries. Although her status was the most honorable, her life wasn't easy. Dong Huanglinger and her brother's talents were appraised when they were young. Her brother was suitable to learn martial arts while she was suitable to learn magic. Ever since then, Dong Huangling'er was forced by her mother to learn magic from the mages in the palace. Her mother told her that the women of the imperial family couldn't rely on anyone. Sometimes, even the most loyal guards or even her future husband would betray her. The only thing that could protect her was the magic scepter in her hands. Ever since she was young, to Dong Huangling'er, magic was a means to protect her life. Learning advanced magic to protect the people important to me. Yunxing quickly replied. This was also the purpose of Yunxing learning magic. In the boundless world, the strong were respected. From the moment Yunxing transmigrated to this world, she knew that only the truly strong could survive. The current Yunxing had her family, friends, and her own power to protect. This was the true purpose of her coming to the continent's magic elite camp. She wanted to learn powerful dark magic and become a sky mage. One day, she would be able to face the Zao state, find her father and mother, let her mother recover her memories, and reunite with her family. Then go ahead and practice. When the two of you are able to break through that layer of space, I will naturally teach you the magic to protect your important people. Right now, the two of you are not qualified to learn my magic. The dark gold-ranked teacher turned around and left. For the next few days, Yunxing and Dong Huangling'er's nightmare continued. The training of breaking through the space continued. Yunxing and Dong Huangling'er focused on learning. During this period of time, Kuling had also asked the two of them about their training. So tough? The two of you are still able to persevere? It is indeed quite tough. It is even more tiring than the magic that I have been learning for over 10 years. Dong Huangling'er let out a sigh. If it was in the past, she definitely wouldn't be able to persevere. However, whenever she thought of her family in the eastern capital, she would clench her teeth and persevere. During this period of training, Dong Huangling'er would often faint due to the exhaustion of her magic power. That feeling was truly unpleasant. She was just like a traveler walking in a desert, never knowing where the oasis in front of her was. Time and time again, she would experience hallucinations. Time and time again, she would feel thirsty. This is just the beginning of the training. The later stages will be even more boring than this. I am really afraid that the two of you won't be able to persevere. Kuling's face was filled with worry. Thank you, senior sister, for your reminder. I think that we will be able to persevere. Yunxing said indifferently. Hehe, that's good. If the two of you encounter any difficulties, remember to tell me. I will definitely help the two of you. After all, I am your senior sister. Kuling smiled. After Kuling'er left, Dong Huangling'er's face was filled with worry. Yunxing, is what senior sister Kuling said true? You only thought of the difficulties. Didn't you realize that we have all made progress recently? Yunxing blinked. Besides, no matter how difficult the training was, Keilang still persisted. Are we not as good as her? Dong Huangling'er was also an extremely intelligent person. After thinking for a bit, she discovered that after a period of continuous training in the magic space, she more or less discovered her own shortcomings. In terms of the control of magic power and hand gestures, she had improved quite a bit. That's true. Take lightning flash for example. Originally, I could only release 10 lightning bolts at a time. But recently, I've already broken through to 13 lightning bolts. The time it takes for me to exhaust my magic power has also become much longer. Every time I use it, the magic power consumption has also decreased. Dong Huangling'er immediately understood. As the saying goes, practice makes perfect. Both of them gradually discovered their own shortcomings in the use of magic. Just like that, the two of them continued their training. Roughly 5 months later, Yunxing successfully broke through the magic space of the dark gold-ranked teacher. Dong Huangling'er also successfully broke through the magic space of the dark gold-ranked teacher. The two of them had also greatly improved their control over their magic power. Just when the two of them happily completed their training in the magic space and thought that they would be able to learn profound dark magic, the dark gold-ranked teacher suddenly said something. The dark gold-ranked teacher's following words made them feel as if a bucket of ice water was poured over their heads. They were instantly dumbfounded. Here are 1,000 magic scrolls of different attributes. In the remaining 6 months, the two of you need to copy the magic mnemonics on these 1,000 magic scrolls 100 times. Memorize them skillfully and grasp the characteristics of each magic spell and how to deal with them. The dark gold rank teacher brought Yunxing and Donghuang Ling to the Magic Elite Camp's library and picked out 1,000 magic scrolls of low and middle grade magic scrolls. Memorize. Copy? 1,000 scrolls? 100 times for each? What does this have to do with us learning dark magic? When Donghuang Ling heard this, she instantly had the urge to go crazy. There were many types of magic in the boundless continent. The 4 major attributes, as well as some other magic spells. In the Magic Elite Camp's library, there were at least hundreds of thousands of magic scrolls. Yunxing and Donghuang Ling had never thought that there were actually so many magic spells in the boundless continent. What made Yunxing and Donghuang Ling even more devastated was that the 1,000 magic scrolls that the dark gold-ranked teacher mentioned were all picked out by her. There were all kinds of magic scrolls. Generally speaking, the most important part of a magic spell was the chanting. The faster and more fluent the chanting, the better the effect of the magic spell. Yunxing and Donghuang Ling also understood this point. The two of them had already memorized the magic spells that they were most familiar with, Flame Explosion and Thunder Flash. However, the dark gold-ranked teacher wanted them to memorize magic scrolls that were completely unfamiliar to them within 6 months. Furthermore, they had to memorize every single magic scroll. Isn't this clearly a scam? What's the use of memorizing magic scrolls? It's not like we are going to use them. Donghuang Ling had been holding it in for more than 5 months. When she was faced with 10,000 long and difficult magic scrolls, she finally couldn't hold it in anymore and exploded. Every day, you only know how to make us read magic books. Are you even a dark magician? Donghuang Ling was fuming as she pushed away the thick pile of magic books. Donghuang Ling was different from Yunxing. Yunxing was a bookworm who had experienced the modern medical school's top student examination. Thus, she was able to accept reading books. However, Donghuang Ling was different. She had a lively personality. When she was in the eastern capital, she had angered quite a few grand tutors. As a princess of the royal family, she hated reading and writing the most. She originally thought that she would be able to escape from the clutches of the grand tutors by leaving the eastern capital in the name of running away from the grand tutors. However, who knew that the dark gold-ranked teacher also liked to make people memorize books? Furthermore, the books were all obscure and difficult to understand magic books. The books in front of Yunxing and Donghuang Ling included The Origin of Magic, The 4 Great Nature Magic, The Signs of Nature Magic, and so on. Ling don't be impatient. The dark gold-ranked teacher naturally has her own arrangements. After going through the training for half a year, Yunxing also discovered that the dark gold-ranked teacher's training method was completely different from other magic teachers. Yunxing had also asked around. The majority of the freshmen who entered the continent's magic elite camp with them had already started to practice magic. Some of them had even gone out to hunt demonic beasts or chase after bandits under the guidance of their teachers. There were truly no freshmen like her and Donghuang Ling. It's not that I am impatient, it's just that the dark gold-ranked teacher's way of doing things is wrong. If it wasn't because I personally saw her fighting against a few martial saints that day, I would have really suspected that some people might not be as powerful as what the rumors say. Donghuang Ling pouted her lips. Donghuang Ling's angry words just so happened to fall into the ears of the dark gold-ranked teacher. What's the matter? Are you guys doubting my strength? The dark gold-ranked teacher took a glance at Donghuang Ling. Donghuang Ling let out a disdainful snort. Teacher. Seeing that Donghuang Ling was in trouble, Yunxing hurriedly stood up. Ling didn't mean it that way. The two of you, come out. The dark gold-ranked teacher brought the two of them out of the room. Use your most powerful magic to attack me. The dark gold-ranked teacher signaled the two of them to take out their magic scepters. Huh. Donghuang Ling and Yunxing didn't expect that the reason why the dark gold-ranked teacher called them out was to spar with them. Although the two girls had the guts of leopards, it was still the first time they had attacked their own teacher. They didn't dare to disobey their teacher like this. Just do as I say. Don't overestimate yourselves. With your current strength, you won't even be able to harm a single hair of mine. The dark gold-ranked teacher said in disdain. Back then, even the martial saints didn't dare to do anything to the dark gold-ranked teacher. From this, it could be seen that she was very powerful. Xianxia still remembered the special dark magic that the dark gold-ranked teacher used on that day. Even the weakest teacher in the continent's magic elite camp was a sky mage. Xianxia and Dong Huanglinger didn't know how powerful the dark gold-ranked teacher was. However, even if the two of them worked together, they still wouldn't be able to defeat a sky mage. The dark gold-ranked teacher used her magic scepter to draw a circle on the ground. Don't say that I didn't give you a chance. Today will be your first practical lesson. The two of you will come at me together. If one of you is able to force me out of this circle, I will tell you why I asked you to read the magic book. The dark gold-ranked teacher waved her hand impatiently, signaling the two of them to hurry up. All right. You said it yourself. If anything happens, don't blame us. Dong Huanglinger had been tortured by the dark gold-ranked teacher's perverted training method for a long time. She had long wanted to take revenge. Now that she was able to fight openly, she was very happy. That old witch, today, I will definitely get back at her with interest. Then, I will offend you. Xianxia also wanted to know the reason why the dark gold-ranked teacher didn't allow the two of them to learn dark magic directly. The two of them pulled out their magic scepters at the same time. Like two little wolves that were ready to pounce, their eyes emitted green light as they stared at the dark gold-ranked teacher who was calm and composed. Within the straw hut, Ko Ling, who had just finished her meditation, saw what was going on. When she saw the circle that the dark gold-ranked teacher was in, she smiled maliciously. You two reckless fellows. Do you think that with your current cultivation, you can make a dark gold instructor jump out of that circle? Not to mention Xianxia and Dong Huanglinger, even the current her wouldn't be able to force a dark gold-ranked teacher to leave that circle. Ko Ling had an expression on her face as she watched Xianxia and Dong Huanglinger make a fool out of themselves. Dong Huanglinger chanted and immediately used her movement technique on herself and Xianxia. In the past few years, Dong Huanglinger had made great progress in her wind-type magic. Under the effect of wind magic, a pair of mint-green wind wings appeared behind Xianxia and Dong Huanglinger. Under the effect of the wind wings, their status could be raised by more than 60%. Pincer attack. Xianxia, let's use our best magic to force the dark gold-ranked teacher out. Dong Huanglinger's voice and body moved at the same time. Dong Huanglinger was indeed a wind and lightning magician who possessed 2 magic souls. Even though Xianxia possessed 5 magic souls, she admitted that in terms of the usage of wind-type magic, she was definitely inferior to Dong Huanglinger. Dong Huanglinger was like a nimble hummingbird. When her figure moved, a thunder flash would follow. Her target was the dark gold-ranked teacher who was in the middle of the circle. With such speed, the only way for the dark gold-ranked teacher to dodge was to jump out of the circle. However, just when Dong Huanglinger's thunder flash was about to form, at the location where the dark gold-ranked teacher was standing, sand suddenly rumbled. An earthen wall rapidly rose up, blocking the dark gold-ranked teacher's figure. Dong Huanglinger's thunder flash landed on the earthen wall. Dong Huanglinger paused in midair. Seeing that her attack had missed, she chanted once again. Sharp wind sickles immediately formed around her body. The dark gold-ranked teacher still had a calm expression on her face. Beside her, a water-blue dragon could be seen rapidly rising. The dragon rolled, and before the wind sickles could be seen, it had already hit Dong Huanglinger. Dong Huanglinger hurriedly dodged. The wind wings on her body were washed away by the water, causing her to fall from midair and land on the ground miserably. This is really strange. It seems that the dark gold-ranked teacher is able to predict what kind of magic I'm going to use. Dong Huanglinger wasn't stupid. Not only were her 2 attacks thwarted, but she was also injured by the dark gold-ranked teacher's magic. Xianxia also discovered that the magic that the dark gold-ranked teacher cast was able to restrain Dong Huanglinger's magic. Even if the dark gold-ranked teacher didn't make a move, Xianxia knew that if she were to use magic of other attributes, the dark gold-ranked teacher would be able to neutralize it first. The effect of a magic attack would only be maximized after the chanting was completed. However, the dark gold-ranked teacher would always interrupt Ling Er's chanting before Ling Er could complete her chanting. From this, it could be seen that the dark gold-ranked teacher knew exactly what kind of magic Ling Er was going to use. Could it be that the dark gold rank teacher has the ability to predict the future and is able to predict what kind of magic the opponent is going to use? Xianxia couldn't help but be frightened by this crazy thought of hers. Is there really someone in this world who is able to reach such a terrifying level of cultivation? No, it can't be because of this. There must be some other way to let the dark gold ranked teacher know in advance what kind of magic Dong Huangling is going to use. Every time before a magic attack is used, the magic elements in the surroundings would definitely undergo a drastic change. That's right, in Xianxia's mind, it was as if there was a dazzling firework in the dark night sky. It was the change of the natural magic elements. It was impossible for the dark gold rank teacher to predict what kind of magic the opponent was going to use. However, she could rely on the fluctuation of the natural magic elements in the surroundings to predict what kind of magic the opponent was going to use. When a magician became a sky magician, they would be able to learn any one of the 4 types of natural magic. As long as the dark gold ranked teacher used a magic attack that countered her and Dong Huangling's attacks, the dark gold ranked teacher wouldn't have to worry about being injured at all. Once Xianxia understood this logic, the doubts in her heart immediately disappeared. She became even more confident in defeating the dark gold ranked teacher. However, the situation was urgent and she didn't have the time to explain to Dong Huangling. Dong Huangling's continuous attacks were all without exception. At this moment, she was already disheartened and dejected. Ling cast another wind magic attack on me. Xianxia already had a plan in mind. Dong Huangling didn't know what Xianxia wanted to do. However, she still cast another wind magic attack on Xianxia. Xianxia leaped up with a sharp gaze. You still don't want to give up? The dark gold ranked teacher shook his head. These new students are always too impatient. They will never understand that whether it's dark magic or true magic, it's not something that can be achieved in a day. Teacher, be careful. As Xianxia spoke, she chanted a series of magic spells. Xianxia was different from Dong Huangling. She had the spirit soul stone to increase her speed. Thus, her magic chanting speed was very astonishing. It could even be said that in terms of chanting, she was at least twice as fast as Dong Huangling. Her chanting speed was even comparable to some sky magicians. The dark gold mentor frowned. She quickly realized that Xianxia's magic was a little special. She didn't expect Xianxia's chanting to be so fast. In an instant, the chanting had already ended. However, no matter how fast she was still a newbie. The dark gold mentor sharply noticed that there was a wave of dark magic in the environment. Good lord, she was going to use dark magic. The dark gold mentor was also interested. Black thorns broke out from the ground like thorns. Those weren't ordinary thorns. They were dark thorns that were infused with the power of dark magic. They were more destructive and had a longer lasting effect. Unfortunately, Xianxia wasn't facing an ordinary magician. The dark gold mentor didn't chant at all. She pointed her magic scepter at the ground and floated in midair. With a swoosh, the ground that was originally covered with dark thorns turned into a swamp. The densely packed dark thorns all disappeared, submerged in the mud. Although the dark gold mentor was no longer standing on the ground, her body was still floating in the air above the original circle. Hence, the dark gold mentor was still within the circle. Your magic is not bad, but it's a pity that the effect is not good. The dark gold mentor changed her tone. Kuling, who was in the room, witnessed this scene. Her disdain was replaced by surprise. She was very shocked. The dark gold mentor rarely used such a tone to evaluate a student's magic. It could be said that she was praising in disguise. If Xianxia had been a little faster, her dark thorns would have been more effective. The dark gold rank teacher would have had no choice but to jump out of the encirclement to avoid the attack. Why don't you try this one? Just as the dark gold mentor finished her evaluation, Xianxia, who was 50 meters away from her, suddenly disappeared in front of her. Earthmeld? No, the dark gold mentor still didn't understand why Xianxia suddenly disappeared. Suddenly, she felt a strange wave of magic behind her. Xianxia's guess was right. The reason why the dark gold mentor could predict other people's magic was that she had a sharper magic sense than the average person. She could rely on the wave of magic elements in the environment to sense the enemy's next spell. But this time, the dark gold mentor felt 2 waves of magic elements behind her. Water? Fire, what kind of magic was this? He actually wanted to use the mutually exclusive water and fire elements at the same time. Even the dark gold mentor, who had a vast knowledge of magic, was momentarily stunned. She could only immediately release a water shield behind her in an attempt to block this unknown magic. Was the dark gold mentor's back? The dark gold-ranked instructor's water shield was shattered by the strange force. Since Xianxia and the dark gold mentor were standing with their backs facing each other, the dark gold mentor could only feel the waves of magic elements. She didn't know what was going on behind her. The others were the same. They could only see the dark gold mentor, but no one knew what Xianxia was doing behind her. The dark gold mentor felt as if she was hit in the back. Her body, which was floating in the air, suddenly flew out. The dark gold mentor's eyes were filled with disbelief. Only she knew best that at that moment, this student of hers, who was only a master magician, had actually cast a defensive water shield. That she, a sky magician, had cast. It was broken. Yunxing's magic did not diminish after breaking the water shield. Instead, it went straight for the dark gold mentor's back. The dark gold mentor felt a chill down her spine. If she didn't dodge, her sorcerer body would be in Yunxing's hands today. The dark gold-ranked instructor had no choice but to dodge. But even though she dodged quickly, she was still thrown far away by the impact of the magic. This was what Dong Huanglinger and the others saw just now. Yunxing, you actually used force to hurt the dark gold mentor. The others in the room thought that Yunxing had used some kind of combat skill to attack the dark gold mentor. After all, based on her understanding of the dark gold mentor, she knew that the dark gold mentor could neutralize the attack of any elite mage camp except for a few elders. Yunxing, if she didn't use some kind of close combat skill, she wouldn't be able to force the dark gold mentor into such a sorry state. Dong Huanglinger was also in disbelief at first, but she quickly jumped up. You won. Dark gold instructor, you've left the circle. Yunxing, you won. Yunxing, on the other hand, broke out in cold sweat. Just now, she had also taken a gamble. She knew that the number of spells she knew was far less than the dark gold-ranked mentor. If she were to use conventional means, she would not be able to force the dark gold-ranked mentor to retreat even if she were to use her entire life. So, she took a risk and used her own esoteric magic, Magic Lightning Vortex. Magic Lightning Vortex was the first personal esoteric magic that Yunxing had comprehended after fusing water and fire magic elements. The initial wave of magic was like the combination of water and fire magic. Yunxing wanted to mislead the dark gold mentor, so she went behind her. Sure enough, under the interference of the two elements, the dark gold mentor's judgment was wrong, and Yunxing succeeded. No, she used magic. The dark gold mentor was also in disbelief. She looked at Yunxing. Although she couldn't tell what kind of magic Yunxing had used behind her, it was definitely a wave of magic. Could it be? A bold idea popped into the dark gold mentor's mind. Could it be esoteric magic? Perhaps only personal esoteric magic could be unforeseen by others. Looking at Yunxing, who was standing beside Dong Huanglinger with a smile on her face, as well as her magic scepter, she is indeed a master magician. A master magician student comprehended esoteric magic? The dark gold mentor shook her head in annoyance. Impossible. If this is true, then even pigs can climb trees. Even she only comprehended her own esoteric magic after breaking through to become a sky magician. But if it wasn't esoteric magic, how could it break her water shield? Also, her back was still hurting faintly at this moment. The dark gold mentor was sure that even if she dodged quickly just now, there must be a big bruise on her back. What a good Yunxing. She usually looked harmless, but when she made a move, she was really ruthless and fast. The dark gold-ranked teacher finally understood what it meant by a dog that barks doesn't bite. Yunxing is a black-bellied person. If the dark gold-ranked teacher knew that Yunxing didn't comprehend her first profound magic when she was a master magician, but when she was just an ordinary magician, she already, hearing the teacher's words, Ling could only step back resentfully. No matter what magic you used, you have won this time. I will also keep my promise and tell you the reason why I asked you to read magic books non-stop. The dark gold-ranked teacher didn't continue to ask what magic Yunxing used. For magicians, different magicians have different family backgrounds or different personal encounters. In many cases, some magicians have special magic that they can't reveal. As a teacher, she naturally couldn't ask too much. Thank you, teacher. Then, why did you ask us to read so many magic books? Since we won this time, we won't have to read them anymore, right? What Dong Huanglinger was more concerned about was whether she wouldn't have to read those hateful magic books anymore. She thought that the dark gold-ranked teacher would give her a clear answer. Who knew that the dark gold-ranked teacher's next sentence would make Dong Huanglinger so angry that she almost vomited blood? I have already told you the answer during the duel just now. You will continue to study magic scrolls until the freshman assessment. The dark gold-ranked teacher didn't say anything else. She rubbed her back and went back into the room. This is the answer? No, teacher, where is the answer? You didn't say anything just now. Dong Huanglinger had a depressed expression on her face. She couldn't remember what the dark gold-ranked teacher said during the duel. It's the fluctuation of magic elements. The dark gold-ranked teacher has already demonstrated what she wanted to teach us. Xianxia nodded her head. She already knew this from the dark gold-ranked teacher's demonstration. This duel opened a whole new door for Xianxia and Dong Huanglinger. Due to her experience, Xianxia was still unable to predict the spell cast by others based on the fluctuation of the spell, unlike the dark gold mentors. But in more battles in the future, Xianxia began to consciously observe the magic waves around the opponent before a battle. She maintained this habit until she broke through to become a sky mage and comprehended her second arcane spell. It was also this habit that gave birth to profound magic, allowing Xianxia to display astonishing combat prowess in countless battles in the future. The two of them began to crazily memorize magic books. In the end, they decided not to return to their lodgings. Instead, they brought their rations to the library and began to crazily memorize magic scrolls. In the book collection pavilion, there were 2 more figures. The two of them memorized it when they were eating and when they were sleeping. They memorized it until their eyes turned blue. Look, those are the 2 trash students that the dark gold-ranked teachers took in. Some of the students who came to the library saw Xianxia and Dong Huanglinger's appearance and started mocking them. What are they doing? Why do they look like they are suffering from hysteria? A few female mages pointed at Xianxia and Dong Huanglinger and gossiped. Memorizing magic chants and practicing magic. TSK, TSK. Trash will always be trash. I stopped doing these things long ago when I was in the Basic Magic Academy. Isn't that so? Magic is important in actual combat. It is said that the new students of the other teachers have already entered into actual combat training. With their appearance, they will definitely lose badly in the year-end assessment for new students. If it was in the past, Xianxia and Dong Huanglinger would definitely retort when they heard such mockery and ridicule. But now, the two of them didn't have the mood to defend themselves. One after another, the cryptic magic scrolls became fluent under the duo's mouths. 6 months later, Xianxia and Dong Huanglinger actually miraculously finished memorizing 1,000 magic scrolls. On the day of the assessment, when Xianxia and Dong Huanglinger finished memorizing 1,000 magic scrolls, the dark gold-ranked teacher revealed a satisfied smile. The two of you, try out the magic that you are best at. The dark gold-ranked teacher ordered Xianxia and Dong Huanglinger. Xianxia did as she was told and began chanting. She quickly realized that her chanting was much more fluent than before. The moment the thought of releasing the scorching flame explosion appeared in her mind, she was able to release it almost instantly. Dong Huanglinger's situation was slightly worse than Xianxia's. But compared to before, she had improved a lot. How did this happen? Dong Huanglinger was very excited. Practice makes perfect. The two of you must be complaining that I only let you practice one type of magic over and over again. But have you ever thought that sometimes, killing an enemy only requires one type of magic? The dark gold-ranked teacher said solemnly, until today, the two of you can't be considered as my dark gold-ranked students. Understood, teacher. Xianxia and Dong Huanglinger were very tempted. In a few days, it will be the assessment of your potential. If the two of you don't enter the top 300, the two of you will be kicked out of the Magic Elite Camp. The dark gold-ranked teacher's teaching was the strictest in the Magic Elite Camp. Xianxia wasn't very worried about the dark gold-ranked teacher's request because she was currently a saint magician. It was only because she used the Night Charm Soul Stone that she temporarily hid her strength. But Dong Huanglinger was different. After the dark gold-ranked teacher said this request, she became somewhat dispirited. After the dark gold-ranked teacher left, Dong Huanglinger had a worried look on her face. Yunxing, I am worried that I won't be able to enter the top 300. My strength is only at the beginner level of a master magician. Don't be discouraged. Yunxing thought for a while, then took out a bottle of Moon God's Praise and gave it to Dong Huanglinger. What is this? Dong Huanglinger was puzzled. This is a potion that I concocted. Saint-grade potion, Moon God's Praise. If nothing unexpected happens, after you consume it, you will definitely be able to break through to become a saint magician. Yunxing originally didn't want Dong Huanglinger to use the potion. After all, using potions to increase one's cultivation wasn't a long-term plan. But with Dong Huanglinger's current situation, if she didn't use the potion to break through to become a saint magician, she might fail the assessment 6 months later. Yunxing didn't want her to fail. Saint-grade potion? You are saying that this is the most mysterious potion in the continent for the past 2 to 3 years, the Moon God's Praise? A potion that even magic temples can't concoct? When Dong Huanglinger was in the East Capital, she had also heard of the Moon God's Praise. It was said that a bottle of Moon God's Praise appeared in the Tangyuan Kingdom, and it allowed a trash that couldn't even comprehend magic to break through to become a magician. That bottle of potion was worth 10,000 Empire purple gold coins. It's the praise of the Moon God. However, that is only a high-grade potion. The one in your hand is a saint-grade potion, the effect will be better. Yunxing said casually. She had yet to tell Dong Huanglinger that she still had more than 10 bottles of the praise of the Moon God that had been added with the Spring of Life. Dong Huanglinger's hands were trembling slightly. She moaned and hugged Yunxing, then gave her a big kiss on her face and said, Yunxing, I love you so much. This is great. I will go and cultivate now. I will definitely not waste this potion. Dong Huanglinger immediately went into seclusion. In order not to disturb her, Yunxing could only walk out by herself. It was already night outside. Yunxing walked a few steps and discovered that the dark gold-ranked teacher was also outside. Furthermore, she was standing not far away from the straw hut. Yunxing felt a little guilty. She didn't know if the dark gold-ranked teacher heard that she used the praise of the Moon God to help Dong Huanglinger break through. Her guilty look fell into the eyes of the dark gold-ranked instructor. I didn't expect that you were also a potion master. If a certain old fellow from the Elders' Council knew about this, he would probably be overjoyed. The dark gold-ranked teacher realized that she didn't understand this new disciple of hers at all. As a dark magician, what she hated the most were some disciples who were half-hearted when learning magic. However, Yunxing was such a half-hearted person. She was a doctor and a magician. She even knew a little about smithing. Now, she even discovered that she was proficient in potions. Dark gold-ranked teacher, I didn't mean to hide it. Yunxing wanted to explain. The dark gold-ranked teacher took a look at the straw hut. In the straw hut, the faint light of magic was getting brighter and brighter. You don't have to explain. Just don't abuse the potion. For Dong Huanglinger to be able to meet you, it is also her luck. You don't have to tell me all your abilities. There are so many students in the Mage Elite Camp. Which one of them doesn't know how to hide their abilities? I don't care how many abilities you have. However, there is one thing that cannot delay your magic training. You are my dark gold disciple. You must be stronger than anyone else. If anyone covets your other abilities, just tell me, because you are my dark gold disciple. The dark gold instructor waved his hand impatiently, indicating that Yunxing didn't need to explain. When Yunxing heard this, her heart trembled slightly. It was as if this was the first time she had seen dark gold. At the same time, she was secretly delighted. Dark gold instructor, you asked me to hide my strength. What holy magician! What profound magic! If you find out about it in the future, don't blame me for not telling you. Yunxing muttered in her heart, but her face couldn't be any more serious. Teacher, I will definitely remember your teachings. Don't worry, I won't use potions to break through my cultivation. She didn't even need to break through to fulfill his request. Yunxing saw that the dark gold instructor was in a good mood tonight. She rolled her eyes. Dark Gold Instructor, can I ask you a question? Go ahead. Unexpectedly, the Dark Gold Instructor didn't reject Yunxing's request. Why can you release magic without chanting? Yunxing couldn't help but ask. Yunxing had been wanting to ask since she saw the Dark Gold Instructor defeat 5 warrior saints. The Dark Gold Instructor didn't need time. She could release several types of magic in an instant. Yunxing's magic scepter had the Demon Soul Stone and the Wind Spirit's blessing, but she still needed to chant. Chanting shouldn't be underestimated. In a battle between masters, especially when facing multiple opponents, the speed of chanting could be the key to victory. So you have noticed. It's not that I don't need to chant, but I chant faster than ordinary people. Or rather, I chant with my mind. You know, the brain always reacts faster than the mouth or hands. The Dark Gold Instructor was very satisfied with Yunxing's progress. She had taken in so many disciples, and Yunxing was the best in terms of memory and reaction. She was even better than Ko Ling, who had followed her for more than 5 years. The Dark Gold Instructor believed that as long as Yunxing could endure the later training, she would achieve more than Ko Ling in the end. Using my mind with my mind? Yunxing had never heard of such a technique. How many types of meditation do you know? The Dark Gold Instructor suddenly asked. There were several types of meditation for mages. The most common was sitting meditation, and the other was sleeping meditation. However, those were only for middle-level and low-level mages. The Dark Gold Instructor thought that Yunxing would answer with 1 or 2 types. However, Yunxing thought for a while and said, 3 types. Sitting meditation, sleeping meditation, and deep meditation. You know how to do deep meditation? Who taught you that? The Dark Gold ranked instructor was shocked. A doctor taught me. It's called Cloud Dream Eye Sleep. This meditation also has the effect of clearing the heart. Yunxing didn't hide the fact and told her the method that Dr. Fan taught her. This meditation is also very special, but it's still not as good as celestial meditation. The other type of meditation I'm talking about is called celestial meditation. However, not everyone can learn it. Let me test if you are suitable to learn celestial meditation. The Dark Gold Instructor asked Yunxing to extend her hand. The Dark Gold Instructor held Yunxing's hand, and a cold magical power entered Yunxing's body. Yunxing couldn't help but shiver. When the Dark Gold Instructor's magical power entered Yunxing's body, she wanted to test how high Yunxing's magical power was. However, she found that when her magical power entered Yunxing's body, it was blocked by a mysterious force. What's in your body? The Dark Gold Instructor was surprised. I can't hide it anymore. This is our family's unique internal energy. It can strengthen the body and is similar to a warrior's combat power. Yunxing lied. She was joking. She still wanted to keep the secret of the Jade Marrow technique. From time to time, she would use a few hidden needles. She couldn't reveal it. The Jade Marrow technique's power was similar to a warrior's combat power. The Dark Gold Instructor nodded and didn't ask further. The Dark Gold Instructor didn't test it anymore. She just injected a subtle magical power into Yunxing's Dharma soul. Yunxing only felt that when the magic power entered Purple Gold's magic soul, the environment around her suddenly changed. The insects, birds, and the thatched hut all disappeared. Even the Dark Gold Instructor disappeared at once. However, at the same time, a colorful light appeared in front of her eyes. It was magical elements, all kinds of magical elements. She had never realized that there were so many magical elements floating around her. The Dark Gold Instructor's voice sounded in her ears. Celestial meditation is a type of meditation. It allows people to enter a state that they have never been in before. Every pore and breath in your body is your eyes. You can use it to capture the most magical elements. At the same time, it can also increase your body's sensitivity to magical elements. In the end, you can chant spells and even predict spells. It's up to you whether you can understand this meditation. After saying that, the Dark Gold-ranked teacher's voice disappeared. Under the night sky, Yunxing was like a scarecrow, standing there. Her eyes were open as she stood there, but her consciousness had already left with her. Boom! Yunxing's body began to feel the magical elements around her crazily squeezing her. Her magical soul let out an unbearable moan, as if it had been thirsty for a long time and suddenly found rain in the desert. There was only one thought in Yunxing's mind, and that was to crazily absorb all the magical elements around her. Enough. Just when Yunxing was greedily absorbing the magical elements, the dark gold-ranked teacher's voice suddenly woke Yunxing up. Did I enter celestial meditation just now? Yunxing felt that everything that happened just now was like a dream. However, when she checked her own Dharma soul, she discovered that in that short period of time, her Dharma soul had actually grown by 10% compared to usual. This discovery made Yunxing feel an impulse of ecstasy. This celestial meditation was too amazing. Yunxing didn't know that the dark gold-ranked teacher was even more shocked than her. This child's learning ability is indeed outstanding. She actually entered celestial meditation on her first try. The dark gold-ranked teacher originally only wanted to teach Yunxing the most basic technique so that she could practice it repeatedly in the future. She didn't expect that she would succeed on her first try. You have already comprehended celestial meditation. However, you have to be careful and not overdo it. Otherwise, your magical soul might not be able to withstand it. The dark gold-ranked teacher realized that the magical elements around her were all absorbed by Yunxing in less than 15 minutes. Even the dark gold-ranked teacher couldn't help but want to curse. A 5-elemental magical soul was too overbearing. Oh, I will definitely remember. Yunxing touched her head embarrassedly. Tonight, Donghuang Ling should be able to break through. You can try comprehending it outside. Don't try the celestial meditation that I just taught you again today. The dark gold-ranked teacher was also very excited. She decided to go back to her room to calm down. In the past, she had always been worried about not being able to find a genius student. Who would have thought that she would accidentally recruit such a student this time around? Yunxing nodded. She didn't dare to try again. She entered a state of deep meditation to calm the sudden surge of magic in her body. Not far away, Kuling looked at Yunxing and the dark gold-ranked instructor with jealousy. This damned newbie. She actually let a dark gold instructor teach her the celestial meditation method so quickly. Kuling had been following a dark gold-ranked instructor for 5 years, but she had yet to learn celestial meditation. Yunxing must be eliminated, Kuling thought bitterly. Yunxing jumped up when she heard the crisp chirping of birds. She found that the surrounding environment was particularly fresh. Yunxing, Yunxing! Donghuang Ling ran out from the thatched cottage. Seeing Yunxing, Donghuang Ling was extremely happy. Success, I succeeded this time. I really made a breakthrough. Yunxing looked at Donghuang Ling who was in high spirits. It was as if she saw the Donghuang Ling from the first time they met, the proud and confident princess of the eastern capital. Junior sisters, why are you so happy so early in the morning? Did something good happen? Kuling also walked out from the cottage. Senior sister, I made a breakthrough. Donghuang Ling raised her head. Yunxing paid attention to Kuling's expression. The corner of Kuling's mouth stiffened for a moment, but very quickly, a kind smile appeared on her face. Congratulations, Ling. Senior sister has always felt that you are very talented. You will definitely pass the test this time around. Kuling took a look at Yunxing and pretended to be concerned. Yunxing, Ling made a breakthrough, but you still haven't. This time around, the test for the mage elite camp is very strict. It is said that if one hasn't become a saint mage, the probability of entering the top 300 is very low. When the time comes, the two of you. Kuling's words seemed to be concerned about Yunxing. However, in actuality, she was trying to sow discord between Yunxing and Donghuang Ling. Hearing Kuling words, Donghuang Ling's heart skipped a beat. Yunxing, it's all my fault. If I didn't drink that. Donghuang Ling thought that Yunxing gave the bottle of medicine to her. Yunxing made a hand gesture, indicating to Donghuang Ling that she didn't need to say anything. Senior sister, thank you for your concern. Whether or not I can pass the test, there is no need for you to be overly concerned. Yunxing emphasized. Kuling asked for a rebuff. Thus, she didn't pay any more attention to the two of them and went back to her training. Yunxing told Donghuang Ling about the sky meditation method that the dark gold-ranked teacher taught her last night. Although Yunxing had already taught Donghuang Ling the sky meditation method, Dong Huangling obviously didn't have the talent for it. Unlike Yunxing, Dong Huangling didn't enter the sky meditation state. She also didn't sense the fluctuation of magic elements in the surroundings. Only now did Yunxing understand the intention of the dark gold-ranked teacher. Not everyone was able to learn the sky meditation method. After a few more days, Yunxing and Dong Huangling had already been in the magic elite camp for a full year. Today was the day that the two of them would be participating in the freshman potential assessment. The two of them woke up very early in the morning. After meditating for a while, they felt that their bodies were filled with magic elements and walked out of the thatched cottage. 1 year passed by like an arrow. The two of them were already 13 years old. Compared to when they first entered the magic elite camp, the two of them had changed their temperament and figure. Dong Huangling had grown taller by quite a bit. Yunxing's complexion was fair and her figure was slim. The two of them were no longer young and inexperienced. Instead, they emitted a kind of youthful aura that was unique to young girls. Although the dark gold-ranked teacher didn't teach the two of them any high-level magic, the two of them had completely changed their willpower and mental state. Following the instructions of the dark gold-ranked teacher, the two of them found the magic testing camp that the magic elite camp used to conduct the freshman assessment. It was a blue and white tent that was similar to a large yurt. In front of the testing camp, there was already a long queue. There are a total of 600 to 700 freshmen this year. However, it is said that only 500 of them managed to persevere. Actually, the freshman assessment is similar to the previous assessment in the Magic Temple. The only difference is that there is an additional magic demonstration. We only need to use the magic that we are most proficient in. Dong Huangling and Yunxing walked to the back of the queue. The freshman assessment was divided into 2 segments. The first segment was to test one's magic power. The other segment was to test one's magic power. Yunxing and Dong Huangling had already asked Gu Feng and Qi about this earlier. Although there were only 2 segments, 500 of them wasn't a small number. After a few days of assessment, it was enough to test the patience of the teachers. After waiting for more than half a day, the queue in front of them finally shortened. None of the freshmen who had already completed the assessment left immediately. Most of them were in groups of 3 to 5 as they waited outside the testing camp. After all of the tests were over, the teachers would announce a new ranking list of the freshmen's potential. This ranking list, on the lighter side, would determine whether or not the freshmen would have the chance to learn higher-level magic. On the heavier side, it would determine whether or not the freshmen would be able to continue staying in the continent's magic elite camp. When it was Yunxing's turn, it was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon. One of the students above Yunxing had already been inside for 15 minutes. Suddenly, a cry of surprise rang out from the testing camp. Obviously, it was from one of the teachers. The students immediately became restless, and some of them started discussing in a low voice. Who was the one that just entered? Who else could it be? It's Feng Tian. Before the voices of discussion disappeared, the voice of a teacher could be heard from the testing camp. Next. The next person was Yunxing. Dong Huangling made a gesture of encouragement. Yunxing nodded her head and walked into the testing camp. Just when she lifted the curtain of the testing camp, one of the students who was taking the test just happened to walk out. Yunxing wasn't on guard and almost bumped into him. Just when Yunxing was about to apologize, she discovered that a cold gaze was looking at her. It was a male student. His appearance could be considered to be delicate and pretty. However, he looked somewhat pale. He had a pair of single eyelids that were slightly raised, his lips were tightly pursed, and he had an arrogant look on his face. He looked at Yunxing with disgust, then turned his body and dodged. This person, Yunxing knew. Feng Tian. The person who was ranked number 1 in the continent's magic elite camp, Feng Tian. He was from Punlai, and his magic power was very powerful. It was said that among all of the freshmen, he was the one who had the fastest ability to break through to become a sky mage. The moment he entered the continent's magic elite camp, he was fought over by all of the teachers. However, in the end, he chose an unknown teacher. He rarely interacted with others, let alone a student like Yunxing who was at the bottom of the ranking list. Yunxing saw the disdain in Feng Tian's eyes. Yet another person who thinks he is infallible. Sneering coldly in her heart, Yunxing walked into the magic testing camp. From the outside, the testing camp was only the size of a small hut, but because of the space magic, it looked very spacious. In the middle of the square camp was a magic array that illuminated the area. The layout of the magic array was strangely familiar. At first glance, it looked like the layout of a temple. Behind a long wooden table sat 3 mages in mage robes. At this moment, the 3 of them were whispering to each other. Obviously, the results of Feng Tian's test earlier had surprised them. No one noticed that Yunxing had already walked in. While the 3 mentors were still discussing, Yunxing sized up the magic mentors. The dark gold-ranked instructor was a loner, and she rarely interacted with other instructors. Other than Chen Lianer's instructor Shi Yao and Abundance instructor Shi Huang, as well as Gufeng's instructor Shi Guan, who she had only heard of but never seen in person, Yunxing had never seen the other instructors before. As for Yunxing and Dong Huang Ling because of the hellish training, they almost never came into contact with other teachers. There were a total of 3 instructors in the testing camp. The instructor sitting in the middle was the oldest. He looked even older than her grandfather, Yun Ba. The remaining 2 instructors looked older than the dark gold-ranked instructor. When Yunxing entered, the 3 instructors didn't even look at Yunxing. After all, Yunxing entered right after Feng Tian. Just by looking at the expressions of the instructors, she knew that Feng Tian's test results must be very shocking. Among the 3 instructors, Yunxing could roughly tell that the 2 instructors on her left and right were both at the peak of the Sky Mage realm. As for the magic cultivation of the instructor in the middle, she couldn't tell clearly. The situation didn't seem optimistic. Yunxing was a little regretful that she was behind Feng Tian. The assessment of the freshman's potential was said to be a test of strength, but everyone knew that the final ranking didn't necessarily represent the student's strength. After all, there were 500 students. Just by looking at them taking the test, the instructors were already numb. Therefore, some students would take a different approach during the test. For example, they would use some unique little magic, or some students who had mutated secondary magic souls. This would increase their impression of them. Yunxing had previously thought of casually showing off her 3 magic souls to attract attention, but she just had to be behind Feng Tian. Behind a genius student who was half a step into becoming a sky mage, even if Yunxing had 3 magic souls, what could she do? No matter what, since she was already standing here, she had to perfectly complete the test. Unless she revealed that she had 5 magic souls. No, she couldn't completely reveal her strength until the last moment. Yunxing pondered for a moment. Cough cough. Seeing that the 3 instructors were still discussing among themselves, Yunxing could only cough a few times to remind them. After hearing the sound, the old magician in the middle noticed that there was an additional student in the testing camp. He casually glanced at the names on the list. Name, country, magic level. When you entered the magic elite camp, the black-haired female magician on the right read out listlessly. Yunxing, from Zhou State, master magician. Yunxing answered one by one. Let's begin. First, let's take the magic power test. Once they heard that she was from Zhou State, a country with weak magic, and was only a master magician, the 3 instructors sighed. The male magician on the left and the old magician in the middle began to casually chat. The female magician on the right flipped through the test results of the students in front of her. No one even opened their eyes to pay attention to Yunxing. Yunxing frowned. The first round of the magic power test was very similar to the magic crystal test that Yunxing took in the temple when she was young. It was just that the magic elite camp used a magic crystal ball of a higher level. Only the lower level tests used a magic crystal ball. Inject your magic power into the magic crystal ball. The male instructor on the left saw that Yunxing did not move and had to remind her. Oh, I almost forgot. The previous magic crystal ball was broken by Feng Tian's magic power. Only then did the male instructor get up and take out a new magic crystal ball. Yunxing noticed that there were still some pieces of the crystal ball at the foot of the long table. This kind of testing crystal ball was specially prepared for new students below the sky level. The fact that the crystal ball was broken proved that someone had displayed magic power that was close to the level of a sky magician. The exclamation just now should be because of that. He had only been in the camp for a year and was about to break through. This Feng Tian was indeed very powerful. This person would most likely become her opponent in the future. Don't be afraid. Start the test. Inject all the magic power in your body into the crystal ball, the female magician reminded her. Yunxing obeyed and picked up the magic crystal ball. The magic elements in her body seeped into the crystal ball bit by bit. The dark gold instructor had said that in this assessment, if one didn't enter the top 300, they would have to leave. Yunxing didn't want to reveal too much of her strength, but she also couldn't be too weak. Otherwise, if she was kicked out of the magic elite camp, it wouldn't be worth it. While thinking, the dark magic in her body poured into the crystal ball. The crystal ball, which was originally sparkling and translucent, immediately became as dark as the night sky, pitch black. Dark magic, intermediate master magician. Seeing the dark magic, the several magicians only raised their eyelids. This kind of cultivation, in the continent's magic elite camp, could only be regarded as at the bottom. Most of the magicians didn't have a good impression of dark magic. Continue to the next test. Before she finished speaking, the crystal ball, which was originally as dark as night, emitted two colors. Ice blue, magma red. In Yunxing's hand, the crystal ball was like the rising sun that broke through the night sky. It suddenly released two completely different colors. The whole camp was illuminated. The old magician, who had a casual expression, suddenly jumped up, his old eyes wide open. Seeing the old magician's action, the two middle-aged male and female magic instructors couldn't help but stand up. The three of them stared at the crystal ball in Yunxing's hand. This is? Water and fire magic? You are a three-element magician? Although it was said that after becoming a saint magician, the majority of magicians could use any kind of magic of the nature attribute. But that was only limited to low-level magic. Only a magician with a pure multi-element magic soul could learn high-level or even saint-level nature magic. What are you two looking at? How is that an ordinary fire and water magic? That old magician looked as if he had seen a rare treasure, walked to Yunxing's side and clicked his tongue in wonder. With this old magician's eyesight, he could see at a glance that Yunxing's two magic elements were very unusual. It was the purest fire and water magic. Karmic fire, it must be karmic fire. And that ice-blue water magic, it must be the elven water magic. The old magician kept muttering, his pair of old eyes staring at the magic crystal ball in Yunxing's hand. What, karmic fire and elven water magic? The two male and female magicians only now realized that this student in front of them was unusual. Karmic fire was the most precious treasure that all fire magicians and alchemists on the continent dreamed of. Karmic fire was indestructible. As for the elven water magic, on the continent, it was the best healing magic, second only to light magic. It was extremely rare for any magician to possess either of these two types of magic. However, this student, who was only a master magician, actually possessed two types of magic spells at once. Excuse me, may I put down the magic crystal ball now? Yunxing observed the reactions of the mentors. If she continued with the test, she was worried that she would not be able to control herself and expose the remaining two elements of magic power. But looking at the reactions of the mentors, especially the old magicians, Yunxing believed that she had achieved the effect she wanted. If she guessed correctly, the oldest magician among the three magicians should be the examiner for this test. Regardless of whether she could be ranked in the top 300 of the potential list, just based on the two rare magic elements that she revealed, the continent's elite magician camp would definitely not drive her away. Alright, you're Yunxing, right? Who's your teacher? The old magician was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. His appearance made the two male and female magicians very surprised. Just now, when Feng Tian's magic broke the crystal ball, the old magician wasn't as happy as he was during the test. Yes, my teacher is a dark gold magician. May I ask, what is the second test? Yunxing answered truthfully. No need, if it's you, one test is enough. Let the last student come in. The old magician muttered to himself and asked Yunxing to leave first. Yunxing was a bit surprised. She didn't ask any more and left. After leaving the testing camp, Dong Huangling quickly walked over. Compared to the other students, Yunxing's test was very short. Usually, only students who weren't strong enough would be able to complete the test in such a short time. Just when Dong Huangling was about to ask about the test result, a voice sounded from the tent. "Let the last student come in." Dong Huangling had no choice but to enter the tent first. Dong Huangling walked into the magician's tent. Name, country, and magic cultivation when you enter the continent's elite magician camp. After going through Yunxing's test, the three magicians became a lot more energetic. Dong Huangling from the eastern capital, magic master. After hearing Dong Huangling's surname and country, the three magicians didn't have much of a reaction. This was the continent's elite magician camp. To them, the origin and family background of the students didn't mean much. Here, every student was just a student. Dong Huangling was a lot more nervous than Yunxing. Facing three completely unfamiliar teachers, her heart was still in a mess. The process of Dong Huangling's test was similar to Yunxing's. First, she tested her magic power. Then, she tested her magic power. Dong Huangling had just broken through not long ago. Thus, she was still a bit nervous. She carefully infused her magic power into the magic crystal. The emerald green wind magic power and the purple lightning magic power were very beautiful in the crystal. She should have just broken through not long ago. The female magician who was recording the test result nodded her head. Among the freshmen this time, about half of the freshmen had already reached the level of a saint magician after going through a year of freshman training. After becoming a saint magician, the freshmen would be able to start learning all kinds of high-level magic. The second stage of the test is to release a magic spell. That male magician finished speaking. The old magician at the side waved his hand impatiently and said, "You're already the last person. Let's just change the test method. Little girl, I can see that your magic soul is quite special. Release a magic spell and attack me." "Attack you?" Dong Huangling had a surprised look on her face. What kind of test is this, attacking a respected teacher, in the continent's elite magician camp? This was an extremely disgraceful thing to do. "You mustn't do that. What if we hurt you?" The two magicians at the side hurriedly stopped Dong Huangling. "What if? I've been waiting for this student for a long time." The old magician chuckled and unhurriedly took off the magician's robe that he was wearing. Underneath the magician's robe, he was actually wearing a set of armor. Just that, different from ordinary armor, this set of armor wasn't made of metal. Instead, it was a set of armor made of wood. The identity of this old magician was one of the highest existences in the continent's magic elite camp. This armor was called the Withered Wood Helmet, and it was a saint-ranked magical equipment. Not only was it very light, its defensive power was also very astonishing, making it very suitable for magicians to wear. The old magician spent a tremendous amount of effort to obtain this armor from a master craftsman who forged this armor. The person who forged this wooden helmet was a master craftsman who possessed a partial elf bloodline. When he was forging this armor, he said regretfully, "What a pity. If this armor was able to be forged with the power of heaven's lightning, it would definitely be able to transform into a saint-ranked demigod armor." In the continent, when warriors were forging the heavens and breaking through to martial saint, they would need heaven's lightning to refine their body. This withered wood helmet was the same. This withered wood helmet was forged using a special type of elf wood. Unfortunately, when it was forged, it lacked a heaven's lightning. Therefore, it became a saint-ranked armor. That elf master craftsman had always felt regretful about this. As his good friend, the old magician also remembered the words of the elf master craftsman. After he obtained this armor, he had always hoped to find an opportunity to forge it with heaven's lightning. Unfortunately, he never found an opportunity. Until a while ago, he suddenly thought of something. If he was unable to use heaven's lightning, but he was able to find a student who possessed a secondary lightning magic attribute and have her reforge it with lightning magic, perhaps this withered wood helmet might really have a chance to transform. With this goal in mind, the old magician began to look for such a student in the continent's magic elite camp. However, secondary lightning magic souls were truly too rare. Thus, the old magician was unable to find one. It was only until he heard that there might be such a student among the freshmen that he found an opportunity to participate in this year's freshman potential test. Naturally, Dong Huangling'er didn't know what this old magician was thinking about. With a terrified expression on her face, she didn't dare to make a move. This old magician seemed to be even older than her great-grandmother. If I don't pay attention, I might accidentally kill him. What should I do then? Don't say any more, immediately use your strongest lightning magic to attack me. The old magician had an excited expression on his face. As a student of the magic elite camp, you must obey my orders. If you don't dare to attack, then leave the camp immediately. When Dong Huanglinger heard that she was going to be kicked out of the magic elite camp, the worry that Dong Huanglinger had immediately disappeared. The dark gold instructor's words were still ringing in his ears. Dong Huanglinger gritted her teeth as she muttered in her heart, in order to get into the top 300, I'll give it my all. Dong Huanglinger gritted her teeth and closed her eyes. Then, she aimed her magic scepter at that old magician and instantly struck out a thunder flash. The old magician had a calm expression on his face. Rumble. Several streaks of lightning flashed across the sky. Each of them was as thick as an arm and hit the old magician's body. The two mages at the side watched with trepidation. Their hearts almost jumped out of their throats. Just as the lightning flash hit the old magician's wooden helmet began to change. The appearance of the magic protective helmet was very similar to that of an old tree's bark. Even the patterns were almost exactly the same. The moment the arm-thick lightning flash hit a human body, even a warrior would be injured, let alone a magician. However, what was unexpected was that when the lightning flash hit the old magician, the magic power was actually completely absorbed by the unremarkable-looking armor. The old magician had a dissatisfied expression on his face. A thunder flash of this scale was simply unable to satisfy his wooden helmet. It's just like scratching an itch. The old magician shook his head, too weak. Compared to sky lightning, it's not just a few levels weaker. The so-called lightning magic power's effect was somewhat similar to sky lightning body tempering. Who would have thought that when the old magician's muttering entered Dong Huanglinger's ears, it sounded like the old magician was ridiculing her magic power. When Dong Huanglinger heard what the old magician said, the fire in her heart immediately rose. Her eyebrows stood straight and her eyes seemed as if they were about to spurt out fire. The old magician in front of her suddenly transformed into the magical space that had trapped her for half a year, and transformed into countless students who had laughed at her. Dong Huanglinger's eyes darkened as she immediately released all of the magic power within her body. It would have been fine if she didn't release all of her magic power. After releasing all of her magic power, Dong Huanglinger actually burst forth with unprecedented potential. She actually released 13 thunder flashes at the same time. The 13 thunderbolt flashes were released at the same time without any deviation. Unexpectedly, they joined together and formed a purple lightning dragon. That thunder dragon had 3 claws. After letting out a dragon roar, it suddenly pounced toward the old magician. High-grade magic, thunder dragon flash? The old magician was greatly shocked. He didn't expect that this student who was merely a saint magician would actually comprehend a high-grade magic at this juncture of the magic testing. By the time the old magician reacted, it was already too late. The might of a high-grade magic was no small matter. Not to mention, this was the lightning magic that was known for its violence. Within the magic testing camp, along with the roar of a furious dragon, a frightening sound of thunder could be heard. In an instant, the entire magic testing camp was blown up. Green smoke billowed and the tarpaulin turned into rags. The 500-plus students who were waiting outside the magic testing camp were all shocked by this sudden scene. It's fine, it's just a mistake. Within the magic testing camp, a few people jumped out. The 3 teachers and Dong Huanglinger were all coughing, and they all looked very miserable. Especially that old magician with white hair and beard, he didn't care about his image and had a burnt beard and hair. With the old magician's cultivation and that mystical armor that he was wearing, a high-grade magic power was naturally unable to harm him. Third Elder, are you all right? The 2 male and female magicians were also in a very sorry state. They had been magic testing teachers for so many years, but this was the first time that they had encountered such a rude student. She actually blew up the entire magic testing camp. The old magician fiercely glared at Dong Huanglinger, but the latter still had a dazed expression on her face. Even Dong Huanglinger herself didn't expect that she would actually comprehend a high-grade magic power in such a short period of time. Hee hee, very good, very good. That old magician didn't pay attention to his sorry state. He chuckled and touched the armor that he was wearing. It turned out that, under the effect of that flood dragon flash, the brown-colored rattan armor that he was wearing actually underwent a pleasant change. The brown-colored armor had already completely disappeared and turned green. It was now completely attached to the old magician's body. Furthermore, what was even more strange was that, on the withered wooden armor, there were leaf-like patterns that looked very lifelike. After going through this special flood dragon flash, the magic armor that the third elder was wearing directly advanced by a grade. Super God rank, it is definitely a super God rank. The old magician's face was filled with joy. He didn't have any intention of pursuing Dong Huangling for offending him. Dong Huangling let out a breath of relief and roughly told Yunxing what happened. After hearing what Dong Huangling said, Yunxing held back her laughter and gave Dong Huangling a thumbs up. Dong Huangling is pretty awesome. I'm afraid that only Dong Huangling would be able to comprehend a high-level magic all of a sudden. However, with this, she and Ling should be able to continue staying in the continent's magic elite camp with peace of mind. After this unforeseen event, the two unfortunate male and female archmages quickly cleaned up the scene and set up a new magic testing tent. In another half an hour, the new batch of freshmen's potential rankings will be announced. The old magician and the two sorcerers walked into the magic tent. This half an hour was very torturous for most of the students. Dong Huangling had already gotten rid of the state of being tested just now. It's over. Was the person that I attacked just now someone from the Elder Council? Only now did Dong Huangling realize what the two sorcerers called the old magician just now. Third Elder, isn't that the Elder of the Elder Council? That's the highest level of the continent's magic elite camp. In the continent's magic elite camp, there are teaching assistants, beginner teachers, intermediate teachers, advanced teachers, and above them is the Elder Council. The mysterious Elder Council, it is said that every single elder has unfathomable strength and ability. Don't worry too much. You also said just now that it was the third elder who asked you to attack him. Yunxing recalled the wooden armor that the second elder was wearing. With Yunxing's Shenong eye, it wasn't hard for her to see that the strange wooden armor should be a magic tool of the elf race. Just now, Ling Er's high-level magic should have increased the quality of the armor by a level. So it turns out that using lightning attribute magic can actually create an effect similar to using lightning to forge the armor. However, Yunxing didn't dare to try this kind of special forging method. This third elder was a crazy old man. He actually used such a dangerous method to directly wear the armor on his body and directly test it. Yunxing then looked at Feng Tian, who was resting with his eyes closed. Just now, there was such a big commotion. Everyone's reaction was not small. Only Feng Tian stood proudly at the side. The mages of the continent's elite mages were all lunatics. The old one was a lunatic, while the young one was a little lunatic. Yunxing despised them from the bottom of her heart. In the testing camp, the three instructors had already sat down again. They were arranging the names of the 500 students and ranking them. The freshman potential list that was about to be released was a summary of all the freshmen's achievements in the past year. The third elder cast a cleansing spell and tidied up his appearance. Not bad, not bad. Among this batch of new students, there are many students with great potential. The second elder seemed to be in a good mood. Although it was good to have an additional super god grade armor, the armor was a dead object, while the students were living creatures. Those new students were the most precious wealth of the continent's elite mages. Feng Tian, Yunxing, who possessed the power of pure water and fire, and Dong Huangling who was able to comprehend high-grade magic in an emergency situation. There were quite a lot of talents in this batch of students. There are actually 2 dark gold students among them. When the female instructor was arranging the names, she discovered that the last 2 female students to enter the testing camp were actually dark gold students. Dark gold, in the continent's elite mages, could be considered as a very special existence. Most of the magic instructors didn't like dark gold students, but no one dared to look down on her. Dark gold's luck is not bad this time. I hope that this time, she can successfully bring out an outstanding sky magician. How many years has it been? It's about time for the continent's elite mages to produce an outstanding dark magician. That elder stroked his beard with a deep expression. On his aged face, a very special expression appeared. It seemed as if he was in awe, but also seemed as if he was in fear. Let's start the ranking. Tell me who is the number one in your hearts. The third elder pulled back from his thoughts. As expected, it's still that person. She is undoubtedly the number one. The two male and female instructors looked at each other. In their hearts, they already had an ideal candidate for the number one. Xianxia and Dong Ling were still outside the magic camp, discussing the test just now. Xianxia, Ling have the two of you finished the test? When will the results be out? The crowd immediately moved aside, and Qi and Gufeng walked over. The two of them knew that today was the day of the test for the potential of the new students. After completing their respective cultivation missions, they had rushed over to Xianxia. When the two of them appeared, the eyes of the new students who were waiting for the results of the test were all attracted to them. Most of the people who were looking at Qi were female mages. All of them had infatuated looks on their faces. As for Gufeng, he was quite popular among the male mages. After all, he was a light element mage. In the future, when fighting, they might need his help at any time. It turned out that both Qi and Gufeng knew that Xianxia and Dong Ling were here to participate in the test for the new students. After completing their respective training, they came to look for the two of them. Xianxia and Dong Ling told the two of them about the things that happened in the magic assessment camp just now. The four of them chatted and laughed, completely ignoring the astonished gazes of the people around them. Especially those female mages, when they saw Qi, who was ranked third on the primrose list, who had never gotten close to anyone, they actually revealed a rare smile. Looking at Qi's face from a close distance, the group of female mages couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Too handsome, however, at the same time, they also noticed that Qi was actually chatting with the two female mages. Many of the new students knew about Xianxia and Dong Ling's background. The matter of the two of them crazily memorizing magic spells in the library was once spread around as a joke. They are merely two of the lowest-ranked mages, what's so great about them? Just because of their good looks, they were able to obtain the favor of senior brother Qi. The hearts of the female mages were itching. A woman's jealousy was scary. Very quickly, a group of female mages gathered together and started whispering to each other, investigating the background of Xianxia and Dong Ling. Just what kind of background do those two women have? To actually be able to make senior brother Qi and senior brother Gufeng be so close to them? Looking at their cultivation, at most, they are only master mages. Isn't it just that their faces are not bad? That's right, with just a look, these women don't look like they are here to learn magic. They must have used some kind of special magic to bewitch the two senior brothers. Xianxia and Dong Ling still didn't know that the two of them had already become the target of jealousy of countless women. The results are out. From the testing camp, that male mage walked out. In his hand, he was holding on to the newest ranking list of the new students. According to what the dark gold-ranked teacher said earlier, if Xianxia and Dong Ling weren't able to get into the top 300 in the exam, they would have to leave. If they weren't able to get into the top 300, it would mean that they wouldn't have the qualifications to participate in the upcoming training. What awaited them were only two paths. Repeat the boring training for a year or drop out of the academy. Xianxia and Dong Ling weren't willing to accept these two paths. However, the two of them didn't expect to be able to make a comeback in a short period of time. After all, the exam of the dark gold-ranked teacher was a comprehensive test of magic power and magic combat. Xianxia and Dong Ling were still master magicians. This point had already pulled them down by quite a bit. In magic combat, their performance could only be considered average. After all, different from the other freshmen, Xianxia and Dong Ling didn't learn any high-level magic in the past year. The dark gold-ranked teacher also didn't teach them any dark magic. Thus, it was impossible for them to have any outstanding performance in magic combat. Found it. I am at the 150th place. Dong Ling clapped her hands and cheered. She was originally at the bottom of the list. Now, she was able to advance to the 150th place. Of course, a part of the reason for this was that a portion of the students didn't manage to persist for a year and left the academy in advance. However, Dong Huanglinger's improvement was obvious to all. Part of the reason why her ranking rose so much was because she became a saint magician in the past year. The other part was because she comprehended a high-level magic in the exam just now. This gave her a lot of points. Dong Huanglinger's name was easily found. However, Yunxing's name wasn't found at all. Yunxing was also trying her best to find her name. She swept her gaze across the list. Starting from the 500th place, she still wasn't able to find her name. With her cultivation as a master magician, it was impossible for her ranking to be higher than Dong Huanglinger's. She was slightly startled. Could it be that my prediction was wrong? Being a master magician of 3 elements wasn't enough to pull up her potential ranking. After entering the magic elite camp, Yunxing was very cautious. After all, her current identity was different from before. Before she became strong enough, she wouldn't reveal her strength. That was why she did not hesitate to expose her pure karmic fire and pure spirit water. Yunxing's name isn't there. What's going on? Gufeng and Abandon also searched around, but they couldn't find Yunxing's name. Dong Huanglinger carefully looked at Yunxing. No, Yunxing's name is here. This is a star marker. Yunxing, you're a star indicator student. Gufeng went straight to the front of the list, sweeping away all the people around him. Gufeng was very strong, so he managed to squeeze to the front in just a few steps. His voice was loud, and everyone's attention was drawn to him. The moment they heard that a star marker student had appeared in this potential assessment, everyone looked over. Even Feng Tian, who was resting with his eyes closed and looking at the ranking list in disdain, also looked over. The list of the 500 freshmen's potential was a big one from the beginning to the end. Everyone looked at the top of the list. At the top of the list, there were indeed 2 names. Yunxing, you're here. You're a star-ranked student. One of you is you, and the other is Feng Tian. One of you is a 2-star student, and the other is a 1-star student. You're even more impressive than the top 100. Gufeng shouted loudly, and everyone at the side also looked over. Even Feng Tian, who was standing alone at the side, couldn't help but open his eyes. His sharp gaze pierced through the crowd and landed directly on the list. His name was at the top of the list. However, the name of the star indicator student was still at the top of the list. His name was still among the star indicator students. However, the name next to his name was especially eye-catching. Not only was he at the top of the list, but he was also a peak stage saint magician when he entered. He was also another star indicator student on the newly announced list. Star indicator students were very special existences. This meant that this student had great potential, so great that it was enough to make the elders and teachers of the magic elite camp look at him in a different light. Star indicators, from high to low, were 3-star to 1-star. Among the 500 to 600 freshmen this time, there were only 2-star indicator students. One was Feng Tian, and the other was Yunxing. On the published list, the latest ranking and the first ranking would be shown for comparison. It was expected that Feng Tian could become a star indicator student. After all, his cultivation was already there. Some people even said that he knew many advanced spells. However, Yunxing's unexpected appearance made everyone's jaws drop. The reason for that was because she was originally ranked last. Feng Tian was first, and he was still first. However, Yunxing had become a star indicator student from last place. This news was undoubtedly more surprising than Feng Tian's selection. Although the star indicator showed that Feng Tian was a 2-star student, and Yunxing was only a 1-star student. However, she was one of the only 2-star indicator students. This was shocking news. For a moment, everyone started discussing. There were even people who pointed at Yunxing and brazenly discussed her. The words of those people drifted to Yunxing's ears, and they were nothing more than words of doubt. No one understood why Yunxing became a star indicator student. She was just a master mage. Being a star indicator student meant that Yunxing had greater potential for development in the future and would receive more resources for cultivation. That's not fair. How can a master mage student become a star indicator student? There's something shady going on. Someone in the crowd started making a racket. Jealousy was a terrifying infectious disease, and it quickly spread among the crowd. Everyone focused their attacks on Yunxing. Whoever dares to take a step closer, don't blame me for being rude. Qi's expression changed, and his cold gaze swept across the surroundings. The list was announced by a few assessment teachers. If you have any opinions, go ask them. Gufeng was not to be outdone. What a joke. The two of them were very clear about Yunxing's abilities. She was definitely qualified to become a star indicator student. In their hearts, no one should even think about hurting their partner. Yunxing was protected in the middle by the two of them, and she was also touched. What's all the noise about? In the magic assessment camp, the white-bearded old magic caster walked out. He looked at Feng Tian, then looked at Yunxing, and nodded. The two of you are this year's star indicator students, right? Not bad at all. You have to work harder in the future. I hope that you will be able to shine brightly in the following lessons. Seeing the white-bearded old magician walk out, the crowd stopped their clamor, but they still stared at Yunxing unkindly. Thank you, third elder. Feng Tian didn't have much respect even in front of the third elder. He only gave a faint thanks and prepared to leave. Feng Tian's heart was filled with doubts. He didn't understand how an ordinary-looking student was qualified to be on par with him. He, Feng Tian, was a unique existence. Yunxing, are you willing to be my disciple? Feng Tian's footsteps paused. The moment the third elder spoke, not to mention Yunxing, even Gufeng, Qi, and the others were stunned. Did they hear wrongly? The third elder actually wanted to accept Yunxing as his disciple? This was simply the most shocking thing they had heard this year. But what made them even more shocked was that Yunxing actually shook her head. I'm sorry, I already have a mentor. My mentor is a dark gold mentor. What? Someone actually dared to reject the third elder. That was the third elder. The third elder wasn't an ordinary person. He was the only master potion master in the continent's elite camp. He was a super master who had once refined a divine potion. The continent's elite camp was different from the boundless continent. The status of a potion master was very high. Especially to the students of the continent's magic elite camp, the status of a potion master was unattainable. Of course, the students of the continent's magic elite camp had heard of the dark gold title. But she was just a beginner mentor. How could she be compared to one of the 5 great elders of the elite camp, the third elder? This person must be an idiot. Not only was she a good-for-nothing, she was also an idiot. Everyone, from the initial envy to ridicule, looked at Yunxing with ridicule. The third elder wasn't angry. He chuckled and said, Yunxing, you can go back and ask the dark gold. I only accepted you as my disciple to impart knowledge on potions, not magic. The third elder was very clear that Yunxing possessed dark magic. The most suitable person to teach her was still a dark gold mentor. What he was truly interested in about Yunxing was her special fairy water power and karmic fire magic power. Thank you, third elder. I will pass on your message to the dark gold ranked instructor. I still need to consider whether to let you be my mentor or not. Yunxing nodded after she knew that the third elder didn't have any bad intentions. Her words made the students even more depressed. Others would beg the third elder to be their master, but she actually said that she would consider it. He had seen arrogant people, but he had never seen such an arrogant person. Yunxing, do you know a magician named Lan? She's the first elder's disciple. She mentioned you to the elders earlier. The third elder's words caused another stir. Sky Magician Blue. She was number 1 on the Sakura list. Not only was she beautiful, but she was also very strong. She was one of the top 10 magicians of the continent's magician elite camp. Yes, we've met once. Yunxing nodded. When Lan was mentioned, Yunxing spoke in a casual tone. There was no respect or reverence. After saying that, Yunxing ignored the surprised gazes of the other students and left with her companions. It's indeed her. The third elder stroked his beard and nodded. When he touched his beard, he realized that more than half of his beard had been burned. Third elder, what's so special about this freshman? The one who rated Yunxing as 1 star was the third elder. The other 2 examiners were still a little confused. Just now, they all recognized that Feng Tian had the greatest potential and was worthy of being a star indicator student. As for Donghuang Ling being rated as 150th, it was also reasonable. A student who could comprehend high-level magic in an emergency situation would have a lot of room for development. Only Yunxing, especially at the end, the third elder overruled everyone's opinion and insisted that she be rated as a star indicator student. The other two instructors were very confused. Although a three-elemental mage was rare, in the history of the continent's magic elite camp, there had been a few of them. Even if this student was a little special and had the power of hellfire and the power of fairies, she was still only a master mage. A 13-year-old master mage was very ordinary in the continent's magic elite camp. Some multi-elemental mage students were stronger than Yunxing, but they didn't have the qualifications to be a star indicator student. Do you still remember the news that Lan brought back earlier? When she was training outside, she encountered a magic potion called the Praise of the Moon God. It was a high-grade magic potion that could completely change a person's magic physique without any side effects. The third elder said slowly. After hearing the third elder's words, the two instructors also remembered some things. This news even caused a certain commotion in the continent's magic elite camp at that time. However, after the commotion, peace was quickly restored. Because, not a single mage, including the third elder himself, was able to produce a drop of the Praise of the Moon God according to the concoction method that Lan brought back. You mean, that female mage can do it? Only then did the two magic instructors realize the third elder's purpose. That's right. Let's wait a few more years and see. If that little girl's cultivation can break through to become a sky mage, I will let her inherit my mantle, hee. The third elder had an unfathomable expression on his face. There could only be one person who could inherit his mantle. Whether Yunxing could become his successor or not, it still needed time to prove it. Gufeng and Abandon originally wanted to celebrate for Yunxing and Dong Huanglinger. However, at this moment, the two of them weren't in the mood to celebrate. They just wanted to quickly return to the thatched cottage and inform the Dark Gold instructor of the news. After passing the potential test, it also meant that Yunxing and Dong Huanglinger could begin the next stage of cultivation. The Dark Gold instructor didn't see them, but Kuling was already waiting there. Upon seeing the two of them, Kuling immediately revealed a concerned expression. Junior sisters, how was the test today? Dong Huanglinger sighed. I made it into the top 300, but, hearing that, Kuling secretly rejoiced in her heart. Could it be that Yunxing didn't make it into the top 300? Yunxing, she, sigh. Dong Huanglinger continued to sigh. She became a star-mark student. It's okay, you can work harder in the future. Kuling was happy in her heart. However, after hearing what Dong Huanglinger said, she was stunned. Star-mark student. How is that possible? She is only a master mage, how can she become a star-mark student? Kuling's tone unconsciously became nervous. How is that not possible? Yunxing is a genius. Even the third elder said that he wanted to accept her as his disciple. However, Yunxing didn't agree. She said that she wanted to come back and ask for the Dark Gold instructor's opinion. Dong Huanglinger was truly happy for Yunxing. She looked at Kuling with dissatisfaction, feeling that her big senior sister was acting strange today. Yunxing became a star-mark student. As the disciple of a Dark Gold instructor, shouldn't she be happy as well? The third elder wants to accept Yunxing as his disciple? After hearing this news, Kuling's mood turned bad. Night Fox shyly floated by. The future is long, do you guys have to be so impatient? This prince's little wildcat is too small, it's not easy to eat her. Health senior sister, you don't look very happy. Yunxing smiled. No, how can that be? I'm just a little surprised. You and I are both disciples of a Dark Gold mentor. Of course I'm happy that you can become a star indicator student. However, how can you reject the third elder's invitation? He is the third elder. Kuling said reluctantly. Her heart was already filled with jealousy. Kuling, are you saying that Yunxing should abandon me as a mentor and become the third elder's disciple? The Dark Gold mentor walked out from behind. When Yunxing and Dong Huanglinger went for the assessment, the Dark Gold mentor had been waiting for a day. Although she was very confident in her two disciples, she didn't expect that both of them would have such a huge breakthrough. Especially Yunxing, she actually became a star indicator student. To a Dark Gold mentor, this was also a kind of glory. I didn't mean that, Dark Gold mentor. Kuling stuttered. Enough, your magic cultivation hasn't improved recently. If this continues, I'm afraid that you will never have the chance to enter the middle region of the blood beast world. Go and cultivate. The dark gold mentor said sternly. Yes, mentor. Kuling was scolded for no reason. She secretly glanced at Xianxia and the jealousy in her heart became even crazier. She stomped her feet and ran away. Both of you did well this time. The dark gold mentor looked at the two and smiled for the first time. Dark gold mentor, what's our next training? Dong Huanglinger passed the first round of training and was in a good mood. After completing the first step of the potential assessment, 1 year later, which is the second year in the continent's magic elite camp, you will participate in the first blood purge of the continent's elite camp. As for the blood purge, I believe that your friends have already told you about it. The dark gold mentor usually didn't take a step out of the door. However, the dark gold mentor seemed to know everything about Xianxia and Dong Huanglinger and their friends. The blood purge is to enter the Dutian blood beast world. This isn't a secret in the continent's elite camp. I believe you have already heard that the instructors of the elite camp are able to open part of the seal of the Dutian blood beast world. The words of the dark gold-ranked teacher caused Xianxia and Dong Huanglinger, who were originally relieved, to be stunned. They already knew about the Dutian beast blood limit from Abandon, but they didn't expect that they would be entering it in just a year. Instructor, the trial you mentioned, is it possible to form a battle team with others? I heard that blood cloud beasts are very terrifying. Dong Huanglinger became nervous. For the first blood purge, you are not allowed to form a battle team. You will need to stay in the Dutian blood beast world on your own for 3 days and 3 nights. If you can survive, you will continue with your training. Otherwise, what awaits you is death or elimination. The dark gold instructor's tone was unprecedentedly serious. Only now did Xianxia and Dong Huanglinger realize just how harsh of a challenge awaited them. It was no wonder that the dark gold instructor wanted the two of them to be in the top 300 after a year of freshman training. Once they entered the Dutian blood beast world, they would become enemies with the blood cloud beasts. What awaited them was cruel killing and elimination. In order to allow you to survive better, I have created an even more powerful training plan for you. Xianxia and Dong Huanglinger didn't expect that the dark gold instructor would directly ask them to start the next training. They had just completed the freshman potential assessment. Just like before, there are 2 magic barriers in front of you. Both of you can enter the magic barriers and start training. Remember, no matter what you see, your goal is to kill the enemy. The dark gold-ranked instructor left behind 2 magic barriers, leaving behind Xianxia and Dong Huanglinger, who were still standing in place. Xianxia and Dong Huanglinger didn't hesitate this time. They understood that if they couldn't complete the test in front of them, they would be killed in the Dutian blood beast world. To become stronger, they could only become stronger by continuously taking the test. Their eyes became firm as they walked into the magic barrier. After the 2 of them disappeared into the magic barrier, Kailang, who had left earlier, walked out with a gloomy face. Her instructor asked her to train. How could she be calm enough to train? The dark gold instructor was unfair. Kailang remembered that when she was still a freshman, she didn't have the chance to train like Xianxia and Dong Huanglinger until her 3rd year. The dark gold instructor also only allowed her to enter the outer area of the Dutian blood beast world to train in her 3rd year. How could the 2 of them start training so quickly? Kailang was secretly angry. At this time, she noticed that there were a few female magicians sneakily looking into the straw hut. You lot, what are you looking at? Kailang was still in a fit of anger. She glared fiercely at the few female students outside the door. The few female magicians were shocked and wanted to sneak away. One of them was a little slow and was caught by Kailang. Senior sister, we didn't do it on purpose. We were following the 2 female magicians who just came in. The new magician felt the cold murderous intent from Kailang. She was so frightened that she almost fainted. Why are you following them? We, the few of us, as well as many other senior sisters, like Abandon, who is on the primrose list. Senior brother Abandon seems to have a good relationship with the 2 female magicians. The female magician said with a hint of jealousy in her eyes. Not only Abandon, the one called Xianxia also became a star mark student. When the 2 were put together, it made people even more jealous. So it's like this. Keilang looked at the magic barrier with strong magic waves, then looked at the new female magician who was so scared that her face turned pale. An idea came to her mind. She put down the new female magician and patted her collar affectionately. "Don't be afraid, I don't have any bad intentions." "Are you talking about Yunxing and Dong Huanglinger? The two of them are indeed not good people, especially that one called Yunxing. I don't mind telling you, that one called Yunxing not only seduced junior brother Abandon, she also has an ambiguous relationship with another person on the Primrose list, Yi Baiming from the Warriors' elite camp." After hearing what Keilang said, the new female magician who was originally jealous of Yunxing became even more jealous. Too hateful, not only did she seduce senior brother Abandon, even senior brother Yi Baiming was affected by that woman's bewitching technique. Yi Baiming and Abandon were both influential people in the Warriors' elite camp. Countless female magicians and female warriors were smitten by them. It was a pity that the two of them were too cold and indifferent, completely not putting those admirers in their eyes. However, when Yunxing appeared, the situation changed. "That one called Yunxing is too timing, too hateful, we must definitely teach her a lesson." The new female magician decided to bring this news back. Yunxing would immediately become the public enemy of the new and old female magicians. Seeing that the new female magician was fooled, Keilang was secretly happy. A woman's jealousy has always been a lethal weapon. Yunxing was currently feeling proud of herself, but if she were to offend those new and old female mages who were chasing after Yingqiao, she wouldn't even need to do anything. Someone would take care of her. Being able to make use of other people's hands to deal with Yunxing, her teacher wouldn't suspect her. Keilang was secretly pleased with herself. Yes, not only is she fickle, she also doesn't have any respect for her elders. She doesn't have any respect for me, her senior sister. I have long wanted to teach her a lesson. I can tell you guys that Yunxing and Dong Huanglinger would go to the central canteen to eat after training every day. Remember, don't tell anyone that I was the one who told you this. Keilang guided them patiently. Those new female mages didn't know that they were being used as knives. They thanked Keilang gratefully and left. Yunxing and Dong Huanglinger, who had already entered the magical space, naturally didn't know what was happening outside. The two of them had already started the latest round of training for the dark gold-ranked teacher. Within the magical barrier on the left, Dong Huanglinger was trembling. Her eyes were wide open, and the magic scepter in her hand was trembling non-stop. Although she had already undergone the previous 2 rounds of training, she didn't expect that the dark gold-ranked teacher would actually think of such a perverted training method. This time, the training was actually to kill someone. Dark gold-ranked teacher, as expected of a teacher who was known as a killer. The person standing in front of her was actually a living person. This time, if Dong Huanglinger wanted to complete the training, she would have to defeat all kinds of virtual people that appeared in the magical space. This person in front of her was one of Dong Huanglinger's maids in her palace. Although it was just a virtual existence, that person was vivid and lifelike, just like a real person. She would even respectfully address Dong Huanglinger as Your Highness. The dark gold-ranked teacher's stern voice resounded in her ears, "Use flash of thunder and kill her." "No. I can't do it." Dong Huanglinger clearly knew that the illusion in front of her couldn't possibly be the real person. However, that lively smile and that lively appearance of the illusion in front of her was clearly her personal maid. "If you can't kill her, then just wait for her to kill you." Whoosh! An ice arrow pierced into Dong Huanglinger's body. Dong Huanglinger let out a miserable shriek. She felt that her entire body was ice cold. His skin was frozen bit by bit, and even his consciousness was being ravaged. The maid in front of Dong Huanglinger didn't show any mercy at all. She raised her magic scepter, and one ice arrow after another was shot towards Dong Huanglinger. Dong Huanglinger could even smell her skin being pierced and the smell of fresh blood permeating the air. The taste of death instantly surrounded Dong Huanglinger. This feeling of being surrounded by death lasted for half an hour. Only then did Dong Huanglinger wake up from her coma. Remember, either you die, or she dies. Once you entered the Dutian blood beast world, no one knew what kind of enemies you would encounter. Perhaps the enemy would transform into your comrade and give you a fatal blow at the most dangerous moment. At that time, you would face true death. The name of this training is death training. The dark gold instructor's voice was like a ghost. It was like a venomous snake that was sticking out its tongue from an unknown corner. In another magic barrier, Yunxing's situation wasn't any better. However, the illusion she was facing was actually Hu Jiuxing. That woman who had taken off her mask had a beautiful face that was just inches away from her. Her voice and smile were so similar to Hu Jiuxing from Icefall City. The name of this trial is Death Training. What you need to do is to kill your enemy. Use the least amount of magic and the fastest magic to kill your enemy. The dark gold instructor's voice was like a lullaby. Yunxing didn't hesitate like Dong Huangling. She quickly chanted an incantation. Almost at the same time, a flame explosion whistled and struck towards Hu Jiuxing. Yunxing was very clear that that was an illusion. That was also the strongest opponent she had encountered in her life. Although she had already thought it through, when the flame explosion engulfed Hu Jiuxing, the woman's miserable cries and the blood that splattered everywhere were so real. That was a real death. It wasn't that Yunxing hadn't killed people before. However, she had never killed someone like today. Moreover, it was such a tragic death. Moreover, the target was her own mother. Yunxing's stomach twitched and she couldn't help but vomit. Remember, this is the feeling of death. It is also the true essence of dark magic. Dark magic is endless slaughter. Not fearing slaughter, experiencing slaughter, and controlling slaughter. The dark gold instructor's voice sounded again. After emptying her stomach, Yunxing sat down cross-legged. She felt that just now, the dark magic soul in her body had miraculously grown a little. This kind of special, almost crazy training method was probably only used by dark gold instructors. Yunxing couldn't help but smile bitterly. Death training. Being killed or being killed. For the next 2 months, the cycle repeated over and over again. At the beginning, Yunxing and Dong Huangling were very uncomfortable with it. Especially Dong Huangling. She showed a very strong resistance to this kind of cruel training. Her resistance was especially obvious. At the beginning, she was reluctant to part with her divine soul. Later on, she would have nightmares. There were quite a few times when the bloody death training woke her up from her nightmares. Her appetite wasn't very good. In just a month's time, Dong Huangling quickly became haggard. She was like a flower that had lost its water. Yunxing had also tried to enlighten Dong Huangling a few times. However, it didn't work. She also tried to concoct some magic potions for Dong Huangling. However, nothing worked. Yunxing understood very well that Dong Huangling could only wait for Dong Huangling to get over it. Dong Huangling's strange behavior also attracted the attention of Gufeng and Abandon. After Gufeng and Abandon found out about the two's training, both of them were very shocked. Especially Gufeng, he even felt somewhat resentful. Gufeng said with heartache, "This isn't training at all. This is simply torture. Linger, why don't you stop following the dark gold class teacher? She is indeed like the rumors outside, a lunatic. I will help you talk to the dazzling light class teacher and see if he is willing to accept you." Abandon was also somewhat worried. However, he didn't agree with Gufeng's way of doing things. Every teacher has their own training method. Yunxing and Linger only need time. Moreover, dark magic is one of the most unconventional types of magic. The dazzling light class teacher is a light magic teacher. Other than you, the others won't be able to learn anything from him. Gufeng sighed. He also understood that what Abandon said was the truth. We will get through it, just like last year. Yunxing patted Dong Huangling. Why don't we stop training today and go out for a walk? Dong Huangling forced a smile. The two of them bade farewell to Gufeng and Abandon and strolled around the mainland's elite camp. Along the way, Dong Huangling remained silent. The two of them walked all the way to the side of a lake. Yunxing felt that this lake was very familiar. It seemed to be the lake that she and Yi Baiming went to last time. Upon thinking of Yi Baiming, Yunxing's face unknowingly reddened. It had been quite a while since she last saw Yi Baiming. Ever since the last time she proposed to cancel the engagement, Night Fox didn't seem to be very happy. Dong Huangling suddenly stopped and said, "Yunxing, I'm thinking, is it because I'm not suitable to learn dark magic? I feel like giving up." Yunxing's thoughts were interrupted. She suddenly realized that the predicament that Dong Huangling was in was even harder to get rid of than she had imagined. Dong Huangling was a very prideful person. In the past few trials, no matter how dry and boring they were, she would still persevere. However, this time around, she couldn't persevere anymore. This was also the first time that she proposed to give up. Ling you're just not used to it. Yunxing tried to persuade her. I'm not you. I've never been as strong as you. I also don't have much talent. If it wasn't for your magic potion, I would have most likely been eliminated. If I were to persevere for a while longer, being eliminated would only be a matter of time. A sad smile appeared on Dong Huangling's face. Yunxing, I won't hide it from you. I don't like killing. In fact, I hate killing. My father was assassinated. My headmaid also died in order to protect me. Thus, the training this time around is very difficult for me. I'm giving up. Dong Huangling lowered her head. Tears were welling up in her eyes. No matter what, she was only a 13-year-old girl. Yunxing was her true friend. She didn't mind revealing her true self in front of Yunxing. Ling Yunxing still wanted to say something. However, the commotion beside her caused her gaze to sharpen. Beside the lake, tens of female mages and warriors appeared. They slowly moved closer and stared fiercely at Yunxing and Dong Huangling. Yunxing looked behind her. There was a lake behind her. Just now, when Dong Huangling was feeling down, she only paid attention to Dong Huangling and didn't notice that someone was following her. The dozen or so female magicians all looked ferocious and unfriendly. These people were the female magicians who had been spying on Yunxing and the others earlier. After they got the daily routine of Yunxing and the others from Kuling, they had been spying on them. Originally, they had planned to ambush them and teach them a good lesson. Who would have known that Yunxing and Dong Huangling were busy with their training, and their daily routine was also disrupted. Therefore, the ambush didn't succeed. Today, he had been careless and was caught red-handed by these people. Yunxing wrinkled her brows and hid Dong Huangling behind her back. Her gaze quickly passed through the dozen or so people. Among these female magicians, there were freshmen, but most of them were seniors. Among them, there were 3 or 4 who were mid-level saint magicians. If they were to fight, especially if the other party were to charge at them like a swarm of bees, Yunxing and Dong Huangling might not be able to deal with them. Senior sisters, why are you all following us? We don't seem to have offended you all. Yunxing knew that if she were to fight head-on, she wouldn't be able to gain anything. Her eyes quickly scanned the surroundings, thinking about the possibility of escaping. Shameless *tch, you still dare to say that you didn't offend us? You seduced senior brother Qi. Seeing that Yunxing and Dong Huangling were surrounded, the dozen or so female magicians all had ruthless expressions on their faces. There was no one around, and they became even more fearless. In this area, very few people would appear. Even if they really did something to Dong Huangling and Dong Huangling no one would know. They had been following them for 2 months, and it wasn't easy for them to get this opportunity. Just now, when Yunxing met with Qi and the others, Kuling's words were confirmed. This made the group of female magicians even more jealous. So it turns out that they are a group of brainless, love-struck magicians. Yunxing complained in her heart. Looks like beauty is also a source of trouble. She was really wronged. Senior sisters, I'm afraid that you all have misunderstood. Senior brother Qi and I are only from the same hometown. We are all citizens of Zhou State. Yunxing said as a few needles appeared in her hand. As long as those few female magicians surrounded her, she would immediately take action. Same hometown? You have quite a lot of people from the same hometown. Then how are you going to explain senior brother Yi? A few of the female magicians had a vicious look on their faces, as if they wanted to tear Yunxing apart. Yunxing's black eyes turned cold. In the entire continent's elite camp, there were very few people who knew about her relationship with Yi Baiming. Chen Liano liked Yi Baiming. Of course, she wouldn't say it out. Gufeng and Qi also wouldn't say it out. The only one who would say it out was Kuling. She had seen Yi Baiming coming to find her. Also, how did these new and old magicians know the time and route that Dong Huangling and I went out? Ling, it's her doing again. Ling they have a lot of people. Later on, you should go and find master first. Yunxing secretly said to Donghuang Ling. Donghuang Ling was startled. The situation that they were in now was actually the same as 6 years ago, when they met the demonic beast that was on the wanted list. At that time, Yunxing also told her to run away. Right after Yunxing finished speaking, she lowered her body. Like an agile cheetah, the few bone needles in her hand shot out first. A few silver lights flickered, and the bone needles silently flew through the air, shooting towards those few female magicians. Yunxing was very clear that in a competition where magicians were participating, the most taboo for magicians was to fight against magicians. Immediately after, with a thought in Yunxing's mind, a few flames burst out from the air. Fast. Very fast, those dozen or so new and old female magicians came to besiege Yunxing and Donghuang Ling today. Originally, they were confident that they would win. After all, they had already carefully investigated Yunxing and Donghuang Ling. The two of them were only master magicians, and one of them had broken through to become a saint magician. However, the two of them had yet to truly learn high-level magicians. However, they didn't expect that before the other party even started chanting, they had already shot out a few flames. In just a breath's time, those few magicians suddenly screamed miserably and covered their eyes. Their eyes were already filled with blood, and a few needles had pierced into their eyes. Although Yunxing's speed wasn't slow, the number of magicians on the other party's side was, after all, a lot more. The reaction of those wind-type magicians wasn't slow either. They quickly chanted and cast wind-type magicians on their own people. The earth-type magicians also immediately started chanting defensive spells. Catch those two little bitches. Donghuang Ling only heard a burst of noise. Her eyes that were originally somewhat cowering suddenly focused bit by bit. The uncertainty and cowardice that was originally there also disappeared bit by bit. Yunxing, I'll help you. Donghuang Ling didn't cower. She suddenly found that feeling, the feeling of fighting alongside Yunxing back then. This time, she wasn't going to cower anymore. Hearing Donghuang Ling's voice, Yunxing's heart was filled with joy. She understood that no matter if they could successfully break out of the encirclement or not, the shadow that had been troubling Donghuang Ling for many days had already been removed. The two of them, one at the front and one at the back, one at the front and one at the back, one at the back, one at the back. The two of them were fighting together for the second time, and their coordination was very good. Especially with the special training from the dark gold-ranked teachers, the two of them attacked quickly and ruthlessly. The two of them only had one thought in their mind, and that was to make these love-struck fools who were being ordered around like knives peel off a layer of skin even if they didn't die. Next to the lake, figures would fall down from time to time. The two agile figures were like butterflies shuttling back and forth. Damn it. They are actually so hard to deal with. Aren't the two of them freshmen who have never participated in actual combat training before? Time passed by minute. Seeing that the sun was setting, and their own people would fall down from time to time, the few senior mages started to get anxious. They didn't expect that Yunxing and Donghuang Ling would be so destructive when working together. However, these senior mages weren't nervous at all. This was because they had already determined a fact, and that was that no matter how good their coordination was, no matter how hard it was to deal with them, the other party was at most a master mage and a saint mage. There was a limit to one's strength. The two of them had already released many magic spells just now, and they were already at the end of their rope. They wouldn't be able to hold on for long and would run out of energy soon. At that time, wouldn't they just be obediently waiting to be captured? When the few senior mages thought of this, it was as if they were injected with chicken blood, and their spirits started to tremble. However, man proposes, God disposes. What these senior mages didn't expect was that Yunxing wasn't a true master mage. She was a saint mage. Moreover, after the special training from the dark gold-ranked teachers, Yunxing and Donghuang Ling's magic control had improved greatly. Their magic accuracy was also astonishingly high, and the amount of magic they consumed was also much less. The two of them treated the female mages in front of them as the imaginary enemies they used in their previous training. In any case, they would use whatever magic they liked. One magic spell, one accurate. However, What made them want to vomit blood was that when Dong Huangling was sweating profusely and almost couldn't hold on anymore, Yunxing actually miraculously took out 2 bottles of potion and threw one to Dong Huangling. The latter didn't even look at it, raised her head, and gulped it down. Something's not right. Senior sister, look at the 2 of them, they have magic potions with them. Several senior magic potioneers saw that Dong Huangling who was originally exhausted, after drinking the magic potion, her eyes immediately glowed and she became full of energy. Their magic attacks became even more intense. Seeing that a few of the older magicians were beginning to run out of mana, they began to show signs of exhaustion. One of them gritted his teeth and took out a bottle of magic potion. This is bad. That's a forbidden medicine. Dong Huangling was originally getting braver and braver as the battle progressed. After the senior magician took the bottle of forbidden medicine, the magic power on his body flickered, and suddenly emitted a bright light. A pair of magic wings appeared on her back. A sky magician. Yunxing did not expect that the other party would use a forbidden drug at the last moment. Humph, those 2 wretched bitches, they forced me to use a forbidden drug. That senior magician looked at her companions who had already fallen on the ground, and his eyes were bloodshot. This senior magician was born in a family of magicians. The bottle of forbidden drug that she had with her was something that she had originally planned to use when she was in danger during the next blood purge. She didn't expect that this time she would use it because of 2 new magicians. Forbidden drugs were hard to come by, and the price was also ridiculously high. If it wasn't because she was forced to her limit, this female magician wouldn't use it. The effect of the forbidden drug was very fierce. Not only did it allow the strength of this senior magician to increase greatly, it also caused her to enter a state of madness. She originally only wanted to teach Yunxing and Dong Huangling a lesson so that they wouldn't be so close to senior brother Yi and junior brother Qi in the future. However, at this moment, she had the urge to kill the 2 of them. Within the magic elite camp, there was a rule that stated that no one was allowed to use forbidden drugs of unknown origin. If this news were to spread out, not only the female magician who used the forbidden drug, even her teacher would be punished. In order to cover up, the female magician who used the forbidden drug decided that no matter what, she had to kill Yunxing and Dong Huangling. The situation isn't good. Later on, if the timing isn't right, we will immediately jump into the water and escape. Yunxing clenched her teeth. She understood that in a situation where she couldn't use the beast language ring, Yunxing didn't have the confidence to defeat this female magician. And, if we are going to escape, we will escape together. Dong Huangling's palms were sweating due to nervousness. The 2 of them didn't hesitate and jumped into the lake behind them. You want to escape? It won't be that easy. The female magician laughed crazily. On top of her magic scepter, a few blue ice rays shot out. This was a water magician. After she used the forbidden drug to break through, her magic became even more astonishing. The sky magician's powerful magic power instantly froze the lake behind them. The surface of the lake was frozen. In midair, the female magician who used the forbidden drug was extremely arrogant. She looked down at Yunxing and Dong Huangling from above. What's wrong? You don't have anywhere to escape, right? As freshmen, you should act like freshmen. If the 2 of you can kneel down and beg for forgiveness right now, perhaps I can let the 2 of you go. On the ground, the few female magicians laughed together. Could it be that I can only use the beast language ring? Killing intent flashed past Yunxing's eyes. Yunxing's finger subconsciously touched her beast language ring. If her identity as a summoner was exposed, what kind of trouble would it bring? However, if she didn't expose her identity, she and Dong Huangling would probably die here today. If she were to use the beast language ring to kill these few female magicians, however, how was she going to explain this to Dong Huangling? Also, the few people who went missing would definitely alarm the higher-ups of the magic elite camp. In Yunxing's mind, hundreds and thousands of thoughts flashed through her mind as she thought about how to break through the current predicament. What are the few of you doing here? A cold voice sounded from midair. In the sky, there was a blue-clothed female magician who was standing there. Her expression was cold, and she was wearing a magician's robe. Her beautiful face was as if it was carved out of jade. However, such a beauty didn't have a trace of a smile on her face. It was as if her face was covered with frost. Sister Lan. Those female magicians who were causing trouble didn't expect that they would see their sister Lan. All of them were tongue-tied and couldn't say anything. After seeing Lan, the complacent expression of the female magician who used the forbidden drug immediately melted like snow under the sun. On her face, the arrogance was replaced by fear. Although they were both sky magicians, the gap between her and Lan was very big. Moreover, she used a forbidden drug. Lan was an out-and-out sky magician. Even when she encountered a blood cloud beast commander, she was still able to kill it. You used a forbidden drug to deal with your own fellow magicians? Who gave you the guts to do that? Lan's status in the magic elite camp was extraordinary. Not only was she the #1 cherry blossom beauty on the cherry blossom list, her strength was also very astonishing. Not only was Lan beautiful, she was also one of the top 10 experts in the comprehensive list. She also had another identity, she was a powerful potion master. With these two identities added together, Lan's position in the entire continent's elite camp was very high. In some cases, her position was even higher than some teachers. Not to mention, she was also the disciple of the Great Elder. In the continent's elite camp, there was a rule that prohibited the use of forbidden potions during private fights and official competitions. Forbidden potions were only allowed to be used when one's life was in danger. For example, when one encountered a blood cloud beast. The female magician originally thought that since there were few people around, there shouldn't be anyone around. She didn't expect that because of the beautiful scenery around the lake, it had always been the best place for Blue, a water magician, to meditate. When Lan was meditating, she suddenly heard a sound from the outside world. She didn't expect that she would see a situation where a few seniors and freshmen were besieging her. Originally, she didn't like to meddle in other people's business. But just a moment ago, she saw Xianxia. At first glance, she didn't recognize Xianxia. But in the next exchange, Lan recognized Xianxia's skills. A few years had passed. Xianxia's magic didn't seem to have much improvement. However, her skills were as agile as a fairy. Lan didn't expect that she would also enter the continent's elite camp. No need to explain. You have violated the rules of the continent's elite camp. Automatically go to the disciplinary camp to receive your punishment. Lan only said a simple sentence. But that sentence seemed to have an invisible power. That female mage who was originally unparalleled in the world immediately became like a deflated balloon and obediently left with the group of female mages. Before they left, they didn't forget to glare at Xianxia with hatred. In their eyes, there was an obvious hint of warning. All of a sudden, everyone left. Thank you, Sister Lan. Xianxia had also entered the continent's elite camp. Her words were also more polite. Not to mention, Lan had indeed helped her a lot just now. I'm not helping you. I just don't want them to disturb my peace. Lan was very cold. Disturb her peace, Dong Huangling thought to herself. This senior sister called Lan is too cool. You are the one who was specially approved by the third elder to become a 1-star student, right? Lan didn't look at Dong Huangling. In the continent's elite camp, she was a very special existence. She rarely talked to others and had always liked to be alone. This time, she helped Xianxia because she was curious about Xianxia. She looked at the beast language ring on Xianxia's hand. Yes. Xianxia nodded her head. Who is your teacher? Lan looked at Xianxia's. Dark gold ranked teacher Yun's to say the least. You're not up to standard, Blue said, then turned around and walked away arrogantly. In her opinion, other than the first elder, even the other elders were not up to standard. Sigh, why did she say that? Dong Huangling had just escaped from death. Originally, she was still grateful to Lan. But who knew that Lan would say that dark gold-ranked teachers were not powerful? She is strong and we are weak. Naturally, she has the right to belittle us. When we become stronger than her in the future, it is still unknown who will say who is not powerful. Xianxia suppressed her dissatisfaction in her heart. Today's experience gave Xianxia and Dong Huangling a new understanding. Ever since they were young, the two of them had never encountered such a humiliating thing like today. Although Lan saved them, the two of them who were stubborn as they were, after being humiliated, they still felt depressed. When they returned to the straw house, they didn't see the dark gold-ranked teacher and Ko Ling. I'm so angry. One day, I will let them see how powerful I am. Dong Huang waved her fist, her face full of annoyance. In the fight just now, she was hit by quite a few magic spells, and her body was full of wounds. However, because of this, she completely forgot about her previous thoughts of retreating and leaving. This was a good sign. Let me heal you. Yunxing took out her magic scepter and chanted. Gentle water magic enveloped Dong Huangling's body. Dong Huanglinger felt that the small wounds on her body were immediately healed at a miraculous speed. Wow! So miraculous! Yunxing, you actually know how to use high-grade water healing magic? Dong Huanglinger was astonished. She touched her arm, and the small wounds on it had all disappeared. It was better to use magic to heal wounds caused by magic. Dong Huanglinger had always thought that Yunxing was only good at ancient medical skills. She didn't expect that Yunxing also knew healing magic. After Yunxing obtained the little water spirit queen, she learned the high-grade water magic healing of water from her. Water magic was also the best healing magic apart from light magic. Under certain circumstances, Yunxing could even ask the little water spirit queen to help with the healing. I still know a lot of magic spells. It's just that I don't want to expose them in front of others. After Yunxing and Dong Huangling's wounds were healed, they immediately immersed themselves into practicing magic spells. After this incident, Dong Huanglinger never said that she wanted to leave. Because she understood that only by learning more advanced magic would she be able to gain a foothold in the continent's magic elite camp. Only by gaining a foothold in the continent's magic elite camp would she be able to become truly powerful. Early morning of the second day, the sky was still pitch black. A few thick clouds covered the few rays of light before dawn. Because of yesterday's incident, Dong Huanglinger was still sleeping soundly due to overexertion. Yunxing got up. She quietly walked out of the thatched cottage. Yunxing used her transformation magic and changed her appearance. Other than that, she also prepared tens of gunny sacks. In the early morning sky, the hazy clouds in the sky revealed some light. In another hour, the sky would be completely bright. This hour was also the best time to wake up and meditate. At this time, most of the students in the continent's magic elite camp had already started meditating. Yunxing walked to the front of a tent and quietly went inside. Within the tent, a female mage was currently meditating. At this time, most of the mages would be meditating. In the meditating state, it was also the time when a mage's guard was at its lowest. As if she had heard something, the female mage opened her eyes. Just when she opened her eyes, the scene in front of her turned black. Immediately after, a gunny sack was placed on her face, making her unable to see anything clearly. Before the female magician could even react, a barrage of punches and kicks came one after another. Only after her head was punched twice as hard and she fainted did the person who was punching her leave. 1 hour later, tens of female mages ran out from several camps of the continent's magic elite camp while crying. Their faces, without exception, were all beaten to the point that they did not look human anymore. When the teachers of the female mages heard the news, they rushed over. When they saw the state of their students, they couldn't restrain their anger. What happened? Who did this to you? Boo-hoo, teacher, you must seek justice for me. It must be those 2 female disciples of the dark gold-ranked teacher. Yesterday, the female mages cried and complained. At this moment, when Dong Huanglinger woke up, Yunxing was meditating. It was very noisy outside. A bunch of teachers brought their students who were beaten up by them and came to the door angrily. The thatched house that was usually deserted suddenly became lively. Their voices almost overturned the thatched house of the dark gold-ranked teacher. Dark gold-ranked teacher, how are you disciplining your students? Look at how they beat up my students. The dark gold-ranked teacher was still wearing a black robe. He was expressionless as he stood at the side like a ghost and listened to the complaints of the teachers. Yunxing, Dong Huanglinger, and Keilang also walked out after hearing the commotion. Dong Huanglinger took a look and could barely recognize that those female mages were the ones who surrounded and attacked them yesterday. Looking at their current state, even their biological parents wouldn't be able to recognize them. Dong Huanglinger felt that it was funny and strange. This matter is really too coincidental. So funny. What does it have to do with us that they were beaten up? Dong Huanglinger and Yunxing had an I don't know expression on their faces. You still don't want to admit it? If it wasn't for you all, why would the 10 of us be beaten up in the morning? Furthermore, all of our faces were covered with gunny sacks. Sneak attacking us while we were meditating, you all are too despicable. The 10 or so female mages started crying. How are we going to face other people when we are in such a state? Who knows who you all offended? In the morning, one of us was sleeping while the other was meditating. If you all don't believe me, you can ask senior sister Kailang and the dark gold-ranked teacher. Also, your faces were covered with gunny sacks. How are you all so sure that we are the ones who beat you all up? Yunxin curled her lips. The two of them didn't leave the thatched house in the morning. The dark gold-ranked teacher said firmly. Dark gold-ranked, you are their teacher. Of course, you have to protect them. The 10 or so teachers didn't want to give up. So what if he's shielding her? Humph, you guys can be considered as instructors of the continent's magic elite camp. Open your eyes wide and take a look. What are the cultivations of my 2 students? What is the cultivation level of those pig-headed girls behind you? If 2 master magi were able to defeat a dozen saint magi, they would be able to do so. Not only will I not punish them, but I will also praise them for well done. The dark gold-ranked instructor looked at the group of instructors mockingly, not taking them seriously at all. Whoosh, Yunxing and Dong Huangling couldn't help but praise in their hearts. A dark gold-ranked teacher is too handsome, only a dark gold-ranked instructor would say something like that. After being scolded like that, the dozen or so mentors glared at the dark gold mentors. However, they were also puzzled in their hearts. How could 2 students with ordinary cultivations beat up more than 10 female students in such a short period of time? Wasn't this a little too strange? Dark gold-ranked, don't be complacent. We will definitely report this matter to the Elder Council. You can just wait to be punished. The dozen or so mentors unwillingly left with their respective students and went to look for the Elder Council in anger. After they left, the brows of the dark gold-ranked instructor wrinkled. If this matter were to be reported to the Elder Council, they wouldn't let this matter go so easily. Who did it? Come out and admit it. The dark gold-ranked instructor took a glance at Yunxing and Dong Huangling. Instructor, when I woke up this morning, Yunxing wasn't around. Kuling said as she pointed at Yunxing. Senior sister, how could you? Dong Huangling was extremely anxious. No wonder Yunxing said that she had to be wary of Kuling. This senior sister of hers was indeed not a good person. Dong Huangling had always treated her as a senior sister. It was me who did it. Yesterday, more than 10 of them surrounded me and Ling. I wasn't willing to accept it, so I went out this morning to teach them a lesson. Yunxing didn't deny it. She also knew that her actions couldn't be hidden from the dark gold-ranked instructor. You were beaten up, and you still want to say that you are in the right? You were beaten up because your skills weren't as good as others. The Elder Council will definitely look into this matter. Without the permission of your instructor, you fought in private. You are also a new student, and you don't have any contribution points. You can only be expelled. The dark gold-ranked instructor wasn't able to change the complaint of the dozen or so mentors by himself. You can't expel Yunxing. Yesterday, they were the ones who provoked us first. Dark gold-ranked instructor, if you want to expel her, then expel me as well. When Dong Huangling heard that the dark gold-ranked instructor wanted to expel Yunxing, she became anxious. Kuling, on the other hand, was rejoicing in other people's misfortune. She really wanted Yunxing and Dong Huangling to be expelled. Yunxing, let me ask you, do you admit your mistake? The dark gold-ranked instructor looked at Yunxing. I didn't do anything wrong. If I didn't retaliate, there would be a second time. Dark gold-ranked instructor, your disciple has never been a coward. Yunxing was unconvinced. Even if she knew that she was going to be expelled, she would still do what she did. Fine, I'll give you a chance. I'll bring you to see the headmaster's elder council. If you are able to convince the headmaster's elder council, I'll let this matter go. The dark gold-ranked instructor brought Yunxing to the elder council. Dark gold-ranked instructor, I want to go as well. Dong Huangling insisted on going as well. The dark gold-ranked instructor was unable to persuade Dong Ling. Thus, he could only bring the two students who caused trouble to the Elder Council. Yunxing, let's see how you are going to die this time. Kuling said complacently. Early in the morning, the 5 great elders of the mage elite camp were surrounded by a dozen or so mentors. What exactly is going on? You're saying that a dozen or so senior mages were beaten up by a freshman? The great elder was the oldest among them. His face was also the kindest. Normally, he would be the one to handle all kinds of conflicts in the mage elite camp. After the first elder heard the whole story, he rubbed the space between his eyebrows and felt a headache coming on. Haha, did I hear wrongly? They were actually beaten up by a freshman? How come the freshmen are so valiant these days? I remember that when we first joined the mage elite camp, we had to bow to the seniors and call them senior brothers and sisters. The second elder's temperament was the most straightforward. This might be because he was the only one among the great elders who was a dual cultivator of magic and martial arts. Thus, he still had the typical straightforwardness of a fighter. Sneak attacking someone while they were meditating, that female mage was truly sinister. Seeing the group of female mages who were beaten up, the second elder coughed a few times and held back the laughter in his heart. 2 dark gold-ranked female disciples? Isn't that? The third elder had an unfathomable expression on his face when he heard the news. The fourth elder and the fifth elder were also busy comforting the noisy mentors. Why did it have to be dark gold-ranked students? In the continent's magic elite camp, there were very few dark magic students to begin with. The great elder was worried that if this continued, Dark Gold's dark magic would be lost. Finally, among the new students last year, there were 2 that could enter Dark Gold's eyes. But now, they were involved in a private fight. The great elder felt that it was a pity. Go and bring Dark Gold and her troublemaker here. The great elder saw that the crowd was angry and had to send someone to bring them here. Who knew that Dark Gold had already brought Yunxing and Dong Ling here? Elders. In front of the elders, Dark Gold's teacher was still very respectful. These elders were all the pillars of the continent's magic elite camp. None of them could be underestimated. It was also because of their existence that the continent's magic elite camp was able to enjoy a great reputation in the continent. They were able to stand shoulder to shoulder with the continent's warrior elite camp. Where is the student that hit the other students? Seeing that Dark Gold had arrived, the great elder heaved a sigh of relief. At his age, he was really not used to being surrounded by so many people. Great elder, I was the one that hit them. Yunxing walked out with a cute face. When they saw Yunxing's appearance, other than the third elder, the other elders all had a look of surprise on their faces. This female mage in front of them had an extraordinary appearance. She looked weak and slender, making it easy for people to have a good impression of her. It was really hard to associate her with a violent female mage that hit people. The great elder still remembered the faces of the female students that were hit just now. TSK, that was called ruthless. Every punch was meant to kill. Their eyes were black, their jaws were dislocated, and their front teeth were all over the floor. That was called fast, ruthless, and accurate. Furthermore, she hit more than 10 of them in one go. Is this female student sure that she didn't enter the wrong camp? She should have entered the continent's warrior elite camp. You should know that private fights will result in expulsion. The continent's magic elite camp has the rules of the elite camp. The great elder had a difficult expression. I know. But I didn't mean to provoke them. Yesterday, more than 10 of them surrounded me and Ling. We were both driven to a dead end. They offended me first, so I had to fight back. Yunxing wasn't afraid of the first elder. Oh? There was such a thing? What the hell is going on? More than a dozen people besieging 2 students who were only master magicians. This kind of thing actually happened in the continent's magic elite camp. When the great elder heard this, his white beard and hair trembled in anger. The instructors were also dumbfounded. They didn't know that their own student would challenge a dark gold-ranked disciple first. What the hell is going on? Hurry up and tell us. More than 10 mentors questioned. The two of them are as fickle as water. They went around seducing senior brothers. We couldn't stand by and watch, so we decided to teach them a lesson. The female magicians said in unison as they pointed at Yunxing and Dong Huangling. The elders were so angry that they almost vomited blood. What was this? The dignified mage elite camp of the continent actually caused a group brawl because of jealousy. If such a scandal were to spread, who knew how many people would laugh their heads off? Nonsense. This is simply a mess. The great elder was so angry that his beard was fluttering. Even so, in yesterday's incident, the two of them were unharmed while our students were seriously injured. Furthermore, the two of them attacked us when no one was paying attention to them. To be so vicious at such a young age, what would happen to them in the future? These two students must be expelled. Although the instructors were feeling guilty, when they saw how their students were beaten up, and also when they heard the threat from the dark gold rank master, all of them felt indignant. No matter what, the two students of the dark gold rank master were still fine, but all of their students were beaten up badly. Where were they supposed to put their faces? Great elder, if you want to punish them, the dark gold rank master has nothing to say. However, if you want to expel my students because of this incident, I don't mind not being a teacher anymore. The dark gold rank master was also very strong-willed. She directly said that if Yunxing and Dong Huangling were to be expelled, she wouldn't be a teacher anymore. Yunxing and Dong Huangling didn't expect that the usually cold-blooded and heartless dark gold rank master would actually side with them like this. Previously, they thought that the dark gold rank master didn't treat them as her students at all. Dark gold, you dare to threaten the great elder? Don't think that you are so great just because you are the only teacher of the dark major. Great elder, if you don't punish those two students, we will all quit as well. The 10+ instructors were forced into a corner and refused to do anything. Such a situation caused the few elders to be in a difficult position. Just when they were in a deadlock, suddenly, a plop sound could be heard. A female student fell onto the ground. She suddenly started foaming at the mouth and her entire body started twitching. What happened? Quickly go and get Shi Guang over here. The instructors were all stunned by this scene. The third elder also walked over and checked the condition of the female student. Eh? Isn't this the female magician who took the forbidden medicine yesterday? Dong Huanglinger recognized the female magician who was unconscious. This student, what did you say just now? What did she take yesterday? The third elder was an outstanding master potioneer. However, he was actually unable to see through the condition of the female mage. She took a forbidden medicine. The name of the medicine and its medicinal properties are unknown. However, after she took the medicine, her strength instantly broke through from Saint Mage to Sky Mage. Yunxing was also checking the condition of the female mage. What? Forbidden medicine again? How many times have I said that in the continent's magic elite camp, no one is allowed to take forbidden medicine that is privately refined? Just where did that forbidden medicine come from? The third elder flew into a rage. After hearing the third elder's words, Yunxing roughly guessed that the forbidden medicine that the female mage took was most likely bought through private channels. In the continent, there were many types of magic potions. Most of the magic potions that were refined by famous master potioneers were of high quality. However, those magic potions were very rare. Furthermore, the price of those magic potions were also very high. Ordinary Saint Mage wouldn't have the money to buy those magic potions. Because of this, some illegal magic potioneers would privately refine low-quality magic potions that were not up to standard. The price of those magic potions was very low. However, the corresponding quality was also very difficult to guarantee. Some of those magic potions even had very big side effects. It was very obvious that this female mage bought such a forbidden medicine rashly. After using it, such side effects occurred. Mu-yi, that is your disciple. Where did she get the forbidden medicine from? The third elder stared at the female mage's instructor sternly. Third elder, the female mage's instructor stuttered, I am also not very clear about it. This student's elder brother went to Skywing City a while ago. It is said that he brought the forbidden medicine back from there. Did it come from outside? After learning that the forbidden medicine was not refined by a student of the camp, the third elder's expression became even more serious. If the source of the forbidden medicine was from the elite magic camp, they could still find the potion master and ask him about it. However, if it was from Skywing City, they would not be able to figure out the main ingredients of the forbidden medicine in such a short time. Third Elder, is there any way to save this student? The Great Elder saw that the female mage was becoming more and more unconscious. She was breathing in more and out less. It seemed that she was about to die. Without a ready-made potion, I can't analyze it. It's also very difficult for me to determine what she has taken in such a short time. In this situation, we can only let Guang take a look. The Third Elder was also helpless. Guang was Gufeng's mentor. He was also a well-known light mage and was the main healer in the elite magic camp. But very quickly, the instructor who went to pass on the message brought back disappointing news. Yesterday, Mentor Guang brought a few students who were about to advance and went out to look for soul stones. As such, it was even more impossible for anyone to cure the forbidden medicine in this female mage's body. Seeing that the elders were all extremely anxious, Yi Zichen felt a chill run down his spine. Perhaps I can help her. Just as everyone was at a loss, Yunxing suddenly spoke. What did you say? You can help her? Do you know what poison she has in her body? The Third Elder was astonished. How could it be? Yunxing was only a master magician. Furthermore, she did not know light magic at all. I don't know. Even if I knew, I would not be able to make an antidote in such a short time. However, I can purify the poison in her body with water. As soon as Yunxing spoke, more than a dozen mentors, including the Third Elder and the Dark Gold mentors, were stunned. You said you know how to purify water? Isn't that the high-level water magic that only the elves know? The elves' magic was unique and could achieve effects similar to light magic. However, it was impossible for ordinary people to come into contact with elven magic. I lived in the celestial realm for 3 years and learned water magic. I also know elven magic. Yunxing looked embarrassed. Yes, yes, yes. She has the purest power of elven water in her body. The power of water can purify the poison in a person's body. Hurry up, or it will be too late. The Third Elder hurriedly asked Yunxing to go forward. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Yunxing began to sing. As she chanted, an alluring figure appeared in front of her. The little water fairy queen appeared in front of everyone. Her perfect face, petite body, and the dense aura of water emanating from her body all indicated that she was indeed a fairy. Naturally, no one could recognize the origin of the little queen. They all thought that this was a special purification spell that Yunxing had used. The little water fairy queen landed in front of Yunxing and said a few words to her. The others couldn't understand what Yunxing and the little water fairy queen were talking about. If they did, they would probably vomit blood. In fact, Yunxing had yet to learn purification magic. She only knew the most rudimentary healing magic. However, she was not afraid of being exposed because she had the water fairy little queen, who had the strongest healing ability in the world. The conversation between Yunxing and the elf queen was as follows. Little queen, use your water purification magic to purify the effects of the forbidden medicine in her body. Sure, but I want fruit wine. I'll give you a jar. Immediately use the purification magic. Deal. The elf queen was overjoyed and immediately flew to purify the female mage. She flapped her wings, and a light blue water light shrouded the unconscious female mage like a veil. The pure power of water was purifying the effects of the forbidden medicine in the female mage's body. The female mage vomited a mouthful of black liquid, and her complexion quickly recovered. In the eyes of others, it looked like Yunxing had used a very advanced water magic to heal the female mage. It's really elven magic. Nonsense, you actually want to expel a student who knows elven magic. The First Elder immediately turned from worry to joy. First Elder, actually, I've already noticed this student. Not only does she know elven magic, but she also knows how to refine potions. The Moon Goddess's praise potion was refined by her. The Third Elder took the opportunity to say. Oh. Dark Gold, you've accepted a very good disciple. The First Elder seemed to have forgotten about the fight earlier, not to mention the camp rules and expulsion. Those mentors were also embarrassed to say anything. After all, they couldn't possibly expel someone who had just saved their student's life, right? The Dark Gold mentor was also puzzled. She had never seen Yunxing use any water magic before. "This lass, isn't she too good at hiding her strength?" the first elder muttered to himself for a while. "How about this, we still have to give an explanation for the fight this time. Yunxing, you and Dong Huangling are both in the wrong, and the two of you have to accept the punishment. However, since the two of you were provoked by her, we'll take 50% of the responsibility for the fight this time. With this kind of punishment, do you all accept it?" "We don't have any objections." The dark gold mentor was afraid that Yunxing and Dong Huangling wouldn't compromise, so she hurriedly answered for them. "We also don't have any objections." The other mentors gritted their teeth and agreed. Even an idiot could tell that the few elders were very biased towards that student called Yunxing. If it wasn't for the fact that this student was a dark gold mentor, they would have already taken her in as their disciple. At this moment, none of the mentors dared to say that they wanted to expel Yunxing. "If you don't have any objections, then come forward to receive your punishment," the first elder shouted. Yunxing, Dong Huangling the other female magicians, and the female magician who had just woken up, all walked forward with a timid expression. "The few of you, as seniors of the continent's elite magician camp, listened to the rumors, caused trouble for no reason, and even violated the camp's rules by taking forbidden medicine. According to the rules, each of you will have your blood refinement time increased by 3 months. At the same time, 100 merit points will be deducted." The first elder reprimanded those seniors. When the female magicians heard that, they all complained. 100 merit points were equivalent to a quota to kill 100 blood cloud beast soldiers. Increasing their blood refinement time by 3 months, this punishment was very heavy. Our more in the Dutian blood beast world was very dangerous. However, with danger came opportunity. This also meant that compared to the other seniors, they would have more chances to kill blood cloud beasts and increase their chances of getting into the magic power rankings. "Thank you, first elder," the female magicians all unwillingly replied. They were seniors, and they could still have their blood refinement time increased. Yunxing and Dong Huangling listened at the side, and they were also very nervous. They weren't seniors, and they didn't have the qualifications to enter the Dutian blood beast world. What was their punishment? "As for the two of you, leave the Continental Magic Elite Camp now." The great elder's gaze fell on Yunxing and Dong Huangling. "Ah. That's not fair, why are you chasing us away?" Dong Huangling was anxious. "Linger, listen to the great elder." Yunxing pulled Dong Huangling. "Hee, you two little girls, I'm not chasing you away. You're following me to the Skywings arena with a group of students who are about to advance," the second elder said with a smile. Every year, there would be some students in the Continental Magic Elite Camp who were about to break through, especially from Saint Mage to Sky Mage, which was the most difficult to break through. Ordinary magic training and meditation could take months or even years to achieve a breakthrough. Therefore, the Continental Magic Elite Camp had a special method to let the students break through. The first method was to let the students enter the Dutian blood beast world and fight against commander-level blood cloud beasts to break through. However, this method was very dangerous, and many students had lost their lives in the Dutian blood beast world because of it. Therefore, unless it was a last resort, the instructors were not willing to let their students use this method. If the first method did not work, then there was a second, safer method, and that was to go to the Skywings arena, known as the City in the Sky, and participate in the fighting. Although fighting was also very dangerous, the relative casualty rate was much lower than in the blood beast world. Moreover, fighting in the arena could earn extra points, which could be exchanged for high rewards and even the glory of the fighting king. Therefore, most students preferred the second method. However, there were not many opportunities to go to the Skywings arena. There might only be one batch in a few years. This year, seeing that a group of Saint Mages was about to break through, the second elder proposed to bring a group of outstanding students to Skywings City to train for a year. However, the second elder was troubled by the fact that Light Mage Guangxi, who was the best at healing, was not around. He could only find one of Guangxi's students, Gufeng. Although Gufeng's talent was not bad, he still lacked experience. Therefore, the second elder had always been vexed and wanted to find another magician who could heal. Coincidentally, at this moment, Yunxing appeared. Not only did she know how to concoct potions, she also knew how to concoct powerful water healing and essence magic. The second elder was overjoyed. Wasn't this the most suitable candidate for the team's healing magician? The great elder had also thought of this point. That was why he proposed to have Xianxia and Donghuangling follow the second elder's team out. Second elder, the duration of this punishment is a little long, spanning a year. However, Xianxia and Donghuangling are only master magicians. They have yet to learn dark magic systematically. If they were to head to the Skywings arena, I'm afraid. The Dark Gold instructor had some doubts. The Dark Gold mentor's words were harsh to the ears of the other mentors. Haha, you don't have to worry about that. I won't let your precious students fight. Their strength is simply not enough. They will only be sending themselves to their deaths if they fight. Their main role is to take care of the senior students who are participating in the competition. They can be substitutes. The second elder waved his hand and replied straightforwardly. The second elder's words dispelled the last bit of doubt in the Dark Gold mentor's mind. The other dozen or so mentors muttered to themselves, "TSK, how is this a punishment? Following the team to the Skywings arena would not only increase one's experience, but it would also be very beneficial for future breakthroughs." Ordinary freshmen had no right to participate. Rather than calling it a punishment, it would be better to call it a reward. The great elder and second elder were clearly biased. Xianxia and Donghuangling still didn't know that the two of them had profited from their misfortune and obtained a lucrative job that others envied. The two of them only knew that they didn't need to leave the continent's magic elite camp and could go to the Skywings arena. The worries in their hearts were swept away, and smiles appeared on their faces. The journey to the Skywings arena was long. After Xianxia and Donghuangling confirmed their departure, the Dark Gold mentor led them away. After Xianxia and the others left, the elders didn't immediately disperse. There won't be any problems with this arrangement, right? Second elder, are you sure you don't want me to go with you? The third elder had a worried look on his face. What problems can there be? The students we've selected this time are all very strong. Even in the Skywings arena, they won't be inferior. The second elder didn't think much of it. Besides, we've participated in so many competitions in the past, and we've always been fine. In the past, he was there, but this year, it's all students. I keep feeling uneasy. Why don't we wait a little longer and go after Shiguang returns? The third elder shook his head. No way. The second elder flatly rejected. I've received news that the Warrior Elite Camp has already selected a dozen or so students to participate in the competition. If their students break through before us, we won't be able to raise our heads in the upcoming blood competition. The continent's elite camp was divided into the Warrior Elite Camp and the Magic Elite Camp. Although both sides were part of the elite camp, they couldn't help but compete in private. The elders' councils on both sides competed in private with the number of new Sky Mages and Martial Saints added each year. The number of Sky Mages and Martial Saints was the true backbone of the two camps. Mages and warriors of this realm killed the most magical beasts in the Dutian Blood Beast world, and they were also the ones with the most hope of entering the Dutian Blood Beast world to hunt commander-grade magical beasts. Third elder, you don't need to worry. There shouldn't be too big of a problem. Second elder, remember that this time, you can't lose to those old fellows in the Warrior Elite Camp. You may be shameless, but I still have my face. The great elder seems to be in a good mood. A mage who can use elven magic. When the time comes, the Warrior Elite Camp will definitely be envious. Eldest elder, don't worry. I've already told those advancing students that whether it's in the individual or group competitions, they have to do their best. If they succeed, our continent's Magic Elite Camp will also be able to bring back the title of King of Combat. The second elder laughed heartily. The students this time were all very outstanding. The second elder believed that they would definitely achieve good results. That's right. Since we're going to Skywing City, we should also investigate the matter of the forbidden medicine. If there's a chance, it's best to bring back a bottle. The third elder had already asked the female mage who had bought the forbidden medicine. However, after she had consumed the forbidden medicine, she had thrown the bottle into the lake. She only knew that her elder brother had bought that bottle of forbidden medicine in Skywing City. As for who had refined it, she really didn't know. After the elders finished their discussion, they agreed to head to Skywing City on the same day. You too, this can be considered as a blessing in disguise. As far as I know, the light magician in the team this time is your friend. You two can pass this news to him first and come back later. The dark gold mentor suddenly spoke after leading Yunxing and Donghuang linger for a while. Yunxing and Donghuang linger also guessed that Gufeng should be the light magician in the team. The two also wanted to ask him more about Skywing City, so they simply went to look for Gufeng first. The dark gold mentor's face was gloomy as she returned to the thatched cottage first. Inside the thatched cottage, Kuling was waiting. Kuling didn't see Yunxing and Donghuang linger and was secretly happy. She only thought that the two of them had been kicked out of the elite camp. She couldn't wait to go forward. Mentor, the two of them were kicked out of the elite camp? Are you happy that the two of them were kicked out? The dark gold mentor's face was calm, no one could tell whether she was happy or angry. Kuling hurriedly said, "How can that be? The two of them were kicked out, I will be very sad." Humph, sad? I think you are happy. Kuling, let me ask you, why did you expose the fact that Yunxing wasn't in the room? The dark gold mentor reprimanded loudly. Kuling had never seen the dark gold mentor so angry before. She knew that something was wrong and hurriedly knelt on the ground. Dark gold mentor, I didn't. I was just afraid that Yunxing's matter would implicate you. I was thinking for you. Kuling, you are expelled. The dark gold mentor's expression became serious. What? Mentor, what are you saying? The one who made the mistake is Yunxing. Why are you kicking me out? Kuling didn't expect that the dark gold mentor would suddenly kick her out. She was so scared that her face turned pale. Don't think that I don't know what you have done in the past 5 years. The dark gold mentor looked at Kuling coldly. If it wasn't for the master-disciple relationship, she would have already killed Kuling. Kuling was frightened by the dark gold mentor's appearance. Although it was widely known that the dark gold mentor was a terrifying dark magician, she would never make a move on her own students. Kuling knew that if she dared to resist, the dark gold instructor would kill her immediately. Kellen was still unwilling to give up. She had been following her dark gold teacher for 5 years. She had been working hard, pretending to be obedient and respectful to her teacher. She had never made any mistakes. She was about to learn her teacher's arcane magic when she was kicked out. How could she accept this? Teacher, I don't know what you're talking about. I haven't done anything, continued Corin. 3 years ago, Lu Hong died in an accident during the first blood purge. 2 years ago, Qinghua went crazy for no reason. Don't tell me that these people have nothing to do with you. The dark gold instructor was referring to some of the mages under her tutelage in the past few years. None of these people could survive 3 years. Teacher, what happened to them was an accident. Even the elders have investigated it. It has nothing to do with me. Kuling still refused to admit it. Kuling, if you continue to quibble, do you believe that I won't kill you immediately? All of your magic was taught by me. The dark gold mentor held her magic scepter in anger. Looking at the magic scepter in her teacher's hand, Kuling understood that her teacher really knew everything. She knew everything. A sense of shame and hatred rose in Kuling's heart. Dark gold. So what if you know? Didn't you connive with me to do all of this? If you didn't stop me, how could I have succeeded? You are the real demon. You made Yunxing and Donghuang linger undergo inhumane training. Didn't you also drive them crazy? Didn't you make them go to the arena to turn them into cold-blooded dark magicians? Kuling smiled bitterly, I was originally like them. But because of your training, I slowly became cruel and bloodthirsty. It was you who turned me into a ghost. No friends, no humanity. The dark gold mentor sighed, Kuling, do you really think that dark magic can make people lose their humanity? The reason why I trained you all was to make your minds more resolute. When you learn true dark magic, you won't be controlled by the murderous heart of dark magic. The reason why I didn't stop those people who died and went crazy in the past was because they couldn't adapt to the cultivation of dark magic. Those who are weak will be eliminated. Even if I don't eliminate them, they will be killed after they enter the blood purge. Although your cultivation is stronger than Yunxing and Donghuang linger, you don't have the qualifications to become a dark magician. Leave, don't force me to make a move. I don't want to see you again. Kuling's complexion turned pale. She didn't expect that the dark gold mentor's intention was actually like this. In the past few years, she used all kinds of methods to ostracize the other students. Originally, she thought that no one would know. Unexpectedly, the dark gold mentor knew everything. Moreover, all of this was actually a test given by the dark gold mentor. Mentor, please give me another chance. Seeing that I have served you for so many years, please give me another chance. This time, I won't play any tricks in secret. I will get along well with Xianxia and Dong Huanglinger. I swear, if I play any tricks again, let my soul be destroyed and die a horrible death. Kuling begged. Her talent was originally very good, and she was also chosen by the dark gold mentor from countless students to be the most suitable person to learn dark magic. Why would the dark gold mentor want to chase her away? The most vicious oath a magician could make was to have their soul destroyed. For Kuling to say such words, she might really have the heart to repent. The dark gold mentor pondered for a moment. In the end, she didn't harden her heart. Alright, then I will give you another chance. During this time, Xianxia and Dong Huanglinger will follow the second elder to the Skywings arena. Take care of yourself. The dark gold mentor sighed and no longer paid attention to Kuling, who was kneeling on the ground. Only after the dark gold mentor left did Kuling raise her head. She found it hard to believe that the two of them hadn't been chased out of the continent's magic elite camp and had even received the opportunity to go to the Skywings arena with the second elder. Kuling was immediately stunned. She originally didn't have the slightest bit of guilt in her heart, but now hatred and jealousy were crazily growing. As a senior student, she had never had the opportunity to go to the Skywings arena for a full 5 years. Every student who came back from the Skywings arena would improve by leaps and bounds. Xianxia and Dong Huanglinger, don't think that you will have it easy. Wait and see. When it is time for blood purge, I will have plenty of chances to make you die a horrible death, Kuling muttered. Xianxia and Dong Huanglinger had already found Gufeng. When Gufeng heard that Xianxia and Dong Huanglinger were going to accompany him, he immediately opened his mouth and told the two about Skywing City in detail. Haha, that's great. Xianxia, our 13 potion teams have merged again. There's also Ling. We're all together again. Abandon is also among the students who broke through this time. Although Gufeng, Xianxia, and the others were all in the continent's magic elite camp, they didn't run into each other often due to their different mentors. In order not to worry them, Xianxia didn't tell them that Xianxia and Dong Huanglinger had been surrounded earlier. The continent's magic elite camp implemented a typical elite education, which was a small class system with small mentors. Each mentor's training method was different, and the training places and patterns arranged were also different. Therefore, Xianxia, Gufeng, and the others might run into each other when participating in the blood purge. It was very difficult for them to run into each other. Therefore, when Gufeng learned that Xianxia and Dong Huanglinger were also heading to Skywing City, he was overjoyed. Xianxia didn't expect that Abandon would be among the students who broke through this time. You're saying that Abandon is also about to advance, and he's about to become a sky magician? This news surprised Xianxia. She, Gufeng, and Abandon had joined the Royal Magic Academy at the same time. At that time, Xianxia and Abandon's cultivation were about the same. Even the speed of their advancement was about the same. Gufeng was slightly inferior. But now, Xianxia was still a saint magician, and on the surface, she was only a master magician. Yet, Abandon was already breaking through to become a sky magician. This inevitably made Xianxia somewhat depressed. But fortunately, the person who broke through was Abandon, so Xianxia let it go. Gufeng, tell us about the Skywings arena. Didn't you say that only sky magicians or martial grandmasters and above can enter the Skywings arena? Compared to Xianxia, Dong Huanglinger was really just incidental. Right now, she only wanted to know what was going on with the world-famous Skywing arena. Because of his mentor, this wasn't the first time Gufeng had gone to the Skywings arena with the team. In his second year in the Continental Magic Elite Camp, he had already gone once, but that time, he had gone with his mentor. Including this year, this was the third time he had gone there. And Xianxia was also very curious about the Skywings arena. This was because she had once heard Feng Kui mention that the Skywings Arena was the place where her parents had met. Her father, Yun Songhai, had even almost become the king of fighters of the Skywings Arena. After Gufeng's explanation, only then did Yunxing and Dong Huanglinger know that one could enter the Skywings Arena by flying or by taking a spaceship. Not only that, but the most attractive part of the Skywings Arena isn't just that. When you get there, you'll know. Gufeng was now very pleased with himself. He had finally gotten this opportunity to show off in front of Yunxing and Dong Huanglinger, so he had to take the opportunity to show off. Then we'll go back and prepare. Right, Gufeng, this is the meditation water I've just refined. Its effect is twice as good as the previous meditation water. Take a few bottles with you. We'll meet again when we set off in a few days. Yunxing and Dong Huanglinger bid farewell to Gufeng. A few days later, Yunxing and Dong Huanglinger, along with the second elder and a dozen or so carefully selected magicians, set off for the Skywings Arena. To Yunxing's surprise, she also saw Chen Lianer in the queue. How could it be you? You don't have the qualifications to enter the Skywings Arena. Chen Lianer saw Yunxing. What a joke. Whether I have the qualifications or not, it's not up to you to decide. Dong Huanglinger stuck out her tongue. She had already inquired about Chen Lianer's background from Yunxing, and she felt that Chen Lianer's conduct was very shameless. Don't be so pleased with yourself. You're just magicians accompanying the team. Yunxing, if you dare to do anything to me again, I'll definitely let you die very miserably. This time, no one will be able to help you. Chen Lianer was like a proud peacock as she took the lead to board the spaceship with a few other magicians. Who would have thought that Chen Lianer would also be advancing? How could her cultivation advance so quickly? Yunxing couldn't help but feel suspicious. Yunxing, don't mind her. When she gets injured in the arena, she'll be crying and begging us. Gufeng spat at Chen Lianer's back. Chen Lianer's growth in the past few years was indeed very rapid. Especially last year, after she got acquainted with a few male magicians who were in the top 100 of the overall leaderboard, they entered the central region of the Dutian blood beast world together. After returning, her strength suddenly increased by a lot. Who knew what exactly she encountered in the central region of the blood beast world? With the two of us here, she won't dare to do anything. The spaceship is just ahead. She walked beside Yunxing. The moment he appeared, he attracted the admiring gazes of many female magicians. There were even some female magicians who specially came to send them off. Senior Brother Qi, I wish you success. Senior Brother Qi is looking at me. She then looked at Qi, whose face was stupefied. Yunxing was really impressed that he could still maintain his composure. Hua! Dong Huanglinger exclaimed. An empty spaceship appeared in front of him. It was an empty spaceship that was very similar to a modern dhow. The entire spaceship was painted with magic paint that was used to defend against low to mid-level magic attacks. The spaceship was of medium size and had a beautiful triangular beast skin sail. Under the sunlight, the deck shone as if it was waxed. This spaceship that could accommodate more than 30 people at the same time was the second elder's most prized private spaceship, Windride. On the boundless continent, the cost of building an empty spaceship was no less than 1,000,000 gold coins. Only a small number of wealthy magicians and warriors could own one. The second elder didn't have a family, so he treated this empty spaceship as his family. Usually, his greatest interest was to take the spaceship for a stroll around. Usually, students wouldn't be able to board the spaceship. Yunxing and Dong Huanglinger were amazed and envious. Both of them thought that a flying beast was already very advanced, but compared to this beautiful Windride, the second elder's nouveau riche temperament was completely exposed. Every time I board the spaceship, I think to myself that I don't know if I'll ever have the chance to own a spaceship like this in my lifetime. This spaceship's speed is really fast. Even the fastest eagle-type flying beast on the continent can't catch up to this spaceship, Gufeng lamented. Compared to female magicians, male magicians yearned for spaceships even more. Yunxing also thought to herself that if she had the chance, it wouldn't be a bad idea to buy a spaceship. After boarding the spaceship, there were already quite a few people standing on the deck. This time, the second elder had originally brought 11 people to the Skywing Arena. Among them, Yunxing recognized 3, Gufeng, Qi, and Chen Lianer. Of these three, apart from Gufeng, the other two had made especially obvious progress in this year. As for the remaining 9 people, they were all outstanding members of the continent's magic elite camp. Chen Lianer, 1 female mage, and 2 male mages stood together. According to Gufeng, the 4 of them were a small team, and when they entered the Dutian blood beast world, they had all advanced and retreated together. The remaining 5 mages were split into groups of 2 and 3. Yunxing also saw another familiar face, and that was from the continent's magic elite camp. Other than Yunxing, the star marker student, Feng Tian. Feng Tian was still the same, ignoring everyone. When they saw Gufeng come up, a few people nodded at Gufeng. Gufeng was a light mage, and most mages were happy to make friends with light mages, because light mages were especially useful in battle. As for Abandon, he was a popular candidate on the Primrose list, and most people knew him. Only Yunxing and Donghuang Linger were unfamiliar faces, but everyone could still recognize them at a glance, especially Yunxing. At a glance, they could tell that her magic cultivation wasn't high. Bringing a master mage with him to the Heaven's Wings arena? What exactly was the second elder planning? When the second elder saw that the others were all puzzled, he coughed a few times to attract everyone's attention. Everyone, pay attention. This time, 2 more people will be joining our team. They are Yunxing and Donghuang Linger. They will be joining us as substitutes. Their main role is to support Gufeng and help everyone with some magic healing. When the second elder said this, most people's hostility toward Yunxing and Donghuang Linger dissipated a little. No one paid any more attention to Yunxing and Donghuang Linger. Anyway, it was fine as long as they didn't drag them down. Before we set off, I'll announce one more thing on behalf of the Great Elder. In this trial, students who can successfully break through will get a chance to learn high-level magic. The second elder's words made the students who were already excited and ready to set off even more motivated. High-level magic was something that could only be encountered by chance. Yunxing and Donghuang Linger immediately pricked up their ears. Second elder, if we break through, will we also have a chance to learn advanced magic? Yunxing seized the opportunity to ask. Even if the 2 of you broke through, would you be able to learn high-level magic if I gave you the chance? Chen Lianer and the magicians beside her sneered. It's up to us whether or not we'll be able to learn it. However, second elder, you must treat all of us equally and give us equal opportunities. Donghuang Linger also took the opportunity to request. Wishful thinking. 2 pieces of trash want to learn high-level magic? Chen Lianer sneered. Donghuang Linger glared at Chen Lianer. Yunxing was afraid that Donghuang Linger and Donghuang Linger would get into a conflict. Therefore, she wanted to go forward and pull Donghuang Linger back. As they pulled, Yunxing and Chen Lianer collided. The moment the 2 collided, Yunxing suddenly felt a subtle feeling. This feeling, Yunxing was flabbergasted. This wasn't the first time she felt this feeling. Within the beast's speech ring, the summoning hand let out a chant. This voice could only be heard by Yunxing. Last time, when she encountered the immortal Holy Grail, she also remembered having this feeling. However, compared to last time, the feeling this time was somewhat different. Could it be that Chen Lianer also had an 8 Baron Divine artifact? Yunxing decided to take advantage of the fact that there was no one around to call out the little queen and ask her about it. She lived in the immortal Holy Grail all year round, so she should be somewhat familiar with the 8 Baron Divine artifact. However, where did Chen Lianer's 8 Baron Divine artifact come from? Last time, when she saw her, she clearly didn't have this feeling. Yunxing started her journey to the Heaven's Wings arena with a stomach full of questions. The Windrider slowly rose. When the ship rose to a height of about 500 to 600 meters, a magic array appeared above the ship. This was a large-scale wind magic array. Under its effect, the ship's speed increased by several times. After flying to a height of about 10,000 meters, the only thing left in the surroundings was a vast expanse of white clouds. The second elder ordered all the members, the journey to the Heaven's Wings arena will take about 10 days of flying. During this time, without my permission, no one is allowed to leave the ship. 2 people will share a cabin. If you're interested, you can stay on the deck. The scenery at a high altitude is pretty good, especially for wind mages. The wind magic element in this area is very abundant. This was the first time Donghuang Linger had been to such a high altitude. Accompanied by Gufeng, she was full of interest as she admired the scenery at high altitudes. Yunxing was anxious to find out the secret on Qianliener's body, so she didn't stay any longer and returned to her cabin. Upon returning to her cabin, Yunxing noticed that there was a small magic array in the cabin. The effect of the student's cultivation on the ship was much better than on land. If it weren't for the fact that she didn't have enough money, Yunxing really wanted to buy one to play with. Little Queen, hurry up and come out. Yunxing wasn't in the mood to meditate. She summoned the Little Queen. With a flash of blue light, the Little Queen appeared. It was just that her appearance this time made Yunxing feel that it was very funny. The Little Queen, who was only the size of a butterfly, was hugging a wine jug that was 10 times her height and drinking until her whole body was red. Her whole body reeked of alcohol, and she even burped from time to time. She was drunk. Little Queen, just now on the deck, among the 10 or so people, did you notice anyone with the smell of an Octotera artifact? Yunxing didn't dare to confirm whether or not Qianliener had an Octotera artifact on her, but Qianliener's speed of magic improvement was indeed a bit abnormal. Burp, the Little Queen let out a loud burp, squinting her cute big eyes. I didn't. She hemmed and hawed, which made Yunxing very anxious. It's not complete. After saying a few words, the Little Queen couldn't hold on anymore. She swayed and fell from midair with the wine jug. Fortunately, Yunxing's eyes were sharp and her hands were fast enough to catch her. This little fellow had completely fallen into a deep sleep because of her excessive drinking. Yunxing had a headache and could only put her into the Ling Long Beast Pagoda. Yunxing sat down in the cabin. She recalled the Little Queen's words just now. Yes, but also no, incomplete. What he meant was that Qianliener really did have one of the 8 Baron God artifacts. Based on the reactions of the summoning hand and the Little Queen, that artifact was very likely not complete. Qianliener had obtained a part of the divine artifact due to luck. But which part was it exactly? How did she get it? Qianliener was in the mainland's magic elite camp. The only chance for her to obtain the Octotera artifact was probably, Yunxing remembered that Gufeng once said that Qianliener had entered the middle area of the Dutian blood beast world a while ago. It was very likely that the incomplete artifact was obtained from the middle area of the Dutian blood beast world. Yunxing secretly thought that no matter what, she had to think of a way to get the incomplete artifact from Qianliener. Just as Yunxing was thinking, she suddenly felt the empty ship shake violently. This feeling was as if the ship had crashed into something. The airship that Yunxing and the others were on was the second elder's treasure. He had set up a threefold defensive magic array around the airship. Yunxing had never been to the Imperial prison, but the airship's defense was definitely comparable to the Imperial prisons of the 5 great nations. It was difficult for the people inside to get out, and even harder for the people outside to break in. Moreover, the airship had already entered a high-speed flight stage. At an altitude of 10,000 meters, the air was thin, and flying magical beasts below the 6th rank couldn't fly in this area. Could it be that the airship had encountered some extremely powerful magical beast? Yunxing, it's not good. Dong Linger hurriedly ran in. Yunxing hurriedly ran out of the cabin. The other students resting in the cabins also ran out one after another. The deck was already full of people. Yunxing squeezed through the crowd, and the second elder stood at the front with an angry look on his face. Looking outside the airship, Yunxing immediately realized what had happened. Elder Helion were really fated to meet each other like this. The one who spoke was a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 40s. He had a lion's mouth and looked very dignified. Behind Elder Yu were a dozen or so young martial artists. There were both men and women among the young martial artists, and all of them looked heroic and cool. The ducky wings on their backs were very eye-catching. Looking at their clothes, it was clear that they were from the other side of the continent's elite camp, the warrior elite camp. This time, the warrior elite camp also had several students on the verge of breaking through, so their third elder, Yu Pejuan, personally led a team to the Skywings arena. But unlike the warrior elite camp, Yu Pejuan's team didn't take the airship. This wasn't to say that Elder Yu was poorer than Elder Helion and couldn't even afford a decent airship. The truth was that Elder Yu had given up the comfortable airship and chose to fly to the Skywings arena in order to train the students of the warrior elite camp. Yu Pejuan had requested that the team fly together for more than 10 days, with only an hour of rest in the middle. The rest of the time, they had to travel day and night. Whether it was intentional or not, Yu Pejuan's team met Second Elder's empty ship in this way. Although Elder Helion was already cursing in his heart, he could not help but be shocked when he saw the neat group of cultivators behind Elder Yu. It was said that the continent's warriors' elite camp trained hard. Now that he had seen it for himself, he knew that it was true. Flying at high altitudes for more than 10 days seemed easy, but it was actually very difficult. Not to mention the wind and sun, just flying at high altitudes, especially at an altitude of 10,000 meters, the astral winds were as ferocious as tigers, capable of tearing apart a bull. In addition, they had to travel day and night, and they might encounter ferocious flying magical beasts. These difficulties were enough to make people shrink back. Elder Helion did not dare to let his team members fly like this. Martial artists were different from magicians. As long as a martial artist reached the level of a martial arts grandmaster, he would be able to transform his fighting aura into wings and fly in the air. Did that mean that the other party's team this time were all experts at the level of a martial arts grandmaster? Elder Helion could not help but look behind Elder Yu. On the magic airship, the other team members were also looking at the warriors behind Elder Helion with hostility. These young warriors were all very skilled. In the air, they did not panic, and their gazes were firm. In the team, there was one person who attracted the most attention. There was a type of person who could attract everyone's attention, even in a crowd of 10,000 people. On the magic airship, the eyes of all the female magicians lit up when they saw that person. Especially Chen Lianer. When she saw Yi Baiming, there was a hint of fanaticism in her eyes. Yi Baiming was wearing a martial artist's black robe today. The astral winds at high altitudes caused his robe to flutter. His black hair and sculpted features were all shocking. He was just standing there quietly, but he was like a god, unshakable. Yunxing saw Yi Baiming in the team at a glance. When she saw Yi Baiming, Yunxing's mind immediately recalled the day when he hit her on the tree, and her lips could not help but feel numb. When she thought of that scene, Yunxing's face turned red. Yi Baiming's gaze passed through the crowd and landed on Yunxing. When their gazes collided, it was as if there were flames rubbing against each other, bursting with scorching heat. Yunxing felt as if she was going to be swallowed by his gaze alone. Yunxing quickly turned her head away. She was originally a little angry at Yi Baiming. Her current state of mind was very much like a fit of pique. However, when Yunxing looked away, Yi Baiming was not going to let it go. His pair of phoenix eyes were fixed on Yunxing. No matter what the elders said, he turned a blind eye to the gazes of the people around him. The other warriors in the team, including Elder Yu, realized that something was not right. Yi Baiming was a very special existence in the continent's elite warrior camp. His talent was without a doubt astonishing. As long as he learned any battle technique, he would definitely be able to comprehend it. It was just that this kid was naturally lazy, or rather, he was very cold. No matter if it was the other students, or his teacher, or the great elder of the continent's elite warrior camp, he was always cold and indifferent. As for his cultivation, it was even more unfathomable. It seemed to be hovering between martial great master and martial saint. However, he was unwilling to break through to martial saint. Usually, when he finished his normal training, he would disappear without a trace. He would either hide in some tree to sleep, or go to the pub to drink and daydream. His way of doing things was obviously very different from the continent's elite warrior camp. Think about it, other people would train to death and still not be able to learn a single battle technique. Not only did he learn it well, he also liked to be lazy. Furthermore, he was very popular with the female students. This was the most hateful point. Wherever he went, he would always attract a group of female students' screams and adoring gazes. After a long time, some of the older students of the elite camp, especially the few male students who were also disciples of the great elder, could not bear it any longer. After some discussion, they decided to teach Yi Baiming a lesson. However, the end result of the encirclement was that Yi Baiming still had that handsome face of his, and continued to be his lazy and cool handsome self. Those senior martial brothers of the martial saint level had their limbs all broken and were wrapped up like mummies. They had to lie in bed for a full half a month. Since then, Yi Baiming had become a taboo in the continent's elite warrior camp. No one dared to provoke him. His teacher, the great elder of the continent's elite warrior camp, Gue Yu, would always test his disciple. Baiming, are you about to break through to martial saint? Yi Baiming always said, not interested. Even towards his own teacher, Yi Baiming did not give him much face. Did you understand? What he meant was that he was not interested in breaking through to martial saint, not that he could not break through. Just like that, 3 years passed. This time, when Elder Yu learned that the Continental Magic Elite Camp was going to the Skywings Arena to participate in a breakthrough, he immediately selected a dozen or so students who were on the verge of breaking through to go together. His original intention was to compete with the Continental Magic Elite Camp, but who would have thought that one day before they set off, handsome Yi Lai would suddenly find his mentor. Mentor, this disciple is about to break through and has decided to go to the Skywings Arena with Elder Yu. These words were quite impressive, and the implication was that he had decided to lower himself and accompany Elder Yu to Skywing City to break through. Wow! Elder Ghost Warden's eyes were brimming with tears. His precious disciple was finally willing to break through. What the hell was this? Without another word, the great elder included Yi Baiming in the Skywings Arena's list this time. That was the reason why they met today. The third elder followed Yi Baiming's gaze and quickly discovered that the focus of Yi Baiming's gaze was a female mage. That female mage had her head lowered at this moment, like an ostrich burying its head, refusing to raise it even if beaten to death. With her head lowered, the third elder couldn't see what that female mage looked like. Elder Helion also noticed, and with a suspicious expression, his gaze shifted back and forth between Yi Baiming and Yunxing. Chen Lianer gnashed her teeth in hatred. Yunxing, isn't that Lord Baiming up there? Gufeng was still somewhat puzzled. Weren't Yunxing and Lord Baiming engaged? Why was Yunxing acting like she didn't want strangers to get close to her? Could it be that the young couple had a conflict? Seeing this, she felt a little upset. Dong Huang Linger could be considered the one who didn't understand the situation the most. She recognized Yi Baiming. This person was on par with Tang Yuan and Li Xiao on the primrose list, but from everyone's tone, he seemed to have a deep relationship with Yunxing. Gufeng, what does that person have to do with Yunxing? Why is he staring at Yunxing? Dong Huang Linger's soul of a gossipy girl was burning. Hee, didn't Yunxing tell you? I know. She must be embarrassed. That person is Lord Baiming. He was originally Yunxing's retainer and Yunxing's fiancé. Before he could finish the word husband, Gufeng's foot was heavily stepped on. Ouch, Yunxing, why did you step on me? Gufeng jumped up and hugged his feet. Gufeng, believe it or not, I'll sew your mouth shut with a needle. Yunxing snorted, turned her head, and returned to the cabin. He is that fiancé. Dong Huang Linger was puzzled. I'm not going to say any more. Boo-hoo, Yunxing's needle technique is very scary. Gufeng hugged his feet and didn't dare to say any more. In the sky, Yi Baiming's gaze followed Yunxing, who ran into the cabin in a fit of pique. Only then did he retract his gaze. After retracting his gaze, Yi Baiming turned back into the cold Yi Baiming. Since Dong Huang Linger wasn't able to get anything out of Gufeng, she could only return to the cabin to rest. When she returned to the cabin, Dong Huang Linger discovered that Yunxing was already meditating. Without any other choice, Dong Huang Linger could only sit down cross-legged and rest. Night fell, and the airship slowed down. Yunxing woke up from her meditation. Looking at the water clock, she discovered that it was already the third watch period. It was the darkest time of the day. However, Yunxing's heart was in a mess. She wasn't able to calm down. Thus, she quietly left the cabin. Inside the airship, it was completely silent. Most likely, everyone was meditating and resting during this hour. Yunxing walked to the deck. There were no traces of the mainland's warriors' elite camp anymore. They should have stopped and reorganized. Yunxing sighed lightly. Today, she had lost her composure. Not to mention anything else, just by looking at Yi Baiming, the calmness in her heart was broken by his gaze. This was already extremely unusual. What exactly was going on with her, Yi Baiming, her fiancé? When they were engaged, she didn't feel anything. However, recently, especially when they met again for the first time after 3 years, everything changed. She was unable to face Yi Biming calmly. As for him, towards her, the more she thought about it, the more confused she became. Yunxing walked to the bow of the airship, wanting to borrow the wind to calm her mind. Around midnight, the sky was quiet and the starry sky was silent. Only a few bright spots appeared in the east of the sky. Yunxing's thoughts calmed down. She felt a strong dark magic power. Eh? Yunxing couldn't help but be curious. Dark magic power was one of the rarest magic powers in the continent. When she was meditating on the ground, it was very difficult to find a trace of magic power. However, at this moment, she was 10,000 meters up in the night sky. She could actually acutely feel the active dark magic power. Yunxing's Dharma soul in her body let out a carefree moan. Looking closely, Yunxing quickly discovered the source of this dark magic power. In the dark night sky, the 10,000-meter strong wind was blowing fiercely. This kind of strong wind was mixed with strong wind elements. Other than that, there was also a large amount of dark magic power. This kind of strong wind was actually a rare combination of dark magic power and wind power. It was a special magic wind. This kind of magic wind, compared to the normal wind in nature, was several times more powerful. Its destructive power was also very shocking. A strange thought appeared in Yunxing's mind. Could it be that dark magic power and wind power were fused together to form a magic wind blade? What would the effect be like? Yunxing immediately took action. She meditated for a moment and realized that she had absorbed a large amount of dark magic power. Not only that, when she raised her hand slightly, she realized that she could easily control the dark magic power. Dark magic power, among all the magic elements, including the 4 elements of nature and all the elements of life, was the most difficult to control. Yunxing was ecstatic. She didn't know when it started, but her control of magic power had improved so much. After thinking for a moment, Yunxing suddenly understood that all of this was due to the Dark Gold Mentor's alternative training. After Yunxing joined the continent's magic elite camp, she hadn't systematically learned dark magic. The Dark Gold Mentor didn't explain the reason. She only said that it wasn't the right time. She only asked Yunxing and the rest to repeatedly practice their accuracy, magic control, hit rate, and other seemingly insignificant skills. But tonight, Yunxing suddenly realized that the Dark Gold Mentor's training over the past 1.5 years had come into play tonight. Her training allowed her to control the dark magic power, which was the most difficult magic power to control. Practice makes perfect. The way a warrior improved his combat skills was by constantly practicing. It was the same for mages. The Dark Gold Mentor's education method was not to teach you dark magic directly. Instead, they let the students familiarize themselves with the control of magic power and understand it on their own. They could even learn new spells. When Yunxing realized this, the ecstasy in her heart surged like a raging tide. Without any hesitation, Yunxing immediately summoned the puffed egg. After fusing with it, she left the airship. In the cabin, Elder Helion was meditating. The second elder would never have thought that someone would be able to break through his 3 layers of magic restriction without him noticing. After leaving the airship, Yunxing wandered in the air. The surroundings were dead silent. During this hour, even high-level flying magical beasts that were used to traveling at night were hard to find. Relying on the sensitivity of a summoner, Yunxing quickly found a cliff. Here, a group of level 8 owls had set up their nest. Once they sensed that there was an enemy outside, the group of owls flew out in a hurry. This was a type of magical beast that had committed all kinds of evil. Its body was about 1 meter long, and its sharp beak and claws were its greatest weapons. Usually, it liked to attack the mountain villages where humans lived and capture humans and livestock for food. Yunxing looked over and saw that there were no less than 30 of them. Hee, consider yourselves unlucky. I'll let you be the first batch of experimental subjects for my self-created dark magic. Yunxing chanted and the owls pounced on Yunxing. Not far away, a figure approached like a ghost. It was different from the rest of the students in the warriors' elite camp who rested on the ground at night. Yi Biming was meditating in the air a moment earlier. Suddenly, he felt an aura leave the airship like an arrow. He was very familiar with that aura. It was the aura of Little Wildcat. Why did Little Wildcat leave the airship during this hour? Out of worry for Yunxing, Yi Baiming followed her. Who knew that Yunxing would actually find the nest of the owls? Yi Baiming could not help but tremble with fear. There were more than 30 owls, but Yunxing actually came alone. The most ridiculous thing was that Little Wildcat deliberately attracted all the owls. Just as he was about to help, a strange scene occurred. A gust of dark wind suddenly appeared beside Yunxing. Countless wind blades gathered around her and rolled her into a ball. With Yi Baiming's keen senses, he immediately realized that the black wind was unusual. Nature's wind elements, including wind blades, were all green. However, the wind blades that erupted from Yunxing's body were all black and green. Compared to ordinary wind blades, they were denser and more powerful. The black ball of wind was like an airtight shield, perfectly protecting Yunxing. Break! With a shout, the black and green wind ball suddenly exploded. Countless black wind blades, like hundreds of chaotic blades, crazily slashed at the surrounding vultures. In the blink of an eye, dozens of vultures were killed by the terrifying black wind ball. In the sky, countless eagle feathers fluttered in the wind. Yi Baiming was shocked. What kind of magic was this? Such frightening destructive power. Looking at Yunxing again, her expression was also very surprised. It seemed that even she herself didn't realize what she had just done. A new magic. It seemed that the Little Wildcat had made great progress in the past year. She was gradually beginning to understand the true essence of dark magic. Yi Baiming didn't disturb Yunxing, who was still immersed in great surprise and shock, and quietly disappeared into the night. Only a true dark magician would know that the true essence of dark magic was actually fusion. It could fuse all kinds of magic, dark magic. Really too powerful. Yunxing muttered to herself. She didn't think that after dark magic fused with wind magic, it would have such a frightening power. Compared to before, she felt that dark magic was much easier to control. Yunxing didn't think much about it. Looking at the time, it was already late. She immediately retreated. If the second elder were to find out that she left the airship, she would most likely be punished. Although Yunxing hadn't completely fused with dark magic, she already faintly understood the benefits of fusing dark magic with other magic. After Yunxing returned to the cabin, Dong Huanglinger still hadn't woken up from her meditation. Yunxing sat down and used meditation to recover some of her magic. She was thinking, if wind magic could fuse with dark magic, does that mean that other magic elements can also fuse with dark magic? Just as she was thinking, Dong Huanglinger woke up. She looked at Yunxing, then immediately came over with a face full of energy. Tell me the truth. What is your relationship with Lord Baiming? Yunxing had a headache. I knew that this lass loved to gossip. She shrugged her shoulders and said, he is my fiancé. Ah. You actually have a fiancé? Furthermore, he is a prince of Zhou state. Dong Huanglinger was astonished. However, after thinking for a bit, Dong Huanglinger understood. Although Yunxing didn't say it, Dong Huanglinger had always felt that Yunxing wasn't a girl that was raised by an ordinary family. From the way she talked and the aura she gave off, she definitely came from a big family. There were a lot of big families that would arrange marriages and such. Dong Huanglinger only thought that Yunxing and Yi Baiming were also the product of a marriage bestowed upon them. Then, what about senior martial brother Qi? Dong Huanglinger felt that it was a pity. What does that have to do with Qi? Yunxing had a confused look on her face. Dong Huanglinger rolled her eyes. Yunxing is the one that is the most obtuse. Didn't she realize that senior martial brother Qi likes her? What about you? Gufeng is a good person, and he likes you a lot. Yunxing asked. Gufeng, Dong Huanglinger, and Qi were all Yunxing's companions. They were also her true friends after coming to the boundless world. To Yunxing, the three of them were very important people. Yunxing didn't wish to hurt any of them because of her relationship. It wasn't that she didn't know that Qi was good to her. It was just that with just Yi Baiming, she already had a headache dealing with him. It was better for her and Qi to maintain a simple relationship of companions. Hearing that, Dong Huanglinger's face blushed. She angrily pinched Yunxing's arm and said, "What are you talking about? What relationship do I have with that big blockhead?" Gufeng is a very good person. Although he didn't come from a good family, he is considerate and kind-hearted. He is definitely the right person for you. Yunxing had never seen Gufeng being so good to any woman before. Towards Don Huang Linger, he would do his best. He wasn't a person that was good with words. Although he liked Don Huang Linger, he had never truly confessed to her. As for Don Huang Linger, her reaction towards Gufeng was also very special. Initially, she didn't like Gufeng. She despised him for being dull and not having a good appearance. However, as time passed, her impression of Gufeng also changed. I can't accept him. Don Huang Linger's eyes suddenly turned red, and she looked as if she was about to cry. Why? Yunxing was shocked. Because of my identity. Don Huang Linger said sadly. You can't be like them, having a prejudice against family background, right? Yunxing was somewhat annoyed. She was from the modern era, and she looked down on this kind of secular concept of marriage. She had always felt that Don Huang Linger wasn't that kind of person. No, you misunderstood what I meant. It's not that I dislike Gufeng, it's just that the two of us aren't suitable for each other. You should know what kind of identity I have. Although I look very dignified on the outside, being the princess of the East Imperial Dynasty, it's just an empty title. I'm more like a puppet. No matter if it's my own marriage or my own future, to put it bluntly, it's not up to me to decide. Don Huang Linger had a sorrowful expression on her face. Since that's the case, you can still fight for it. Just like this time, didn't you also come to the continent's magic elite camp because... Yunxing still wanted to persuade her. Don Huang Linger smiled bitterly. Actually, I lied to you and the dark gold class teacher. This time, I came to the continent's magic elite camp secretly because I wanted to escape from my marriage. Escape from marriage? Yunxing obviously didn't expect that Don Huang Linger actually escaped from her marriage. She then thought about Don Huang Linger's age and immediately understood. Don Huang Linger was older than Yunxing by half a year. In a few more months, she would be 14 years old. In the boundless continent, 14 years old was already the age where one could become a mother. In ancient times, there wasn't much entertainment. Once the sky turned dark, people would play games like playing in bed. It wasn't rare for a 14-year-old to become a mother in the boundless continent. For a woman from the boundless continent like Don Huang Linger, 14 years old was already considered old. However, due to Don Huang Linger's special identity, she never got married. Until 1.5 years ago, the left prime minister of the eastern capital suddenly wrote a letter, saying that the later Qin's Dark Crown Prince wanted to marry Don Huang Linger. Dark Crown Prince? When Yunxing heard Du Guxiu's name, the corner of her mouth couldn't help but twitch. Du Guxiu proposed? He's not a good match. Yunxing imagined Du Guxiu's fiery temper and Don Huang Linger's unruly temper. If the two of them were to live together, they would definitely fight non-stop every day. Furthermore, with Don Huang Linger's temperament, she would definitely not be able to tolerate the Dark Crown Prince being such a playboy. You know him too. Later Qin's Dark Crown Prince, Du Guxiu. This person's name is known by everyone in the continent. He is a devil who kills people without batting an eyelid. It is said that he didn't even bat an eyelid when killing the concubines of the later Qin emperor. The reason for that was because those concubines were noisy. When Don Huang Linger talked about this marriage, she was extremely unwilling in her heart. Not only that, I also heard that Du Guxiu's appearance is very ugly. He has the head of an ox, the face of a horse, and triangular eyes. How can I marry such a person? Cough, cough. Actually, he's not that unbearable. No matter what, he is still one of the 5 extremes and 5 walls. Within the Wuji 5 walls, every single one of them is a handsome man with an outstanding appearance. His appearance is still barely acceptable. Although Yunxing didn't like Du Guxiu, she couldn't directly discredit him. Although Du Guxiu was a bit unreasonable and a bit sinister, his appearance was indeed a handsome man filled with masculinity. Even when compared to Yi Baiming, he was only a bit uglier. Yunxing didn't realize that subconsciously, the scales in her heart had already tilted towards Yi Baiming. No matter if he is handsome or ugly or not, it's impossible for me to marry the crown prince of later Qin. However, when later Qin became powerful, they bribed the left prime minister. The left prime minister and the civil and military officials forced mother and imperial brother to agree to this marriage. Dong Ling was a descendant of the Eastern Imperial dynasty. She didn't have a good impression of the current 5 major countries. When the Eastern Imperial dynasty was split, the first country to rebel was later Qin. There were even rumors in the imperial palace that the death of the emperor of the Eastern Imperial dynasty was also related to later Qin. Under such circumstances, Dong Ling was even more unwilling to marry the person who killed her father. Therefore, you ran away. However, running away from the marriage is related to the diplomatic relations between the eastern capital and the country. Ling, you are too reckless. Yunxing was worried. Zhou State's fate was declining. On the other hand, later Qin had a strong army and strong horses. Currently, the country's strength was rising day by day. Therefore, you ran away from the marriage. However, this matter can be delayed for a while, but it can't be delayed forever. The people in the eastern capital will find out sooner or later. Duke Xiu isn't someone who will let things go easily. Yunxing felt a headache coming on. The people in the eastern capital, including the left prime minister. They still don't know that I have already escaped to the mainland's magic elite camp. I only managed to escape with the help of my imperial mother and imperial brother. The Donghuang Ling that is currently in the eastern capital is one of my personal maids in disguise. She said that I am sick and need to rest for the next 2 years. Therefore, I won't get married for the time being. Although Donghuang Ling was physically in the magic elite camp, her heart was also in the eastern capital. She would often feel nervous in her heart, fearing that her deception would be seen through if she wasn't careful. This was also the reason why Donghuang Ling didn't dare to accept Gufeng. Although Gufeng was a light magician, compared to later Qin's Du Guxiu, he was obviously not a match for Du Guxiu. Donghuang Ling's identity was special. Her imperial mother had always hoped to find a martial artist as her son-in-law to protect Donghuang Ling. Gufeng, on the other hand, was a light magician. The greatest use of light magic was for defense and healing. In terms of attack, its use was really ordinary. This was also one of Donghuang Ling's concerns. Only now did Yunxing know that although Donghuang Ling appeared to be carefree on the surface, there were actually so many things hidden in her heart. The two of them were speechless for a moment as they both thought about their own matters. In the next few days, Yunxing continued to meditate in the cabin during the day. When it was late at night, she would go out to look for flying demonic beasts to test out the power of the magic wind blade. In the next few days, Yunxing comprehended her first dark magic, the magic wind blade, and its power was already comparable to that of a high-grade magic. At the same time that Yunxing was comprehending her magic, in Chen Lianer's cabin. Chen Lianer sat down cross-legged. She had her own cabin by herself. Chen Lianer carefully set up an anti-interference magic array around the cabin. After that, she took out an item from her storage ring. It was a shabby bracelet. She couldn't tell whether it was carved out of wood or bone. On the surface of the bracelet, there were inscriptions that were hard to understand. It was a pity that she couldn't tell what it was just by looking at its appearance. If it was in the past, Chen Lianer would definitely not want such a shabby item. However, this bracelet had a mysterious power. What exactly is this item? Chen Lianer didn't know that she had a treasure that would shock the entire continent. About half a month ago, Chen Lianer and a senior from the magic elite camp entered the Dutian Blood Beast world together. This wasn't her first time entering the Blood Beast world. However, compared to the previous few times, this was the first time Chen Lianer entered the central region of the Dutian Blood Beast world. Yunxing's appearance, to Chen Lianer, was like a lump in her throat. It was very uncomfortable. She had been thinking of ways to get rid of Yunxing. However, Yunxing's dark gold mentor was known for not playing by the rules. Yunxing and the others were nowhere to be seen during their training. As for the trip to Skywing City this time, Chen Lianer did not dare to act rashly with Elder Hellion around. After thinking about it, she could only wait for a while longer. Chen Lianer could only intensify her training, intending to kill Yunxing after she entered the Blood Beast world. The Blood Beast world was already a familiar place for Chen Lianer. If Chen Lianer was alone, she would not have dared to enter the middle region of the Blood Beast world. However, she was accompanied by a senior who had broken through to become a sky mage. This senior was ranked in the top 30 on the magic power roll, and he had entered the middle region of the blood beast world several times before. This senior had always been one of Xianxia's pursuers. Unfortunately, he was not good-looking, and Xianxia was preoccupied with Yi Baiming, so she had always ignored him. The reason why Xianxia had interacted with him was because she had heard that this senior's cultivation had improved rapidly in the past few years, and that he had once killed a commander-level magical beast. In order to please Xianxia, he said that he would bring her to kill a commander-level magical beast alone. When Xianxia broke through to become a sky mage, she could use it to embed on her magic scepter. Xianxia followed him to the middle region of the Dutian blood beast world, but their luck was not good, and they did not find a suitable magical beast. In order to appease the unhappy Xianxia, the senior told her a secret. He said that the reason why he could break through so quickly was because he had a treasure in his hands. That senior was also mesmerized by her beauty. He took out this old bangle and told Xianxia that he had found this mysterious bangle in the stomach of a magical beast in the Dutian blood beast world by chance. Although the bangle looked old, and one could not tell its exact age, it had a mysterious power that could help the wearer speed up their training, and increase the effects of their meditation by dozens of times. This was also the real reason why the senior brother had broken through. After Xianxia found out, she begged that senior brother to lend her the bracelet to play with for a few days. As long as he agreed, she would date him. That Xianxia was really stupid, he actually agreed to Xianxia's request. After Xianxia borrowed the treasure, she carried it on her body and cultivated for half a month. She discovered that this bracelet was indeed very effective. In the past half a month, her cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds. In an instant, she had reached the bottleneck of St. Magus and was on the verge of breaking through to Sky Magus. It just so happened that the second elder was taking a group of students to the Skywings arena at this time, so she begged mentor Xiao and successfully obtained the spot. It's a pity that a small part of this bracelet is broken. If it could be repaired completely, I really don't know how much divine power it could unleash. But the most important thing right now is to break through to become a sky mage as soon as possible and enter the middle area of the blood beast world once more. Xianxia couldn't help but be greedy. That senior apprentice brother had promised her that he would return the bracelet after she returned from the Skywings arena, but there was a condition. When Xianxia returned, she wanted to be his woman. After tasting the mysteries of the bracelet, how could Xianxia be willing to let it go? She verbally agreed to that senior apprentice brother. Xianxia was very smart. She knew that she wasn't a match for that senior apprentice brother at the moment, but as long as she successfully broke through in the Skywings arena, she would also become a sky mage. At that time, she would naturally be able to dispose of that senior apprentice brother without anyone knowing. At that time, the bracelet would be hers. Xianxia recalled the way Yi Baiming had looked at Yunxing earlier, and her heart was in turmoil. She wanted nothing more than to immediately kill Yunxing. This time, at the Skywings arena, she would definitely think of a way to teach her a lesson. Xianxia held the bracelet and thought to herself. We've arrived at Skywing City. Someone shouted excitedly from the deck. After hearing this, Yunxing and Donghuang Linger walked out from the cabin. Gufeng walked to Linger's side in a fawning manner, wanting to explain something, but Linger turned her face away, looking very cold. Donghuang Linger's unfamiliarity with Gufeng made Gufeng a little unhappy. Only Yunxing knew that Donghuang Linger was definitely worried that Gufeng would continue to misunderstand her, so she deliberately distanced herself from him. Both of them were her good friends, and Donghuang Linger indeed had her difficulties. Yunxing could only silently pray for Gufeng in her heart. The other students also walked up to the deck one after another. After 10 days of flight, although the spaceship's facilities were very complete, they were more or less not used to it. Everyone already missed the feeling of having their feet firmly planted on the ground. In the clouds ahead, a miracle city stood majestically. The Skywings arena was famous throughout the continent. But only those who had actually been to the Skywings arena would know. The Skywings arena was just a building, and it was located in the Cloud City, Skywing City. Skywing City was a city in the sky. There were no pillars below it, and it simply floated above the clouds. The size of the city was comparable to the size of any of the 5 great nations' capitals. Below the clouds, astonishing magic power was emitted. Yunxing believed that there must be a magic array of unprecedented scale hidden below. It was also this magic array that supported the entire city to float above the clouds. No one knew why it could float 10,000 meters above the ground, and no one knew who built Skywing City. The only thing everyone knew was that Skywing City had a mysterious city lord. The power of this city lord was even above that of the 5 great nations, because Skywing City was the only place on the continent that openly accommodated fugitives from the 5 great nations, and even some dark magicians. The purpose of Skywing City was that as long as you were strong enough and could survive in Skywing City, you could stay there, even if you killed the nobles of the 5 great nations. That mysterious city lord never appeared in front of the world, but in Skywing City, no one could offend the authority of that city lord. That's Skywing City. Although this was Goofing's 3rd visit to Skywing City, every time he came, he would be impressed by the grandeur of Skywing City. Yunxing had also never seen such a unique city. Every piece of wall and every building here was ingenious and original. In her impression, only the cities of the elves could compare to this. Outside Skywing City, there was a spacious ladder. The airship and the arriving powerhouses all had to use the ladder to record their identities at the city gate and enter the city. Not long after the airship arrived, Elder Yu of the elite warrior camp of the continent arrived at almost the same time, leading a dozen or so warrior students. Like a dozen arrows, they landed at the same time. Elder Yu did not show any weakness and immediately stopped the ship, allowing the group to enter the city. Upon entering Skywing City, a fragrance assailed their nostrils. All kinds of treasured trees and fragrant flowers were planted all around. What entered their sight was a neat street. Yunxing took a closer look and saw that the street under her feet was actually paved with gold. Looking at the houses on both sides, they were actually built with white marble. Even Yunxing, who had tens of thousands of gold on her waist and used purple gold to refine magic tools, couldn't help but be speechless when she saw this. How much does it cost to buy a house in Skywing City? As the princess of the Eastern Imperial Dynasty, Dong Huanglinger had never seen such a luxurious city. It is said that the most ordinary house is worth tens of millions of gold coins. The city lord of Skywing City is the richest person in the continent. Even the continent's largest everlasting chamber of commerce is nothing in front of him. Every inch of land in Skywing City was worth an inch of gold. Those who were able to buy a house here were either the continent's wealthiest families or wealthy merchants. For the majority of the students of the continent's elite magician camp, it was their first time coming to Skywing City. Everything around them was very fresh. While they were still lingering in the surrounding scenery, Elder Hellion first found an inn and walked in. Seeing Elder Yu and the others, Elder Hellion's complexion wasn't very good. Along the way, the continent's elite warrior camp's provocation was becoming more and more obvious. When he left the continent's elite magician camp earlier, he had a slip of the tongue and said that this time, he would definitely trample the continent's elite warrior camp under his feet. When he used an empty boat, the other party simply used battle chi wings to fly. When he stayed in this inn, the other party also looked for this inn. Skywing City has so many inns. You don't have to follow us all the way, right? Elder Hellion wasn't in a good mood. That's where you're wrong. I'm not like your continent's magician's elite camp, where you can afford to pay for a dozen or so students. Our continent's warrior's elite camp has always been self-sufficient. I'm only responsible for leading the way. Elder Yu said proudly. The fact that Elder Yu didn't want to take the empty airship and allowed the students to fly with their dochi wings had made Elder Hellion sullen for more than 10 days. It wasn't easy for him to think of a way to turn the tables. Elder Yu looked at the elite camp martial artists behind him and roared, "All of you, listen up. This time, if you don't win the title of Fighting King for me, you'll see what's good for you. You can't learn from some people who are as expensive as sick cats and even provide food and accommodation. A bunch of rich young masters and misses. Fighting King." Elder Hullion's ears perked up. The group of cultivators also knew that Elder Yu was competing with Elder Hellion, so they all cooperated very well. After replying energetically, they all left. After all the students had left, Elder Hellion pointed at Elder Yu's nose and scolded. "You Pajuan, what do you mean by that? Are you saying that the magicians of our elite magician battalion are useless?" Elder Hellion was dissatisfied. "Hee hee, that's exactly what I meant. What's the matter? You're not convinced? If you're not convinced, then let your spoiled brats go to the arena to spar. We'll see who gets the title of grappling king in the end. Elder Yu saw that he had angered Elder Helian. Not only did he not back down, but he also had a smug look on his face. He had long since taken note of Elder Helian's team. TSK, there really were all kinds of people in there. To actually dare send a student at the Master Mage level to the Skywings arena, it was truly a case of the god of longevity hanging himself, tired of living. On the other hand, everyone in his team this time was an elite student. You. Let's compete, then. What if this old man wins? Elder Helian's fiery temper was easily ignited. If the third elder and the others were here, they would definitely hold him back. Unfortunately, the other elders weren't here. If you lose, haha, dream on. With that motley crew of yours. If you win, the next mission for the Octaterra Divine Artifact will be up to your elite magician battalion. Elder Yu simply did not believe that Elder Helian's group of people would be able to obtain the title of Combat King. The mission for the Octaterra Divine Artifact. Elder Helian's thick eyebrows twitched when he heard those words. No matter what, the elite magician battalion was still a whole. The mission for the Octaterra Divine Artifact had already been agreed upon by the elder councils of both sides a few years ago to work together. But it had never been made clear which side had the final say. If he could use this trial to obtain the title of Combat King and seize the initiative for the next cooperation, then at that time, the elders of the Council of Elders would definitely see him in a new light. The third elder thought to himself that when the time came, the fourth elder and the others wouldn't mock him every day for having muscles but no brains. Alright, it's a deal. We'll compete. Whoever's team member gets the title of Fighting King first or has a strong breakthrough will be considered the winner, Elder Helian agreed at once. The combined age of the two added up to 100 years. But now, they were like fighting cocks, with red necks and red eyes. Dear guest, there are a total of 7 double rooms that you requested. Each room costs 100 gold coins a night. The waiter's head was covered in cold sweat. He didn't know where these two had come from. I'm the same as him. I only want a luxurious single room. Elder Helian decided that he could no longer spoil the group of magicians under him. Elder Yu seemed to have expected that Elder Helian would fall for his provocation. He leisurely asked for a luxurious single room and went upstairs to rest. Elder Helian also turned around and walked out. As he walked, he pondered. The inns in Skywing City were indeed not cheap. Even the most ordinary double room would cost a few hundred gold coins a night. The 7 rooms for the elite magician battalion this time would cost at least 100,000 gold coins, including daily food and accommodation. This expenditure wasn't considered a large sum for the elite magician battalion. After all, the elite magician battalion could refine magic potions to earn extra money. But it was different for the elite warrior battalion. They had no income from magic potions, and their finances were much tighter than the elite magician battalions. This was also the reason why the elite magician battalion had always mocked the elite warrior battalion. But today, they had become a laughingstock. He must make Elder Yu change his view of the elite magician battalion. Elder Helian quickly came out. The magicians of the elite magician battalion were still waiting outside. Students, we have arrived at Skywing City. Please hand over your storage items first. Although everyone was doubtful, they still handed over their storage rings, necklaces, bracelets, belts and so on. Xianxia had no choice but to hand over her beast language ring as well. After checking, Elder Helian confirmed that everyone had handed over their storage items. Only then did he speak again. We will be staying in Skywing City for a year. In this year, all of you will be responsible for your food, lodging, and expenses. Your storage items will be temporarily handed over to me for safekeeping. There are only 2 ways to get your storage rings back. One is to make continuous breakthroughs in your cultivation. The other is to obtain the title of Fighting King in the arena. The moment Elder Helian finished speaking, the students were stunned. It was only then that everyone understood Elder Helian's intentions. To put it simply, Elder Helian was only responsible for the double plane tickets for the students this time. Food and lodging were not included. All of Yunxing's belongings and elixirs were in the beast language ring. Other than a magic scepter and the Shinno medical bangle, she was penniless. The situation of the others was similar to Yunxing's. Elder Hellion, Yunxing could not hold back anymore. Ling Gufeng and I are not official students who are breaking through this time. Are we going to be like them? Yunxing's concerns were not without reason. The three of them were obviously weaker than the others in terms of cultivation. Furthermore, this was their first time in Skywing City. Under such circumstances, it would be difficult for them to make a living. The few of you came with the main team, which means that you are the substitutes. Since you are the substitutes, you should be treated the same as the others. This is also to show that I am fair and treat everyone equally. Elder Hellion did not buy it. Besides, I've already said it clearly. If you break through or obtain the title of Combat King, you can come back to collect your belongings. I'm not making things difficult for you. What he meant now was that Yunxing's cultivation was only that of a master mage. If she really broke through, it would be the easiest. How could Yunxing not know this? She could break through at any time. After all, her real cultivation was that of a saint mage. However, she could not break through immediately. Otherwise, it would attract unnecessary suspicion. The other students also had bitter looks on their faces. However, they had already handed over their belongings. No one dared to go against the third elder's wishes. What's going on? The seniors who came for the trial in the past did not mention this. I remember that it was Elder Hellion who led the team. Why did the rules suddenly change? I think I saw Elder Yu from the warrior elite camp just now. It's most likely that the elders from both sides are competing with each other again. How pitiful. We have become the victims. Everyone complained to each other, but there was no other way. In the Skywing City, the fastest way to make money was through fighting. As long as one participated in the corresponding matches in the arena and won a few matches, one would be guaranteed a sufficient amount of money in the Skywing City. These students from the continent's magic elite camp were no ordinary characters. Each and every one of them was very flexible. They had all thought that the only way to break through was to go to the Skywings arena and participate in the competition. This way, they could both increase their cultivation and earn enough money to survive in the city for a year. If no one has any objections, I will wait for all of you in this and during this year. Unless there are heavy casualties, do not come and look for me. Elder Hellion had steeled his heart this time. He waved his hand and walked straight into the inn to rest. The students of the Continental Magic Elite Camp looked at each other in dismay. This was clearly different from their previous training. However, these students were only surprised for a moment before they quickly adjusted themselves. After all, each of them was the top of the elite camp. It shouldn't be too difficult for them to survive in Skywing City for a year. Let's go. Chen Lian and a few other magicians walked away. The other magicians also walked away separately. Yunxing, Donghuang Linger, Abandon, and Gufeng stayed where they were. They all had distressed looks on their faces. They didn't know what to do next. They were completely clueless about Skywing City. On the large street, people came and went. The four of them looked at each other in dismay. Everyone, don't worry. I have a trick up my sleeve. Gufeng mysteriously took off his shoes and pulled out a limitless gold card. This limitless gold card was given to Gufeng as a bonus from the 10,000 gold coins that Yunxing had won in the Wanlong gambling house. Gufeng wasn't Yunxing. Most of his money had been sent back to his hometown, so he didn't have much money on him. This limitless gold card was left behind because he couldn't bear to spend it. It could be considered his entire fortune. 10,000 gold coins. Let's take it as our little treasury. It's getting late. Let's find an inn to stay in first. After entering Skywing City, Yunxing didn't see any trace of Yi Baiming. After finding an inn that looked pretty good, Yunxing and the other three walked in. 100 gold coins for a room. And it's only the most ordinary of rooms. Yunxing and the others clearly overestimated the use of 10,000 gold coins. Gufeng, didn't you come to Skywing City before? Don't tell me you don't know the cost of living here? Donghuang Linger complained. I came here with my teacher. How would I know that the cost of living is so high? Gufeng also had a bitter face. Skywing City was indeed worthy of being called Cloud City. The cost of living here was definitely top-notch. It wasn't just lodging. Even the most ordinary of meals cost several hundred gold coins. 10,000 gold coins, if the four of them spent it, would only last them for 2 months at most. Let's stay here first. As for earning money, we'll think about it at length. Yunxing had a headache. She felt as if she had returned to her childhood. When she was in Banana Leaf Village, she had also thought of all kinds of ways to earn money to support her family. After the few of them checked into the inn, they hastily ate a meal and started discussing their livelihood for the next year. I only know how to spend money. I don't know how to earn money. I can go to the gambling house as a guard. I know how to heal. I can sneak into the arena to heal the contestants and earn some extra money. After the discussion, Yunxing was speechless. The three of them clearly didn't realize the uniqueness of the Skywing City they were in. Linger, you don't have to do anything. You just have to promise not to spend money recklessly. Abandon, even if there's a gambling house here, no one will cause trouble. This is Skywing City, and no one will dare to defy the dignity of the Skywing City Lord. On the other hand, Gufeng, you've come up with the right idea this time. The Skywings Arena is bound to need light magicians. We'll be relying on you to feed everyone. When Yunxing said this, Linger and Abandon were somewhat discouraged, but Gufeng's face was full of complacency. Let's first say that the purpose of our visit is to help Abandon break through and become a sky magician. The second is to observe, so everything has to be done to facilitate Abandon's advancement to master. Gufeng, you're the one who understands Skywing City the most here. Give us a simple explanation of the situation in the city, including the layout of the city, as well as the most important ways to earn money here. With the issue of feeding settled, Yunxing felt more at ease. She also had other ways to earn money in her mind. The easiest way to earn money in the Skywings Arena is naturally through the competition, Gufeng said matter-of-factly. Isn't that nonsense? The problem is, among the four of us, who can go to the arena besides Abandon? Yunxing waved her hand impatiently. After Yunxing said this, the other three fell silent. Yunxing and Donghuang Linger, one was a master magician, while the other was a junior saint magician. Magicians with such cultivation might be able to survive in the boundless continent's 5 great nations, but in an abnormal arena like the Skywings Arena, they were like ants. Any sky magician or martial saint could kill a large number of them with a pinch. I'm going to participate in the competition. That's the purpose of my trip, Abandon said. That's all we can do. Starting tomorrow, Gufeng, you'll accompany Abandon to the Skywings Arena to participate in the individual competition. At the same time, you'll look for opportunities to use magic to heal. Linger and I will wander around the city and see if we can buy some herbs and magic materials at a low price and process them into intermediate and advanced magic potions. Although Yunxing also wanted to go to the arena to take a look, the price of the arena's entrance ticket was not cheap. The four of them were poor and could not afford the expenses of 4 people. Yunxing had already thought about it. She was most certain that she could make a lot of money by using magic potions like the moon goddess's tribute to gain something without risking anything. After the 4 of them rested in the inn for the night, Gufeng and Abandon went to the Skywings Arena early in the morning. Yunxing, on the other hand, strolled around Skywing City with Donghuang Linger. Before Yunxing and Donghuang Linger left the inn, they had already inquired about the market in Skywing City. Yunxing planned to refine a batch of elixirs and magic materials as soon as possible to earn some money. The 2 of them went to the market and bought some fresh herbs at a lower price. Yunxing returned to the inn, and in just one afternoon, she had already refined a batch of middle-grade elixirs and magic potions. It was not that Yunxing could not refine high-grade magic potions, but because her current strength was at the lowest level in Skywing City. Rashly selling high-grade elixirs and magic potions might attract unnecessary trouble. Yunxing was still very cautious about this. Before she figured out the true distribution of power in Skywing City, she would not rashly reveal her strength. Although the beast speech ring had been taken away, Yunxing's elven hellfire was still readily available. This allowed her to easily refine middle-grade magic potions. Yunxing believed that in a place like Skywing City, the daily sales of magic potions and elixirs would definitely be good. Yunxing was also in the local area. She found many medical centers. She believed that as long as it was a medical center, they would not refuse high-quality medicinal pills and magic potions. Yunxing and Dong Huanglinger each brought a batch of demonic medicines and elixirs to the shops in Skywing City to sell. Yunxing chose a large clinic. As soon as she entered the door, Yunxing asked, "Excuse me, are you here to purchase mid-grade hemostatic agents and meditation water?" These two kinds of drugs were Yunxing's best. No, get out immediately. Upon hearing that Yunxing was not here to see a doctor, but to sell pills and magic potions, the doctors inside looked as if they had seen a ghost and hurried Yunxing out. Yunxing went to a few more medical centers in succession, but who knew that without exception, she was chased out of all of them. Helpless, Yunxing could only return to the inn first. As soon as she returned to the inn, Dong Huanglinger also happened to return. She had a depressed look on her face. Looking at the situation, she did not manage to sell the magic potions. "I'm so angry. Those people are too unreasonable." When Dong Huanglinger returned, her appearance was much worse than Yunxing's. Her clothes were stained with mud, her hair was messy, and her face was red with anger. It was obvious that she had gotten into a conflict with someone. Dong Huanglinger also encountered the same thing that Yunxing encountered in the various medical centers. However, when Dong Huanglinger saw that she was unable to sell the magic potions, she decided to use another method. She was, after all, a princess. After going to a few medical centers and being rejected by all of them, she was already filled with anger. She thought that since no one wanted to buy the magic potions, she might as well sell them on the streets. After all, there were so many warriors and mages participating in the tournament in Skywing City. There would definitely be people who needed the magic potions. Dong Huanglinger really managed to sell a few bottles of magic potions. However, the good times didn't last long. A group of people suddenly surrounded her. Among those people, there were mages and warriors. They taught Dong Huanglinger a lesson and even smashed all of her magic potions into pieces. Where did that group of people come from? They actually dared to cause trouble on the streets? When Yunxing saw Dong Huanglinger's appearance, she was furious. While treating Dong Huanglinger, she asked about the ins and outs of the matter. "I'm also not sure. Their cultivation is not bad. However, their actions are just like those of hooligans. I've also asked around. So, in Skywing City, magic potions and medicinal pills cannot be sold privately." Although Dong Huanglinger was filled with anger, she was not an idiot. She knew that she was not a match for that group of people. Thus, she ran back. There were so many people on the streets, but no one dared to help her. However, after asking around privately, she found out that that group of people was a well-known dark power in Skywing City. As it turned out, although Skywing City was built by the Skywing City Lord, the Skywing City Lord had never appeared in the city. There were many experts in the city, and there were all kinds of people coming in and out of the city. Gradually, several major forces were formed in Skywing City. Among these major forces, the largest one was the treasure boat. The treasure boat was the largest auction house in the city, and behind it was the Skywing City Lord. Thus, the other major forces in the city did not dare to offend the treasure boat. However, the treasure boat would not easily interfere with other affairs in the city. As for the remaining major forces, one of them was called the Hidden Night Pavilion. This Hidden Night Pavilion was in charge of the sales of medicinal pills and magic potions in the entire Skywing City. In Skywing City, all medicinal pills and magic potions had to be approved by the Black Medicine Hall before they could be produced and sold. No wonder we only saw the most basic medicinal herbs and magic materials in the market earlier. Yunxing had bought the lowest grade of materials in the local market. If not for the fact that she had met a state-level doctor like Yunxing, it would be impossible for her to refine magic potions and medicinal pills of mid-level and above. While they were talking, Gufeng and Qi, who had been out for a day, returned. However, to Yunxing's surprise, Gufeng was also covered in injuries, and he was supported by Qi as he walked in. "How did you end up like this?" Dong Huanglinger had forgotten about her injuries for a moment, and her face was full of worry. During this period of time, due to her marriage, Dong Huanglinger had always been indifferent to Gufeng. Gufeng, that silly boy, had asked Yunxing a few times in private. Yunxing, who knew the inside story, could not bear to hurt Gufeng, so she did not say it clearly. Gufeng still had a belly full of anger, but when he saw Dong Huanglinger's concerned tone, all his grievances disappeared. He had a bitter face, and his mouth kept crying out in pain as he looked at Dong Huanglinger with a pitiful expression like a little white rabbit. If it had been a young lady doing this, perhaps there would have been some effect of pity, but Gufeng, such a strong man, did it. There was no pity at all, and Yunxing and Qi could not help but laugh. Fortunately, Linger looked anxious and did not laugh at Gufeng like she usually did. Isn't it because of that damned hidden night pavilion? They actually forbid outsiders from treating people in the Skywings arena. Gufeng was helped to sit on the bed by Qi. ****** Looking back, Big Foreign had lasted for a month. She had broken the record. It's almost the end of the year, and I don't know how much longer she can last. Should we give her some encouragement? Pink Peach Heart looked at Gufeng and Abandon had both arrived at the Skywings arena today, and Abandon had participated in today's competition. Gufeng was a light magician, and it was inconvenient for him to compete alone. His method of increasing his cultivation was to continuously heal others. Therefore, he began to look for injured people in the arena and treated them at a very discounted price of 5 gold coins per session. Who would have thought that before Gufeng finished his treatment, he would fiercely rush up to several magicians, claiming to be from the Dark Potion Pavilion, and teach Gufeng a lesson. If not for the fact that Gufeng had the light ball of heaven to protect himself and that Abandon had just finished his competition, Gufeng would have been beaten up even more miserably. The Dark Potion Pavilion again? Yunxing frowned when she heard that. Didn't you come to the Skywings arena before? Didn't you encounter a similar situation at that time? No. At that time I was following Elder Helian and Mentor Guanxi, and I was only treating my own team members. I never encountered the Dark Potion Pavilion. Gufeng was still angry. He had always been proud of being a light magician, but this time, he felt the disadvantage of a light magician. He had no power to resist at all. Dong Huanglinger's eyes dimmed when she heard that. Elder Helian and the others most definitely knew about the rules of this place. Merely, they must have cleared up the rules and protected everyone very well. The other party didn't attack us on account of the fact that we're from the elite camp. This time, we're acting alone. Moreover, our cultivation bases are very average. That's why the other party is bullying us, Abandoned analyzed from the side. Yunxing also agreed with Abandon's point of view. Elder Helian must have expected that everyone would be suppressed. This training was also to help everyone better experience the darkness of Skywings City, and to train everyone's strength and mentality. Actually, we also encountered a similar situation today. Yunxing told the two of them what had happened to her and Dong Huanglinger. It seemed that the dark medicine firm's influence was far greater than Yunxing had imagined. Not only in Skywing City, but even in the Colosseum, their influence was terrifying. From the sale of pills and magic potions to the general magic treatment, everything was under their jurisdiction. I also went to the arena today and participated in 2 matches, but I didn't get any prize money. Abandon shrugged awkwardly. Yunxing and the others were still a little surprised. Could it be that with Qi's skills, he had participated in 2 competitions and lost both? As it turned out, the Heaven's Wings arena was the #1 arena on the continent, and the rules for the competition were very special. Moreover, the fights in the Skywings arena weren't entirely between Sky Mages or Martial Saints as she had expected. If that was the case, Elder Helian would not have brought them here to train. The matches in the Heaven's Wings arena were divided into 2 categories according to the number of participants, individual matches and pair matches. According to the strength of the participants, they were divided into 4 zones: Heaven Wings, Earth Wings, Black Wings, and Yellow Wings. These 4 zones represented the 4 different levels of competition, and the prize money and participants were different. Skywings, as the name implied, was the highest level of competition. Only mages, warriors, and summoners who possessed battle aura shoulders or had the strength of a sky magician could participate in the individual, team, and individual competitions. The entire process had to be carried out in the sky. The prize money for a single match was as high as 10,000 gold. Earth Wings referred to the martial arts master or saint magician level competitions. The competition process could be carried out in the sky or on land, and the prize money for a single match was 1,000 gold. Black Wings was the only competition among the four that involved magical beasts, and the prize money for a single match was 500 gold. Yellow Wings was the free competition among the four zones that did not limit the level of the participants, but strictly prohibited participants at the martial saint or sky mage level and above from participating. The prize money for a single match was 500 gold. Among the four types of competitions, the Skywing competition had the highest prize money and was the most exciting. There was no need to doubt this, because there were not many experts at the level of sky mages and martial saints on the boundless continent. Once they made a move, they would all use high-level magic and battle techniques. The tickets for these competitions were also the most expensive. Just the spectator seats alone cost several thousand gold. The four levels of heaven, earth, black, and yellow each had their own fighting king, but the conditions for winning a fighting king were different. According to the rules of the Heaven's Wings arena, obtaining 30 consecutive victories at the Heaven Wings level could earn the title of fighting king. Obtaining the title of fighting king at the other levels required 50, 100, and 100 victories, respectively. In addition, the Heaven's Wings arena also had a rule that after participating in a competition at a certain level, unless there was a breakthrough in cultivation, one could not participate in the competitions of other zones. Abandon was now a saint magician, so he naturally participated in the second type of competition, the Earth Wings level competition. Still, the competition here is very difficult. I participated in 2 matches today, 1 win and 1 loss. As for the prize money, it will only be settled at the end of the month. Abandon had won the first match of the day, but lost the second. According to the cumulative method of the Heaven's Wings arena, the prize money of the participants was distributed once a month, but the specific cumulative prize money was different from person to person. For example, Abandon was a novice. If he won an Earth Wings level competition, his prize money would be 500 gold. But if he lost the second match, half of the 500 gold he already had would be deducted. This is too much of a scam. How are we going to survive this month? Goofing had already had his wound bandaged by Xianxia, and when he heard Abandon mention the prize money rules of the Heaven's Wings arena, he couldn't help but cry out. Not to mention Goofing, even Xianxia and Donghuang Linger had never heard of such a competition rule. Yes, to put it another way, if I've already lost 10 matches, but in the 11th match, I meet an opponent who has won 20 matches in a row and defeated him, then my prize money will far exceed the 2,000 gold. That's because it's very likely that he'll have accumulated several thousand, or even several tens of thousands, from his previous opponents. Abandon was rather indifferent to such a competition rule. It wasn't without reason that the Heaven's Wings arena could be called the #1 arena on the continent. Such a rule could very easily arouse a person's competitive spirit. In a month, some people would be left without a single coin, while others might very well have accumulated several tens of thousands of gold. On one hand, this was an opportunity, but on the other hand, it was also a very big challenge. Like Abandon, who won 1 match and lost another, the prize money was much smaller. Xianxia heard this and immediately began to calculate in her mind. They wanted to survive in Skywing City for a year, and money was a very important factor. They only had 10,000 gold on them, which could only be used for a month or 2 at most. They had originally planned to sell potions and pills, but because of the appearance of the Dark Potion Pavilion, they had no choice but to give up prematurely. At the moment, it seemed that the only way to provide them with a stable income was through fighting in the arena. Xianxia had also thought of having another source of income, and that was refining equipment. Xianxia's Elven Hellfire could not only be used to concoct mid-high level pills and potions, it could also be used to refine equipment. After all, the price of a magic equipment was much higher than a bottle of pills. The Dark Medicine Pavilion had monopolized the local pills and potions, but they did not have a monopoly on magic equipment. Xianxia had also noticed that there were quite a number of magic equipment stores that sold high-level magic equipment. Selling magic equipment was not a bad idea. However, Xianxia had also considered that refining equipment was different from refining medicine. For example, refining a magic scepter required the bones of a demonic beast and the soul stone of a demonic beast. For these, Yunxing did not have any ready-made materials. Refining equipment required high-level magic materials or soul stones. Yunxing did not have any extra money to buy high-level magic materials. Buying high-level magic materials required a large amount of money. The gold coins that Yunxing and the others had right now were obviously just a drop in the bucket. For example, the result of a bandit's competition today, in the end, there was no prize money. However, if he could maintain his winning streak, then 1 month later, the prize money that he would receive would undoubtedly be very astonishing. If that's the case, Yunxing, you and I can participate in the Yellow Wing level competition and try our luck. At the very most, whoever wins a few rounds will not participate in the competition for the rest of the month. That way, we can still earn a few thousand gold coins. Dong Huangling was also filled with anger today and urgently needed to vent it out. Hearing that with their cultivation, they could also participate in the competition, and thus, they also wanted to participate in the competition. In any case, even if they were to participate in the competition, they wouldn't be able to earn a single gold coin. At the same time, they could also train their magic. It's not that you can't participate in the Yellow Wing level competition. However, I heard that the Yellow Wing level competition might not be easier than the Earth Wing level competition. This is because the number of people participating in the Yellow Wing level competition is the highest among the 4 levels. The strength of the participants is also different. Abandon had also considered whether to participate in the Earth Wing level competition or the Yellow Wing level competition. After all, these 2 levels of competition were both suitable for sky mages and martial saints to participate in. After some consideration, Abandon still chose to participate in the Earth Wing level competition. The other students from the mainland's elite magic camp who were going to the Sky Wings arena with Abandon also participated in the Earth Wing level competition. After all, it was faster to increase one's strength in competition with opponents of the same level. After some discussion, Yunxing and Dong Huangling decided to participate in the Yellow Wing competition. Elder Hulian's sudden idea had undoubtedly messed up Yunxing and Dong Huangling's status as substitutes. Of course, Dong Huangling they had no choice but to participate in the competition. After all, neither of them was willing to rely on the competition prize money of their own to have income of the competition. After Yunxing and Dong Huangling made their decision, the next morning, they followed Qi and Gu Feng to the Sky Wings arena to check out the situation. Walking to the Heavens Wings arena was like seeing the ancient Roman Colosseum. The 10-meter-tall walls of the arena blocked the view from the outside. At the entrance of the arena, a badge could be seen. On the badge was the symbol of a 4-leaf clover, except that each leaf was a feather of a different color. That was the Sky, Earth, Black, and Yellow Wing level competition. The colors were gold, black, blue, and yellow respectively. Abandon had already participated in the Earth Wing level competition yesterday. After he registered, he obtained a black feather badge, which symbolized that he was qualified to participate in the Earth Wing competition. Yunxing and Dong Huangling could only participate in the Yellow Wing level competition. The 4 of them stood at the entrance of the Sky Wings arena, preparing to enter. Yo, who did we meet? Aren't these the 2 prized students of the Dark Gold Instructor? Before Yunxing and the others could ask about the specific location of the competition zone and the registration process, a few mocking voices came from behind them. Yunxing didn't need to turn around to know who had spoken. Chen Lian and a few of her supporters stood not far away, each of them wearing the black feather badge on their chests. These people had also participated in the Earth Wing competition yesterday. However, the difference between them and Abandon was that they had only won more than 2 matches. Therefore, everyone's eyes were filled with pride. Ignore them. Let's enter. Yunxing ignored Chen Lianer's provocation. Stop. With your strength, you want to participate in the competition? I advise you to buy a mask to cover your faces. Otherwise, you'll lose all the face of our continent's magic elite camp, Chen Lianer sneered. Chen Lianer, are you looking for trouble? Dong Huangling was also furious. I'm just speaking the truth. Let me tell you first. The arena is not like the continent's elite camp, where there are instructors protecting you. Chen Lianer snorted. I'll return those words to you without missing a single word. In the arena, there are no men to protect you. Yunxing raised her eyebrows. Her words made Chen Lianer's insults choke in her throat. Just at this time, Yi Baiming walked over. Chen Lianer happened to be standing next to a few magicians who were trying to curry favor with her. Her pretty face was flushed red, and she quickly distanced herself from them, afraid that Yi Baiming would misunderstand. Baiming, I have nothing to do with them. Don't listen to Yunxing, that little bitch is nonsense. Chen Lianer hurriedly tried to explain. Yunxing rolled her eyes. She was innocent. It was Ling Er who said that. What does your business have to do with me? Yi Baiming said indifferently and walked in front of Yunxing. He looked at Yunxing and said, I have something to say to you. After saying that, he pulled Yunxing's hand and walked to the side without any explanation. Chen Lianer stomped her foot in anger and ran away. The mages behind her immediately chased after her. She frowned. Just when he was about to say something, he was stopped by Yunxing's gaze. Yunxing was pulled to the side by Yi Baiming. When she saw Donghuang Ling Er winking at her, she felt awkward. If you have something to say it quickly. We are now competitors. Yunxing angrily shook off Yi Baiming's hand. Elder Helian had already made it clear that they must be one step ahead of the people from the mainland's warrior elite camp to obtain the Fighting King's victory or breakthrough. In Yunxing's opinion, Yi Baiming was undoubtedly the strongest person in the mainland's warrior elite camp. Here is an Empire's gold card. Keep it first. Yi Baiming also heard that Elder Helian of the mainland's mage elite camp was ruthless and kicked all the mages out of the camp. He knew that Yunxing definitely didn't have any money with her right now. Otherwise, with her personality, she wouldn't have rashly participated in the tournament. The Yunxing that Yi Baiming knew wasn't a high-profile person. No need. I will rely on my own strength to win the tournament. However, there was a little devil-like voice in Yunxing's heart that kept bewitching her to accept the gold card. Yunxing loved money, but she didn't dare to accept Night Fox's money recklessly. But on second thought, given her and Yi Baiming's current relationship, which couldn't be severed, what right did she have to accept his gold card for no reason? Why did this scene look so much like alimony? Moreover, how would he know that she was short of money? Yunxing felt like she had been seen through, and that wasn't a good feeling. Thinking about his previous actions, Yunxing pushed the gold card away in a fit of pique. Ignoring Yi Baiming, she ran back and dragged Donghuang Ling Er, who was watching a good show, as well as Abandon and Goofing, who had strange expressions, into the Skywings arena. Yi Baiming looked at the gold card in his hand with a complicated expression. Master, that woman doesn't know what's good for her. Long Shui walked out of the crowd and looked in the direction that Yunxing and the others had left with a fierce glare. She was also dressed like an ordinary mage today, but her good looks attracted the attention of the people around her as soon as she appeared. According to Yi Baiming's earlier instructions, Silong of the Wanlong gambling house had already arrived in Skywing City. As soon as Yi Baiming entered Tianyi City, he moved into a courtyard that Silong had bought in Tianyi City. There's no need for others to interfere in the matter between me and her. Long Shui, you just need to do your part well. According to this king's arrangements, you and Long Tu will immediately go and sign up for the Yellow Wings competition, Yi Baiming ordered in a deep voice. After giving the order, Yi Baiming turned and left without a word. Only in front of Yunxing would Yi Baiming reveal a different expression. In front of Long Shui, he would always speak in a cold tone, like a superior speaking to a subordinate. Long Shui bit her lip and headed for the Yellow Wings competition area. Yi Baiming didn't start the competition immediately like the other elite camps. Instead, he first bought 4 tickets. These 4 tickets were for the Heaven, Earth, Xian, and Huang level competitions. After watching the competition, Yi Baiming finally had a general understanding of the strength level of the entire Skywings arena. When Yi Baiming was buying tickets, he ran into someone who caught his attention. Feng Tian, recognized by the continent's magic elites, was the strongest among this batch of freshmen. At the same time, other than Yunxing, Feng Tian was also the other 2-star mage. Feng Tian also happened to be buying tickets. Yi Baiming glanced at the tickets in Feng Tian's hands that were exactly the same as his. It seemed like he wasn't the only one who wanted to observe first before competing. So Elder Helian's test varies from person to person, or did you already have a card up your sleeve? Yi Baiming also had some impression of Feng Tian. That day, when the continent's martial arts elite camp and the continent's magic elite camp met, although most of Yi Baiming's attention was on Yunxing, on the other hand, he could clearly see the strength of the entire magic elite camp at a glance. Apart from the leader, Elder Helian, the strongest was Feng Tian, ranked first on the list of freshmen's potential. If Yi Baiming wasn't wrong, Feng Tian's strength wasn't the rumored peak Saint Mage. His strength should have already broken through to become a Sky Mage. Therefore, Feng Tian was also the biggest obstacle in Yi Baiming's quest to become the king of combat in the Skywings arena. I will defeat you. Feng Tian practically never opened his mouth to speak in the continent's magic elite camp. That was because he felt that none of the students in the continent's magic elite camp were worthy of speaking to him. However, this young warrior from the continent's martial arts elite camp was different. Even with Feng Tian's eyesight, he couldn't see the other party's depth for a while. Your opponent isn't me. If you don't pay attention, she will surpass you at any time. Yi Baiming's almond-shaped eyes raised slightly as he smiled. That smile didn't have the slightest intention of going tit for tat. Or rather, he didn't take Feng Tian seriously at all. This smile was beyond that of men and women. It was as monstrous as it could be. In the present world, only Yi Baiming could show such a smile. Even Feng Tian was momentarily dazzled by Yi Baiming's smile. When he came back to his senses, Yi Baiming had already left. Yi Baiming's words were still lingering in Feng Tian's mind. As the two most outstanding people in the continent's magic elite camp and martial arts elite camp, Yi Baiming said that he was no match for him. Was he taking the initiative to show weakness? Or was there another meaning? If his opponent wasn't him, then who would it be? Who was he talking about? Who could surpass him at any time? Feng Tian recalled that when they were on the empty ship earlier, Yi Baiming had stared at the person through everyone. Could it be her, Yunxing, who was selected as a star mark student in the continent's magic elite camp with him? How could it be? She was just a master mage. Feng Tian scoffed. After that assessment, he had asked his mentor about it. His mentor told him not to take it to heart. The reason why that person called Yunxing attracted the attention of the elders was only because she was a very talented potion apothecary. It was said that her magic attributes were somewhat special and could refine a very legendary potion on the continent, the tribute of the moon god. Feng Tian had also heard of the tribute of the moon god. But that was just a potion that strengthened one's magic physique. For a genius like him, who was only a step away from becoming a sky mage, it was completely meaningless. Could Yi Baiming be saying that Yunxing would surpass him? Ridiculous. Feng Tian clenched the tickets in his hands. No matter what, Yi Baiming, in these 3 months of the trial, we will definitely meet in the competition of the Earth Wings division. At that time I will definitely defeat you with my own hands and obtain the title of King of Combat at the level of the Earth Wings. At that time I want to see who is the real number one person in the continent's elite camp. Yunxing didn't know that Yi Baiming and Feng Tian had already had their first secret confrontation. After separating from Yi Baiming, Yunxing returned to normal. After entering the Heaven's Wings arena, 4 roads appeared at a crossroad. These 4 roads led to the Heaven, Earth, Black, and Yellow Wings divisions respectively. In this place, Yunxing, Donghuang Linger, Abandon, and Gufeng were about to be separated. Gufeng and I will be going to the Earth Wings competition zone. Are you two okay with that? Since Gufeng could no longer heal others in the competition area, he had no choice but to participate in the competition as well. He was obviously lacking in confidence, so Abandon decided to accompany him to register and watch a few matches first. No problem. Let's meet at the inn in the evening. Yunxing and Donghuang Linger proceeded towards the Yellow Wings competition zone. On the way, Yunxing saw a small shop. She pulled Donghuang Linger into the shop and picked out 2 masks. Big Fufu magic lamp has appeared. Pull. Who do you guys want to see the most? Little Wildcat PK Night Fox? Or some other unexpected characters? I, Magic Lamp, will try my best to fulfill your evil desires. The 2 masks were half masks that could cover 2/3 of the face, leaving only the eyes, breathing holes, and a small part of the chin exposed. The masks had a green face and fangs, and they looked very ferocious. Once they wore them, no one would be able to recognize them, and they would become a standard female Xianxia. No way, are we really going to compete with such ugly masks? Yunxing, Did you really listen to that woman Xianxia? Are you worried that we will lose badly and lose the face of the continent's magic elite camp? Don Huanglinger was depressed. She was still fantasizing about being in the limelight in the arena. Although the two of them were a little weaker, they were still two beauties. The masks that Yunxing had chosen were very ugly, and Don Huanglinger was not willing to wear such a mask. I thought about it carefully. What she said is not completely unreasonable. Yunxing found it funny when she saw Don Huanglinger's appearance. If we lose, it will be quite embarrassing. But if we win, we will definitely attract the attention of others. In order to attract unnecessary trouble, I think wearing masks is a very good idea, Yunxing explained. After coming to the continent's magic elite camp, Don Huanglinger's temper had been tempered, but she was still a little childish. On her way here, Yunxing had also noticed that there were quite a few people in the Skywings arena who were wearing masks to participate in the competition. Just now, when Yunxing and Don Huanglinger entered the arena, they saw many people covering their faces. Many of them were wearing the Xianxia masks that they were holding in their hands. There were many reasons why these people covered their faces. But most of them did it for safety reasons. Skywing City was one of the most complicated places in the continent. The Skywing City Lord did not show his face all year round, and Skywing City was like an area that was not managed by anyone. If they won in the arena, especially after winning a large amount of prize money, it was very likely that they would attract the jealousy of others. After leaving the arena, they would still encounter an ambush, and they would not even know where they were. There were also some people who were originally wanted criminals on the continent. After escaping to Skywing City, they also wore masks to avoid being noticed. I'm actually fine, but you're different. Think about it, you ran away from your marriage. What if you accidentally meet an important official or noble who came here for a vacation and recognized you? What should you do then? Yunxing tried to scare Don Huanglinger. Yunxing herself could use disguise magic, but disguise magic still consumed mana. When she participated in the competition, Yunxing thought that the more mana she retained, the more likely she would win. Alright, after hearing what you said, I also feel that wearing a mask is a bit safer. Don Huanglinger had always listened to Yunxing. After hearing Yunxing's analysis, Don Huanglinger also felt that what Yunxing said was reasonable. She remembered that in the eastern capital. Indeed, there were quite a few nobles and ministers who liked to watch the matches in the Skywings arena. It was said that the left Prime Minister's family owned a villa in Skywing City. Hence, the two of them agreed that neither of them would reveal the fact that they wore masks during the competition. Even Abandon and Goofing were kept in the dark. If others were to ask about the results of the competition, he would just brush them off. The two of them each chose a mask that they liked, put it on, and walked out. After checking the number of matches that day, Yunxing and Don Huanglinger went to the registration area. The Yellow Wings competition zone was also known as the Northern Competition Zone. It was located at the northernmost part of the Skywings arena. Yunxing and Don Huanglinger walked for about an hour before they saw the yellow wall that symbolized the Yellow Wings competition zone. The entire Yellow Wings competition zone looked like an open-air arena. From the outside, the competition zone didn't look very big, but once they walked through the main entrance, Yunxing and Don Huanglinger discovered that the field of vision ahead was very wide. Clearly, a special space expansion magic had been applied to the competition zone. Report your names. If you want to participate in the two-person competition, then give a group name, the registration staff of the Yellow Wings competition zone asked Yunxing and Don Huanglinger. The Skywings arena didn't stipulate that one must use one's real name. Yunxing and Don Huanglinger didn't plan on using their real names. Do the two of you want to participate in the one-person competition or the two-person competition together? The registration staff of the Skywings arena's Yellow Wings competition zone asked. Regarding the two of them wearing masks, the person in charge didn't ask a single word, nor did he ask about the two's age. After all, those who could enter and leave Skywing City were either powerhouses or people who came out to train with their elders. The person in charge wasn't surprised by this. What's the difference between the one-person competition and the two-person competition in terms of prize money and results? Yunxing's original idea was to participate in the two-person competition together with Don Huanglinger. After all, Don Huanglinger was different from her. This was her first time participating in this kind of competition. Although her magic cultivation wasn't bad, she might not be able to gain an advantage in the arena. She still hoped to participate in the competition together with Yunxing. That depends on what you came for. Some people like to participate in the two-person competition for money. Some people like to participate in the one-person competition for glory. Seeing that the two of them were newcomers, the registration staff patiently explained. In terms of difficulty, there wasn't much difference between the one-person competition and the two-person competition in the Yellow Wings competition zone. It was just that the prize money for participating in the two-person competition was double, which was 1,000 gold coins. The one-person competition only had 500 gold coins, so some people who came together for the money liked to participate in the two-person competition. But some people liked to participate in the one-person competition for the glory of the fighting king. In the one-person competition, one could accumulate a battle record. In the two-person competition, one could only accumulate half of the battle record. The two-person competition also allowed one to accumulate battle records. This point surprised Yunxing a little. Although they came to participate in this competition more in the name of the prize money, the title of fighting king was also one of Yunxing's long-cherished wishes. Yunxing clearly remembered that when she was in Huangding, Captain Fengque had once told her that her father, Yun Songhai, had come to the Skywings arena to participate in the competition. At that time, when her father had obtained 99 victories, he had met her mother, Hu Jiuxing. It was also in that competition that her father had been defeated by her mother, missing out on the title of fighting king. But it was also after that Yun Songhai began to pursue Hu Jiuxing. The two of them had left the Skywings arena one after the other, and they had also lost their final chance to strive for the title of fighting king. But it was also because they had given up that time that the two of them had been fated to marry each other. 100 victories were needed to obtain the title of fighting king. Presumably, her father had also participated in the competition at the Yellow Wings level. This inexplicable coincidence gave Yunxing a strange feeling. In Yunxing's view, whether it was the Skywings arena or the title of fighting king, it was a continuation of her parents' fate. If it's possible, she hopes to fulfill the long-cherished wish of her father and mother, the fighting king, in the Yellow Wings arena. Yunxing thought to herself. Yunxing and Dong Huanglinger, frankly speaking, lacked both money and glory. Dong Huanglinger, who was standing at the side, rolled her eyes. Yunxing, why don't we both participate? You and I will participate in the individual competition as individuals, and then participate in the duo competition as a team? Maybe if we are lucky, we can even get a fighting king to play with. Dong Huanglinger was eager to give it a try. On the other hand, she was also very curious about her own strength. Although she was one level higher than Yunxing in terms of magic realm, when it came to actual control of magic and combat experience, Dong Huanglinger was far from Yunxing. She had also asked Yunxing before, and Yunxing only said that she had been a hunter for a few years in her early years, and had participated in some competitions and hunting missions. Dong Huanglinger thought that she must also temper herself in the Skywings arena. This way, even if she was separated from Yunxing in the future, she would still be able to take charge of things on her own. Dong Huanglinger's words were also exactly what Yunxing was thinking. Yunxing looked again. The individual competition was arranged in the morning, and the duo competition was arranged in the afternoon. She and Dong Huanglinger could take turns to participate in the individual and duo competitions. This way, regardless of whether it was the prize money or the battle results, they could double it. After discussing with Yunxing and Dong Huanglinger, Yunxing decided to use her previous life's surname, Yan, to replace her name in the Skywings arena. In any case, the magic attack that Yunxing was most proficient in right now was the fire magic, Flame Explosion. Dong Huanglinger chose the word Huang, which represented her identity as a princess of the royal family, and also one of her surnames. Let's call our duo group Flame Emperor in the future. The two of us are going to be like the kings of flame and shine brilliantly in the Yellow Wings competition zone. Dong Huanglinger quickly came up with a name for their duo group. Flame Emperor. It had the same effect as her previous life's ancestor, Flame Emperor. Yunxing didn't know if this was a coincidence, but she nodded in agreement with Dong Huanglinger's idea. The two of them paid another 40 gold coins to register for the individual and duo competitions for the first time. After a while, the two of them each received a yellow feather badge. Contestant Flame and Flame Emperor, your individual competition will be in the morning, and Flame Emperor's duo competition will be in the afternoon. Please wait in the resting area. After about half an hour, the schedule for this morning's individual competition zone will be announced. Following instructions, Xianxia and Donghuang Linger went to the resting area. The Heaven's Wings Arena's 4 main competition zones each had a resting area for the contestants. Later on, Xianxia and Donghuang Linger also found out that the contestants' resting area was also divided into the public resting area and the VIP resting area. They were still newbies at the moment, so they went to the most ordinary public rest area that could accommodate less than 500 people at a time. It was an area similar to a modern waiting hall or airport terminal, and the decorations were very simple. The spacious and empty resting area was like a market, filled with all kinds of people. Xianxia and Donghuang Linger arrived late, and most of the new and old contestants had already gathered together. Xianxia took note that there were no less than 400 to 500 contestants present. This was the number of contestants in the entire Yellow Wings competition zone for a single day. It could be seen how fierce the competition was. The Yellow Wings competition zone was worthy of being called the most mixed zone of the Skywings Arena's 4 main competition zones. The people here were also uneven. Tall, short, fat, thin, male, female, old, and young. Some of them even looked like 6 or 7 years old from the outside. There were magicians wearing magic scepters, summoners wearing summoning rings, and warriors wearing battle armor. There were all kinds of people. At a cursory glance, most of the magicians had cultivations similar to Xianxia's. They were master magicians, and there were also some martial marquee warriors. These people were all people who made a living in the Skywings Arena all year round, and they were all full of hostility. Xianxia and Donghuang Linger walked in, and they instantly had the misconception that they were little white rabbits that had fallen into a wolf's den. Fortunately, there were also some people wearing masks. When Xianxia and Donghuang Linger walked in, most people didn't notice. It was just that the crowd was too crowded, and Donghuang Linger was careless and bumped into a warrior. That warrior was standing together with 4 or 5 other warriors. They looked like a team, and they were all wearing black and yellow warrior attire with wasp patterns. That warrior who was bumped into was very tall and had stone-like muscles. Donghuang Linger only bumped into him lightly, and he was completely fine. Who knew that the warrior would get angry and push Donghuang Linger? Don't you have eyes? You want to leave after bumping into me? The warrior turned around and saw that the one who bumped into him was a female magician who was wearing a mask and had a graceful figure. That warrior immediately changed his expression. Yo, you're new here. Look at this figure, it's quite alluring. Come, take off your mask for me to take a look. If you're not bad looking, I'll let you off. As he spoke, that warrior immediately changed his tone, and a lustful light appeared in his eyes. He very flirtatiously wanted to take off Donghuang Linger's mask. How could Donghuang Linger endure such frivolity? She waved the magic scepter in her hand, and a lightning flash struck down, almost hitting that warrior's hand. Donghuang Linger still remembered Xianxia's earlier instructions. After entering the arena, she had to be careful with everything. Otherwise, she would definitely turn that warrior's hand into roasted pig trotters. That warrior originally thought that Donghuang Linger was just a little white rabbit. Who knew that Donghuang Linger would be so fast and ruthless? If his reaction was a bit slower, he might have already been hit. He immediately flew into a rage, and the other warriors behind him also surrounded Xianxia and Donghuang Linger. Where did this shameless *tch come from? Not only did you fail to bump into your brother, you even want to hurt him. You're really rebellious. Newcomers don't know the rules. Most of the people in the contestants' resting area had noticed this scene. It was just that everyone was indifferent and had an indifferent look on their faces. Obviously, this kind of thing was happening in the Yellow Wings competition zone every day. Some newcomers would be suppressed by the seniors. Especially some young and beautiful female magicians and female warriors, they wouldn't dare to participate in the Yellow Wings competition alone, unless they were accompanied by someone. Actually, this kind of situation would also happen in the continent's Hunter Citadel. It was just that Yunxing was relatively lucky and met Huangting's group of 3. Feng Quidang's group of 3 wasn't easy to deal with. Therefore, Yunxing didn't experience the suppression of newcomers in the arena. However, the situation right now was different. The two of them were unfamiliar with the various competition zones in Skywing City. Their cultivation was also very ordinary. Therefore, they attracted the attention of the Bee Venom battle team. Someone even muttered, "They really don't have eyes." They even dared to offend the Bee Venom battle team. It turned out that those 4 or 5 martial artists were members of the Bee Venom squad. They were veteran contestants in the Skywing City area and had been making a living in Skywing City all year round. These people's skills were all around martial marquee. In terms of cultivation, it was actually not much. However, this group of people had a special characteristic. They knew a special kind of poisonous battle skill. The dochi they released contained a highly toxic poison. Even their attacks contained a highly toxic poison. Especially during the competition, they used all kinds of despicable methods. Since there was no written rule in the Skywings arena that prohibited the use of poison, hidden weapons, and the like, many contestants who encountered Bee Venom for the first time couldn't avoid being at a disadvantage. Those veteran contestants also didn't want to offend the members of Bee Venom. Because of this, these 4 or 5 martial artists were even more unbridled and fearless, becoming the typical scoundrels of the Yellow Wings competition zone. Although their strength wasn't high, they relied on their numbers to bully the newcomers. "Yunxing, what do we do?" Dong Huanglinger had never encountered such a situation and was a little nervous. "Don't be nervous." Yunxing was much calmer, and her eyes quickly scanned the surroundings. The Bee Venom squad naturally wouldn't let go of this opportunity to take advantage of them. "What are you all doing?" An arrogant and somewhat threatening voice came from the side. A magician in a yellow-gray robe stood up from a leather chair in the corner of the contestants' lounge. This person's cultivation was unknown. He was about 30 years old and looked thin and weak, like a weak scholar, but his eyes were sunken, and his skin was yellow with a tinge of green. When Yunxing saw this person, she couldn't help but frown. This person looked like he had overindulged in debauchery, and he might not be any better than the Bee Venom squad. As soon as the man opened his mouth, the noise around them immediately quieted down. The members of Bee Venom, who had been pestering Yunxing and Dong Huanglinger, immediately shrunk into a ball when they saw the newcomer, retreating to the side in fear like mice that had seen a cat. The oldest member of Bee Venom walked out, and he was also the boss of the Bee Venom squad, Big Feng. Big B looked at the newcomer, then looked at Yunxing and Dong Huanglinger. In his heart, he understood that the newcomer must have taken a liking to Dong Huanglinger and Yunxing just like the 5 of them. Recently, there weren't many newcomers entering the Skywings arena. In particular, the number of young, beautiful, and voluptuous female magicians and warriors could be counted on one's fingers. Presumably, that lord was also getting impatient from waiting. "Yellow Knight Emissary, so it turns out that these 2 people are the people that you have taken a fancy to. I am truly sorry, truly sorry. We brothers must have been blind. We will leave now, please." The 5 brothers didn't dare to look at Yunxing and Dong Huanglinger anymore as they hurriedly retreated to the side. The brothers were obviously older than Yellow Knight Emissary, but they still addressed him respectfully. For no reason at all, Yunxing and Dong Huanglinger were suddenly rescued. The 2 of them were somewhat astonished. Yunxing noticed that when the spectating contestants saw that man, their eyes were filled with awe and fear, but judging from the yellow-robed man's attire, he wasn't someone from the Heaven's Wings arena. Presumably, that male magician's identity was very special. Yunxing noticed that he wasn't wearing any emblem of a Yellow Wings contestant. Very clearly, he wasn't a contestant from this competition zone. Yellow Knight Emissary spoke with arrogance. His slender eyes would occasionally sweep past Yunxing and Dong Huanglinger's masks, and his sharp nose caught a whiff of the faint fragrance of a young girl. A wicked light flashed past his eyes. These 2 female magicians were still inexperienced. Good stuff, top-notch good stuff. This Yellow Knight Emissary appeared in the Yellow Wings competition zone all year round. He recognized everyone in the competition zone, and every time a newcomer came, he would pay close attention to them. When these 2 female contestants walked in, although they were wearing sinister-looking Xianxia masks on their faces, their temperament and Snow White, youthful skin still attracted him at first glance. He already couldn't wait to imagine the feeling of hugging these two inexperienced chicks in his arms. Dong Huangling was inexperienced in the ways of the world, so when she saw Yellow Knight Emissary helping them out, she didn't have her guard up against him. However, Yunxing's sharp senses noticed that there was the smell of medicinal herbs on this man's body. This man was either a doctor or a pharmacist. From the attitude of the people from B-Venom Battle Squad just now, this man was most likely. Yunxing's guess was confirmed in the next second. How should I address the two of you? I am Yellow Knight Emissary, who is in charge of the Yellow Wings competition zone. This is a small greeting gift, please accept it. Yellow Knight Emissary took out 2 bottles of medicinal pills and handed them over to Yunxing and Dong Huangling. You flatter me. I am Yan, and she is Huang. We are both newcomers who just came to Skywing City. Yunxing and Dong Huangling didn't accept the medicinal pills. This was the first time that someone directly rejected his greeting gift. Yellow Knight Emissary felt a bit disappointed. However, he immediately smiled and said, Contestant Yan and Contestant Huang, you two must have heard of the Hidden Night Pavilion, right? I am the Dark Emissary that the Hidden Night Pavilion set up here. As if he was afraid that Yunxing and Dong Huangling didn't know what the Hidden Night Pavilion was, Yellow Knight Emissary started to introduce it to them. From Yellow Knight Emissary's words, the Hidden Night Pavilion became the biggest medical center in Skywing City. The Hidden Night Pavilion was different from traditional medical centers. Not only did it sell medicinal pills related to ancient medical skills, but it also sold a large amount of finished potions. The Hidden Night Pavilion was also in charge of the sales of medicinal herbs in the entire Skywing City. Therefore, regardless of whether one was a warrior or a magician, one would be able to obtain the best medicine and treatment here. Yellow Knight Emissary thought that Yunxing and Dong Huangling would reveal looks of admiration after hearing what Yellow Knight Emissary said. However, Yunxing and Dong Huangling were already gnashing their teeth. This was especially so for Dong Huangling. She really wanted to punch Yellow Knight Emissary until he became a pig's head. Esteemed female magicians, I wonder if the two of you are interested in joining the Hidden Night Pavilion? The man who was addressed as Yellow Knight Emissary clearly didn't notice the anger of the two women. He looked at them with an expectant expression, waiting for their reply. There were very few people who could resist the temptation of the Hidden Night Pavilion, especially these ignorant newcomers. The people of the Hidden Night Pavilion were truly enemies on a narrow road. When Yunxing and Dong Huangling heard about the Hidden Night Pavilion, especially Dong Huangling they were about to flare up. However, they were pulled down by Yunxing. Yunxing secretly made a hand gesture to Dong Huangling. Although there was only one person on the other side who knew if there were people from the Hidden Night Pavilion among these contestants. Fortunately, Dong Huangling was wearing a mask. Thus, the male magician didn't notice her abnormality. I'm sorry, our team doesn't know much about the Hidden Night Pavilion. Perhaps after a while, we will consider whether or not to join the Hidden Night Pavilion, Yunxing said with a fake smile. That's nothing. The two of you are newcomers, so it's normal that you don't know about the Hidden Night Pavilion. However, if the two of you are going to stay in Skywing City for a long time, you will definitely have to cooperate with the Hidden Night Pavilion. This is because the Hidden Night Pavilion not only controls the medicinal pills and potions of Skywing City, but also has a large number of light-type and detoxifying water-type magicians. The male magician's tone was filled with pride. Yunxing and Dong Huangling were shocked. Previously, they only thought that the other party had monopolized pills and potions. They didn't expect that even light and water mages were under the control of the Hidden Night Pavilion. No wonder Goofing had been beaten up by the people of the Hidden Night Pavilion when he was performing magic treatment here. The silence of the two made the male mage even more pleased. You are all contestants, so you should know very well that injuries are inevitable in the competition. If you become a contestant under the name of the Hidden Night Pavilion, we will provide you with all kinds of pills and potions, as well as a monthly magic treatment, for free. The male mage was still afraid that Yunxing and Dong Huangling would hesitate, so he encouraged them even more. We don't provide this right to every contestant. We will only recruit contestants that the Night Envoy recognizes as having potential. Oh, that sounds pretty good. I wonder what we have to pay to join the Hidden Night Pavilion? Yunxing sneered inwardly. She would never believe such a good thing as a free lunch falling from the sky. The two of them didn't have obvious strength, so how could they become contestants with potential? The magic scepter of the Hidden Night Pavilion with the surname Huang was embedded with 3 fire attribute magical beast soul stones. His cultivation was only at the level of a master mage. But for the people present to be so wary of him, there must be something about him that surpassed others. You are contestants of the Yellow Wings division. According to the rules of the Hidden Night Pavilion, you only need to pay 70% of the winning bonus, the man who called himself the Night Envoy said straightforwardly. 70%, Yunxing and Dong Huanglinger both cursed in their hearts. 70% of the bonus was still considered simple. They only had to provide the simplest pills and potions, as well as a monthly magic treatment, and they could get 70% of the bonus. This was simply asking for too much. Did this damned Hidden Night Pavilion really think that they were fools? If it had been any other newcomer to the Heaven's Wings arena, they might have been bewitched. But this Night Envoy with bad eyesight obviously didn't have much luck. He didn't know that Yunxing and Dong Huanglinger had been suppressing a belly full of anger because of the Hidden Night Pavilion. Yunxing was a doctor and magic apothecary. She was also the water fairy little queen who possessed the super powerful water fairy healing technique. In this world, there were very few potions and magical treatments that could catch Yunxing's eye. Not to mention one Hidden Night Pavilion, even if there were 10 Hidden Night Pavilions, it would still be the same. Of course, if the two of you were to break through and participate in the competition of the Earthwings competition zone of the next level, the prize money can be reduced to 50%. If the two of you were to reach the Heaven's Wings competition zone, then the prize money can be reduced to 30%. Furthermore, we will also provide you with high-grade elixirs and magic potions, as well as more than 10 times of magic treatment per month. The Night Envoy thought that Yunxing and Dong Huanglinger were tempted. But if our luck is bad, or if we're not strong enough, and we don't win a single match in a month, how are we going to repay the Hidden Night Pavilion? Or what if we only win 500 gold coins in a month? What should we do? Yunxing pretended to ask. The price of an ordinary mid-grade pill was no less than 100 gold coins, and a single light healing pill was even more priceless. Could it be that the Hidden Night Pavilion would be willing to make a loss? Haha. The Night Envoy laughed awkwardly. He actually cared that the two new female magicians were much smarter than he thought. The minimum prize money that the Hidden Night Pavilion requires is 1,000 gold coins. If the money is not enough, that Night Envoy's gaze wandered around Yunxing and Dong Huanglinger's body with malicious intentions. The two women's figures were very alluring. Just by looking at them, one would swallow their saliva. It was no wonder that so many magicians and warriors were lustful. Yellow Night Envoy thought to himself, if these two women really join the Hidden Night Pavilion, I'll have to do something to make them lose a few more matches. At that time, if the two of them can't repay 70% of the prize money, I'll make them pay with their bodies. I might even be able to enjoy it first. Night Envoy, what will happen if the money is not enough? Will it be accumulated until next month? Dong Huanglinger was disgusted by his gaze, and she wished that she could dig out his eyeballs. Haha, the Hidden Night Pavilion's accounts never exceed a month. Both of you are beautiful women. Under the mask, you must think that your looks are not ordinary and are afraid of attracting lechers. If you are really unlucky and can't pay, then I'll have to trouble the two of you to help me entertain some important guests of the Hidden Night Pavilion. The Night Envoy's words were very explicit. Yunxing and Dong Huanglinger immediately understood. The prices in Skywing City were very high. Those who came to Skywing City were either powerful or rich. Those rich and powerful people liked to have some fun when they came to Skywing City. In particular, some people liked to look for young and beautiful female magicians and warriors to serve them to increase their fun. Those female warriors and magicians who agreed to the Hidden Night Pavilion's conditions would be forced to become the playthings of those powerful people or rich people if they couldn't pay the corresponding amount of money at the end of the month. Part of the reason why this Night Envoy had his eyes on Yunxing and Dong Huanglinger was because he felt that the two of them were quite powerful and had very attractive figures. That was why he came forward to strike up a conversation with them. He had already calculated in his heart. Even if the two female magicians' strength was ordinary, he could still use them to compensate with their bodies. Bastard! You want us to be prostitutes? Dong Huanglinger couldn't hold it in anymore and gave him a slap. This great aunt was already used to being a princess. Normally, when facing Yunxing and other little friends, her temper would be restrained by quite a bit. But now, she was actually humiliated by a bullshit knight envoy. How could Dong Huanglinger endure it? She had long been itching to slap him. This slap even contained some wind elemental magical power. The strength of the slap was very strong, and the sound of the slap was very crisp. With a slap, that knight envoy of the Hidden Knight Pavilion was caught off guard and was beaten to a pulp. You actually dare to hit me? Yellow Knight envoy was in charge of this competition zone. In this competition zone, he had always been a lofty existence. Who would have thought that today, he would actually be taught a lesson by a newbie female magician? Just now, when Dong Huanglinger flared up, she didn't care about the situation or the mission. Her voice of scolding was heard by everyone in the competition zone. This caused everyone to look over. Yellow Knight envoy had done quite a lot of things like forcing women to become prostitutes. However, to be openly slapped in front of everyone, this was truly the first time in history. Everyone had an expression as if they were waiting to watch a good show. And here I was wondering what the Hidden Knight Pavilion was. So, it turns out that it is just a place where men steal and women prostitute. They say that they are selling medicine, but it turns out that they are actually trying to persuade others to sell their bodies. Simply shameless. Dong Huanglinger opened her mouth and scolded continuously. Yunxing found it funny and decided to watch the show from the side. She guessed that Yellow Knight emissary wouldn't dare to make things difficult for Dong Huanglinger in front of so many people. His face felt hot and immediately swelled up like a balloon. Yellow Knight emissary was already flustered and exasperated. Two bitches, one of you is a master mage and the other is a saint mage. Do you really think that with your skills, you can survive in the Yellow Wings competition zone? Do you believe that I can make the two of you die miserably with just a flick of my thumb? Dark emissary, you don't have to worry about whether we can survive here or not. The two of us have no interest in the Dark Knight Pavilion. Now, you can scram, Yunxing said coldly. Yellow Knight emissary still wanted to flare up, but when he looked at Yunxing, he discovered that under her mask, two cold glints shot out. For some reason, his entire body shivered. He was actually frightened by the aura of this female mage who didn't speak much since the beginning. She was clearly just a newbie, so why would he feel such a chill? Good job, the two of you. If you have the ability, just wait and see. To dare to offend the Dark Knight Pavilion, just wait for your misfortune. Yellow Knight emissary held on to his extremely swollen face and limped away. After the people from the Dark Knight Pavilion left, the five brothers from Bee Venom looked at Yunxing and Dong Huanglinger as if they were looking at dead people. To even dare to offend Yellow Knight emissary, let's see how the two of you can survive in the Yellow Wings competition zone in the future. The influence of the Dark Knight Pavilion was much stronger than what Yunxing and Dong Huanglinger had imagined. The two of them had thought that the Dark Knight Pavilion had only monopolized the sales of elixirs and demonic potions outside of Skywings City. They didn't expect that their influence had already brazenly extended into the competition zone. The two of them are indeed newbies, not afraid of death. The contestants at the side pointed at Yunxing and Dong Huanglinger and whispered. Among the contestants, half of them were those who cooperated with the Dark Knight Pavilion and the other half were those who didn't. However, no matter which power it was, none of them dared to act like Yunxing and Dong Huanglinger, directly beating up the Dark Envoy. After all, the Hidden Knight Pavilion controlled almost all of Skywing City's elixirs, potions, and healing magicians. They were often needed. In the past, there were also some newcomers who had disobeyed Yellow Knight emissary's orders and ended up in a terrible state. There were even some female magicians who, because they were unwilling to accompany guests, had their magic souls crippled and were sold to brothels on the continent. Now, they were living a life worse than death. The contestants of the Yellow Wings competition zone all thought that Yan and Emperor were too tactless. Don't bother about them, just focus on participating in the competition. Yunxing saw everyone's reaction and didn't say anything else. Pulling Dong Huanglinger along with her, she stood at the side and waited for the competition to be announced. Yellow Knight emissary flew into a rage out of humiliation and walked out of the contestant resting area. How unlucky. He thought that he had found two top-notch goods today, but who knew, Yunxing and Dong Huanglinger were both newcomers. Both of them were wearing masks, but their figures already showed that their appearances were definitely not ordinary. There were already quite a number of good-looking female magicians and female warriors who had fallen into Yellow Knight Emissary's hands. This person's cultivation was ordinary, but his mind was very cunning. Yellow Knight Emissary's real name was Yellow Kindness, and he was as slippery as an eel. Although he was only a fire magic master, he was an outstanding pharmacist. Not only could he refine mid-grade elixirs, but he could also refine potions. He also relied on this special ability to refine potions to enter the Hidden Night Pavilion and become the Yellow Wings competition zone's dark envoy. He controlled more than 30% of the contestants in the Yellow Wings competition zone and even colluded with some internal members of the Skywing Arena. As long as it was a female contestant that he fancied, he would think of ways to make the other party lose the competition. He didn't even hesitate to use the elixirs and potions that were provided. In the end, he made those female magicians and warriors become the playthings of the Hidden Night Pavilion to please the rich. Yellow Knight Emissary, are you alright? Seeing Yellow Knight Emissary walk out, Boss B of Venom followed him. Humph, Boss B, why are you following me? Are you here to see me make a fool of myself? Yellow Knight Emissary was flustered and exasperated. How would I dare, Yellow Knight Emissary? Actually, you don't have to take it to heart. They're just two chicks. As long as you nod your head, I'll immediately cripple those two tactless women in the first round. I don't dare to say I'll cripple two, but it'll be easy to cripple one. Boss B had a fawning expression. You're confident? Hearing this, Yellow Knight Emissary's anger instantly subsided. This Boss B was good at using poison and had cooperated with the Hidden Night Pavilion. He could be considered a very obedient dog under Yellow Knight Emissary. According to Yellow Knight Emissary's orders, Boss B had poisoned some contestants who didn't cooperate with the Hidden Night Pavilion several times. This attracted a lot of business for the Hidden Night Pavilion. The two of them could be considered to be snakes and rats from the same nest. They're just two newbies. Especially that one called Yen, she's only a master mage. For people like her, even if a few of us brothers come, we'll be able to take care of them. Boss B had stayed in the arena for a long time and had learned how to read people's expressions. Although these two young girls didn't know how to appreciate favors, from Yellow Knight Emissary's expression, it was clear that they were drooling over them. Alright, I'll leave this matter to you. In a while I'll find someone to arrange a match between you and that Yen. However, I'll say this first, it doesn't matter what methods you use, but you must not injure that woman's face. Yellow Knight Emissary had seen Dong Huanglinger fight before. No matter what, the other party was a saint magician. Furthermore, she was a wind element magician. Against a wind element magician, B Venom, who was good at using poison, wouldn't have much of an advantage. Thus, he decided to first pick Yen, who appeared to be much weaker, to make an example out of her. At that time, he wouldn't have to worry about those two young girls coming to him. Yellow Knight Emissary, please be at ease. However, if this matter were to succeed. Boss B had a fawning expression on his face. Humph, I won't forget about your benefits. At the very most, for this month, your B Venom will be able to reduce the reward by 20%. Yellow Knight Emissary had already calculated. The benefits that he would be able to get from the two young girls would be much more than this 20%. Yellow Knight Emissary, just you wait. In the competition later on, I will make that woman obedient. Boss B and Yellow Knight Emissary looked at each other and smiled. Yellow Knight Emissary and Boss Phone were whispering to each other. Not far away, in a dark corner, one of the four dragon wings, Long Shui, witnessed everything. Those two wanted to deal with Yunxing. Should I tell my master about this matter? Under Yi Baiming's orders, Long Shui snuck into the Yellow Wings competition zone. According to Yi Baiming's orders, if there was any news that was unfavorable to Yunxing, he was to immediately stop it. When Long Shui recalled the conversation between Yunxing and his master, he felt a burst of jealousy in his heart. Other people might not have noticed it, but Long Shui had already noticed it. When his master looked at that young girl called Yunxing, his gaze was different from when he looked at other people. Because, she also used the same gaze to look at her master. The gaze that her master used to look at Yunxing was domineering and possessive. That was the gaze that a man used to look at his own woman. However, that person called Yunxing obviously didn't appreciate it. What's so good about that Yunxing? In terms of appearance, she doesn't seem to be much more outstanding than me. Recalling Yunxing's flawless face that was similar to a fairy's, Long Shui bit her lips. She thought for a bit and decided to think about it after the competition. For an arrogant and rude woman like Yunxing, it would be good to let her suffer a bit and learn a lesson. Not long after Yellow Knight Emissary left, Yunxing and Dong Huanglinger stood at the side, waiting for their first individual match. The day competition schedule has been announced. Long before Yunxing and Dong Huanglinger came to participate in the competition, Abandon had already told Yunxing that the competition mode of the 4 competition zones was divided into day competition, month competition, and year competition. The day competition was a competition that was held every day, while the month competition and year competition were held to select the contestants and teams with the best battle records to compete against each other. Yunxing and Dong Huanglinger were both newcomers, and their battle records were 0. Therefore, today's day competition could be considered as their first match. On the bulletin board of Yellow Wing's competition zone, the names of the several hundred contestants were displayed one after another. Within Yellow Wing's competition zone, there were a total of 9 day competition zones. Because of the large number of contestants, the day competition was held at the same time. I see it, I am in the 7th day competition zone and will be the 4th contestant. Yunxing, you are in the 9th day competition zone and will also be the 4th contestant. Dong Huanglinger glanced at the names of the 2 contestants. On the bulletin board, the time and opponent of the 2 contestants were displayed. 7th day competition zone, Emperor vs. Lu Qingqing. 9th day competition zone, Flame vs Big B. Hee, little girl, your opponent is me. What, are you scared now? A sinister laughter came from behind. The 5 people from B Venom stood not far away and smiled maliciously at Yunxing and Dong Huanglinger. How could this be? Could it be that you all have done something? Dong Huanglinger immediately understood that it must be the people from Wasp Venom who had done something. Yunxing was just a newbie. How could it be so coincidental that she met B-Boss? Although Dong Huanglinger had just arrived at the arena, from the expressions of the surrounding people, she knew that the upcoming competition would definitely not be simple. Little bitch, if you have the mood to worry about others, why don't you worry about yourself instead? Lu Qingqing's strength is even stronger than my big brother. Wasp-san, who had teased Dong Huanglinger earlier, mocked. Don't worry, I can handle it. Be careful, don't force yourself. Yunxing originally wanted to be there to cheer for Dong Huanglinger. However, when she looked at the competition schedule, she realized that her competition time was very close to Dong Huanglinger's. Yunxing glanced at Fengde. Anyone who looked down on her would not be able to get away with it. Yunxing and Dong Huanglinger headed to the competition zone on the 9th and 7th respectively. Yunxing followed the path and headed to the competition zone on the 9th. She discovered that the competition zone on the 9th was actually the most remote competition zone in the entire Yellow Wings competition zone. On the other hand, the competition zone on the first day was the most lively competition zone in the Yellow Wings competition zone. It was also the competition zone with the most spectators. The further one went to the competition zone, the fewer spectators there were. There were also not many spectators there. Luckily, Yunxing was just a newbie. Thus, she didn't really care about whether or not there were spectators there. When Yunxing arrived at the competition zone on the 9th, it was still not her turn yet. Yunxing was bored to death. Thus, she decided to just stand at the side of the competition zone and watch the competition zone on the 9th for free. The competition zone on the 9th was oval-shaped. There were spectator seats in the north, south, east, and west respectively. A normal competition zone was about the size of a table tennis competition zone. It could accommodate about 200 spectators. Due to the fact that there were close to 100 daily competitions in the Yellow Wings competition zone, they were divided among the 9 competition zones. Thus, each competition zone had about 10 individual competitions per day. The 9th competition zone was remote, and there weren't many spectators there. In addition, most of the spectators were newbies. Thus, there were very few spectators there. There were only a few dozen people there. Yunxing came to watch a daily competition. The normal fee was 10 gold coins, 30 gold coins for the monthly competition, and 50 gold coins for the annual competition. This kind of ticket price was already enough to cover the expenses of an ordinary family for a year or even a lifetime on the continent. However, in Skywings City, it was only enough for the lowest level of Yellow Wings competition. After a daily competition, the arena could only maintain the normal prize money for the contestants. In fact, the majority of the Skywings arena's income came from the Sky, Earth, and Xianwings competitions. Even Xianwings magical beast competitions were more interesting than those in the Yellow Wings competition zone. After the first 3 competitions, there were contestants who won and lost one after another. There were even a few contestants who had been carried off, some with missing arms and broken legs. They were drenched in blood. The intensity of the duels in the arena was evident. The Skywings arena was different from other arenas on the continent. In order to increase the excitement of the daily competition, the arena had been increasing the violence of the competition in recent years. Sometimes, there would even be deaths. Some of the new contestants whose mental fortitude wasn't up to standard were already so scared that their legs turned to jelly when they saw the scene. Not far away, the people of Venom stood together with Yellow Knight Emissary, grinning maliciously at Xianxia. Xianxia closed her eyes. That woman must be dumbfounded. She's so scared that she's even closed her eyes. Venom and the others pointed maliciously at Xianxia. Xianxia turned a deaf ear to them, laughing inwardly. In a moment, I'll show you what it means to fight without shedding a drop of blood. The 4th competition of the 9th competition zone had officially begun. Xianxia and Bigby went on stage separately. Bigby had the intention of showing off. With a stomp of his foot, he flew out like a cannonball and landed on the arena with a dull thud. Xianxia, on the other hand, tapped lightly with her feet and landed gracefully like a butterfly. One was tall and one was short, one was a warrior and one was a mage. In terms of momentum, Bigby had the upper hand. As soon as the two of them appeared on the stage, a young woman wearing the arena uniform stood on the stage and announced loudly. Welcome, everyone, to the 4th competition of the 9th competition zone of the Yellow Wings tournament. I am the referee of this zone, Chuyu. The speaker was a female warrior with good looks. She had a beautiful head of short hair that reached her ears and was about 16 or 17 years old. This was the most beautiful age for a young girl to transform into a woman. The woman had the typical tall and slender figure of a northern woman. She was about 1.75 meters tall. The warrior robe she wore was well-tailored, neat but not lacking in femininity. As soon as she appeared, the eyes of at least several male animals in the audience lit up. Evidently, this referee by the name of Chuyu was very popular. There were probably quite a few people who had come to the 9th competition zone not to watch the competition, but to see this female referee called Chuyu. Most of the referees of the Heaven's Wings arena were like Chuyu, handsome men and beautiful women. However, if anyone really thought that they only had a beautiful appearance, then they were gravely mistaken. Chuyu was clearly very used to everything in the arena. Amidst all sorts of cheers, she was natural and unrestrained, her pair of pretty eyes containing all sorts of flirtatious feelings. In the 4th round of the individual competition, rookie contestant Flame will face veteran contestant Big B. The winning condition for this competition is, one party loses the ability to fight or one party leaves the arena. Before the competition, as usual, I will give a simple introduction. Flame, participating in a Yellow Wing level competition for the first time, Master Magician, specializes in fire magic. Big B, leader of the Bee Venom team, Martial Marquis, battle technique is Venomous Wolf Claw. Let us wait and see if the rookie contestant Flame will win, or if Big B, who has already won 3 consecutive matches, wins again. Let the competition begin. After the young woman finished speaking, she shifted her body and left the arena. In the audience, several members of the Bee Venom team shouted, "Boss, finish off that woman in one move. Women should go home and nurse their children. Fighting in the arena, what a joke." Most of the audience did not have much interest in this competition after seeing Xianxia and Big B appear. Big B, who had won 3 consecutive matches, was better than Xianxia in terms of combat experience and strength. Furthermore, Big B was an expert in using poison. The arena was only 10 square meters in size, and magicians were experts in long-range attacks. Such a small distance was not conducive for her to dodge Big B's close-range attacks. Although Yunxing was wearing a mask, her skin was whiter than snow, her black hair fluttered in the wind, and her figure was slim. She was obviously a great beauty. In the audience, there was no lack of audience members who were protective of the fairer sex. They shouted at Big B, aren't you embarrassed? She's a delicate lady, give way, don't hurt her. The situation in the arena could be said to be one-sided. No one thought that the rookie contestant Flame would win. Only the female referee, Chu Yu, was still focused on the situation in the arena. The moment Big B entered the arena, he waved his hand to his companions behind him. He tore open his warrior suit, revealing his tan chest hair and strong muscles. Big B did not care about Flame at all. He just wanted to complete the mission given to him by Yellow Knight Emissary. If they finished the battle quickly, they would be able to get a 20% reduction in the bonus. With that money, they would be able to eat and drink well for the rest of the month. There was a threatening outburst of anger. Everyone heard the sound of bones cracking. Feng Da's doqi swelled. Rows of razor-sharp claws grew out of his hands, back, and even his shoulders. When Big B had fused with his beast blood, he had fused with the blood of a Tyrannosaurus blood wolf. That was why a part of his body was able to transform. Each of his claws was covered in poison and emitted a green glow. Those front claws not only protected the vital parts of his body, but also carried a fatal poison. As long as the opponent touched the poison on the claws, their blood would turn black and their whole body would rot. If they were not treated in time, they would die in less than 3 days. Little girl, I bet that you won't be able to last more than 3 moves in my hands. Wasp de wantonly provoked. Wrong, 1 move is enough. As she spoke, Flame twisted her slender waist and her long legs suddenly took a step forward. Before anyone could see her figure, a figure flashed past and Flame had already rushed in front of Big B. Flame's step did not seem like much, but it had fused with the Night Demon footwork that the Night Demon Queen had taught her. The Night Demon footwork was the unique footwork of the Night Demon clan, which had the fastest movement techniques among the fairies. This footwork was a fusion of wind magic and ground escape, and it was as fast as lightning. Big B wanted to gain the upper hand by a show of strength, but who knew that she would suddenly disappear? How could Big B have just arrived? There was a hidden secret behind this step. With 1 step, she was already behind Big B. Big B's claws, which were covered in the fatal wolf poison, seemed to be completely harmless. Flame's slender palm swiped across Big B's chest like she was swatting a butterfly. Although Big B saw the other party's attack, he felt disdain in his heart. A mediocre sorcerer still wanted to fight with a warrior in close combat. This was really the biggest joke he had ever seen. Under the mask, Flame's eyes flashed fiercely. If someone were to look closely at Flame's palms, they would discover that her palms were like 2 pieces of fine jade. That was because she had gathered her entire body's jade marrow technique into her palms in an instant. When Flame's jade marrow technique was concentrated on her palms, it could even withstand the powerful magic of the magic lightning vortex, not to mention the mere wolf poison. When the crowd looked over, they only thought that Flame had lost her head out of fear and actually recklessly used her bare palms to slap Big B's poisonous claws. Everyone thought that Flame would bleed on the spot. Even B Lord himself did not evade that palm strike. How strong could a sorcerer's palm be? He was a dignified martial marquis who had undergone multiple beast blood fusion. His body was made of flesh and bones. Even in the face of a sharp blade, he was fearless. Only to hear the crisp sound of bones cracking, like a ghost's wail and a wolf's howl from hell. In the next moment, Big B's eyes suddenly widened. He only felt that his heart in his chest was ruthlessly pierced by a mysterious force and instantly exploded. By his ear, the young girl's voice was as light as a feather, "Go to hell." The feather-like voice, the exploding pain in his chest. Big B could only hear that one sentence, and then there was no more then. Divine Soul Healing Needle, the 3rd level of the Dark Needles. In an instant, 36 dark needles were shot out, instantly turning Big B's heart into a hornet's nest. This was also an additional benefit that Yunxing received after breaking through to Saint Mage. Flame's speed was too fast, and the cultivation of the spectators in the stands was too average. Everyone only saw Flame take a step forward, and their vision blurred. When they could see Flame clearly again, she was already standing at the side with her hands behind her back. Her gaze was clear, and her body was tall and slender, like a fairy who had left the world behind. A few meters away, Bigby stood in the arena. There was no blood splattering on the spot as expected. Bigby's sturdy body fell straight onto the arena, and there was no more sound. The young girl wearing half a mask brushed her long black hair, and a harmless smile hung on her lips. That smile could make the blazing sun in the sky lose its splendor. At that moment, although she did not use any magic, but in everyone's eyes, the originally harmless female sorcerer was like a ball of raging fire. The entire ninth competition zone was dead silent. The first to react was the female referee, Chuyu. She went up the arena and probed under Bigby's nose, and then probed Bigby's chest with uncertainty. A clear gasp sounded, and Chuyu cried out, "Dead." Dead, this word was like a small stone thrown into a calm lake. It had endless magic, causing the audience, who had not reacted yet, to boil up. It was a shocking reversal. How long had it been? It was only 2 breaths. In the blink of an eye, she had killed someone. Chiyu also looked at Yen with a new gaze. Just now, she was almost like the audience. The newcomer in front of her couldn't last 3 moves. But just now, this female mage Yen, who was participating in the competition in the Yellow Wings division for the first time, had set the record for the fastest victory in the Yellow Wings division. Chiyu's eyelids couldn't help but twitch, and a bold idea emerged in her heart. The people of Bee Venom and Yellow Knight Emissary were stunned. They couldn't believe it. Only when they saw Bigby's body being carried down did they come to their senses. The people of Bee Venom went forward and carried Bigby down. Dead, she killed Boss. Boss is really dead. You bitch, you poison Boss. We'll fight you. To be able to kill someone in an instant without any wounds on the body, there was only one explanation. It was poison. But no matter what, the people of Bee Venom did not dare to rashly go forward. They didn't expect that the poison that Bigby had used for decades would die from poison today. The competition was over, but the people of Bee Venom were still pestering Empress, not letting her leave. What a joke. Look carefully, there are signs of poisoning all over his body. In other words, even if I used it, so what? Many people have been poisoned to death by Bigby. Under the mask, Yen's black eyes flashed, as if there were 2 clusters of flames dancing in the bottom of her eyes. She raised the side of her face, revealing half of her lips under the mask. There was a cold arc at the corner of her mouth. Wherever her gaze went, there was an invisible deterrent, making people tremble in fear. That's right. Every contestant who enters the arena has signed a life and death contract when they register. Winning or losing in the arena does not matter. Yen won this competition. Chiyu was stunned for a moment, then immediately stepped forward and stopped the people of Bee Venom. Whoever dares to cause trouble in my territory will have to bear the consequences. Chiyu's beautiful eyes darkened. She nodded at Yunxing in a friendly manner. Yunxing only nodded symbolically. Chiyu was a member of the Skywings arena, and no matter how bold the Venom Bees people were, they wouldn't dare go against the entire Skywings arena and offend her. Seeing this, Yellow Knight Emissary did not want to make things awkward, so he ordered people to carry Funda's corpse away. By the time Chiyu regained her senses, she discovered that the rookie contestant, Flame, had already disappeared. It turned out that the crowd was in an uproar as the victorious Flame calmly left under the horrified gazes of the spectators. All sorts of feelings welled up in Chiyu's heart. The spectators by the side were also discussing animatedly. Their voices unconsciously drifted into Chiyu's ears. F***ck, what did I just see? That female magician defeated B-Boss in 1 move. Oh no, oh no. I bet 3 times the amount on B to win. Me too. Who would have guessed that B-Boss was a weakling? I've really suffered a huge loss this time. Waves of complaints and curses rose and fell one after another. Because of this match, which lasted only a few seconds, the originally deserted Division 9 became lively. All of this was caused by the emergence of a dark horse contestant called Flame. However, Yunxing could no longer hear these complaints. As soon as she left the arena, she quietly took off her mask and blended in with the wave of spectators leaving the arena. Yunxing couldn't even wait for the next match to begin. The moment Yunxing stood in the arena, she had already decided to end the match quickly. She was very worried about Dong Huanglinger's match in Division 7. According to the Venom Bee's people, Dong Huanglinger's opponent this time could only be stronger than B-Boss. B-Boss deserved to be defeated. No matter who he met, he shouldn't have met Yunxing. Yunxing was a healer. She knew how to avoid poison. Furthermore, she had the Jade Marrow technique and the extremely fast Trillium hands. Coupled with her hidden needles, as long as her opponent wasn't a martial saint expert whose internal organs were almost invulnerable, Yunxing would be able to kill them without using magic. After Flame left, Yellow Knight Emissary and the few people from Venom Bee carried B-Boss's corpse to the resting room at the side. B-Boss's eyes were wide open in horror. His mouth was slightly opened, revealing a mouthful of yellowed teeth. It seemed that he had completely not accepted the fact that he had already died. Yellow Knight Emissary, you must seek justice for Big Brother. The people from Venom Bee all cried out. B-Boss had always been the backbone of the brothers. Who would have thought that he would fail miserably at such an easy task and fall into the hands of a newbie female sorcerer? The most ridiculous thing was that no one clearly saw how B-Boss died. Yellow Knight Emissary was also confused. Looking at the situation in the arena just now, it was obvious that B-Boss had the advantage of time, place, and people. So why would he be killed by the newbie Flame for no reason? Yellow Knight Emissary wasn't a motley crew from Venom Bee. He checked B-Boss's skin, hair, and even his fingernails and saliva. There were no signs of poisoning. Furthermore, according to Yellow Knight Emissary's knowledge, there was no poison in this world that could cause a person to fall to the ground and die in an instant. Even if there was, there would be some traces left behind. The medical skills of the boundless continent still followed the most basic Eastern medical theories of looking, listening, questioning, and feeling the pulse. As an apothecary, Yellow Knight Emissary would never think of opening B-Boss's chest to check if his heart was intact. It was even more impossible for him to discover that the cause of B-Boss's death was due to the power of Yunxing's dark needles. Your boss didn't die of poisoning. Yellow Knight Emissary had been in the arena for many years and had seen all kinds of causes of death. However, it was the first time he had seen such a clean death without a single drop of blood or wound. Soldiers didn't shed blood. This was really soldiers without shedding blood. Such a state of death made one shudder with fear. That female sorcerer was too scary. Yellow Knight Emissary thought about it and there was only one possibility. His face darkened. That female sorcerer is most likely a dark sorcerer. B-Boss was most likely killed by dark magic. Dark sorcerer. The people from Venom Bee all sucked in a cold breath. They had originally planned to avenge their boss, but the moment they heard the words dark sorcerer, the four of them immediately became listless. It wasn't just the few people from Venom Bee. Even Yellow Knight Emissary had a headache because of his unexpected discovery. He had originally thought that they were two chicks, but who knew, dark sorcerers were in existence on the mainland that was second only to the summoners of the Zao state. Regardless of whether it was warriors or sorcerers, no one was willing to provoke this terrifying word. Dark magicians were like the assassins among magicians. They used incomparably cruel dark magic, and they were associated with bloody killings. Furthermore, if the majority of magicians didn't have a powerful background, it would be impossible for them to practice dark magic. For example, the continent's elite magician camp, or some of the magicians at the highest level in the temple, or some of the existences in the continent that couldn't be told to others, would practice dark magic. No wonder our boss was killed without anyone noticing, so it was the work of dark magic. I didn't expect that female magician, who looked so ordinary on the surface, was actually a frightening dark magician. What should we do then? Are we not going to avenge our boss? The people from Bee Venom still had a face full of unwillingness. Let's investigate first. If there are other powers behind that female magician, we can only give up on this matter. If she's alone, don't worry, we will have plenty of chances to take her down in the future. Dark Knight Pavilion isn't a pushover. Yellow Knight Emissary said fiercely. Once they investigate the background of those two, it would be time for him to counterattack. Yunxing passed through the 8th competition area and headed towards the 7th competition area. The distance between the two competition areas was half an hour. By the time Yunxing arrived at the 7th competition area, Emperor's competition was already about to end. The moment she entered the 7th competition area, she heard a huge commotion. Yunxing walked into the audience seating area, and she just happened to see that on the stage, two figures collided with each other, and both of them fell off the stage. Yunxing knew that the situation wasn't good. She pushed the crowd aside and rushed towards the front. Unrelated people are not allowed to enter the stage. A male judge shouted loudly to stop the restless crowd. Very soon, the masked emperor was helped down from the stage. Donghuang Ling was no longer the same as she was in the morning. Yunxing was startled. Could it be that something happened to Ling? Yunxing immediately rushed forward and snatched Donghuang Ling from Yihua. Who are you? This contestant is heavily injured and needs to receive treatment. I will go and look for Dark Knight Pavilion right now. The male judge had just come down from the stage not too long ago. The newcomer emperor's condition wasn't good. He had been a judge for so many years, and he had never seen such a reckless contestant. No need, I am a doctor. Yunxing anxiously wanted to check on Donghuang Ling's condition. Ling was in a semi-conscious state. After checking on Ling's condition, Yunxing let out a breath. Early in the morning, Yunxing gave Donghuang Ling a magic robe of the elf race. The magic robe blocked a large amount of attacks, and Donghuang Ling's vitals were still not fatal. However, Donghuang Ling, Donghuang Ling, Donghuang Ling, Donghuang Ling's, Donghuang Ling Ling, Donghuang Ling Ling, Don her Donghuang emperors with Donghuang's Donghuang Ling 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 Donghuang Dunably, Don Donghuang Yi Donghuang Don Donghuang to treat. TTTTT Donghuang Don her gaze was very firm and carried an unquestionable authority. The referee, who was used to seeing all kinds of scenes in the arena, was actually stunned by her. Why would the people of the Dark Knight Pavilion save Donghuang Ling? She had killed Big B, so Yellow Knight Emissary and the B Venom battle team probably hated her to the core. Find a quiet place. The air needs to circulate. I need hemostatic agents and a large amount of meditation water. Quickly. Yunxing ignored the surprised looks around her. I'm a contestant from the 9th division. The money for the medicine will be deducted from my prize money. Yunxing no longer had the time to ask about the result of Donghuang Ling's battle. Right now, she only had one thought in her mind, and that was to save Donghuang Ling. The other party was clearly a newcomer, and from his voice, he could tell that he was very young. However, the male referee hurriedly sent someone to the 9th competition zone to inquire about it. Very quickly, Donghuang Ling was sent to an individual waiting room. The moment they arrived at a quiet place, Yunxing immediately took off Donghuang Ling's mask. Under the mask, Ling's face was pale. Looking at her 4 limbs, all of the exposed skin of her hands and feet had traces of being bitten, as if they were burned. There were a lot of wounds, and green pus was flowing out from some of them. Within the wounds, there were also small black thorns. It was very hard to imagine what kind of opponent Donghuang Ling had encountered. Such wounds were indeed not easy to treat. Yunxing couldn't help but blame herself. If she had known that this would happen, she would have accompanied Donghuang Ling to compete with her. Or perhaps, she would have competed with Donghuang Ling first so that Donghuang Ling could get used to it. This contestant, don't force yourself. Lu Qingqing's battle skills are very domineering. Her tentacles can only be used by the mages of the Dark Knight Pavilion. Seeing that Yunxing didn't move for a long time, the male referee thought that Yunxing was frightened by the wounds. At this moment, the male referee had already seen that Yunxing was also wearing a yellow wing emblem. Spirit of water, bestow upon me the power of purification. Yunxing chanted. A little blue elf queen flapped her wings and flew out. Her body was emitting the pure power of purification. Mist surrounded Donghuang Ling's body, emitting the gentle power of water. On the wounds on her body, the green pus and small black thorns were slowly dissolving. Her originally damaged skin was gradually recovering. Elf magic? She actually knows elf magic? The 9th competition zone's referee, Chu Yu, witnessed this scene. It turned out that just now, Chu Yu was having a headache on how to find Yen. Coincidentally, someone from the 7th competition zone came over and asked about Yan's identity. Thus, Chiyu decided to leave the competition that he was currently in and handed it over to the reserve referee. Then, he directly went over to look for Yin. Earlier, after Yunxing ended that shocking competition, Chiyu wanted to get to know Yunxing. However, who would have thought that Yunxing would slip away without even greeting him? Coincidentally, he also heard that a contestant from the 7th competition zone was seriously injured. Thus, Chiyu wanted to come over and check on the cause and effect of this matter. Unexpectedly, he actually saw Yen here. She's a contestant from your competition zone? The male referee had a look of astonishment on his face. To think that a female mage who knows elf healing magic would appear in the Japanese competition zone. Chiyu didn't say anything else. When healing magic, one must be absolutely silent. She took a look at Dong Huangling's injuries and raised her eyebrows. Lu Qingqing was the one who injured her? That contestant is truly lucky. Chiyu was clearly very astonished by the fact that Dong Huanglinger was able to survive. However, when she noticed the elf magic robe that Dong Huanglinger was wearing, she came to a realization. As expected, these two women are related to the elf race. One of them knows elf healing magic and the other one is wearing an elf magic robe. The origins of these two women aren't simple. Who is Lu Qingqing? While Chiyu and the judge from the 7th competition zone were discussing, Yunxing had finished her treatment. This was the second time Yunxing heard Lu Qingqing's name. Previously, Bigby seemed to have said that Lu Qingqing's skills were better than his. This was only the first round of the competition. As newcomers, both of them had encountered such a powerful opponent. This matter was a little strange. With the little elven queen's treatment, although Dong Huangling's face was still very pale, the wounds on her body had basically disappeared. There shouldn't be any wounds left. After Yunxing fed her a large amount of meditation water and hemostatic medicine, her face was still a little pale, but the rise and fall of her chest had become much more stable. The Water Spirit King was indeed worthy of being the Spirit King with the strongest healing ability among the 4 spirits. After Yunxing confirmed that Dong Huangling's life was not in danger, the first thing she did was to ask about the whole process. She originally thought that Bigby was already very difficult to deal with, but she didn't expect Dong Huangling's opponent to be even more difficult. This? The male judge was still hesitating whether to reveal the opponent's secret. According to the rules of the arena, the judges couldn't be biased towards any team member. Lu Qingqing is a martial artist that the Hidden Night Pavilion has focused on nurturing. She is a martial ancestor. In terms of strength, she is already qualified to compete in the Earth Wing Arena. Her combat skills are very special. She is a kind of sea beast that has gone berserk with half-beast blood, the Octopus Queen. The wounds on your friend's body were caused by coming into contact with the tentacles of the Octopus Queen. Chiyu took the initiative to step forward and told Yunxing this information. The Octopus Queen, a sea beast, a type of demonic beast that Yunxing had never come into contact with before. This was also the first time Yunxing heard of a martial artist using the blood of a sea beast to fuse. It was no wonder that Dong Huangling's hands, feet, and neck had a large number of wounds and thorns. It looked like the wounds were left behind by the tentacles of an octopus. Thank you for telling me this information. But, why are you telling me this information? Yunxing didn't think that this female judge from the 9th competition zone, who she had only met once, would help her for no reason. No reason, it's just because I don't like Lu Qingqing. Yang Gang, leave this to me. There are still a few matches in your area. Go and deal with them first. Chiyu clearly didn't say it directly. She glanced at the male referee of the 7th area beside her. Yunxing could tell that Chiyu still had something to say. The male referee looked at Chiyu and left unwillingly. As soon as the male referee walked out, Chiyu carefully looked around. After confirming that there was no one around, she started chatting with Yunxing again. During the period when Dong Huanglinger woke up, Yunxing learned from Chu Yun, who was the judge of the number 7 competition zone, some things that she didn't know before. It turned out that the Hidden Night Pavilion was secretly using pills and magic to control the competition in the Yellow Wing zone. Chiyu and some of the other referees already knew about it. However, because the Hidden Night Pavilion's influence in Skywing City wasn't small, it was very difficult to eliminate the contestants in the various competition zones. Therefore, they could only turn a blind eye to it. For example, individuals and teams like Lu Qingqing and Feng Fu have controlled the results of the Yellow Wing Zone to a large extent in the past few years. From the daily competition to the monthly competition, and even to the annual competition. In many cases, what determines the results of the competition isn't the contestant's true strength, but the peripheral gambling house led by the Hidden Night Pavilion. The referees, including Chuyu, were extremely disgusted with such matters. However, they couldn't do anything about it. You hope to use us to help you get rid of people like Lu Qingqing from the Hidden Night Pavilion? Yuanxing finally understood. I can guarantee that for the other competition zones, but I believe that as long as you cooperate with me, at least the influence of the Hidden Night Pavilion will completely disappear in the number 9 competition zone. Chiyu showed a completely different attitude from when she was in the arena just now. On the surface, she looked like a female referee who was good at socializing, but when Yuanxing came into contact with her, she found that this woman was far better than ordinary referees, whether in terms of conversation or experience. You think too highly of us. We're just newcomers. Today's victory was also a fluke. Yuanxing still didn't dare to completely believe Chuyu. Besides, she didn't know Chuyu's true origins. Yuanxing could sense that Chuyu's identity wasn't simple. You're underestimating your own strength. On the surface, today is the first time the two of you are participating in a competition. But do you know that it's because of you two dark horses that Yellow Knight Emissary has suffered heavy losses this month? Chuyu smiled in satisfaction. It turned out that for every competition in the Skywings arena, even if it was a small daily competition, the Hidden Night Pavilion would be the gambling house. Skywing City was famous because of the Skywings arena. A large part of the daily pastime of the rich guests who came to watch the competition was gambling. Pills accounted for a portion of the total income of the Yellow Wings arena, and the prize money that the contestants handed over also accounted for a large portion. But compared to the bets on the periphery of the Yellow Wings arena, that was nothing. After a day of daily competition in the daily competition, the bets on the periphery controlled by the Hidden Night Pavilion reached at least several 100,000. And this was only the Yellow Wings arena. The bets on the more popular Sky, Earth, and Mystery arenas were even higher. After Chuyu became a referee, she knew that there was something fishy going on. Today, Yen's match had made the Hidden Night Pavilion lose over 10,000 gold coins. The Hidden Night Pavilion treated human life like grass, using drugs and healing to control the contestants. Such behavior should have been dealt with long ago. Who would have thought that this time, the dark horse Yuanxing would make the Hidden Night Pavilion suffer? 10,000 gold coins? Yuanxing was shocked. She had only participated in the most basic daily competition, and there were actually so many gold coins won and lost. This is nothing. Do you know that Xiao Qingqing and your friend's match made the Hidden Night Pavilion lose at least 50,000 gold coins? Chuyu was all smiles. She could imagine how ugly Yellow Knight Emissary's face would be when he knew the results of the competition. 60,000 gold coins. The money that Yellow Knight Emissary had to hand over this month would definitely be greatly reduced. But didn't Ling clearly lose? How could she still win 50,000 gold coins? Yuanxing was even more confused. But then Yuanxing understood. That Xiao Qingqing should also be a contestant under the protection of the Hidden Night Pavilion. And from Chuyu's words, this person's position in the Hidden Night Pavilion was definitely much higher than B-Boss's. She was also much stronger. Humph. I won't let that 8-clawed woman win so easily. There's no clear winner between the two of us. On the other side, Donghuang Ling had already woken up. She just happened to hear the conversation between the two. Hearing Yuanxing's words, Donghuang Ling anxiously argued and quickly sat up. Seeing that Donghuang Ling woke up in such a short period of time, Chuyu was even more astonished. It turned out that Yuanxing was too anxious at that time, and she didn't even see the situation of the 9th competition zone clearly. Donghuang Ling was up against Lu Qingqing. Although she wasn't as good as Lu Qingqing in terms of actual combat, Donghuang Ling had never been afraid of death since she was young. When she encountered Lu Qingqing's combat skill, she was also frightened. However, although she was frightened, her dark gold-ranked teacher's monstrous training in the past year was extremely useful at this moment. Even if she encountered an enemy that was stronger than her, she still couldn't back down. In addition, with the protection of the elf mage robe that Yuanxing gave her earlier, At the instant Dong Huangling was thrown out by Lu Qingqing's bestial tentacles, 3 lightning flashes were cast out, throwing Lu Qingqing out of the arena as well. The 2 of them were sent out of the arena at almost the same time. One was unconscious and the other was seriously injured. When Yinxing rushed over, she just happened to see Dong Huangling in her most miserable state. Naturally, she thought that Dong Huangling had already lost. That male judge had also told Qiyu about what happened earlier, and he said that Dong Huangling was the newbie that he had never seen before who wasn't afraid of death. After all of the newbies that Lu Qingqing had fought with before ended up either dead or crippled. Well done, Ling Er. In that case, your first battle was a rare draw. After hearing that, Yunxing sighed and found it funny. A draw was indeed out of the Dark Knight Pavilion's expectations. After all, before Lu Qingqing met Dong Huangling, she had already won 10 matches in a row. She also didn't expect that she would lose to a newbie. Speaking of which, Lu Qingqing had also failed miserably. She and that man called Yellow Knight Emissary had already hooked up long ago. Because her appearance was pretty good, her figure was above average, and she was also a warrior with decent strength. She was also a sweet talker. Among Yellow Knight Emissary's many lovers, she was the one that he doted on the most. It was also a coincidence that she met Dong Huangling. After the results of the battles were announced, Yellow Knight Emissary found her and told her to teach that newbie called Emperor a lesson. However, Yellow Knight Emissary also repeatedly emphasized that no matter what, the Emperor must not be harmed, because he had his own wonderful uses. Lu Qingqing had been with Yellow Knight Emissary for so long, how could she not know his nature? When she saw Dong Huangling's temperament and figure, she immediately knew that Yellow Knight Emissary must be trying to seduce this young and beautiful female mage. Qiu Qingqing was worried that she would lose Dong Huangling's favor. Thus, the moment she stepped onto the stage, she unhesitatingly used her half-beast blood. She wanted to use her killer move to kill Dong Huangling. If the previous Dong Huangling encountered such an attack, even 10 Dong Huangling wouldn't be enough to deal with it. However, things were different right now. Dong Huangling had received training. Her reaction speed and magic attacks were several times faster than before. When facing against Lu Qingqing's crazy attacks, Dong Huangling couldn't help but be immersed in the perverted training of a dark gold-ranked teacher. Even in the end, knowing that he could not defeat Lu Qingqing, he still risked his life to fight with her. As a result, today's tie had shaken the entire arena number 9 thrice. Seems like the enmity between us and the Hidden Night Pavilion is getting deeper and deeper. Yunxing felt helpless after hearing the whole story. First, they beat up Yellow Knight Emissary. Then, they taught his subordinate and lover a lesson. This enmity has indeed been formed. Qiu Qingqing and Yellow Knight Emissary are not kind people. Now that you have offended them, it will be hard for you to survive in the Yellow Wings competition zone. You only have 2 paths to take. Qiyu was also very sympathetic towards Yunxing and Dong Huangling's encounter. However, sympathy is one thing, and helping is another. Which 2 paths? Dong Huangling asked. Leaving Skywing City is the most feasible path. Qiyu suggested. Before Yunxing and Dong Huangling stay here for half a year, it was absolutely impossible for them to leave Skywing City. Needless to say, this path was cut off. The second path is to work together with me, Qiyu said with a smile. At first, Qiyu wasn't sure if she could establish a working relationship with Flame Emperor. After all, Yunxing's victory earlier still had many inconceivable aspects. According to the registration information, Flame should be a mage, but her actions just now were more like a warrior. After all, it was very difficult to kill someone in an instant using magic. Qiyu had clearly seen that Flame didn't have time to chant at all. No matter what, Qiyu was certain that Yunxing was the one who could help her break out of the predicament she had been in for many years in the Yellow Wings competition zone. How do we work together? Yunxing had long seen through Qiyu's intentions. It's very simple. I know that you want revenge, and your purpose in coming to the Skywings arena should also be to obtain the title of Fighting King. I can help you get the best order of appearance in the upcoming matches, and even let you meet Qiu Qingqing as you wish, and wipe away your shame. However, you must also agree to one condition of mine. Aside from the designated matches, you can only compete in Zone 9 in the future. Ji didn't hide anything and directly stated her purpose. There was an unwritten rule in the Skywings arena. Aside from the monthly and annual matches, the contestants could choose a fixed competition zone as the venue for their matches. Yunxing pondered. If she was not mistaken, the number 9 competition zone was the least popular. Even the number 7 competition zone had more spectators than the number 9 competition zone. Yunxing and Dong Huanglinger looked at each other. Both of their eyes were filled with caution. The two planned to go back first and find out more about Chiyu's character and the situation in the Skywings arena before making a decision. We need to go back and discuss today's matter before making a decision. Yunxing didn't agree rashly, even though she knew that the choice Chiyu had given was already the best choice. You can think about it carefully and give me your answer before the next match. Chiyu nodded and sent Yunxing and Dong Huanglinger out of the arena. Because of this incident, when Yunxing and Dong Huanglinger returned to the inn, it was already moonlight. Goofing and Abandon were already waiting there. Linger, what happened to you? Upon seeing Yunxing and Dong Huanglinger, Goofing took a big stride forward. He noticed that Dong Huanglinger's expression wasn't right. He became anxious and couldn't help but grab Dong Huanglinger's hand. Dong Huanglinger moaned and shook off Goofing's hand. Her face was red as she stomped her feet and hid in her room. Yunxing and Abandon both had a helpless expression on their faces. Yunxing told Goofing and Abandon about what happened during the day. When Goofing heard that Dong Huanglinger was heavily injured by Lu Qingqing, he jumped up in anger. He waved his fist and said, "That person actually dared to injure Linger. I will definitely teach her a lesson." Teach her a lesson? How? Are you going to use your ball of light to deal with her? Yunxing face-bombed and Abandon shook his head. They both understood Goofing's feelings for Dong Huanglinger, but Yunxing's gaze fell on the door not far away. In the hazy moonlight, a graceful figure was reflected on the door. Even if I can't win, I will protect Ling, or even if I have to risk my life. Goofing's face was red with anger. He was an honest person. Once he set his mind on someone or something, he would never waver. Inside the room, Dong Huanglinger's eyes were glistening with tears. She bit her lip and didn't say a word. On one hand, she was touched by Goofing's deep affection, but on the other hand, she was miserable. This was the first time, other than her mother and brother, that someone had said that they would protect her life. But why was this person Goofing? He was a light magician. Goofing, don't be rash. Yunxing and I have the same view. It's obviously not going to work if you fight head-on. Actually, Yunxing, we also encountered a similar situation in the Earthly Wings competition zone today. Goofing and Abandon had both returned early today for the same reason as Yunxing and Dong Huanglinger. Abandon and Goofing had gone to compete today, and the people of the Hidden Night Pavilion had also targeted them. The person in charge of the Earthly Wings competition zone was called Emissary Xianxia. Today, he had separately sought out Goofing and Abandon. It's the people of the Hidden Night Pavilion again. They're really haunting us, Goofing complained. Yunxing wasn't too surprised that the people of the Hidden Night Pavilion had targeted Goofing. After all, no matter where it was, even in a temple, the number of light magicians was very limited. Moreover, Goofing had come from the continent's elite magician camp. Emissary Xianxia was rather polite today. He only proposed that Goofing join the Hidden Night Pavilion. If Goofing agreed, they would allow Goofing to use magic healing in the Skywings arena. Goofing naturally didn't agree. Their people also came to find me. Abandon had competed in 2 matches today. His results were pretty good, and he had won both matches today. Abandon's outstanding performance naturally attracted Xianxia's attention. They went to look for Abandon and promised to provide him with good potions. But Abandon didn't care about them at all. Hee, that's not the funniest thing. Those blind people even found Feng Tian, that guy who's difficult to get along with. Goofing had a gloating look on his face. Feng Tian was the strongest among this batch of newcomers in the Continental Magic Elite Camp. At the same time, he was also famous for being difficult to get along with. It was said that he also ignored his mentor. Feng Tian had only participated in the competition today, but he had already won 3 matches in a row. He immediately attracted the attention of the entire Earthwings competition zone. Naturally, the people of the Hidden Night Pavilion had their eyes on him. They wanted Feng Tian to fake the competition for them. In the end, Feng Tian directly used ice magic to freeze that person called Emissary Qingyi into an ice cone. Then, he turned around and left. Haha. Gufeng laughed very happily. When he recalled the situation at that time, he also could not help but laugh. The so-called fake match was to let Feng Tian pretend to lose the match. In a place like the Skywings Arena, there was naturally no lack of gambling. The Hidden Night Pavilion had two major profits in Skywing City. One of them was the sale of pills and potions, and the other was the control of the competition. They won a lot of money in the gambling outside. In particular, the Skywings and Earthwings competition zones had many experts. Correspondingly, there were many people buying and selling the results of different contestants outside the arena. Through bribery, the Hidden Night Pavilion controlled the results of more than 40% of the contestants' matches, which earned them a huge profit. But my Hidden Night Pavilion clearly took a big tumble in the matter of bribing the members of the Continental Elite Camp. Especially for someone as arrogant as Feng Tian. A single defeat was like a stain on his life, let alone a fake match. To put it bluntly, that kid was aiming for the title of Fighting King. However, we also met other members of the elite camp in the competition zone today. Chen Lianer and two other magicians went to participate in the team competition, as well as several members of the Continental Elite Camp. Gufeng inquired about the match between Yunxing and Dong Huanglinger. Yunxing told the two of them about the results of their respective matches, but Yunxing didn't go into detail about the two of them transforming into the Flame Emperor combination, as well as the cooperation with Chu Yu. Looks like I'm the worst, Gufeng mumbled. He felt a bit embarrassed that even Dong Huanglinger had won a match. You're a light magician. In terms of attack, you're a bit inferior. Don't mind it too much, Yunxing consoled. In my opinion, the Hidden Night Pavilion's strength is indeed not to be underestimated. If we want to contend against them, I'm afraid we'll have to borrow the power of the arena. Although Abandoned was the most taciturn member of the 13 magical potion teams. But he was also the most proficient in observation and thinking. When he was at the Wanlong gambling house, he had interacted with all kinds of people. No one understood better than him what it meant to be a strong dragon couldn't fight a snake in its old haunts. Moreover, Yunxing and the others' current strength was simply insignificant in front of the huge Hidden Night Pavilion. Actually, I still have some doubts. I feel that the Hidden Night Pavilion might be related to the Medicine Emperor Pavilion behind the scenes. Yunxing had always felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity towards the Hidden Night Pavilion. Previously, Yunxing had used the hemostatic medicine and meditation water provided by the arena to treat Dong Huanglinger due to the urgent situation. Yunxing was even more certain of this point. Just by looking at the effects and ingredients, Yunxing could confirm that the hemostatic medicine and meditation water of the Hidden Night Pavilion were exactly the same as the pills of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion that she had come into contact with in the Jade Capital. Moreover, the way the Hidden Night Pavilion did things, including that Yellow Knight emissary, was very similar to Chi Fengfei of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. Could it be that the Medicine Emperor Pavilion has also set up a branch in Skywing City? Yunxing's unexpected discovery made Qi and Gufeng very surprised. The two of them were very clear about how tragic the open and veiled struggles between Yunxing and the Medicine Emperor Pavilion were these few years. But fortunately, Yunxing's medical skills were brilliant. At least in the Jade Capital, Yunxing had already defeated the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. But they didn't expect that they would encounter a branch of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion after arriving in Skywing City. The Hidden Night Pavilion might not be a branch of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. In terms of scale and control, it might be better to say that the Hidden Night Pavilion is the headquarters of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. The huge profits that the Hidden Night Pavilion has obtained from Skywing City and the Skywings Arena are the true foundation of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion on the continent. Yunxing could be sure that behind the scenes of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion and the Hidden Night Pavilion, there was very likely a group of national-level doctors or even more brilliant doctors controlling them. Moreover, these doctors' medical skills were even more brilliant than those of Wendagua in the Jade Capital. They even colluded with a group of magicians. If her guess wasn't wrong, the Dharma Temple might have played a rather dishonorable role in this. Yunxing thought to herself. If things were really as she expected, then perhaps this time, she would be able to uproot the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. I'll be going out from the 1st to the 3rd of next month and won't be able to write. My eyes were glazed over as I rushed to write. When I saw the comments in the book review section, my eyes were filled with tears. Thank you for your encouragement. If it really involves so many powerful relationships, then what we're facing this time might not be a crisis, but an opportunity. Xianxia, this involves the Yellow Wings competition zone after all. We can't do anything about it. Think about it carefully. If there's anything you need, just let us know. Both Abandon and Goofing had participated in the competition of the Earthwings competition zone. According to the rules of the competition zone, participants were not allowed to participate in the competition of a lower level. Hence, Abandon and Goofing could only watch the competition. They couldn't directly help. I'll be careful with Ling. Xianxia had already decided to cooperate with Qiyu. If the Hidden Night Pavilion was really backed by the Medicine Emperor Pavilion, she really needed an ally. Xianxia had already formed a plan in her heart. If the Hidden Night Pavilion was really the headquarters of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion, she would definitely use this opportunity to uproot the Shaking Pavilion. It was already late at night. Abandon and Goofing still had to go to the Earthwings competition zone the next day. Abandon got up and prepared to go into the house to rest. Goofing dragged his feet. In the end, he couldn't hold back and called out to Xianxia. This kid was acting like a shy girl. Xianxia, let me ask you something. Why do I feel that Ling has been ignoring me recently? No matter how slow Goofing was, he could feel that something was wrong with Donghuang Ling recently. He was also someone who couldn't hide his thoughts. Hence, he stopped Xianxia. When the two of them were in the Magic Elite camp, although they didn't have many chances to meet, other than the first time, Donghuang Ling was always talking and laughing with Goofing. However, it was different now. She was basically ignoring Goofing. Just now, it was obvious that she was avoiding Goofing. Xianxia had a headache. She wasn't good at handling matters between men and women. She naturally knew the reason why Donghuang Ling was cold towards Goofing. However, she didn't know how to tell Goofing about it without hurting Goofing. Although Goofing looked carefree on the outside, Xianxia would always remember that when she first met Goofing, he was a sensitive person with low self-esteem. After so many years, the little Goofing from back then still lived in Goofing's heart. Just when Xianxia was hesitating on how to open her mouth without harming Goofing, the door at the side opened, and Donghuang Ling walked out. She kept a straight face, her pair of watery eyes carrying a transparent light. The young girl's face was like a beautiful jade under the moonlight, shining brightly. If you have something to say, just ask me directly. Why bother Xianxia? She has been busy for the entire day and is tired. Let's talk outside. Donghuang Ling walked out with a serious expression. She looked at Goofing, who was in the night. Compared to Yi Biming and Abandoned, Goofing's appearance could only be considered mediocre. He had a square face, and his eyebrows were somewhat thick and short. However, he had a tall figure and short hair, looking very simple and honest. He had a pair of very clean eyes, just like a child's. To Donghuang Ling who was born in the eastern capital and had experienced countless filth and darkness, such a pure gaze was like a bright lamp. Goofing was embarrassed by Donghuang Ling's gaze. He lowered his head, and like a big child who had done something wrong, he followed Donghuang Ling out of the room. Xianxia returned to her room. She wanted to meditate, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't calm her heart down. Half an hour later, Donghuang Ling walked in. She didn't say a word and didn't say anything about what she and Goofing had talked about. She just went to sleep. Xianxia was worried about Goofing. Thus, she secretly snuck out of the room. In the small courtyard of the inn, the moonlight was like the night frost. As expected, Goofing, that big blockhead, was still standing in the courtyard. His head was lowered, and his broad shoulders were drooping. He seemed to be in low spirits. Hearing the footsteps behind him, Goofing said in a low voice, "She told me everything, she." Xianxia, why didn't you tell me that Ling is actually the princess of the imperial family? Although there were many empires in the continent, the only legitimate princess of the imperial family was the one in the eastern capital. This was something that even Goofing, who was born as a commoner, knew about. It was just that he had never thought that the high and mighty imperial family's princess was actually Donghuang Ling-er. Ling-er, she didn't seem like a princess at all. She was lively, cheerful, and didn't care about trifles. Why would she be a princess? Moreover, she was the most honorable one. He was just a commoner, and his family was poor. His cultivation was also ordinary. With such a status, he wasn't worthy of Donghuang Ling-er. Without waiting for Yunxing to speak, Gufeng sighed and said, "Actually, it's not your fault. I was stupid. In the continent, only people from the Donghuang dynasty are worthy of the surname Donghuang. What did Ling-er say to you?" Yunxing patted her little friend's shoulder. She said that with her status, it's impossible for her to be together with a commoner. Also, she has to find someone who can protect her. I'm a light magician, and I won't be able to protect her in my lifetime. Gufeng shook his head. Ling-er still didn't tell him about the secret prince of the later Qin. She was afraid that it would be a blow to Gufeng. Even with the moonlight behind him, Yunxing could clearly see that there was a tear in the corner of his eye. It is said that men do not easily shed tears, but he had not yet reached the point of sadness. Yunxing and Gufeng had known each other for many years. Even when he was being bullied, she had never felt like this before. Yunxing understood that he really liked Donghuang Ling-er. As for Donghuang Ling-er, it wasn't that she didn't have any feelings for him. It was just that the two of them probably wouldn't be able to be together in this lifetime. Yunxing didn't believe in the feelings between men and women easily due to her previous life. However, she saw the most sincere feelings from Gufeng. Who said that light magicians can't protect people? I once saw Xiao Wenqiu and Xia Siming from the Dharma Temple kill a blood cloud beast using light magicians. Yunxing comforted Gufeng. Gufeng, who was originally depressed, suddenly raised his head after hearing Yunxing's comforting words. "Yunxing, are you trying to extort me?" Under the moonlight, this fellow's face was already covered in snot and tears. Yunxing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This silly fellow had been in such a miserable state all along the way back. Donghuang Ling-er's situation in the house probably wasn't much better. Yunxing really didn't know what to do with this pair of friends. I saw it with my own eyes. How can it be fake? Yunxing had seen Xiao Wenqiu's light attack magic when she was 6 years old. Until now, Yunxing had never seen anyone whose light magic was more outstanding than Xiao Wenqiu's. Xiao Wenqiu was also a rare genius magician on the continent who was proficient in light defense and attack magic. But, I'm not Xia Siming. He's a recognized genius on the continent. He knows all kinds of magic. Gufeng was still a little lacking in confidence. Xiao Wenqiu's halo was enough to overshadow 99% of the magicians on the continent. The remaining 0.1% of magicians were probably monsters like Yunxing and Yi Baiming. If Yunxing had a choice, Yunxing wouldn't want to be enemies with people like Yi Baiming and Xiao Wenqiu. You are also a genius. Otherwise, why would you be recruited into the continent's magic elite camp? Think about it, you were able to comprehend your own profound magic when you were just a mage. I'm afraid even Xiao Wenqiu would be jealous of you. Yunxing continued to cheer Gufeng on. Actually, Gufeng, your light magic is only at the intermediate level. If you make a breakthrough in the arena this time, you might be able to come into contact with profound light magic when you return to the continent's magic elite camp. Moreover, your light sphere is actually the strongest protection magic. With it, you will be able to protect Ling-er. Yunxing's words made Gufeng regain his confidence bit by bit. Yunxing, you are really my savior. Alright, from tomorrow onwards, I will also work hard and compete in the Earthwing arena. Even if I get beaten up, it will also be a kind of improvement. Even if I can't learn offensive magic, I will learn the strongest defensive magic. I will use it to protect the people who are important to me. Gufeng seemed as if he had been injected with chicken blood. He wiped the tears from the corner of his eyes with the back of his thick hand and revealed a simple and honest smile. Gufeng was someone who was afraid of pain. Therefore, he originally planned to only watch from the sidelines and not participate in the competition himself. However, after hearing Yunxing's words, Gufeng changed his mind. Getting beaten up. Yunxing watched as Gufeng returned to his room to rest with a confident expression. Xiaochen had an ominous feeling in his heart. That melon head of Gu Feng seemed to have misunderstood his words. No matter what, this fellow has finally pulled himself together. Yunxing consoled herself. It was only his first day in the arena, and he had already gotten himself into so much trouble. Yunxing felt a headache coming on. She couldn't help but think of that fellow, Night Fox. Forget it, what's the point of thinking so much? Even if that fox had fallen into a tiger's den, he would still be able to live a good life. After Yunxing returned to her room, Dong Huanglinger seemed to have fallen asleep on the bed. However, in the middle of the night, Yunxing could still hear her suppressed sobbing. This night was destined to be a sleepless night for many people. However, to some people, this sleepless night had a strong sense of conspiracy. As night fell, in a certain exquisite courtyard in the Skywing City. This courtyard covered an area of several acres. From the outside, it looked like a wealthy person's courtyard. There were small bridges, flowing water, houses, pavilions, and all of which were exquisite. However, if one took a closer look, one would definitely discover that there were a large number of black figures hiding in this courtyard. Those black shadows were holding heavy military crossbows that weighed dozens of kilograms. Even in the dark night, the surface of the crossbows shone with a purple-gold light. If Yunxing saw these heavy crossbows, she would definitely recognize that these heavy crossbows were the batch that she had helped Yi Baiming fuse with purple gold earlier on. Defensive magic arrays were set up in every corridor. If an outsider were to barge in without permission, they would definitely be shot into a hornet's nest. In the southernmost part of the courtyard, in a quiet room, Yi Baiming was dressed in a black warrior's robe. He held a cup in his hand. His foxy eyes flickered with light. It was impossible to tell what he was thinking. Miss Yun's competition today is roughly like this. Her movements were very fast. This subordinate was also unable to see how she killed that warrior. Long Shui followed Yi Baiming's instructions and participated in the Yellow Wings competition together with Long Tu, one of the 4 dragons of the Wanlong gambling house. Long Shui's strength was around the middle stage of the St. Magus realm. In the Yellow Wings competition area, she won easily. Long Tu was a martial ancestor. His strength was also not bad. The two of them won the competition very smoothly. Long Shui also told Yi Baiming about the conflict between Yunxing, Feng Du, and the Hidden Night Pavilion. What Long Shui didn't tell Yi Baiming was that she was just watching from the side. She didn't have the slightest intention of helping. She even wished that Yunxing and Dong Huanglinger would be killed during the conflict. This way, her master's thoughts would all be on her. However, what surprised Long Shui was that Yunxing's skills were better than she had imagined. Especially when she was fighting against Feng Du's Big B. Her opponent's poison was very powerful. However, Yunxing didn't seem to be afraid. She actually killed Big B in one move. This competition could be considered to have broken the record of the fastest competition from the start to the end of the competition in the entire Yellow Wings competition area. Under the gentle light, Yi Baiming's mouth twitched. Although the arc was very small, to Long Shui, she was flattered. Her master's appearance was handsome. Every move of his had a soul-stirring charm. It was just that he rarely showed other expressions in front of his subordinates. It was also the first time that Long Shui had seen such a change in his expression tonight. Little wildcat, you're probably still using that move, right? That Big B could be considered to be quite unlucky. He didn't even know how he died. The thing that he shouldn't have done the most was to look down on Yunxing. Even until today, Yi Baiming still remembered that when Yunxing was 6 years old, he was 10 years old. That was the first time that he suffered in the hands of others. That mysterious inner strength was impossible to guard against. More than 7 years had passed. Compared to that time, Yunxing's current strength had most likely improved a lot. Killing with one move, fast and ruthless. As expected of a little wildcat. Although half of Yunxing's soul came from Yi Baiming had never truly seen through Yunxing. This was because Yi Baiming and Yunxing were the same. They both knew that everyone had their own secrets. Just like how Yunxing had never truly seen through Yi Baiming. Little Wildcat had a very special cultivation technique. It wasn't a battle technique, nor was it magic. It had even surpassed all the cultivation techniques on the continent that Yi Baiming knew. Little Wildcat alone was enough to achieve some results in the Yellow Wings competition zone. Yi Biming wasn't Yunxing. Before he went to Skywing City, he had already sent people to infiltrate the city. Whether it was the Hidden Night Pavilion or the other forces in Skywing City, he had a general understanding of them. In Skywing City, the only thing that Yi Biming still couldn't figure out was the Skywing City Lord, who was hiding behind Skywing City. Master, do you think we should send people to deal with those people from Bee Venom? Longhua asked from the side. He was very clear about Miss Yun's position in Yi Biming's heart. Those people had actually dared to offend Miss Yun. Longhua thought that his master would definitely kill them without mercy. No need. Little Wildcat can deal with such small characters. It's good to leave them for her to sharpen her claws, lest she gets bored. Yi Biming recalled the few nights when they were flying on the empty boat and Yunxing's new magic. That Hidden Night Pavilion is rather interesting. After saying that, Yi Biming took out a letter from his bosom. This letter was given to him by a person who called himself Qingyi after he participated in the 2 competitions in the Yellow Wings competition zone today. The first half of the letter was full of praises for Yi Biming, while the second half expressed the hope that Yi Biming could join the Hidden Night Pavilion and work for them. As long as Yi Biming competed according to the instructions of the Hidden Night Pavilion, the Hidden Night Pavilion would provide Yi Biming with the best elixirs and magic potions, as well as a large sum of money as a reward. The Hidden Night Pavilion is quite interesting. Longhua, write a reply letter for me. In the letter, say that I accept their invitation. Yi Biming smiled wickedly. Master? You mean to say that you want to cooperate with the Hidden Night Pavilion? Longhua was very surprised. The Hidden Night Pavilion had obviously offended Miss Yunxing. According to his master's temper, he would definitely not let the other party off. But what he meant was that he wanted to cooperate with the other party, but the Hidden Night Pavilion was backed by the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. Weren't the people of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion mortal enemies with Miss Yun? Longhua and Long Shui did not understand what their master's intentions were. Longhua, you still don't understand. Only by knowing yourself and your enemy can you win every battle. Only by joining forces with the Hidden Night Pavilion would they be able to eradicate it completely. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame them for offending someone they shouldn't have offended. Yi Biming lit the letter and watched it burn to ashes. At the same time, in a brightly lit mansion within Skywing City, the Hidden Night Pavilion's Yellow Knight emissary was hugging Lu Qingqing, whose clothes were half removed. Under the light, Lu Qingqing's skin was like a white sheep, glowing. Tears streamed down her face, making her look pitiful. There were several large bruises on her face and back, clearly left behind when she fell to the ground and fainted. Knight Envoy, you must avenge me. That damned bitch nearly disfigured me. Lu Qingqing was the martial ancestor realm female cultivator who had fought with Dong Huanglinger on the stage today. Lu Qingqing could be considered a natural beauty. In the Skywings Arena's Yellow Wing zone, she was quite famous. Compared to the Bee Venom Battle Squad, she was even more notorious. Lu Qingqing was a warrior who grew up by the sea. When she was just born, she was no different from an ordinary person, except that she had the strong physique of a sea citizen. When Lu Qingqing was 6 years old, she was playing by the sea and encountered an 8th-rank blue-spotted sea queen looking for food. It was a very ferocious magical beast that loved to devour large humans and animals. Usually, it would only appear in the deep sea. That time, it was also because of a typhoon that washed the sea octopus queen to the beach. After waking up, the magic beast was hungry and looked everywhere for food. After Qiu Qingqing was dragged into the sea by the seagull queen, the nearby fishermen all thought that she was dead. Who would have known that a team received a spotted sea queen was the sea, of Lu Qingqing's of the sea? Of the spotted sea of spotted Lu had Lu Qingqing still had life was still alive? What was even more bizarre was that Qiu Qingqing stayed in the spotted sea queen's stomach for 10 days in such an environment. Not only did she not die, she even swallowed the spotted sea queen's soul stone by chance. It was also because she had fused with a special sea beast, the blood sea queen's soul stone, that her physique was different from that of ordinary people. Lu Qingqing's body was soft and boneless, just like a soft octopus. Even her body's healing ability was much stronger than ordinary people's, close to the tyrannical constitution of magical beasts. After she became an adult, she joined a local dojo and learned a special kind of jiu-jitsu combat technique. After that, she went to the Skywing City. Her body was like a squid in the sea, soft and boneless. Her skin was smooth, and her voice was coquettish. Yellow Knight Emissary was very fond of her, and she quickly became a contestant who always won in the Yellow Wing Zone. It was the same for today's competition. According to Lu Qingqing's original plan, she could easily win against a rookie contestant who was only at the early stage of the Saint Mage. Who would have thought that Dong Huanglinger would not care about her life? At the last moment, she actually used up the last bit of her magic power to seriously injure herself. Dong Huanglinger's first soul stone was a variant soul stone. Her thunder flash attack was also trained by a dark gold-ranked teacher. Its attack power and lethality were very shocking. She risked her life to fight Xiao Qingqing to a draw. At the last moment when Dong Huanglinger fainted, she finished chanting and shot out 3 thunder flashes. Even Lu Qingqing fainted on the spot after being hit by 3 thunder flashes. If not for the spotted Sea Queen's soul stone in her body causing trouble, she would have been killed by Dong Huanglinger. This matter made Lu Qingqing very angry. She swore that no matter what method she used, even if she had to snipe outside the arena, she would kill that reckless female mage. Fortunately, Yellow Knight Emissary acted in time and asked people to use light magic and elixirs at the same time to save Lu Qingqing. But even so, Xiao Qingqing still had to rest for 2 to 3 days. Furthermore, her winning streak in the individual competition was also broken because of this draw. Just thinking about this point, Lu Qingqing was so angry that her eyebrows were raised. She wished that she could chop that female mage called Emperor into pieces. She coquettishly said a few words. Originally, she thought that Yellow Knight Emissary's heart would soften and he would promise to take care of that female mage for her. But who would have thought that Yellow Knight Emissary would look very strange today? He even ignored the beautiful woman in front of him and had an expression of deep contemplation. Yellow Knight Emissary, say something. Lu Qingqing was somewhat discouraged as she pushed Yellow Knight Emissary. Enough. How can today's matter be as simple as you think? That female mage's origin is not simple. Today, Dark Knight Emissary lost both of the matches that he bet heavily on. Yet, you are still chirping here. Yellow Knight Emissary's mind was in a mess. Until now, he still hasn't found out the true origin of the duo Flame Emperor. Judging from Lu Qingqing's injuries, Dong Huanglinger doesn't seem to be a dark mage. At most, she should be a variant type mage. However, that person called Flame, it's hard to say. Yellow Knight Emissary had already checked Big B's corpse repeatedly and confirmed that there were no other wounds or traces of natural magic being used. In the end, there was only one possibility, and that was dark magic. Unable to find out the background of the other party, Yellow Wings District lost 2 matches in a row today. In both matches, the casualties were his capable generals. Just looking at the daily income of the Yellow Wings District's gambling matches today, Yellow Knight Emissary felt depressed. It was no wonder that he would be angry. After all, the competitions in the Yellow Wings District had always been an important source of profit for Dark Knight Pavilion. He had always been earning a large amount of profit from the competitions. But today, right under his eyes, he suffered a loss of more than 100,000 gold coins. In the match between Flame and Big B, he lost more than 40,000 gold coins. The match between Emperor and Lu Qingqing was even worse. Lu Qingqing's strength was much stronger than Big B's. But, who would have thought that she would end up in a tie? In this match, Yellow Knight Emissary lost 130,000 gold coins. 170,000 gold coins was equivalent to the earnings of the Yellow Wings competition zone for 5 days. Because of this matter, the higher-ups of the Hidden Knight Pavilion called him over and fiercely reprimanded him. What's wrong? The higher-ups are blaming you. Little darling, don't get angry. It's only a few 100,000 gold coins. After I recover from my injuries, I will definitely let you earn enough in the 2-person monthly competition next month. Lu Qingqing was very good at reading people's expressions. Seeing the sullen look on Yellow Knight Emissary's face, she tried to persuade him. She had also heard that not only the 7th competition zone that she was in, a dark horse had also appeared in the 9th competition zone today. The leader of the Bee Venom battle team, Bee Boss, who was originally a hot topic, was killed. There was no need to doubt Bee Boss's skills. Although he wasn't on the same level as her, his poison skills were still very good. Not only was Lu Qingqing a frequent winner in the individual competition, she was also in a two-person team called Willow Blade. She was participating in the two-person competition with a male fighter called Turtle Blade. Her results in the two-person competition were much better than her results in the individual competition. Furthermore, because the two-person competition and the prize money were higher, there were more people watching the two-person competition. Furthermore, the amount of money that was placed in the gambling house was also higher. After Qiu Qingqing's winning streak record was broken by Dong Huanglinger, her chances of fighting for the title of the Fighting King in the individual competition had decreased greatly. Therefore, she decided to shift her attention to the two-person competition. With Turtle Blade, she was very confident that she would be able to sweep through the two-person competition zone. Furthermore, up until now, they had already won 29 matches in the two-person competition. As long as they were able to win 30 matches in a row, they would be able to enter the next month's monthly competition. Once they enter the monthly competition, their prize money would be increased by 5 times. Furthermore, their accumulated battle results would also be increased by 5 times. If they were to win the monthly competition, they would have the chance to enter the seasonal competition, or even the annual competition. At that time, the prizes for the seasonal competition and the annual competition would be even more generous. They would also be a step closer to becoming the Fighting King. After hearing what Lu Qingqing said, Yellow Knight Emissary also became somewhat interested. He indeed needed a victory in the monthly competition to make up for his losses and redeem some of the higher-ups' impression of him. How confident are you? In the Earthly Wings competition zone, Chen Yi, that fellow, is said to have recruited a few very capable newbies. The Knight Emissaries of the 4 main competition zones, including Yellow Knight Emissary, seemed to be colleagues, but in private, the competition was very intense. About 70%. However, if you can give me that medicine, I will have a 99% chance. Lu Qingqing used her soft and boneless hands to touch Yellow Knight Emissary's chest. Her charming eyes were about to drip with tears. You mean that kind of medicine? You know very well that the drug is still in the experimental stage, and the Hidden Knight Pavilion does not recommend using it on humans. The second young master of the Skywings Arena commissioned the Hidden Knight Pavilion to develop that medicine. It's usually only used on magical beasts to increase the excitement of the matches in the Profound Wings Arena, Yellow Knight Emissary muttered. Did you forget that I'm a half-magical beast? Otherwise, how could I withstand your torment in that aspect? Lu Qingqing said angrily. If I have that kind of medicine, my strength will increase greatly. As long as I make it into the monthly and annual competitions, you will definitely be recognized by the higher-ups of the Hidden Knight Pavilion. Maybe you can go to other competition zones to be a Knight Emissary. Lu Qingqing tried her best to persuade Yellow Knight Emissary. Yellow Knight Emissary was very tempted. He was also tired of staying in the Profound Wings Arena. The profits here were too limited, unlike the Knight Emissaries in the Skywings and Earthly Wings arenas, who could become rich just by selling mid-grade and high-level magic pills. Even the Knight Emissaries in the Profound Wings arena could make use of the trading of magical beast cubs to earn a lot of profits. Seeing that Yellow Knight Emissary was already tempted, Lu Qingqing continued to persuade him. I also heard that the 2 Dark Horse contestants who ruined your plans, Yan and Huang, are also participating in the 2-on-1 competition. As long as we use some methods, we will definitely meet. At that time I will definitely teach them a lesson. Lu Qingqing was narrow-minded. She would never allow Dong Huanglinger to still be standing in the arena after injuring herself. Yellow Knight Emissary hesitated. He indeed had not given up on the idea of subduing Yunxing and Dong Huanglinger. Especially when the other party might be a dark magician. Among female magicians, dark element magicians were extremely rare. If the other party didn't come from any big family, then after subduing her and giving her to some of the esteemed guests from the temple, she would definitely be very popular. Alright, as long as you can win one more round and enter the monthly competition, I will give you that medicine. Yellow Knight Emissary decided to take a gamble. After all, that kind of forbidden medicine was something that Lu Qingqing would only use under extreme circumstances. According to what he knew, among the contestants who entered the monthly competition, there was no one who was more powerful than Lu Qingqing and Tortoise Sword. Hearing that, Lu Qingqing was extremely happy, and the two of them started to get intimate. When the next day came, Dong Huanglinger's eyes were red and swollen like walnuts. Looking at her miserable appearance, Dong Huanglinger screamed and begged Yunxing to use ice magic to help her get rid of the swelling on her eyes. After fussing for a long time, Dong Huanglinger was finally willing to leave the house. When Dong Huanglinger saw Gufeng, she even looked at him worriedly. Who would have thought that Gufeng would still be in high spirits, and he was even smiling cheerfully at Dong Huanglinger, as if nothing had happened last night. This caused Dong Huanglinger to be bewildered. Last night, this blockhead looked as if the sky was going to collapse. Why is it that this morning, he looks as if he has been injected with chicken blood? Although Dong Huanglinger was puzzled, when she saw that Gufeng was still as cheerful as usual, Dong Huanglinger was both happy and worried. She had also noticed that Gufeng and Dong Huanglinger's expressions weren't right. However, as he wasn't good with words, he didn't ask too much about it. Give up. I've decided. From today onwards, I'll also enter the Earth Wings competition zone, Gufeng announced his important decision in front of everyone. 1 hour later, Yunxing and Dong Huanglinger arrived at the competition zone number 9 and found Chuyu. They told Chuyu that they had decided to participate in the two-person competition, and they agreed. From today onwards, all of the daily competitions would be held in Chuyu's Division 9. Naturally, Chuyu gladly accepted. Due to the geographical location of Chuyu's Division 9 and some other reasons, there weren't many people participating in the competition. This resulted in the number of people who came to watch the competition every day. When Yunxing and Dong Huanglinger took the initiative to come, Chuyu was rather happy. Just when Chuyu and Flame Emperor were discussing, a pair of unfriendly eyes were sizing up Flame Emperor and Chuyu. Chuyu, let me give you a piece of advice. As a judge, it's better for you to not get too close to the contestants. A voice that sounded like a man's and a woman's voice interrupted their conversation. Without turning her head around to see who the person was, a trace of impatience appeared on Chuyu's beautiful face. Kong Fei, why are you not managing the competition zone number 1 and coming to my remote competition zone number 9? The pungent smell of cosmetics wafted over, and a gorgeously dressed male referee walked over. Yunxing and Dong Huanglinger had never seen such a feminine man before. He was quite good-looking, with thick eyebrows and beautiful eyes, but for some reason, he gave off an overly feminine feeling. When he walked, he would even twist and turn, causing Yunxing and Dong Huanglinger to have goosebumps. Truly, there were all kinds of birds in the sea. There were a total of 9 referees in the entire Yellow Wings competition zone. Chuyu was the referee of the 9th competition zone, and the person who had come was the referee of the 1st competition zone, Kong Fei. Although there didn't seem to be much of a difference between the competition zones. However, anyone who had stayed in the Heaven's Wings arena knew that. From the 1st to the 9th competition zones, there were no teleportation arrays in between, so one could only rely on their feet to get there. The spectators who came to the arena to watch the competition were all there to buy thrills and have fun. No one was willing to walk more than a few steps. The 9th competition zone was the most remote, and its popularity was different. The spectators preferred to go to the 1st to 3rd day zones to compete. For this reason, most outstanding or popular contestants would go to the 1st to 3rd competition zones to sign up for the competition. This led to the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd competition zones having the highest daily income and popularity. Some veteran contestants, in order to gain more fame, would also privately bribe the referees of some competition zones to enter a better competition zone. The income of the referees was directly related to the number of spectators on that day's competition. From this, it could be seen that Chuyu, who had been placed in the 9th competition zone, was not highly regarded. Currently, the highest income in the Yellow Wings competition zone was the 1st competition zone, and the lowest was the 9th competition zone. Yunxing also found it strange. In her opinion, Chuyu was an extremely outstanding management talent. Why had she been placed in the 9th competition zone? Chuyu, don't be so shameless. I'm just reminding you out of the kindness of my heart. Kong Fei had already walked over, swaying his hips. He glanced at Chuyu, and when he saw her beautiful face, jealousy flashed through his eyes. Kong Fei, when it comes to being close to the contestants, how can I compare to you? Chuyu looked displeased. What she meant was that Kong Fei was secretly mocking Kong Fei for accepting bribes from the contestants in private and arranging for the competition zones to be unfair. Kong Fei was greedy and narrow-minded. He had always ostracized the beautiful Qiyu. Qiyu was an upright person, and he wasn't willing to see the arena filled with a foul atmosphere. She had always been a fair judge and would never accept bribes in private. She would also stop the petty tricks of the Hidden Night Pavilion if she could. But Kong Fei was different. He relied on his special status, and not only did he dominate the first competition area's judge, but he also secretly received benefits from the Hidden Night Pavilion and the contestants. Even when Yunxing and Lu Qingqing met Big B and Lu Qingqing in their first individual competition, it was Kong Fei who added fuel to the fire behind the scenes. As Yunxing and Dong Huangling weren't insiders of the arena, Qiyu didn't reveal these things to them. UB*TCH, are you scolding me for accepting bribes? Qiyu, you shameless bastard. Last time, weren't you the one who said that I wasn't even the lord of the city? I implicated the second young master and got scolded. When Kong Fei heard that, he was so angry that his pretty boy face trembled. He was also extremely sissy. When he was angry, he would stomp his feet and put his hands on his waist. He didn't forget to form an orchid shape with his hands, looking like a shrew cursing on the streets. Yunxing and Dong Huangling finally understood that this Kong Fei was a sissy. If you don't want people to know, don't do it in the first place. Don't think that I don't know how much benefit you received from the Yellow Knight emissary. Don't think that just because you and the second young master got together, the entire Yellow Wings competition zone is your world. Qiyu's expression became more and more ugly. Humph, you are just jealous. Don't think that I don't know why you were chased out of the city lord's mansion. You can't hook up with the big one and the small one doesn't like you. Let me tell you, you won't be happy for long. I will definitely be the head judge of the Yellow Wings competition zone. Kong Fei glanced at the Flame Emperor duo. It turned out that the Skywings Arena was the property of the Skywings City Lord, and it was now managed by the second young master of the Skywings City Lord, Skywings Dong. When Skywings Dong inherited the Skywings Arena, in order to assist him, the Skywings City Lord had chosen 4 head judges for each of the 4 competition zones. These 4 people and Skywings Dong formed the upper echelon of the Skywings Arena and were in charge of the daily affairs of the entire arena. They had a very high right to speak. Because Skywings Dong himself didn't often appear in the Skywings Arena, the head judges of each competition zone were equivalent to the true rulers of the competition zones. Last year, the person in charge of the Yellow Wings competition zone had retired, and the new person in charge had been left undecided. Skywings Dong had once announced to the public that all the referees of the 9 daily competition zones of the Yellow Wings competition zone had the right to run for the new head judge of each competition zone. The rule was that, at the end of the year, whichever competition zone had accumulated the highest annual income could become the new head judge. This condition seemed fair, but in reality, it was very unfair. Everyone knew that the annual income of the 1st to the 9th competition zones was very different. The income of the 1st competition zone in the previous years was several dozen times that of Qiyu's 9th competition zone. The majority of the referees dared to be indignant at this request, but they didn't dare to say anything. This was because they all knew that Kong Fei and the second young master, Skywings Dong, had a close relationship. What was this about selecting a new head judge of a competition zone? In truth, it was to let Kong Fei take the position. In private, they either curried favor with Kong Fei, colluded with him, or disdained him, avoiding him as much as possible. But none of them truly dared to face Kong Fei head-on. This was also why Kong Fei found Qiyu to be an eyesore and always made trouble for her. Only Qiyu was an exception. Whether it was in the open or in the dark, she opposed Kong Fei and was unwilling to give up the chance to fight for the position of the new head judge of the Yellow Wings competition zone. It had to be said that Qiyu was quite the character. Her appearance was outstanding, and her personal charm alone had attracted many spectators. Thanks to her efforts, the income of the 9th competition zone had increased, but it was still a drop in the bucket. After all, even the cleverest housewife couldn't cook without rice. Without the addition of good contestants, Qiyu could only sit and watch as the day of the year-end settlement approached. But just as Qiyu was about to despair, the Flame Emperor appeared. This gave Qiyu a glimmer of hope. For Kong Fei, the situation was completely different. There were only 8 or 9 months left until the end of the year. Kong Fei originally had 100% confidence that he could defeat Qiyu. Kong Fei had a fetish for cross-dressing since he was young. He wanted to be a woman, but he wasn't one. Later, when he accompanied the second young master, he became even more unbridled and fearless. After Qiyu arrived at the Skywings arena, due to her beautiful appearance and outstanding social skills, Kong Fei had always been very jealous of her and had always been pushing her aside in private. The first few times, Qiyu had endured it, but today, the other party had directly come knocking on her door, so Qiyu wasn't going to be polite. Within the Heaven's Wings arena, there were many spies from various forces. The competition between the Sun competition zones was also very intense. Presumably, when Qiyu went to the 7th competition zone, she was too close to the Flame Emperor, which attracted the attention of Kong Fei's spies. That was why Kong Fei came. Knocking. The two of you are the Flame Emperor who has been in the limelight recently? Kong Fei glanced at the two Flame Emperors. Seeing that the other party had a female body that he would never be able to have in his lifetime, Kong Fei couldn't help feeling a bit disgusted. The jealousy in his heart was very strong, and the gaze he looked at the Flame Emperor with became a bit more impolite. That's right. And you are? Yunxing didn't bat an eyelid. I am the referee of the first competition zone, Kong Fei. From tomorrow onwards, the two of you will compete in the first competition zone. Remember, when you go on stage, take off the masks on your faces. What's there to be so secretive about? Kong Fei demanded rudely. Kong Fei, they are from my competition zone. What right do you have to make such demands? Although she had already guessed that nothing good would come out of Kong Fei's visit, Qiyu didn't expect that Kong Fei would dare to snatch people away without even asking. Yunxing and Dong Huanglinger were very dissatisfied with Kong Fei's rudeness. Go to the first competition zone? What benefits can we get? Dong Huanglinger snorted. Benefits? You two are just two ordinary newcomers, and you dare to talk conditions with me? Allowing you to participate in the competition is because your strength is not bad. According to the rules of the first competition zone, you must give me half of the prize money that the contestants earn. Kong Fei raised his head high, using his nostrils to point at the three. Although Kong Fei climbed to his current position by relying on his connections, one couldn't help but admit that he had a bit of an economic mind. He was very sharp. The moment any outstanding or dark horse appeared in the 9 Sun competition zones of the Yellow Wings competition zone, he would immediately try to rope them in. In particular, he had heard that Flame and Emperor had defeated Feng Da and tied with Lu Qingqing during their first competition. Although he didn't know whether the two's victory was due to luck, the first battle of the two was a resounding success, which attracted a certain amount of popularity. The Skywings arena was like a large stage. It could attract a large number of spectators who pursued excitement and violence, but sometimes, some outstanding dark horse contestants could attract some fans. Once these fans decided on a few contestants, they would unrestrainedly follow them. This could be considered as a die-hard fan in the modern sense. As a result, more and more people came to watch. At that time, Flame Emperor would still be able to attract a large number of spectators even in the remote number 9 competition zone. They were newcomers, and they were female magicians. They had a certain degree of mystery, which could become one of the selling points of the arena to attract customers. Both Qiyu and Kong Fei saw this potential in the Flame Emperor duo, which was why they came to rope them in. However, compared to Kong Fei, Qiyu's methods were more subtle and friendly. Kong Fei might have wanted to invite Flame Emperor, but as the future head judge of the Yellow Wings competition zone, he put on airs and demanded a share of the prize. Kong Fei actually wanted to split the prize money in front of everyone. Yunxing and Dong Huanglinger hated this sissy from the bottom of their hearts. As for that second young master, from the looks of it, he should be one of the higher-ups of the arena. Kong Fei relied on that second young master's bed to become the referee of number 1 competition zone. In any case, from the conversation between Kong Fei and Qiyu just now, Kong Fei was someone who sold his ass. Sorry, we don't like people who sell chrysanthemums in our competition zone, Yunxing replied sarcastically. Sell chrysanthemums? Dong Huanglinger and Qiyu couldn't react for a short while as they recalled the conversation between Kong Fei and Qiyu. After a while, Qiyu laughed out loud. Dong Huanglinger also laughed out loud. Under the mask, tears were about to come out from her eyes. Sell chrysanthemums? To think that Xianxia would be able to describe it. Qiyu didn't expect that Xianxia, who usually looked strict and cautious, would actually spit out such vulgar words. Kong Fei might be a sissy, but he believed that he was the high and mighty referee of number 1 competition zone. When had he ever received such humiliation before? He was mad with anger. He pinched his thumb and middle finger and pointed at Xianxia and the other two. Remember this. He stomped his foot and ran away. Qiyu also felt very relieved. Sorry, I let you see a joke. Qiyu smiled awkwardly. What is the background of that Kong Fei? It seems that you are very afraid of him? Dong Huanglinger stuck out her tongue at Kong Fei's back. He is second young master's boy toy, just a clown. Don't mind him too much. You guys can compete as much as you want. No matter how long Kong Fei's hands are, he can't interfere with my number 9 competition zone. Qiyu didn't want Manager Chu to worry too much. When the 2 young masters of Skywing City Lord's residence were mentioned, Qiyu also had a headache. The Skywing City Lord was a wise man, but he raised 2 useless sons, Skywings Tua and Skywings Dong. These 2 brothers were born from 2 different wives, and neither of them were good people. Skywings Tua liked luxury and liked to collect all kinds of treasures. He was a hedonistic young master, and the treasure boat was under his name. He wantonly squandered it, pursued women, and even snatched women. Those women who were humiliated were all afraid of the Skywing City Lord's reputation and didn't dare to be arrogant. As for the second young master, Skywings Dong, his personality was completely different from his eldest brother. He was competitive and ruthless, and was a martial arts fanatic. But in private, he was a person with special hobbies. He didn't like women, and liked pretty boys the most. The number of boy toys under him was no less than 10 all year round. The Skywing City Lord had put in a lot of effort for these 2 brothers. According to the 2 brothers' personalities and preferences, he handed the Skywings arena and the treasure boat to the 2 of them to manage. So you're saying that second young master has a homosexual fetish? Xianxia and Dong Huanglinger clicked their tongues in wonder. Yes, these words can only be said here. Don't spread it out. Kong Fei is second young master's favorite boy toy. Apart from this, Kong Fei is also the cousin of Hidden Knight Pavilion's Yellow Knight Emissary. In the Skywings arena, Yellow Knight Emissary can be so unbridled in the Yellow Wing competition zone because of this relationship. Qiyu frowned. From what she knew, Yellow Knight Emissary and second young master had some secret dealings. Xianxia and Dong Huanglinger had offended Hidden Knight Pavilion, and now, they had offended Kong Fei. Their future days wouldn't be peaceful. The 2 of you have quite the guts to have offended the 2 most sinister brothers in the Skywings arena. Qiyu didn't know if she should say that the Flame Emperor was reckless or reckless. No one had ever dared to offend Kong Fei like this. This person was petty and liked to hold grudges, even more of a sissy than a woman. He would definitely take revenge on the Flame Emperor and the 9th competition zone. However, don't worry. As long as it's within the 9th competition zone, Kong Fei will still have to give me some face. Qiyu sighed. Towards the 2 people's recklessness just now, she chose to ignore it. Big Sister Qiyu, please allow us to call you Big Sister Qiyu. The 2 of us are newcomers, so it's unavoidable for us to be a bit rash. Please forgive us in the future. Xianxia was a very straightforward person. If she liked someone, she liked them. If she didn't like them, she didn't like them. Qiyu's personality was straightforward. She treated people with sincerity. Xianxia and Dong Huanglinger both liked her very much. Be it Kong Fei or Hidden Knight Pavilion, as long as they offended her or her friends, she wouldn't let them off. In other words, she had already decided that no matter what, the competition would be held in the 9th competition zone. I welcome the 2 of you to join the 9th competition zone. However, there's one thing that I need to make clear. In the arena, battle skills and magic don't have eyes. If the 2 of you can win, I will definitely not covet any of the rewards and glory. However, if the 2 of you are weak and lose, I will definitely not help you. Qiyu also liked the 2 newcomers in front of her very much. However, she also wanted to see the 2's true strength. Regarding this, you can rest assured. His Majesty and I will obtain victory with our own efforts. however, I have a request. Yunxing's expression became serious. As long as I can help you, just say the word. Qiyu is also a straightforward person. I only want to have a match with Lu Qingqing. Yunxing's black eyes surged with anger. At this moment, although Yunxing was wearing a mask, a terrifying fluctuation of emotions could be felt from her body. It was like killing intent, but it was even stronger than killing intent. Even Qiyu, who had experienced countless life and death situations in the arena, couldn't help but be startled. Dong Huanglinger, who was beside Yunxing, had a slight change in her expression. Looking at Yunxing, her heart surged. She knew very well that Yunxing was doing this for her sake. That day, when Dong Huanglinger woke up from her injuries, the first thing she saw was Yunxing's worried expression. This kind of sincere concern between friends was something that Dong Huanglinger had never felt from other people before. At the same time that she felt grateful towards Dong Huanglinger, she also decided that no matter what happened in the future, Yunxing would always be her, Dong Huanglinger's, good friend. After Yunxing came to the boundless world, her first friend was Dong Huanglinger. Earlier, when Dong Huanglinger was taught a lesson by the people of the Hidden Night Pavilion, she had already made a note of it in her heart. Lu Qingqing's actions made Yunxing even more furious. Lu Qingqing, this person must die, the Hidden Night Pavilion must be destroyed. Lu Qingqing? Qiyu also understood Yunxing's meaning. Her expression turned serious. I'm afraid it won't be easy. If Lu Qingqing hadn't been defeated a few days ago, you would have had a high chance of meeting her in the singles competition. But after a draw, she was injured. According to her personality, she will definitely focus on the two-person competition in the future. In the 9th competition zone, Qiyu does have a certain amount of ability to help arrange the matches. But she doesn't have the authority to make those who don't participate. Moreover, with Qiu Qingqing's relationship with the Hidden Night Pavilion and Kong Fei, she would rarely participate in the 9th competition zone. Her only chance would be the monthly competition. It just so happened that it was the turn of the 9th division to host the most recent monthly tournament. At that time, Qiyu had the confidence to arrange a match between Flame Emperor and Lu Qingqing. But now, Lu Qingqing would only participate in the two-person competition, which had a higher chance of winning. Therefore, if Flame Emperor wanted to take revenge, he would have to participate in the two-person competition. You are saying that Lu Qingqing will also participate in the two-person competition? That's even better. Yunxing, let's beat her in the two-person competition. Dong Huanglinger was full of enthusiasm after hearing Qiyu's words. Yunxing was like Dong Huanglinger's backbone. With her around, Dong Huanglinger was even more confident. Moreover, after going through the life and death battle last time, Dong Huanglinger had a lot of enlightenment. She also suddenly understood why the continent's magic elite camp let the students participate in the training. Both she and Yunxing were magicians with decent talent. But because of their environment, compared to Tang Yuan and those magicians from the temple, they lacked systematic magic training since they were young. In the past year, the Dark Gold instructors had already reorganized the magic foundation of the two. What they lacked now was the opportunity to practice magic in actual combat. It could be said that Yunxing and Dong Huanglinger would be able to gain unprecedented experience in a place like the Skywings Arena. The arena wasn't a training ground. There were only life and death battles there. If they weren't careful, what awaited them would be death. Then, when is Lu Qingqing's next two-person competition? Yunxing also agreed to participate in the two-person competition with Dong Huanglinger. In terms of magic attributes, her and Dong Huanglinger's magic attributes could be said to be complementary to each other. In terms of personality, Dong Huanglinger was impulsive, while she was cautious. The two of them were the most suitable together. Seeing that the two had made up their minds, Qiyu helped them check the number of matches. With one look, Qiyu frowned. The situation isn't good. Lu Qingqing has already won 29 matches in a row. She only needs to win one more match to enter the monthly competition. According to the rules of the Skywings Arena, any contestant who accumulated 30 matches in a month could automatically enter the monthly competition. The first place of the monthly competition could enter the annual competition and compete for the title of King of Combat. Generally, if a contestant obtained 30 matches in a row and entered the monthly competition, They would stop the following matches in order to preserve their strength and prepare for the final round of the monthly competition. Lu Qingqing was already an old member. Previously, she hadn't been able to enter the monthly competition because of her partner. This year, she had obtained the support of the Hidden Night Pavilion and found new teammates. Now, she could be said to be unstoppable. It could be said that for the time being, there was no contestant in the Yellow Wings division who could compare to her Willowblade team. If we want to enter the monthly competition, what are the conditions? What are the conditions? When Yinxing heard that, she also knew that only by entering the monthly competition would she have a chance to avenge Dong Huangling 30 consecutive victories in a row, but Qi frowned and looked at Yinxing and Dong Huangling suspiciously. The two of you should have just formed a new team not long ago. You haven't even participated in a single match in a row. Then, entering the monthly competition is probably impossible. The two of you can practice together for a while before sprinting for the monthly competition. You don't have to worry about that. She and I have already started fighting together since 7 years ago. When Yinxing and Dong Huangling heard that, they looked at each other and nodded heavily. At that moment, the flames of excitement were dancing in their eyes. The two of them had already experienced the tribulation of life and death when they first met when they were 6 years old. This kind of tacit understanding very quickly became a part of their flesh and blood in the following year's competition. We will enter the monthly competition. Furthermore, it will be next month's monthly competition. Big Sister Chiyu, you just need to help us arrange it. Those who knew Yinxing would feel that her talent was very high. However, those who truly understood Yinxing would realize that the reason why she was able to break through to where she was today, no matter if it was her medical skills or magic skills, she relied on her own hard work. If you put in effort, you might not get anything in return. However, if you don't put in effort, everything would just be empty talk. This was the only principle that she had established in her 2 lifetimes as a person. Since she had decided to kill Lu Qingqing and establish herself in the Yellow Wings competition zone, she would not care about the cost. There were only less than 20 days left until the end of the month. In other words, Yinxing and Dong Huangling only had a short 20 days left. Alright, in the remaining 20 days, other than the individual competition, I will try my best to arrange the duo competition for the two of you. Seemingly infected by the tacit understanding between the two of them, Chiyu nodded her head. I will go and arrange the competition for the two of you now. Welcome to the 9th competition zone. Chiyu was also very fond of these 2 little sisters. She had a premonition that whether or not she could become the person in charge of the Yellow Wings competition zone in the future would depend on Flame Emperor. Very quickly, the Flame Emperor team welcomed their first duo competition. This was the first battle after the two of them formed a team. It was especially important. Whether or not they would win or lose was very crucial. According to Chiyu's words, this was the time for them to make a name for themselves. Chiyu's preparation was very thorough. Before the start of the competition, she specially prepared information for Yinxing and Dong Huangling. Not only that, she also prepared 2 sets of magician's robes as a gift for the two of them. Yinxing and Dong Huangling both had Elf Clan's magic robes. However, the two of them had to hide their identity right now. Thus, they naturally couldn't wear Elf's magic robes. Chiyu was also very generous. With just a glance, one could tell that the 2 magicians' robes were of high quality. They were worth no less than 500 gold coins. Dong Huangling wondered where a mere judge like her got so much money. The 2 magicians' robes, one red and one blue. Dong Huangling liked red. Thus, Yinxing gave the red robe to her and chose the blue robe. After changing into their magician robes, they waited for the competition to officially begin. Yinxing, I'm a bit nervous. What if we encounter an opponent like Lu Qingqing again? Are we still going to use the same strategy as before? After Dong Huangling left the tavern, she was feeling a bit nervous. Xiao Qingqing is just a whetstone in our competition. Our final goal is the annual competition, and even the Fighting King. Thus, we have to preserve our trump cards as much as possible. Remember what we discussed earlier. I will support, and you will attack. If we catch them off guard, there will definitely be no problem. Yinxing was able to tell that Dong Huangling still hadn't completely recovered from the previous competition. Moreover, where did so many Lu Qingqing come from? Let's take a look at our first opponent first. Xianxia and Dong Huanglinger were waiting at the resting area for the 2-on-1 battle. The number of contestants participating in the two-person competition was obviously much less than the one-person competition. The resting area was also a lot more spacious. Only about 100 pairs of players could be seen. The number of matches for the first pair competition was out. Flame Emperor and Flame Emperor's opponents were a pair of brother and sister. Flame Emperor's opponent was a pair of brother and sister. According to Chuyu's information, their opponents were a pair of twins, Lu Hong and Lu Qing. Both of them were martial ancestor realm martial artists and were experts in martial arts. Only until the moment before the start of the match did Xianxia see her opponents. Her opponents were a pair of male and female martial artists who looked almost exactly the same. Their ages were around 20 years old, and their names were Lu Hong and Lu Qing. They were a pair of twins. Compared to the people from B-Venom, this pair of brother and sister looked a lot more down-to-earth. They were the same as most of the contestants in the arena. They were here to make a living by participating in the arena. In the previous few matches that the two of them had, their results were average. For this month, the number of wins and losses they had was 5 wins and 5 losses. They could be considered as average contestants. However, the biggest advantage of the two of them was that they were a pair of twins, and their tacit understanding with each other was very good. Once the two of them joined hands, they would be able to unleash a battle skill that was comparable to a martial saint's battle skill. Thus, after knowing who their opponents were, Xianxia and Dong Huanglinger had already discussed that they must not let the two of them have the chance to use a battle skill together. After looking at the information, a pair of male and female martial artists walked towards them. The two of you are Flame Emperor? Just like what the rumors said, both of you are wearing Xianxia masks. Could it be that the two of you are very ugly? Lu Hong's personality was very straightforward. When she saw the masks that the two of them were wearing, she couldn't help but ask. Big sister, how can you ask such a question? The younger brother named Lu Qing immediately apologized. I am just speaking the truth. Why are you lecturing me? Am I the big sister or are you the big sister? Lu Hong was dissatisfied. Lu Qing felt a headache coming on. He could only quickly change the topic. The two of you defeated B-Boss and Lu Qingqing, right? So powerful. Speaking of which, we have also suffered losses from them before. It turned out that this pair of brother and sister had already lost to each other in the individual competition. With regards to B-Boss's poison, the two of them had a face full of resentment. B-Boss was just a trash from all walks of life. The people who had suffered losses from him in the competition area were nothing. Thus, after knowing that the two of them had taught B-Boss and Lu Qingqing a lesson, Lu Qing had a very good impression of them. It's one thing to defeat B-Boss, but it's another to defeat us. In private, we can be friends. However, in the competition arena, we will not be courteous. Our results in the individual competition are not good. However, in the duo competition, we are seniors. If the two of you lose, don't cry. Lu Hong said in a muffled voice. Hearing her tone, it was completely the tone of a senior. Both Flame and Emperor felt that it was funny. Big sister, it's done. Since we have already greeted each other, let's go and prepare for the competition. Lu Qing grabbed onto Lu Hong and pulled her away. What an interesting pair of brother and sister. After being interrupted by Lu Hong and Lu Qing, Dong Huanglinger was no longer nervous. When the time was up, Flame and Emperor walked out of the resting room and walked onto the competition arena. After having the experience of competing once, Flame and Emperor were already somewhat used to the atmosphere of the competition arena. However, it was different from the previous time. This time, the two of them walked into the circular open-air competition area. When they walked into the competition arena, they heard a burst of lively cheers. It was completely different from the cold and cheerless atmosphere of the individual competition. Why are there so many people? The two of them felt that it was somewhat inconceivable. Looking at their surroundings, they quickly discovered that the number of people who came to watch the competition this time was a lot more than the number of people who came to watch the competition. There were at least 100+ people. Last time, even when they were fighting against Lu Qingqing, there weren't that many people. Because the two of you are now the dark horse contestants. Many people heard that Bi Boss and Lu Qingqing were defeated. Thus, they all came to see what kind of people the two of you are. Qiyu helped to explain. The Heaven's Wings arena was divided into new players, old players, dark horse players, and popular players. The latter three could attract the most spectators. Flame Emperor's fame was not enough to reach the level of popular players, but for those curious spectators, they had become an absolute dark horse. Therefore, the number of spectators for this duo competition was not small. On the arena, Flame Emperor saw Qiyu. Opposite her, Lu Hong and Lu Qing were already standing at the side. Qiyu was wearing a bright violet warrior robe, which accentuated her slim waist and perky buttocks. It was very pleasing to the eye. Flame and Emperor were also young women. The three of them standing together were very pleasing to the eye, which attracted a burst of whistles from the spectator stands. Qiyu was in a good mood. It had been a long time since so many spectators came to the 9th division to watch. It seemed that her choice of Flame Emperor was right. 9th division, 7th group individual competition, Flame Emperor team against Dragon Phoenix. Flame Emperor and Emperor are a new team for the first time. Their magic cultivation is respectively Master Magician and Saint Magician. Dragon Phoenix team, Lu Hong and Lu Qing. The two of them have been in the team for 3 years, and their winning rate is more than 50%. Both of them are martial marquis. Unexpectedly, Lu Hong and Lu Qing's team name was actually Dragon Phoenix. This name must have been thought of by Lu Hong. Let the competition begin. Qiyu's voice had just faded, and her feet had just left the arena. Just as Lu Hong and Lu Qing were about to start the battle, the arena suddenly became hazy. It was a hazy mist that enveloped the entire arena. Even the entire 9th day's competition zone was completely enveloped by it. On the arena, the field of vision was instantly blurred. Under such circumstances, Lu Hong and Lu Qing could not even see where the Flame Emperor team was, let alone use a combination battle technique. Such a realistic mist? Is this water magic? No, it's not water magic. A water magician shouted from the side. A water magician could not release such a large amount of mist at once. It was enough to pass off as a real mist. It's elven magic. Only the elven race's high-level water magic can form such a mist. The spectators at the side were all speechless. They had watched the competition for so long, but they had never seen such a scene. While he was still in a daze, he suddenly heard a delicate voice, "Excuse me." Pung pung dash in the arena, 2 hurricanes rose from the ground. The fog was instantly pushed aside. There were originally 4 people in the arena, but now, 2 figures were smashed out like cannonballs. The 2 siblings, Lu Hong and Lu Qing, were knocked dizzy. Up until the moment they were knocked unconscious, they still didn't understand how they had lost. It was deathly quiet in the number 9 competition zone. It was almost exactly the same as the one in Beehive City. Instant victory, instant victory. After Qiyu's experience last time, she was clearly much more receptive this time. She immediately announced, "Flame Emperor is victorious in the 7th match of Division number 9. He won." He won just like that. Until they walked out of the arena, many of the spectators were still immersed in the instant victory of the previous match. They had only used 2 spells, one elven water magic and the other wind magic, and they had won without any suspense. Flame Emperor's first pair competition was a complete victory. After the match, Lu Hong and Lu Qing, who had already woken up, found Flame Emperor, who was tidying up in the resting area. Lu Hong rushed up with an aggressive look. "You too. You cheated just now." Lu Hong only remembered that her vision was blurry, and then, she was swept away by the hurricane. This could be considered the easiest loss she had ever experienced in a competition. How did we cheat? This is called strategy. Dong Huanglinger was happy. She was just following what Yunxing said earlier, which was to use the fastest method to win. After all, she and Yunxing didn't hate this pair of twins. The two of them must enter the monthly competition. In between, Yunxing's request was to reveal as little of their strength as possible, and to win as quickly as possible. "Sis, stop fooling around. The two of them are stronger than us. Can't you see that they are going easy on us?" Lu Qing was much more open-minded. He just didn't expect that the strength of this pair of newbies was so much stronger than what they had imagined. Although he didn't see clearly what kind of magic the other party used, after the match, he had already heard about it from others. In the previous individual competition, the strength that the Flame Emperor pair displayed was very astonishing. Furthermore, their opponents didn't have a good ending. Especially Big B, who was fighting against Flame. It was said that he died in the blink of an eye. Even the people from Hidden Night Pavilion didn't know how he died. Flame Emperor is very powerful. These two newbies will definitely shine in the entire Yellow Wings competition zone. If there is a chance, let's have another match. Lu Hong was still somewhat unconvinced. In the end, she was still dragged away by her younger brother, Lu Qing. Good news, the news of today's match spread very quickly. I heard that a mage who knows elf magic has appeared in the Yellow Wings competition zone. The tickets for tomorrow's match have already been sold out. The result of today's match caused Chuyu's trust towards Flame Emperor to deepen by another level. The strength of these two female mages is not bad. Furthermore, they have a clear distinction between gratitude and grudges. Those who offend them, if not dead, will be injured. However, if they have no enmity with them, they will definitely not kill the innocent. This kind of temperament is exactly what Chuyu needs. After the first pair battle, Flame Emperor's reputation can be considered to have started. The temptation of an elf mage is still very big. Some mages even came to watch with the attitude of a pilgrimage. They also want to take the opportunity to learn elf magic. Chuyu also did as she said and arranged several matches for Flame Emperor while it was still hot. Flame and Flame Emperor cooperated more and more in sync. The reputation of the 9th competition zone also resounded a lot. After hearing this news, Kong Fei of the 1st competition zone gnashed his teeth in hatred. He didn't show it on the surface, but secretly started to scheme. On this day, the second young master coincidentally came to the arena. The second son of the Skywing City Lord, Skywing Dong. He and his older brother, Skywing Tua, are half-brothers. However, in terms of appearance, he is completely different from Skywing Tua. He has the back of a tiger and the waist of a bear. He is already over 2 meters tall. Standing in front of him, Kong Fei really looks very delicate. She didn't know how he could endure serving this second young master. Skywing Dong is slightly stronger than his older brother, Skywing Tua. He is a peak martial saint. Second young master, you should also take care of Chuyu. She is becoming more and more impudent recently. She is actually openly snatching the resources of my contestants. Kong Fei massaged the legs of the second young master, Skywing Dong. His face was very obedient, but his eyes flashed with a trace of scheming. On the 1st to the 3rd, Big Fuzi will be going on a long trip in the dark. The updates will not be stable. I will send as many as I can. Also, in the new month, I will collect monthly votes to clear my throat. 50 votes, plus 2,000 words. Tianyi Dong liked men like this. Oh, what's wrong with Chuyu? The profits in the 9th division are much worse than your 1st division. Chuyu had been assigned to the Skywings arena for more than a year. Considering that she was Steward Chu's daughter and had an ambiguous relationship with her brother, Tianyi Dong deliberately suppressed her and placed her in the 9th division of the Yellow Wings division. That division could be considered the most unpopular division in the entire Skywings arena. Could it be that in that kind of competition zone, Chuyu could still make a splash? That little slut snatched away a group of popular contestants that I took a fancy to. These days, the spectators in the 9th division have increased a lot. Kong Fei had the look of a little girl with hidden bitterness. He knew that Tianyi Dong liked this look of his the most. Popular contestants in the Sun division? What kind of strength could actually attract your attention? Sure enough, Tianyi Dong took the bait and comforted him. Their strength isn't that great. It's just 2 female magicians who don't have eyes. Half a month ago, one of them was a master magician and the other was a saint magician. Kong Fei recalled the 2 women's rejection and inwardly gnashed his teeth. There's nothing remarkable about such cultivation. There are plenty of them in the Yellow Wings division. Besides, the Hidden Night Pavilion didn't participate in such people. Tianyi Dong was very disdainful when he heard of the other party's strength. Tianyi himself was a competition maniac. Even after becoming the chief of the Skywings arena, he still participated in the Skywings level competitions. Tianyi also had a general idea of the situation in the Hidden Night Pavilion Skywings arena. In his view, what kind of climate could a group of doctors and magicians who showed off pills and potions accomplish? In addition, there was Kong Fei's pillow talk, so Tianyi had never interfered with the Hidden Night Pavilion. But he was very clear about the Hidden Night Pavilion's style of conduct. If the new contestants had some potential, the Hidden Night Pavilion would probably have already snatched them up when they entered the contestants' resting area. Those two female magicians aren't easy to deal with either. Yellow Knight Emissary wanted to recruit them earlier, but who would have thought that he would suffer a big loss? Even a few fierce characters in the arena were crippled by them. Last time, they ruthlessly rejected their invitation. I don't care anymore. Dong Dong, you have to avenge me. Kong Fei was jealous. Are you sure? Two magicians below the sky rank defeated Yellow Knight Emissary's men? When did the Hidden Night Pavilion become so weak? Tianyi heart ached for his little lover, but he didn't completely believe Kong Fei's words. After all, he was the head of the Skywings arena in name, but he still had to do things according to his father's wishes. In terms of cultivation, it's nothing, but there's also an elven magician. And in the last competition, that woman even used elven purification magic, Kong Fei said enviously. Everyone knew that it was very difficult for outsiders to learn elven magic. That female mage named Yan was also a master magician. Who knew what kind of fortuitous encounter she had that allowed her to learn high-level elven purification magic? Once the news spread, many people bought tickets to the 9th zone just to see elven magic once. There were also some mages who went to watch the competition just to see elven magic. Right now, the number of tickets in the 9th competition zone was almost the same as the number of tickets in the 1st competition zone. This was the first time such a situation had occurred in the many years since the establishment of the Yellow Wings competition zone. All of this was because of the appearance of Yan and Emperor. That's a bit interesting. What, are you afraid that the 9th competition zone will overtake you? Tianyi had already decided on a candidate to let Kong Fei be the person in charge of the Yellow Wings competition zone. It was only because the other higher-ups of the arena objected, especially because they were afraid that their father would find out later and blame them, that they had no choice but to say that the person in charge of the Yellow Wings competition zone would be determined based on the ticket revenue of the major competition zones. They had originally thought that the first competition zone would be given to Kong Fei, and it was already a done deal. Who knew that in the end there would be a Yan Emperor team? That's right. If this goes on for half a year, the 9th competition zone might really surpass the 1st competition zone. At that time, that slut Chuyu will climb over my head. You'll definitely be mocked by the eldest young master. Kong Fei knew that Tianyi was most wary of his elder brother. So even though he knew that Chuyu and the eldest young master had no relationship at all, Kong Fei still desperately pasted vinegar behind their backs. Second young master, I've recently heard people say that Chuyu often goes to the treasure boat. Sure enough, she's a spy sent by the eldest young master. Seeing that he couldn't immediately convince Tianyi, Kong Fei simply shifted the topic to the relationship between Chuyu and the eldest young master, Tianyi. Tianyi was a dissolute hedonist, and he had hooked up with all the women in Tianyi City who were slightly prettier. Tianyi had also heard of the somewhat ambiguous matter between Chuyu and his elder brother, but he hadn't taken it to heart. After all, Chuyu's personal ability wasn't bad. Think about it. The eldest young master has already obtained the treasure boat with the most profit. If that slut Chuyu occupies the position of the person in charge of the Yellow Wings competition zone, then doesn't that mean that the eldest young master will climb over your head? Kong Fei's words made Tianyi waver. You're right. I almost fell for that adulterous couple's scheme. Don't worry. The person in charge of the Yellow Wings competition zone is still you. I'll order people to hold the next few monthly competitions in the 1st competition zone. Tianyi words instantly made Kong Fei happy. The monthly competition was second only to the annual competition in the Yellow Wings competition zone. Generally speaking, the number of people who came to watch the monthly competition was tens of times greater than the individual and duo competitions. Moreover, the price of the tickets was double. That was truly a lucrative job. Therefore, when the news spread, apart from the first competition zone, the referees of the other competition zones all voiced their complaints. Needless to say, everyone knew what methods Kong Fei had used to obtain this priority. Although Qiyu was also somewhat dissatisfied with this, she didn't care too much about it. The Flame Emperor duo's performance in the next few matches was surprisingly smooth. Almost at the same time, there was another battle team that performed very well, but Qiyu also noticed that it was a battle team called Double Dragon, with a female magician and a male warrior as its members. The two battle teams also had an imposing momentum, sweeping through the 9th competition zone and leveling several teams with astonishing strength. The competition in the Yellow Wings competition zone also became lively because of the sudden appearance of these two new battle teams. The Flame Emperor's winning streak continued. Yunxing was a rather persistent person. This was a good habit she had developed since she studied medicine at a young age. Since she had decided to eliminate Lu Qingqing, she would do whatever it took. Who knew if it was the Flame Emperor's good luck, or the strength of the contestants in the Yellow Wings competition zone, but it really wasn't much. In the remaining competitions, the Flame Emperor proceeded very smoothly. The name Flame Emperor became more and more famous in the competition zone. There were even some people who came to watch the competition because they wanted to see the team composition of Flame Emperor. This also brought a lot of income to the competition zone number 9. At the end of the month, Flame Emperor went to the competition zone number 9 where Qiyu was. Liquidation during this month, the competition zone number 9 that Qiyu was in also had a good harvest. Therefore, Qiyu's mood was also very good. Your individual competition results have already been tabulated. Qiyu tabulated the results of the competition. Yunxing and Dong Huangling's individual results were as follows. Flame participated in 15 individual competitions, won 8 matches, lost 7 matches, won 7 matches in a row. Emperor participated in 14 individual competitions, won 6 matches, lost 8 matches, won 4 matches in a row. Flame Emperor team participated in 31 duo competitions, won 31 matches, won 31 matches in a row. Converted to individual winning streaks, Flame's winning streak was 22 matches. 5 matches, Emperor's winning streak was 19 matches. 5 matches. This is your individual and team bonus, a total of 55,000 gold coins. It has already been deposited into this anonymous Skywings gold card. You can collect the gold coins from any bank in Skywings City that has Skywings written on it. Qiyu handed the bonus to Yunxing and Dong Huangling'er. At the same time, I also wish to congratulate you and the other team, Twin Dragons, for successfully entering next month's monthly competition. After accumulating the results for a month, Qiyu was pleasantly surprised to find out that Flame Emperor had already successfully obtained 30 matches in a row. Before the monthly competition, there is still a period of time for you to rest and reorganize. I suggest that you all should rest and not participate in the competition during this period of time. As for the specific competition venue and time, I will inform you later. Qiyu had personally witnessed the hard work of Yunxing and Dong Huangling'er. Flame Emperor's fighting style was very special. One person to support and one person to attack. In the entire competition zone, there was no other team like this. As for the other contestants in the duo competition, most of them were proficient in both offense and defense. Only Flame Emperor was the most special. Almost all of the offensive magic with astonishing attack power were completed by Dong Huangling'er. Because of this, the audience and even Qiyu had an impression that Flame was only a support magician in the Flame Emperor team, while Emperor was the main force. Most of the time, Flame needed the protection of the Emperor. This was exactly what Yunxing wanted to achieve. After more than 20 days, most of the people, including Qiyu, had almost forgotten the astonishing instant kill ability that Yen had displayed in the first match. The current Flame had been completely overshadowed by her identity as an elven mage. Alright, I'll rest for a few days. Before the full moon competition, my magic power recovered very quickly. I discovered that after tempering myself in the arena for this period of time, my magic power has increased by quite a bit. Dong Huangling'er believed that even if she were to encounter Lu Qingqing again, she wouldn't be in such a miserable state like the last time. Dong Huangling'er felt that her magic cultivation had already broken through from primary Saint Magician to intermediate Saint Magician. Sure enough, actual combat was the best way to improve one's magic. You can use this time to go to the city and buy some necessary medicine and equipment, Qiyu suggested. Flame and Emperor had been continuously participating in the individual and duo competitions. Furthermore, the two of them won more than they lost. Especially in the duo competitions, they practically won all of their matches. Therefore, the amount of prize money that they received was a lot more than the other newcomers. With this amount of money, Yunxing and Dong Huanglinger's food expenses for the next month were settled. They would also be able to keep an additional bonus of close to 40,000 gold coins. After the two of them left, Qiyu impatiently took out the account book and looked at the situation of this month's competition in the Yellow Wings competition zone. Among the 6 groups of contestants that entered the Full Moon competition zone, 2 of them came from the 9th competition zone. Because of this, Qiyu, the judge of the 9th competition zone, gained quite a bit of face. Other than Yunxing, there was also a group called Twin Dragons that stood out. This group entered the Yellow Wings competition zone around the same time as Flame Emperor. However, different from Flame Emperor, Twin Dragons didn't participate in the individual competition. Therefore, in terms of the results of the duo competition, they were slightly better than Flame Emperor. They had already won 35 matches. It was also because of these two groups that the income of the 9th competition zone this month increased by quite a bit. Even the attendance rate had increased by quite a bit. Especially in the previous 2 matches, Flame Emperor and Twin Dragons, the attendance rate had actually reached over 10%. There was even a situation where a portion of the audience couldn't enter because the seats were full. This was the first time in the history of the 9th competition zone. It's a pity that the right to hold the Full Moon competition has been snatched away by the 1st competition zone. It must be Kong Fei's doing behind the scenes again. Qiyu was delighted, but also somewhat depressed. She had also learned of this news when she was looking at the account book just now. The income of the 9th competition zone had increased greatly. Kong Fei must have also noticed it. There were 6 groups in the Full Moon competition, and they needed to compete for a total of 3 days. The tickets for these 3 days Full Moon competition would definitely be very popular. Shortly after, Qiyu had another idea. As long as Flame Emperor and Twin Dragons are there, the 9th competition zone's following matches will be even more popular. Looks like I have to make a trip to the treasure boat. Qiyu thought for a bit, then took the 9th competition zone's account book and left the Skywings arena. When Yunxing and Dong Huanglinger left the Skywings arena, it was still early. Since the two had decided to rest, there wouldn't be any matches scheduled for the next 5 days, all the way until the Full Moon competition officially began. After Yunxing and Dong Huanglinger walked out of the competition zone, they took off their masks. The two chatted and laughed, looking forward to the Full Moon competition. Phew, these tens of thousands of gold coins are the most difficult money this lady has ever earned in her life. I want to use this money to eat a big meal. Let's call Senior Apprentice Brother Abandoned and Gufeng and have a meal at the sea. Dong Huanglinger stroked the thin card. This month had really been stifling for her. She was the princess of the Eastern capital. Although she had been living like a caged bird, her basic necessities were definitely not small. This was the first time she had been earning money like this. However, this kind of money made Dong Huanglinger even more delighted. Gufeng and Abandoned weren't as lucky as Yunxing. The competition in the Earthwings competition zone was a lot more intense. The two of them had already started their double match, so they were nowhere to be seen from morning till night. Yunxing and Dong Huanglinger decided to hold their celebration at night. The treasure boat is right in front. Why don't we go in and take a look? After Dong Huanglinger came to Skywing City, she had been immersed in the competition all day long. These few days of rest had allowed her to catch her breath. There were many novel things in Skywing City, but the medicinal herbs that Yunxing wanted to buy were still not available. It seemed that the Hidden Night Pavilion's control was much stricter than Yunxing had imagined. Just as Yunxing was feeling depressed, an imposing loft-like building appeared in front of him. Dong Huanglinger's eyes lit up, and she suggested going in to take a look. Before entering Skywing City, Dong Huanglinger had asked the inn's waiter in private. The treasure boat specialized in selling all kinds of elixirs, weapons, magic potions, and artifacts. As long as you have money, you can buy any treasure on the treasure boat, the waiter replied when Dong Huanglinger asked. Every inch of land in Skywing City was worth gold, but this building took up 5 to 6 acres of land. When they got close, they saw the words treasure boat hanging on the loft. The words were majestic and flamboyant, like an angry dragon that would break out of the signboard at any time. In front of the building, there was a row of towering ancient trees. The courtyard was deep, and 2 majestic white jade lions were sitting there. Yunxing and Dong Huanglinger had already heard of the name of the treasure boat when they first entered the Skywing City. The treasure boat was the only super existence in Skywing City that could be on par with the Skywings Arena. One of the reasons for its rise was actually closely related to the Skywings Arena. Those experts who rushed into Skywing City and tried to get rich overnight would go to the treasure boat to sell their belongings when they failed in the arena or the casino and went bankrupt. The experts who could come to Skywing City were all magicians, warriors, and even summoners who had been in the continent for many years. These people all had a few artifacts, magic scrolls, or precious materials that could save their lives. Buying at a low price and selling at a high price. The treasure boat was a business that made huge profits with little capital. Another characteristic of the treasure boat was that whether it was pawned or sold, they never asked about the origin of the goods. Therefore, some illegal goods that couldn't be sold on the continent, whether it was elixirs, artifacts, or even some rare baby magical beasts, could be pawned and sold by the treasure boat. Some declined experts could only pawn their goods here. As time passed, the wealth and treasures accumulated in the treasure boat were innumerable. There was a saying in the boundless continent that if one wanted to buy ordinary large goods, the everlasting chamber of commerce would be the first choice. But if one wanted to buy small items or rare treasures, the treasure boat would be the best choice. Yunxing and Dong Huanglinger had long wanted to take a look at the treasure boat. Unfortunately, their storage rings were confiscated by Elder Hellion. Due to their lack of money, the two of them didn't have the chance to take a look at the treasure boat. Now that they had some extra money in their pockets, they wanted to take a look at the treasure boat. Just as the two of them approached, the 2 white lions that were originally sitting on the ground suddenly jumped up and let out a series of angry roars. The sound was deafening, and the people on the street were shocked. Dong Huanglinger was shocked. Only now did she notice that she was stepping on the tails of the 2 white lions. She originally thought that the 2 white lions were jade sculptures. After all, these 2 white lions did not have a single strand of mixed fur on their bodies, and they looked exactly the same. They looked like twins. Yunxing also took a closer look. The 2 white lions were actually magical beasts at the peak of the 8th rank. Just these 2 white lions were priceless. The treasure boat was indeed worthy of its reputation. Hearing the movements of the white lions, a few shop assistants ran out of the House of Treasures. Quickly get a summoner here. The shop assistants had a headache. Without thinking, they knew that someone must have stepped on the 2 jade lions at the door again. Speaking of this, it was all eldest young master's fault. For no reason, he insisted on finding 2 magical beasts. He said that the treasure boat was a big business, and only 2 peak of the 8th rank magical beasts would be impressive enough. Yet, these 2 white lions had unpredictable temperaments and looked exactly the same as stone sculptures. Many passers-by would accidentally step on the white lions. Previously, there was a family of tourists from another city. One of the children sat on a white lion while playing around and was almost eaten. Ever since then, the treasure boat even specially found a summoner to serve them, spending a lot of money for nothing. But once the summoner went out, the shop assistants were all dumbfounded. The 2 white lions that were originally irritable and restless actually obediently lay on the ground. Beside the white lion stood 2 pretty female magicians. One of them was using her hand to touch the white lion's mane. Those 2 big fellows were very docile, and they even used their tongues to lick the female magician's hand from time to time. You 2 are? The shop assistants on the treasure boat were very surprised. Looking at that lady, she was clearly not a summoner. No matter how they looked at her, she didn't look like a summoner. Dong Huanglinger blinked her eyes. This is really strange. How did these 2 white lions suddenly become big white cats? Just now, those 2 big fellows were still very irritable. Who knew that after Yunxing went forward to touch them a few times, they would lay down on the ground? It was as if Yunxing's hand had some special magical power. Yunxing didn't explain much. Ever since she returned from the immortal Ju nation, she also felt that her summoner cultivation had broken through quite a bit. Even without the beast language ring, it was still the same. This was especially obvious when she came into contact with some high-level magical beasts that could understand human language. Yunxing understood that this might be related to a portion of the 8 Desolation magical beast bloodline in her body slowly awakening. When she was in the immortal Ju nation, Huiyaoyao's arrow had opened the Elf Queen's seal. After the seal was opened, she felt that the Bakra orc's blood in her body seemed to be gradually awakening. "I'm sorry. Just now, my friend accidentally stepped on the white jade lion's tail." After comforting the white lion, Yunxing smiled apologetically. "Actually, you can add a magical space near the white lion. This way, the white lion and the passers-by will be more at ease." Yunxing also felt that if 2 wild and untamed magical beasts were placed on the streets, it would be too ostentatious and threatening. Luckily, she was present today. If it were someone else, the stone lion whose tail was stepped on would probably go into a rage and eat that person. Yunxing's smile was very dazzling. The shop. Assistants on the treasure boat, who had seen countless people, only felt that words were spoken in front of them. They stuttered, "Thank you for your reminder. Respected Lord Magicians, are you here to buy or sell things?" Those who came to the treasure boat were none other than these 2 types of people. "What's inside the treasure boat?" Yunxing and Dong Huanglinger walked into the treasure boat. After walking into the treasure boat, Yunxing discovered that there was another world inside the treasure boat. The whole treasure boat was divided into several sections, just like a palace. Each section was connected by a corridor, leading to different pavilions. Different pavilions had different shop assistants to receive them. These shop assistants weren't ordinary people, either. They were all magicians and warriors with extraordinary skills. Yunxing even saw a few summoners. At the entrance, there was a map, which clearly stated the layout of the treasure boat. When Yunxing saw the map, she vaguely felt that the layout of this treasure boat was somewhat similar to the Heaven's Wings arena. It looked as if they were the work of the same person. It seemed that the treasure boat and the Heaven's Wings arena were indeed inextricably linked. According to the map, the treasure boat had a magic tool building, a scroll building, a medicine building, and a magical beast building. Magical beasts are also sold here? Yunxing asked when she saw the magical beast building. Yes, the treasure boat also sells baby demonic beasts, demonic beast eggs, and demonic beast soul stones. However, demonic beasts that are rank 6 and above are only sold to summoners. That shop assistant replied respectfully. In the continent, there were also some people who would buy demonic beasts as their pets. However, according to the rules of the Zhao state, high-rank demonic beasts were only allowed to be sold to summoners of the corresponding rank. After hearing what the shop assistant said, Yunxing was a little disappointed. It wasn't good for her identity to be exposed. It seemed that she couldn't go to this demonic beast building. Yunxing's magic scepter was filled with top-grade soul stones. She wouldn't be interested in ordinary soul stones. As for the others, she wasn't interested in them either. Then, does the medicine building sell basic herbs? The other reason why Yunxing came to the treasure boat was to see if she could use the treasure boat to bypass the hidden night pavilion and buy some herbs to concoct medicine. The medicine building only sells high-rank and above elixirs and magic potions. If you want to buy low-rank and mid-rank elixirs and magic potions, I suggest you buy them from the hidden night pavilion. The shop assistant replied regretfully. The 2 asked again. The magic scroll building was the same. It only sold high-rank and above magic scrolls. As for high-rank and above magic scrolls, the price was sky-high. Yunxing and Dong Huanglinger's little bit of wealth was simply not enough. Perhaps seeing Yunxing and Dong Huanglinger's predicament, that shop assistant reminded them very considerately, "The 2 of you can go to the magic tools building to take a look. There are many types of magic tools on the treasure boat, ranging from low-rank to mid-rank and above." Yunxing, let's go to the magic tools building to take a look then. Since Dong Huanglinger came to the treasure boat, she wasn't willing to return disappointed. Thus, under the guidance of a shop assistant, the 2 of them walked towards the magic tools building. Not long after Yunxing and Dong Huanglinger entered the treasure boat, Chiyu came to the treasure boat with the account book. There were a few shop assistants who were setting up a magic array for the two white jade lions. Big Sister Chuyu, you're here. When those shop assistants saw Chuyu, they hurriedly went forward and greeted her. Looking at the situation, Chuyu seemed to be very familiar with the people on the treasure boat. What's wrong? What kind of joke is eldest young master trying to make now? Chuyu saw this scene and frowned. That's right. We scared another batch of customers this morning. Fortunately, a kind-hearted customer reminded us to set up a magic array beside the white lion. The workers were so busy that their foreheads were covered in sweat as they explained. Eldest young master isn't here, right? Chiyu looked around and didn't see eldest young master's carriage. No, eldest young master hasn't been here for a few days. Steward Chu is currently on the third floor of the magic tool pavilion. If you have any business with him, you can go in directly. Chiyu heaved a sigh of relief and walked straight in. After Yunxing and Dong Huanglinger entered the magical artifact pavilion, they were attracted by all kinds of magical artifacts. The magical artifacts on the treasure boats came from all over the continent. Even some of the elementary magic tools had unique designs. However, the price of some Dharma artifacts was not low, ranging from thousands to tens of thousands. Yunxing and Dong Huanglinger looked around for a long time, but they still couldn't find a suitable magic artifact. Just when Yunxing and Dong Huanglinger were about to give up, Yunxing noticed a special stone. It was a strange metal fragment. When Yunxing saw the metal fragment, her heart slightly trembled, and an indescribable feeling arose in her heart. Worker, what kind of treasure is this fragment? Yunxing believed that anything placed in the treasure boat would definitely not be an ordinary item. Is this fragment the thing that you are interested in? This fragment, I'm really sorry. Actually, I also don't know what this fragment is. It's just that the city lord ordered me to sell it publicly. The worker on the treasure boat was a bit embarrassed. He had stayed in the treasure boat for many years, and he was quite familiar with all kinds of treasures. However, this fragment that was made of unknown material and origin, he couldn't tell what it was. As for why the city lord placed this fragment here, he also didn't dare to ask. He could tell that the two young ladies in front of him had exquisite appearances and extraordinary temperaments. They definitely didn't come from an ordinary family. However, he didn't expect that the two young ladies would be interested in this fragment. Amen? Little Yun Yun, this thing gives me a very familiar feeling. From the Shinong medical bracelet, the voice of the little water fairy queen floated over. Is it related to the 8 desolate divine artifact? Yunxing remained calm and collected as she quietly communicated with the little water fairy queen. The feeling that Yunxing had when she saw this fragment was very similar to the feeling that she had when she saw the other 2 8 desolate divine artifacts. I don't dare to be certain. However, even if it isn't the 8 desolate divine artifact, it is definitely an important clue to finding the 8 desolate divine artifact. Its aura is the same as the immortal Holy Grail. The little water fairy queen wasn't very certain. No matter if it was the 8 desolate divine artifact or not, or the clue to finding the 8 desolate divine artifact, she was determined to get this fragment. How much is this fragment? Yunxing took a glance at the fragment. She was determined to get this fragment. This customer, this fragment is worth 5 million gold coins. The worker didn't expect that Yunxing would actually want to buy this fragment. In fact, many of the customers that came to the treasure boat were interested in this fragment of unknown origin. However, when they heard the price that the shopkeeper quoted, their first reaction was that it was a scam, a fragment that was nothing actually cost 5 million gold coins. Hence, this fragment had been placed in an eye-catching position on the treasure boat for so long without being sold. The worker also didn't expect to sell it. He originally thought that Yunxing would turn around and leave after hearing the price. Who knew that Yunxing would stare at that fragment? If this fragment was really related to the 8 desolate divine artifact, it would be worth it even if it was priced at 5 million gold coins. Furthermore, it wasn't that Yunxing couldn't afford 5 million gold coins. It was just a pity that her beast speech ring had been taken away. As long as she could redeem her beast speech ring, she would be able to buy this fragment. Yunxing already had the 8 desolate divine artifacts, the summoning demon's hand and the immortal Holy Grail. Any one of these two artifacts had a terrifying power that could shock the entire mainland. Although she didn't know the specific use of this fragment, Xianxia still didn't want to let go of any clues that could lead to finding a new 8 desolate divine artifact. I want this fragment, Xianxia said with certainty. You want it? The worker's face was filled with disbelief. A blush appeared on Xianxia's jade-like face. However, due to certain reasons, I am unable to buy it directly at the moment. Please give me 3 months. Within 3 months, I will definitely come and buy this fragment. However, during this period of time, I hope that the treasure boat will not sell this fragment for the time being. The worker was in a difficult position. Being begged by such a beautiful fairy-like girl, even if he had a heart of stone, he wouldn't be able to harden his heart in such a short time. But this customer, the treasure boat, doesn't accept any credit. If you want to keep the item, you must pay at least a 10% deposit. The price of 5 million gold coins was 500,000 gold coins. At present, Xianxia only had a little over 50,000 gold coins in total. She had to deduct 10,000 gold coins for living expenses. Just when both parties were discussing, Qiyu just happened to walk in from outside. Originally, Qiyu didn't pay attention to them. Just when she was about to walk past them, she just happened to hear Xianxia's voice. Hearing the voice, Qiyu felt that it was somewhat familiar. Thus, she took a look over. If she didn't hear wrongly, she really wanted to hear Yan's voice. However, shouldn't they be resting? Why did they come to the treasure boat? Hearing the voice, Qiyu walked over. She just happened to see Xianxia asking about the stone. What happened? Qiyu walked over. When she saw the appearance of the two, Qiyu was slightly startled. She didn't expect that the two female contestants who had such outstanding performances in the competition were actually two great beauties. Furthermore, with the appearance of the two, even Qiyu couldn't help but take a few more glances at them. These two young ladies weren't very old, but their auras were extraordinary. If given enough time, they would definitely become outstanding beauties. It was very hard to imagine that there would be a man who wouldn't be moved after seeing such beauties. However, the appearance of the two was completely different from their performance in the competition. Qiyu recalled that in the competition a few days ago, Yan Emperor had set a lot of records. They were just like two malefic characters. Looking at the appearance of the two, it was no wonder that Yellow Knight Emissary had crooked thoughts about the two of them. Qiyu thought to herself. The two of you are Yan and Yan? Qiyu couldn't help but ask. When Xianxia and Dong Huanglinger heard her voice, they both turned around. When they saw Qiyu, the two of them felt somewhat awkward. Big sister Qiyu. Since they were recognized, Xianxia didn't have anything to hide. Thus, she took the initiative to walk over. Big sister Yu, these two female guests took a fancy to this stone and wanted to buy it. However, they didn't have enough money and wanted us to keep it for a few more months. You should also know the rules of the treasure boat. The shop assistant said honestly. These two are my friends. Give me some face and keep it for them. Qiyu took a glance at the stone. As she looked at it, she felt that it was strange. No matter how she looked at it, it was just a very ordinary stone. Big sister Yu, don't make things difficult for me. You know that this rule was set by the eldest young master. The shop assistant also had a troubled look on his face. If it were any other goods, it wouldn't be a problem. However, this stone, although it didn't have any grade, was worth 5 million. It was much more expensive than the things on the treasure boats. The shop assistant didn't dare to make a decision on his own. Seeing that the waiter didn't buy it and even used the first young master to pressure him, Qiyu's expression turned ugly. The scene suddenly froze. Why are you here? Coincidentally, at this moment, a beautiful woman walked down from upstairs. The beautiful woman was around 30 or 40 years old. Her skin was as white as snow, without a trace of age. She had maintained herself very well. Her figure and appearance exuded the unique charm of a mature woman. Her silhouette was very similar to Qiyu's. It was obvious that the two of them were related by blood. Mother, these two are my friends. They took a fancy to that stone, but it's a little inconvenient for them. They wanted to buy it in 6 months, but this shop assistant used the first young master's orders as an excuse and refused to budge. Qiyu glanced at the shop assistant. Oh, you're called Lu Xiong, right? I remember that you accidentally broke a mid-level magic tool last month. I originally didn't intend to tell the first young master about this. Manager Chu's beautiful eyes focused and fell on the shop assistant. The first young master, Tiani Tua, was domineering. If he encountered a shop assistant who committed a crime, he would scold and beat him or chase him out of the treasure boat. The treasure boat's income was very high. This shop assistant's family relied on him to support them. Hearing Manager Chu's words, the shop assistant's expression immediately changed. Manager Chu, please have mercy. I'm only a shop assistant. Everything will be decided by Manager Chu. When the shop assistant saw the beautiful woman, his tone immediately softened. We still need to talk about the stone in detail. You must be Yan He Huang. I've heard of you. Since you're one of us, let's talk inside. Manager Chu invited the two into the inner VIP room. After Chu Yu's introduction, Yunxing and Dong Huangling knew that this beautiful woman in front of them was her mother. Manager Chu was also the head manager of the treasure boat. Her authority was second only to the owner of the treasure boat. Just now, when she heard the conversation between Chu Yu and the shop assistant, Yunxing vaguely guessed that the treasure boat might have something to do with the battle arena. Chu Yu also briefly introduced Yunxing and Dong Huangling to Manager Chu. Manager Chu took a few more glances and had a very deep impression of the two's outstanding appearances. Manager Chu's action obviously had the intention of soliciting. Yunxing and Dong Huangling had already asked around. In Tiani City, the treasure boat, Hidden Night Pavilion, and Tiani Battle Arena were all big forces. However, these three forces didn't seem to have any interactions on the surface. It seemed that because the strength of the three was about the same, there was a tripartite balance of power. But looking at it today, the treasure boat and Tiani Battle Arena were clearly connected. Since that was the case, how could they condone the Hidden Night Pavilion's evil deeds? Yunxing secretly speculated. Could it be that the treasure boat had some misgivings about the Hidden Night Pavilion, or that there were some twists and turns between the treasure boat and Tiani Battle Arena? The VIP room was a place used to entertain the distinguished guests of the treasure boat. It was very secluded, and a maid served fragrant tea. You're Yunxing, right? Can you tell me why you bought that stone of unknown origin? Manager Chu was actually very curious as to why Yunxing wanted to buy that stone. Steward Chu also knew about that stone. Manager Chu had been on the treasure boat for more than 20 years and was very familiar with all kinds of artifacts. She could tell at a glance whether or not it was a treasure. But to be honest, she also didn't understand the specific value of that stone. The stone was brought back from an unknown battlefield by the Lord of Tiani City. Manager Chu still remembered the situation very clearly. The Lord of Tiani City was covered in injuries, and it looked like he had experienced a soul-stirring battle. The outside world had different opinions about the strength of the Lord of Tiani City, but one thing was certain, his strength was definitely above that of a martial emperor. To be able to injure such a strong person, the other party's strength must be even more terrifying. At that time, the Lord of Tiani City had only handed the stone to Manager Chu and instructed that it had to be priced at 5 million. As usual, Manager Chu appraised the stone. However, to the astonishment of everyone on the treasure boat, no matter how they tried to identify the stone, they were unable to determine what it was. It was neither a soul stone nor a material for refining artifacts. In the end, Manager Chu really had no choice but to call the stone Mystery Stone and place it in the most inconspicuous corner of the abandoned pavilion with a price of 5 million gold coins. It was up to him to sell it or not. In any case, Manager Chu didn't expect it to be sold. Thus, this fragment of unknown object was placed in the treasure boat for more than 10 years, and no one asked about it. Yunxing opened her mouth to buy it today, and it was a fixed price. Manager Chu found it very strange. I think that fragment might be some kind of magical beast's soul stone. Yunxing had a 5-elemental magic soul, so she was much more sensitive to magic power than ordinary magicians. That fragment, which was no different from a stone, looked black on the outside, but Yunxing could feel that within its ugly appearance, there was a magic power that couldn't be underestimated. This magic power was different from that of ordinary high-level magical beasts' soul stones. It seemed to be much stronger than that. The Skywing City Lord might also know the magical use of this stone, but due to some reason, he couldn't use it, so he placed it in the treasure boat at a high price. Xianxia wanted to buy this fragment and analyze it carefully. If it was really a magical beast soul stone, she planned to use this fragment as her 5th soul stone after breaking through to become a sky magician. During this period of time in the arena, Xianxia felt that her strength had improved a lot. Perhaps in less than half a year, she would be able to break through to become a sky magician. Magical beast soul stone? Qiyu and Steward Chu didn't expect that this black stone was actually a soul stone. When Donghuang Linger heard this, she kept winking at the side. She was anxious for Xianxia. If this was really a powerful soul stone, wouldn't the treasure boat raise the price after knowing about it? After all, 5 million gold coins was already a sky-high price. Steward Chu muttered to himself for a while, then said something that shocked Xianxia and Donghuang Linger. I can help you keep that soul stone, but you have to unconditionally agree to a condition of mine. I haven't thought of this condition at the moment, but at any time in the future, as long as I need it, I can raise it. Steward Chu's words shocked Xianxia and Donghuang Linger. Mother, what are you doing? Qiyu frowned. She was a little dissatisfied with her mother's method of using that stone to threaten Xianxia. Ladies, you don't have to be too formal. Although I am blind, I can see that the two of you are definitely not ordinary people. My request may be a little unreasonable, but it is also because I have no other choice. I can see that you is getting along very well with the two of you, so I won't hide it from you anymore. Manager Chu also saw the doubt in Xianxia's eyes, so he went straight to the point and told Xianxia and Donghuang Linger about the predicament that Qiyu and her mother were in. It turned out that the founder of the Skywings Arena and the treasure boat back then was none other than the Lord of Skywing City. But that was several decades ago. Now, the two young masters of Skywing City were in charge of the Skywings Arena and the treasure boat. Skywing City Lord had 2 wives. Both of them had passed away one after another, leaving behind the eldest son, Skywing Tua, and the second son, Skywing Dong. After the 2 young masters came of age, in order to avoid disputes, the first young master Skywing was in charge of the treasure boat, while the second young master was in charge of the Skywing Arena. These 2 young masters had been at odds with each other since they were young. Both of them coveted the position of the city lord of Skywing City. Their private struggles, both open and covert, were endless. The city lord of Skywing City had once announced that the 2 young masters, whoever could manage their respective businesses better, would be able to inherit the position of the city lord of Skywing City in the future. I am a trusted aide of the city lord of Skywing City. I have served him since I was young, so I am very trusted. In fact, when the treasure boat was established, I was also the one who came forward to prepare it. Back then, the city lord entrusted me to help the eldest young master manage the treasure boat, and then sent you to the Skywings Arena. Such an arrangement was also to balance the power of the 2 young masters. When Manager Chu said this, Xianxia finally understood why the Skywings Arena and the treasure boat had never cooperated. The city lord's intentions are good, but it's a pity that we, mother and daughter, are seen as thorns in the eyes of others. So, I hope that through this cooperation, we can leave a way out for you. Manager Chu sighed. In these few years, the old workers of the treasure boat had been either fired or replaced. Manager Chu could feel that the eldest young master was ostracizing her. Seeing that Qiyu was also not having an easy time in the arena, Manager Chu had an idea. If the situation continued to deteriorate, the mother and daughter pair could only leave Skywing City. Although Manager Chu had only seen Xianxia and Donghuang Linger once, she could tell that these 2 women were definitely from aristocratic families. If they could obtain the support of the aristocratic families in the continent, they would have one more person to rely on. She did not ask for anything else, only for Qiyu to have a way out. Hearing this, Qiyu's expression changed. Mother, I won't leave. It's just a Kong Fei. Your daughter has already thought of a way to deal with him. Qiyu simply said her thoughts in front of the 2. I want to raise a sum of money to expand the 9th competition zone. Qiyu's purpose in coming to the treasure boat today was to raise money. Although Manager Chu had talked about the situation in Skywing City, her words were still somewhat ambiguous. Xianxia thought for a moment and found many suspicious points. Both Manager Chu and her daughter held high positions in the 2 most important places in Skywing City. Qiyu also seemed to be very familiar with the affairs of the treasure boat. Why? Didn't she simply stay on the treasure boat to help out, instead of being bullied by Kong Fei in the Skywings arena? Yunxing did not ask about these questions. After all, she and the Chu mother and daughter pair had only known each other for a short while, and there was still a process of mutual trust. If not for the fact that she had no other choice, Chu would not have thought of coming to the House of Treasures. Because the right to host the monthly tournament had been taken over by the first competition zone, Chu had no choice but to change her initial strategy. If Chu wanted to stand out from the 9 competition zones and win the first competition zone, the only way was to expand the venue to accommodate more spectators and obtain higher profits. But according to the rules of the Skywings arena, every competition zone that wanted to be expanded or renovated had to be proposed at the beginning of the year, and then the allocation of funds would be determined according to the income. It was already the middle of the year, and the 9th competition zone's income had only just begun to pick up. Wanting to allocate funds for the arena was clearly not feasible. The only way was for Chu to fork out the money herself, and then deduct a portion of the investment from her future income. Chu was only a new referee, and the dividends she received from the 9th competition zone were very limited. Thus, she thought of getting an advance payment from Steward Chu. "How much will it cost to expand the competition zone?" Steward Chu asked. Steward Chu was also very clear about her daughter's predicament in the Skywings arena. But she was only a steward of the city lord's residence, after all, and had no right to ask about the second young master's personal interests. "Your daughter has calculated that it will cost about 1,600,000 gold coins." Chu calculated an approximate figure. Skywing City was located 10,000 meters in the air, and its geographical environment was extremely unique. It was very difficult for ordinary flying beasts to set foot here, and they could only rely on high-performance airships and some high-tier flying magical beasts. Thus, the cost of transporting materials here was very high, and the cost of hiring craftsmen was also much higher than usual. If it were on the boundless continent, the same expansion would only cost a third of the price at most. When Yinxing and Dong Huanglinger heard this figure, they couldn't help but click their tongues. This was no small sum. After hearing the number, Manager Chu also frowned. "Mother, is there a problem?" Chu saw her mother's dilemma. To tell you the truth, Mother doesn't have that much money on hand. As for the money in the treasure boat, the eldest young master has set a rule that if you want to advance more than 100,000 gold coins, you have to go through him first." Manager Chu sighed. Ever since Chu went to the Heaven's Wings arena, the eldest young master began to ostracize her. Manager Chu worked hard on the treasure boat without complaint, but the eldest young master was always on guard against her. "Mother only has 600,000 gold coins on hand at most. As for the remaining 1 million gold coins, there is nothing I can do." Manager Chu felt bitter. She had worked hard for the city lord's mansion all her life, but she ended up being ostracized by the mother and daughter. Chu herself only had about 500,000 gold coins on hand. The remaining 600,000 gold coins couldn't be solved in a short time. When Chu and Manager Chu were discussing this matter, they didn't avoid it. Yunxing and Dong Huanglinger heard it clearly from the side. "Then, is there any other way to raise money?" Dong Huanglinger was also anxious from the side. She wished that she could suddenly conjure up 1,000,000 gold coins to solve Chu's urgent need. "I'm afraid it won't work. The accounts of the treasure boat are all handled by the eldest young master and the eldest young mistress. I don't want any weakness of Mother to fall into the hands of that couple." Chu sneered. Just as they were talking, they heard a series of questions from outside. Steward Chu walked out. After a series of hushed discussions, Steward Chu walked in. This time, there was a mantis blade in her hand. The blade had already been broken into 2. Manager Chu was vexed because of Chu's fundraising matter. After returning, she put the blade aside. When Chu saw the blade, she asked with concern, "Mother, did something happen?" "The people of the Tool Pavilion made a mess. When they were refining, they broke a high-grade mantis blade." Manager Chu rubbed her forehead, a trace of annoyance appearing on her face. "What? The treasure boat is refining for people?" Yunxing, who had been listening to Chu and her mother's conversation, interjected. Chu nodded. "There's a weapon building on the treasure boat, and there's a weapon refinement grandmaster." In addition to refining all kinds of weapons and Dharma artifacts, they also provide refining services. On the continent, alchemists and armament masters were the same, both were highly respected existences. However, compared to alchemists, there were even fewer refiners. This was because refining a weapon or a magic tool required a lot more time and energy than refining an alchemist. Therefore, many magicians who were qualified to refine magic tools would choose to become alchemists. As for weapon refinement, it was also divided into two types. One was basic refinement, and the other was refinement. Primary refining was the most basic refining of all kinds of weapons. Refining was only for mid-level magic tools and weapons. After a warrior or magician's cultivation increased, they could increase the grade of their magic tools and weapons by adding materials, soul stones, and other methods. This was especially true for martial artists. Because they were used to using a weapon, they would use more refining methods to improve their weapon's attributes. However, the difficulty of refining was much more difficult than the initial forging. As long as the ratio of the materials was not right or the heat was not right, it was very likely that the initial forging would be destroyed. Therefore, there were very few weapon or magic tool stores that could provide refining services, and correspondingly, there were even fewer weapon refinement grandmasters. The treasure boat was the largest concentration of treasures in the city, and due to the needs of its daily work, it also employed many weapon refinement grandmasters to help some warriors and magicians improve their weapons and Dharma artifacts. These weapon refinement grandmasters would also refine old magic tools and weapons that had been pawned or mortgaged. For the treasure boat, this was not a small amount of income. Hearing Chuyu's explanation, Yunxing and Dong Huanglinger also understood. This broken saber belonged to a warrior saint of the Skywings division of the Skywings arena. In a few days, he would have an important competition, which would be the monthly competition in the Skywings division. Thus, he had sought out the treasure boat, not hesitating to use the high reward of 300,000 gold coins to have the treasure boat help him refine the purple gold. Purple gold refinement? Yunxing's heart skipped a beat when she heard this, and she could not help but glance at the magic scepter in her hand. Yes, it's the purple gold refinement that many weapon refinement grandmasters on the continent have a headache over. Steward Chu knew a lot more about purple gold refinement than Chuyu, so she simply continued the conversation and explained it. Purple gold was an extremely rare metal on the continent, and just a bit of it was worth a lot. However, it also had a wide range of uses. Aside from being able to refine purple gold coins, it could also be used for refining. Whether it was Dharma artifacts or weapons, they could all be refined with purple gold. If a Dharma artifact was fused with purple gold, its magic sensitivity would be higher and it would also be tougher. As for weapons, once they were fused with purple gold, they could be said to be indestructible. Generally speaking, a mid-level Dharma artifact that was fused with a portion of purple gold would increase its grade by at least 1 grade. That warrior saint level contestant had also spent a lot of money for this monthly competition. He took out a piece of purple gold that was worth no less than 200,000 gold coins, and together with the cost of refining, he allowed the treasure boat to undergo this round of refinement. 500,000 gold coins per refinement. Yunxing and Dong Huanglinger both secretly swallowed their saliva. As expected of Skywing City, even cabbages could be sold for the price of abalone. In the entire continent, Yunxing was probably the only one who would compare purple gold to cabbages. After all, her beast language ring contained a piece of nouveau riche gold that was made entirely out of pure purple gold. Yunxing secretly thought that Night Fox had really cheated her earlier. Luckily, she had also used quite a bit of Night Fox's purple gold earlier, so she had barely recovered a bit of the cost price. If Steward Chu and the others knew what was going on in Yunxing's mind, they would probably vomit a few mouthfuls of blood. Now that the refinement of this saber has failed, won't the treasure boat have to pay 500,000 gold coins? Dong Huanglinger picked up the mantis saber. There was already a very obvious crack on the saber's body. With a crack, it was equivalent to the entire saber being destroyed. With Dong Huanlinger's eyesight, she could also tell that this saber was a high-grade weapon. If it were placed on the market, its price would not be less than 100,000 gold coins. However, the value of a saber, especially for the owner of the saber, could not be used to refine it. That warrior saint level had used this saber for no less than 20 years. Now that the saber was destroyed, he had to find a new weapon in a hurry, which would definitely affect the later part of the competition. This refinement could be considered a complete failure. It's not just 500,000 gold coins. I'm afraid that he might not even be willing to pay 1 million gold coins. The refinement has failed, the purple gold is gone, and the saber is also greatly damaged. However, the most important thing is that it can't be refined a second time. This saber is destroyed. Steward Chu shook his head. If the other party found out, it would not be as simple as compensating them with money. Even if that warrior saint found a saber of similar quality, it would definitely affect his performance later on. At this moment, Chu Yu and her daughter were both upset and confused. If this saber can undergo a second refinement, but requires some purple gold, can the treasure boat provide it? Yunxing also stepped forward and touched the saber. Her finger lightly tapped on the saber, and the saber trembled slightly. Yunxing infused a portion of the jade marrow technique into the saber. After testing it, Yunxing was sure that the saber was not damaged, just damaged on the surface. As long as enough purple gold was used to repair the cracks on the saber, the grade of the saber would definitely rise to another level. Purple gold is not a difficult matter. The treasure boat still has some left, but, what did you say just now? Second refinement? Steward Chu subconsciously replied. When he heard Yunxing's words clearly, he could not help but be shocked. Impossible. Using purple gold for a second refinement is very difficult. In the entire continent, I'm afraid that only a few people can achieve this kind of refinement. Chiyu listened with a face of disbelief. On the continent, the elves were of course the most skilled in refining weapons. The Immortal Keeper Kingdom's elven master refiners could perform a second refinement. However, the elves were very hostile to humans and would definitely not lend a helping hand. Aside from the elves, Steward Chu knew another person who might be able to perform a second refinement, Mo Go. That old man Mo Go might have a way, but he only works for the city lord, and the city lord is not in his residence right now. The Skywing city lord and Mo Go had some friendship. However, Master Emogu was stubborn. Aside from the people he had set his mind on, no one could move him. In addition, Skywing City was tens of thousands of miles away from Moge's city. Even if they traveled day and night, they might not be able to make it to the monthly competition in the Skywings region. Actually, I have some friendship with Master Emogu. I learned how to refine weapons under him for half a year, and I also lived in the Immortal Keeper Kingdom for 3 years, so. Yunxing deliberately kept him in suspense. So you're saying that you can perform a second refinement? Steward Chu looked as if he had seen a life-saving straw. He did not care about losing his composure and grabbed Yunxing's hand. He looked at Yunxing's clothes and realized that Yunxing's mage robe was really a product of the elves. At first glance, it was a mage robe unique to the elven royal court. Elf mage's robe was something that was hard to find in the continent. Both Yunxing and Donghuang Linger were wearing one each. From this, it could be seen that what Yunxing said was true. Steward Chu's expression was full of longing. The matter of the mantis saber really made Steward Chu anxious to death. Just when she was in despair, Yunxing said that she had a way. This was like someone giving him a pillow when he was about to doze off. It was too timely. I can try. Thanks to Yi Baiming, Yunxing had refined quite a lot of purple gold equipment. Yunxing had tried refining magic scepters, weapons, and armors. In addition, compared to more than 3 years ago, her skills, eyesight, and trillium hand had improved greatly. She had full confidence that she could perform a second refinement. Steward Chu did not hesitate any longer. The time for the warrior sage to come and take the saber was getting closer and closer. Before the matter was exposed, he could only rely on Yunxing. Steward Chu immediately ordered someone to find purple gold and prepare a refining room. It was the largest refining room on the treasure boat. There were several magic arrays inside, and it was not inferior even when compared to the magic tower on the 6th floor of the Royal Magic Academy. As he did not know what other materials Yunxing needed for the second refinement, there were hundreds of refining materials inside. After everything was ready, Yunxing brought the cracked saber into the refining room. Ling give me your magic scepter. Before entering the refining room, Yunxing winked at Donghuang Ling. In order to make the second refinement more successful, Steward Chu had also spent a lot of money and prepared enough purple gold for Yunxing. Yunxing secretly handed the magic scepter to Donghuang Ling. Only then did she remember that her friends in Group 13 and Ling-er's magic scepter could also be refined. Previously, she had been suffering from the lack of suitable refining materials. Now that she had a ready-made purple gold, of course, she would not waste it. After Yunxing entered the refining room, Steward Chu and Chiyu were waiting outside anxiously. Can that child do it? She looks too young. After all, Steward Chu had only known Yunxing for less than an hour. Just now, she also had the mentality of giving medicine to a dead horse and giving the saber to her. However, after thinking about it, she felt a little apprehensive. If the second refinement failed and the saber was completely destroyed, what should she do? Mother, don't worry. Yunxing is a trustworthy person. She makes people feel at ease. Chiyu was speechless for a moment. Simply using the word trust to describe Yunxing was not enough. Yunxing easily made people feel a sense of trust. With her around, everything would be successful. Chiyu, Steward Chu, and Donghuang Ling were all waiting in the refining room. After more than 2 hours, the door of the refining room opened. Yunxing walked out, slightly tired. How is it? Steward Chu took the lead and went forward. Fortunately, I did not disappoint you. Yunxing handed the saber to Steward Chu. When he saw the saber, Steward Chu couldn't help but feel a little worried. This saber, it still didn't work. This child actually only used the purple gold to repair it once. The second refinement was supposed to fuse the purple gold with the saber, but if he had known this would happen, he would have taken the risk and let the master refiners on the treasure boat do the second refinement. Steward Chu was almost speechless. The pattern on the broken saber was still there, and it was even more obvious than before. However, it had been refined a second time by Yunxing. The crack had been completely filled up by the melted purple gold liquid. There was an additional purple gold mark on the bronze saber, and it looked a little ugly. Donghuang Ling and Chiyu, who were watching from the side, more or less revealed a disappointed expression. As expected, refining weapons was an extremely difficult task. Yunxing had only stayed under Imogu for half a year, so it was impossible for her to learn such advanced refining skills. Steward Chu, you can pour in a part of your battle chi. This second refinement saber hasn't been sharpened yet. I don't know how to use battle chi, so I can only let you sharpen it. Yunxing stole a glance at everyone's reaction and said. When a warrior used a new weapon, they would indeed pour in a part of their battle chi, and it was called sharpening. Steward Chu responded casually and picked up the saber. Just as the saber was in his hand, Steward Chu's eyebrows twitched. Once an expert made a move, one would know whether or not he was a real expert. This saber did not look much different from before, except that there was an additional purple gold crack. However, Manager Chu remembered that the original weight of this saber was at least 50 kilograms. For a warrior of her size, she would feel that it was a little heavy. But now, the weight of this saber in her hand had been reduced by at least half. There could only be one reason why the weight of the saber could be greatly reduced without changing its shape and size, and that was that a large amount of impurities in the saber had been refined clean. What kind of fire could remove all the impurities in the mantis saber, which was originally a high-grade weapon? Thinking of this, Manager Chu could not help but change her view of this saber. Manager Chu's heart stirred, and she poured a portion of the fighting energy in her body into the saber. As soon as the fighting energy entered, the saber that was originally silent. Buzz, suddenly, a loud sound was heard. In everyone's mind, a sea of clouds appeared. A soaring six-clawed flood dragon broke through the clouds and appeared out of thin air. The dragon's roar was deafening. Inside and outside the treasure boat, the customers who were buying items, the staff who were greeting the customers, and even the 2 high-level white jade lions who were originally restrained by the magic array outside the treasure boat could not help but be shocked by the dragon's roar. The 2 white jade lions were originally valiant and high-spirited, but now they were both crawling on the ground, not daring to move, as if they had seen an extremely powerful beast king. Manager Chu held the treasured saber in her hand, and the shock in her heart was even greater. She only felt that when the fighting energy entered the saber seemed to have come alive. From the saber's body, a vigorous fighting energy actually surged into it. Manager Chu's beautiful eyes narrowed, and she looked at the saber again. She saw that the cracks on the saber that were originally filled with cracks, there was actually an additional 5-clawed flood dragon at the place where the purple gold cracks were filled. That flood dragon was vivid and lifelike, and one could not tell that it was an inanimate object at all. After it let out a dragon's roar, the saber's body shone with a purple light. Manager Chu's heart stirred, and her wrist trembled slightly. The fighting energy on the saber's body turned into a purple flash. Like a rainbow piercing through the sun, like a meteor from outer space, that purple mountain was swung out. Boom boom boom, with a loud rumbling sound, the crafting room was actually destroyed by this saber. Fortunately, Xianxia and the others were already prepared. Before the saber light flashed, they tactfully escaped. Too godly. Dong Huangling and Chu Yu's eyes were about to fall out of their sockets. Manager Chu's hand was also trembling slightly. She looked at the saber in her hand in amazement. Saint grade, this saber is already a saint grade weapon. Mother, are you sure? Is this saber a sacred weapon? But, isn't it only a matter of 4 hours for Xianxia to refine artifacts? Chi found it hard to believe. How was this possible? Some blacksmiths might not even be able to refine a saint grade saber in their entire lives. Xianxia was secretly laughing at the side. She was the one who refined the weapon, so she naturally knew what grade it was. However, Chi was wrong about the time it took to refine this saber. Xianxia did go in for 2 hours, but the time she used to refine this saber was at most 1 hour. The remaining 1 hour was all used to refine Dong Huangling's magic scepter. Yes, it's really a sacred weapon. If I didn't guess wrongly, Master Yun, you also added a part of the flood dragon's blood into the saber? Manager Chu remembered that there was a bottle of flood dragon's blood in the crafting room. Yes, the flood dragon's blood is a very good purifying liquid. Because it was refined, I refined some of the excess impurities that were originally fused into the saber's body. Xianxia also gained a lot from this crafting session. Her ability to control fire had increased by another level. Manager Chu, what happened? With such a big commotion in the crafting room, quite a number of workers ran in from outside. It's nothing. Find someone to inform Feng Hong that his saber has already been refined. Manager Chu reluctantly put down the saber. The crack that looked very crude earlier had already completely disappeared, turning into a dragon pattern that occupied the saber's body. This made the saber look even more domineering. The result of Xianxia's crafting was 100 times better than what Manager Chu had imagined. She originally only hoped that this saber could be restored to its original state. She didn't expect that Xianxia would be able to make the saber's grade increase by another level. She was also a warrior. This saber, any warrior who saw it would definitely like it. If not for considering the reputation of the treasure boat, Manager Chu really wanted to keep the saber for her own use. Manager Chu secretly shook his head. I didn't expect that at this age, I would still have such thoughts. I'm afraid that I'm going to be laughed at by others. Manager Chu was also a person who separated public and private matters clearly. After thanking Xianxia, she let Chiyu take care of the two of them and ordered people to tidy up the crafting room. Then, she went to the front to greet the visiting martial saint. Big sister Yu, this time, the treasure boat will be able to break even. Haha, it's all thanks to Xianxia. Dong Huangling secretly took a glance at Xianxia. Her magic scepter was still with Xianxia. After seeing Xianxia's amazing crafting skills, Dong Huangling was very curious. What would her magic scepter look like? Would a dragon or a phoenix fly out from it? However, with Chiyu present, Xianxia didn't directly take out her magic scepter. Break even? Chiyu couldn't help but find it funny. She thought to herself, these two girls are quite clever. Unfortunately, when it comes to business, they don't know anything. Chiyu sighed, this time, the treasure boat is going to suffer a huge loss. How is that possible? Xianxia was very surprised. For the sake of Chiyu and her daughter, she had meticulously crafted that saber. That saber is now a saint-grade saber, and looking at its appearance, it's at least mid-level saint-grade. The saber has also fused with purple gold and flood dragon blood, two of the most difficult materials to refine. The price of this saber has now increased by at least 10 times. It's not an exaggeration to say that it's worth 5 million gold coins. Qiyu could imagine how much her mother's heart ached at this moment. 500,000 gold coins to 5 million gold coins, this tenfold increase made Yunxing and Dong Huangling dumbfounded. We took 500,000 gold coins and gave away 5 million gold coins. Don't you think it's a loss? Qiyu smiled and pulled the two of them forward. Then, just don't sell it. Dong Huangling was unhappy when she heard that. That won't do. This concerns the treasure boat's reputation. For merchants, reputation is much more important than gold coins. If the money is gone, just earn it back. Qiyu comforted the two of them. Qiyu brought Yunxing and Dong Huangling to a small sealed room. This was the treasure boat's secret room. Even Tianyi Dong didn't know of its existence. After Qiyu arrived at the secret room, she quietly opened a small hole in the wall. Through this hole, she could unknowingly see the situation in the treasure boat's VIP room. Steward Chu was receiving the martial saint who had come to take the saber. She only heard a man's carefree laughter. Steward Chu, thank you so much. This weapon is really a saint-grade weapon. I believe that with this saber, I will definitely be able to win. From the voice, one could tell that it was the martial saint who had requested to refine the weapon. Martial Saint Feng, there's no need to be so courteous. This is also an unexpected gain. The saber is still yours, as long as you remember the benefits of the treasure boat, Steward Chu replied smoothly. Of course. If Steward Chu has any problems in the future, feel free to ask. If there's anything in the Skywings arena, I will do my best to help. As for the matter of going against the Hidden Night Pavilion that you mentioned earlier, I will definitely do my best. It turned out that Steward Chu was also very wary of the existence of the Hidden Night Pavilion. Qiyu gave Yunxing and Dong Huangling a signal with her eyes, then closed the hole that was used to spy on them. You heard that, right? From today onwards, this martial saint will definitely remember the benefits of the treasure boat. If he wants to refine weapons in the future, the treasure boat will be the first thing he thinks of. You must know that there are many martial saint experts around him. Qiyu and Steward Chu were indeed mother and daughter. Their thoughts were exactly the same. Yunxing and Dong Huangling finally understood. From today's matter, Qiyu and her daughter were definitely not simple people. On the surface, the two of them were just servants of the Skywings City Lord's residence, but the two of them were very scheming and shrewd. It was no wonder that Qiyu had so much confidence and dared to go against the Hidden Night Pavilion and Kong Fei as a mere referee of a branch arena in the Yellow Wings competition zone. Before Feng Hong, there were probably many similar martial saints and even sky-rank magicians who had been roped in by Steward Chu and Qiyu's outstanding social skills. Yunxing also understood that Qiyu had brought her to the secret chamber today and witnessed everything with her own eyes. Aside from expressing her trust, Qiyu was also trying to rope her in. How's the wear and tear on your weapon? Do you need to adjust it? After all, the monthly competition is in a few days, Qiyu asked softly. Her tone was full of concern. Part of Qiyu's concern was because she was worried about the monthly competition, but there was also some genuine concern in her words. Yunxing smiled. It's fine. I'll be able to recover tomorrow. Generally, refining consumed a lot of magic power, but refining consumed even more magic power. Fortunately, Yunxing had mastered celestial meditation, and the effect and duration of her meditation were several times longer than that of ordinary magicians. Therefore, for Yunxing, refining did not consume much energy. On the contrary, it was a very good method to increase her ability to control fire and magic. Qiyu thought for a moment. Yunxing, I have an idea. As long as you agree, perhaps you can buy that stone much earlier. What method? Yunxing was now very familiar with Qiyu, so she didn't doubt her words too much. That's refining. You can make money through refining. Qiyu also thought of this after seeing Yunxing's superb refining skills. Yunxing was a doctor, but because of the Hidden Night Pavilion, she was temporarily unable to use her medical skills. However, refining tools was different. As long as the treasure boat existed, Yunxing would have a place to refine tools. Sister Yu, are you talking about refining tools like the mantis blade? I don't think this method will work. One mantis blade is fine, but if several appear, it won't make sense. Yunxing's attitude was still very cautious. The appearance of a sacred weapon was a very sensational thing on the continent. Yunxing was well aware of this, so she had informed Manager Chu just now and asked her to announce to the public that the saber was unintentionally refined by a master refiner on the treasure boat. Yunxing's cautious attitude made Chiyu admire her very much. A genius was not terrible, but if it was a low-key genius, then it was different. What's more, Yunxing was only 13 years old. At this age where it was easiest to be arrogant, she could have a simple heart. This was what Chiyu admired most about Yunxing. Chiyu couldn't help but think of Yunxing's previous matches in the arena. Even in the two-person competition, Yunxing was the weaker one. She gave the outsiders the impression that she was a magician proficient in auxiliary magic. Could it be that this was also one of her disguises? Chiyu was curious, but she didn't ask much. After all, that was Yunxing's style. Perhaps all the answers would be known in the monthly competition. You've misunderstood. I'm not asking you to refine another Saint-tier weapon, Chiyu told Yunxing what she was thinking. Chiyu's idea was to let Yunxing help refurbish some of the weapons and magic tools on the treasure boat. Chiyu also didn't want Yunxing's outstanding refining ability to be exposed. Today's second refining was only known to her mother and the three of them. But if a second sacred weapon was refined, it was hard to guarantee that no one else would find out. In fact, the forces on the treasure boat were intricate and complex. If the eldest young master knew of Yunxing's existence, with Yunxing's appearance and outstanding strength, who knew what kind of covetous eyes she would attract? Chiyu didn't want Yunxing to follow in her footsteps. That was why she thought of refurbishing. Refurbishing is different from refining. It consumes less energy and won't let the outside world discover your existence. Also, it doesn't consume too much magic power. To you, it's a good thing with little capital. While Chiyu and Yunxing were talking, Manager Chu had already returned. Great Master Yun, it's all thanks to you this time. Manager Chu's face was full of respect. The only person in the entire Skywing City who could make Manager Chu treat her differently was probably the Skywing City Lord. Manager Chu took out a gold card. This is 100,000 gold coins. It's the extra reward from Marshal Saint Feng just now. The treasure boat doesn't accept a single coin. I'll leave it all to you. Manager Chu knew very well that if it wasn't for Yunxing's appearance this time, the treasure boat's reputation would definitely be ruined. Yunxing thought for a moment and handed the gold card to Chiyu. Elder sister Yu, I'll leave this money to you. Use it to expand the 9th competition zone. Take it as my investment in the 9th competition zone. I also think that your suggestion just now is feasible. In the future, all the money I earn from the treasure boat will be handed over to you to manage. I don't have any business acumen. With the money in your hands, it will definitely be more useful. With Chiyu and Manager Chu behind her, Yunxing believed that Chiyu would rise up sooner or later. Dealing with a rising powerhouse, Yunxing would definitely make a profit. This? Chiyu thought for a moment and accepted the gold card. I'll remember this money. I'll definitely give you a surprise. Yunxing didn't expect that this investment of hers would also lay the most solid foundation for her future cooperation with Skywing City. After Chiyu accepted the gold card, she told Manager Chu about her suggestion. After Manager Chu heard it, he agreed with Chiyu's opinion. He immediately brought Yunxing to the storage room of the treasure boat. Shouldn't the magic tools and weapons be kept in the treasure pavilion? Why would they be placed in a place like this? Yunxing and Dong Huanglinger were brought to the backyard of the treasure boat. The treasure boat looked luxurious and extravagant, but the backyard was no different from an ordinary small courtyard. Instead, it looked even more dilapidated. The so-called storage room was a bungalow that was similar to a woodshed. It was hard to imagine that in a place like the treasure boat where treasures were everywhere, there would be such a place. The treasure boat has many years of history. Just the treasure pavilion alone is divided into several rooms. According to the grade and appearance of the items collected, they are divided into elementary, intermediate, high, saint, and even divine grade items. However, there are some items that, due to improper storage, become dilapidated after a long time, and can no longer be sold on the stage. Manager Chu explained. She pushed open the door of one of the bungalows. As soon as she opened the door, she smelled a gust of stuffy air. This room had not been opened for a long time. Yunxing looked inside and saw that there were many shelves placed in a disorderly manner in the room. The items on each shelf were very different. Manager Chu brought Yunxing to one of the rooms. It was specially used to store all kinds of old magic tools, weapons, armors, and so on. Due to the limited number of blacksmiths in the treasure boat, some of the items that looked too dilapidated or too difficult to refine were discarded here. As time passed, the items piled up, and there was no one to deal with them. Every year, Manager Chu would have a headache about how to deal with these dilapidated weapons and magic tools. These are also considered treasures? The treasure boat can't be accepting all kinds of trash, right? Dong Huanglinger frowned. Chiyu was also a bit embarrassed. Yunxing didn't say much. She walked forward and casually picked up a magic scepter. Just like last time, Yunxing channeled a portion of her jade marrow technique into the magic scepter. This magic scepter is already useless. There is not a bit of magic element in it, and it can't be repaired. Yunxing then picked up a necklace that was similar to a storage device. Amen? This necklace is still in good condition. Furthermore, there should be some things in it. If I find a master who can remove the demon seal, I can still get some unexpected wealth. Yunxing checked very quickly. In less than 15 minutes, she had already picked out more than a dozen items that were useless and could be repaired. This result made Manager Chu wild with joy. If it was said that Manager Chu still had some doubts about Yunxing's ability earlier, after experiencing the sacred weapon, Manager Chu no longer had any doubts. Dong Huanglinger, on the other hand, had a puzzled look on her face. She also touched those worn-out magical artifacts and muttered, "Why is it that everything looks the same to me?" Yunxing, just what kind of eyes do you have? Yunxing smiled but said nothing. Yunxing had obtained Steward Chu's permission to spend 2 hours every day to refurbish all kinds of magical tools and weapons on the treasure boat. In order to avoid being noticed, Steward Chu would put the refurbished magic tools and weapons in the storage ring and send them to Yunxing's inn. After the repairs were completed, Steward Chu would send his trusted aide to send it back. As for the reward for the refurbishment, it was calculated according to the value of the refurbished items. For every refurbishment, about 10% of the reward would be provided to Yunxing. Yunxing also accepted the reward. 10% of the reward wasn't much. These magical tools and weapons in front of her were mostly elementary and middle-grade magical tools and weapons. Yunxing estimated that 10% of the reward would at most be a matter of a few hundred gold coins. Fortunately, there were a lot of refurbished magic tools. Moreover, compared to the mantis blade, the difficulty of refurbishing magic tools was a lot easier. In the same 2 hours, the number of magical tools and weapons that Yunxing could refurbish could reach at least tens of them. In this way, she would be able to earn a few thousand gold coins in a day. This was a lot more profitable than the competition. However, Yunxing didn't plan to use this money. She handed it all to Chuyu. With Steward Chu's intervention, the mystery stone with a suspicious origin was preserved. Steward Chu also extended the time limit. Within a year's time, as long as Yunxing was able to raise 5 million gold coins, she could come and buy this stone at any time. After this incident, the relationship between Chuyu and Yunxing became even closer. When Yunxing and Dong Huanglinger returned to the inn, Qi and Gufeng had also returned. The moment they entered, Yunxing heard Gufeng's laughter. "Ha ha ha ha, Yunxing, Ling you guys are finally back." Ever since Gufeng came to the competition, he had been dispirited. After all, he was a light sorcerer. Other than healing, he didn't have any other special skills. Although Gufeng was a saint sorcerer, all the magic that he knew, other than the profound magic that was used for defense, were all healing magic. Therefore, if he went to the Earthwings competition zone, where there were as many saint sorcerers as dogs, there was simply no possibility of him winning. Yunxing and Dong Huanglinger thought so. The others, including Elder Hellion and the others, also thought so. Previously, when Yunxing encouraged Gufeng, it was also to cheer him up. She didn't expect that this silly fellow would actually wholeheartedly participate in the competition. Yunxing and Dong Huanglinger didn't ask about Gufeng's results. Could it be that you won? Dong Huanglinger saw Gu Feng's happy expression and asked indifferently. Hee, I didn't win. I won one round. This is the first time I tied. Gu Feng was a little embarrassed, but at the same time, he was also a little proud. Tied? Could it be that you met a newly promoted Saint Sorcerer? Dong Huanglinger wasn't pouring cold water on Gu Feng, but Gu Feng's true offensive strength was at most similar to that of a magic shooter. Even Dong Huanglinger was definitely much more powerful than Gu Feng in terms of offensive magic. This time, Ling guessed wrong. The person who tied with Gu Feng was an old contestant with decent skills. His strength should be at the intermediate level of a Saint Sorcerer. Qi finished his competition early today, so he went to watch Gu Feng's competition. That old contestant was very strong, and he was also one of the favorites to win. When Gu Feng said that he was going to enter the arena, he was very nervous. As soon as he entered the arena, he activated the light sphere and defended himself the whole time. His opponent actually couldn't find a way to attack him at all. Just like that, this became the longest competition in the history of the Earthwings competition zone. It lasted from the morning to the afternoon, and there were even a few two-person matches that were changed at the last minute. Could it be that in the end, the opponent? Yunxing roughly guessed the reason for the tie. The opponent's stamina was insufficient, and he couldn't break through Gu Feng's defense. In the end, the referee could only announce that this match was a tie. Qi's usually expressionless face couldn't help but reveal a smile, and he laughed softly. This kind of result made many spectators in the Earthwings competition zone vomit blood. In the previous matches, Gu Feng was bound to lose every match. Therefore, the odds for his match this time were shockingly high, and many people bet heavily on that old contestant. Who knew that Gu Feng would win in such a strange way? That was why Gu Feng was so happy. Qi's eyebrows relaxed when he smiled, and his originally bamboo-like appearance revealed a different kind of charm. It was rare for Yunxing and Dong Huanglinger to see abandon like this. They could not help but think to themselves that it was no wonder that abandon was ranked third on the primrose list. His looks could be said to be devastatingly beautiful. Yunxing could not help but tease him. Abandon, you should smile more. You look much better when you smile. Abandon's long eyelashes fluttered slightly when he heard that, and he stole a glance at Yunxing. Yunxing could not help but chuckle when she heard the reason behind Gu Feng's draw. The two dimples by her lips were very vivid, just like two butterflies. If you like it when I smile, I'll smile more in the future, Abandon said softly in his heart. His gaze was so gentle that it could drip water. In fact, he had become much gentler than before after he met Yunxing. If it were in the past, he would never have imagined that he would be able to make friends with anyone and talk to them casually. Ling and Gu Feng saw Qi's change, but Yunxing was the only one who was fooling around with Qi, oblivious to the change. Yunxing is so slow-witted, Ling and Gu Feng lamented in their hearts. Their eyes met for a brief moment. Their hearts skipped a beat, and Ling immediately looked away. Gu Feng's eyes dimmed when he saw that. Abandon was not the only one who was slow-witted. When would she understand his feelings for Ling? So you're saying that you didn't use any other spells and only relied on the celestial sphere of light to achieve a draw? Yunxing suddenly thought of something after teasing Abandon. Gu Feng, you said that you didn't use any other spells and only used the celestial sphere of light as a defense? If I remember correctly, you could only last 15 minutes with the celestial sphere of light in the past. But now, you can last for a day? Yunxing noticed something unusual. The celestial sphere of light was an esoteric spell that Gu Feng had learned when he was a magic shooter. Since it was an esoteric spell, it consumed a lot of energy. After all, esoteric spells were even more important than advanced spells among mages. That was in the past. Now, the range and duration of the celestial sphere of light are increasing. Especially after listening to you and participating in the competition, I realized that I'm getting more familiar with the celestial sphere of light, and the energy consumption is decreasing. Gu Feng thought for a moment and lowered his voice. He said mysteriously, I feel like I'm about to break through. Cough. Dong Huanglinger was currently drinking water. When she heard those words, she immediately spurted out the water that she was drinking. I thought you could only rely on healing to increase your cultivation? How can he break through just by taking a beating? Dong Huanglinger felt that it was unfair. It was no wonder that Dong Linger felt that it was unfair. She had risked her life in the Yellow Wings competition zone and was almost crippled by Lu Qingqing, that eight-clawed woman. Yet, she had only improved a little. I don't know either. I just feel that the duration and range of my light celestial sphere have increased a lot recently. Especially for today's competition, if it wasn't because the judge couldn't hold himself back and declared that it was a draw, I could at least last another night. Gu Feng was very confident in his magic. Let's wait and see. If you make a breakthrough before Feng Tian and Yi Baiming, the continent's elite camp will vomit blood. Yunxing encouraged Gu Feng. To celebrate, let's go out and have a meal. I haven't eaten meat for a month. Dong Linger looked at Yunxing with a pitiful expression. Because the members of Group 13 were all prodigals who didn't know how to manage money, after entering the city, Yunxing was the one who had the final say on their food and clothing. Now that the monthly bonus was given, they could afford to have a luxurious meal. Let's go to the food pavilion. I heard that we can eat the meat of rank 8 demonic beasts there. Yunxing was very generous this time. Her friends cheered and went to the food pavilion. Did you guys get rich? Oh right, today is the day of the monthly bonus. Did you guys win a lot of money in the Yellow Wings competition zone? Gu Feng looked at the menu after arriving at the food pavilion. Because they weren't in the same competition zone and Yunxing and Dong Linger were mysterious, Gu Feng and she didn't know how they were doing in the competition zone. We didn't win in the competition zone. I found a part-time job to help Treasure Boat refurbish weapons and magic tools. Yunxing and Dong Linger blinked. The two of them tacitly didn't reveal their results. It would be more shocking if they announced that they were the Flame Emperors a year later. Yunxing gave a simple explanation of what had happened during the day and also briefly mentioned Chiyu's identity. Since she's from Treasure Boat, it shouldn't be a big problem. Chi and Gu Feng felt that this was a good idea. How's the situation with the others in the arena? Yunxing casually asked. She had been engrossed in the competition and didn't pay attention to the other competition zones. Actually, she was a little curious. How was Night Fox's competition? She wondered how he fared compared to Feng Tian. Everyone is in the Yellow Wings competition zone, but most of them are in different divisions. Chi met a contestant from the mainland's warrior elite camp, and Chi won. Gu Feng didn't forget to ask around during the competition. Because he had saved many people in the mainland's warrior elite camp, he was able to find out the most information. As Yunxing had expected, Yi Baiming and Feng Tian's battle results were the best. Both of them had maintained the record of complete victories so far. However, the other record holder was Chen Lianer. This came as a great surprise to both Yunxing and Dong Linger. Chen Lianer is actually so strong? Her strength has indeed improved very quickly during this period of time. She defeated her opponents quickly in the first few rounds. Right now, she's a popular candidate to become the fighting king after Yi Baiming and Feng Tian. Gu Feng had seen Chen Lianer's matches. Chen Lianer had even used advanced wind-type magic. It seemed that her strength was at least on par with Chi's. The others didn't know, but Yunxing knew best. Chen Lianer's abnormality was probably related to the Octotera artifact on her. However, one thing was for sure. That artifact was definitely incomplete, and Chen Lianer hadn't made the artifact recognize her as its master. Otherwise, she wouldn't have only displayed her current strength. How did the two of you perform in the Yellow Wings competition zone? Chi asked. Well, we didn't embarrass the mainland's warrior elite camp. Yunxing and Dong Linger chuckled. At about the same time, Chen Lianer and her mage companions walked out of the Heaven's Wings arena. Lianer, you won again. You must have gotten a lot of bonus this month, right? The accompanying female mage fawned on her. When Chen Lianer was in the magic elite camp, she was sought after by many male students because of her beauty and strength. At that time, many female students in the camp were very disdainful of her. But ever since she came to the Heaven's Wings arena, she was like a fish in water. She had been winning since the first match. If it weren't for the abnormal genius Feng Tian in this team, Chen Lianer would have been the leader of this trial team. It's only 100,000 gold coins. It's a pity that I don't have many matches. Otherwise, I could still compete in this monthly tournament. It's only 10 consecutive victories. My goal is to be the fighting king, Chen Lianer said proudly. With that mysterious bracelet in hand, Chen Lianer was very confident of winning. The number of participants in the Earth's Wings arena was fewer than the Yellow Wings arena, and the corresponding number of matches was also much fewer. Therefore, 50 consecutive victories seemed to be much less than 100 consecutive victories in the Yellow Wings arena, but in fact, the difficulty was about the same as the Yellow Wings arena. Chen Lianer firmly believed that as long as she had that strange bracelet in hand, she would definitely be able to achieve better results. But Lianer, your next opponent is Feng Tian. Aren't you worried? The female mage beside her asked. Chen Lianer and Feng Tian's matches were in the same arena. The two of them had not crossed paths in the previous rounds. In the newly announced match, Chen Lianer and Feng Tian would meet. It's just Feng Tian. How powerful can he be? Chen Lianer was full of confidence. The outside world was rumored to be very powerful, but she did not see how powerful he was. Just then, they passed by the treasure boat. When the female mage beside her saw this, she hurriedly flattered, Lianer, if you continue like this, you will soon break through to become a sky mage. Maybe you will be the first one to break through in the magic elite camp. Why don't we enter the treasure boat and see what soul stones are suitable for your magic scepter? These words struck a chord in Chen Lianer's heart. She also felt that if there were no accidents, she would definitely break through in a year's time. Chen Lianer glanced at the treasure boat and was dazzled by the luxurious style of the building. She had long heard of the name of Skywing City's treasure boat. However, she had been busy with the tournament and hadn't had the chance to visit it. She happened to be free today and had also received a bonus. Perhaps she could go and take a look. Chen Lianer was the former crown princess of Zhou State. Her family background was not bad. Naturally, she had seen countless treasures and artifacts. When she was still the crown princess, Yi Balian had secretly brought her to Zhou State's royal treasury in order to please her. However, even when she arrived at the treasure boat, she couldn't help but feel that her horizons were broadened. The Skywing City was truly one of the poles of the continent. There were many more treasures in the treasure boat than in Zhou State's treasure vault. However, the price of each item was also very high. This was also related to the origin of the treasure boat. There were many experts in Skywing City, and most of these experts had only two choices when they arrived at Skywing City. Otherwise, they would spend all their wealth and buy a house in the area. When these people did not have enough money, they would sell their artifacts and treasures for money. The other group of people would fight in the arena. They would either lose their lives in the arena or lose everything. Naturally, these people's belongings would end up in the hands of the treasure boat. The treasure boat would be bought at a low price and sold at a high price. Naturally, money would roll in. No matter how noble Chen Lianer's status was, she was only an ordinary sacred magician. All of her belongings had been handed over to Elder Hellion. Her performance in the Earthwings arena was also very ordinary. After a month, her bonus was only 100,000 gold coins. In the treasure boat, she couldn't afford to buy any high-level magical beast soul stones. Chen Lianer couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. However, she wasn't willing to walk out empty-handed. Thus, she simply suggested that they take a look at the artifact pavilion. It was at this moment that Chen Lianer noticed an inconspicuous stone on a display table on the treasure boat. When she saw the stone, Chen Lianer's heart skipped a beat. This was because the appearance of the stone was exactly the same as the missing part of her bracelet. If it weren't for the fact that there were other people beside her, she really would have immediately taken out that stone to see if it was the missing piece of her bracelet. After Chen Lianer obtained that old bracelet, she noticed that a part of it was missing. It was also because of that her bracelet always worked intermittently. If this stone was really a perfect match for that bracelet, then it would be very difficult for her to find a suitable stone. Who knew what kind of terrifying magic would be unleashed by that repaired bracelet? Chen Lianer suppressed her excitement and called the shop assistant over. "How much is this stone?" Chen Lianer inquired. That shop assistant happened to be the one who had received Yunxing earlier. When he saw Chen Lianer, he muttered in his heart, "What's going on today? Why are there so many beautiful guests on the treasure boat?" However, although the lady in front of him was beautiful, she was still a little lacking compared to the two women he had met during the day. The shop assistant looked at the item that Chen Lianer was pointing at. He couldn't help but grumble inwardly. Why is it this stone again? What's the value of that stupid stone? Why are the two women asking for it? It turned out that after Yunxing and manager Chu had agreed, the shop assistant had originally wanted to keep the stone. Who knew that he would coincidentally encounter the failure of Marshal Saint Feng's treasure saber? The shop assistant was so busy that he actually forgot about this matter, not to mention keeping the stone that was worth 5 million. As a matter of fact, while he was not paying attention, another customer had taken a fancy to it. Chen Lianer's sweet voice just happened to fall into the ears of a young master who was buying things at the side. That young man was about 25 or 26 years old and was dressed in luxurious clothes. Beside him was a bare-chested woman. He looked in the direction of the voice and coincidentally saw Chen Lianer's appearance. Once he saw that the other party was an outstanding beauty, that young master's eyes lit up. He ignored the hostile gaze of the woman beside him and sized up Chen Lianer. A lustful light flashed across his eyes. Chen Lianer was already used to the admiring gazes around her. She even felt a bit of joy towards the admiration of this kind of man. She pretended not to notice and asked her own question. "Lady, the price of this item is 5 million gold coins," the person on the treasure boat replied respectfully. "What? 5 million? Chen Lianer didn't expect that this unremarkable stone would cost 5 million. This was a sky-high price. Even if she took back the treasures that she had left with Elder Halian, she still wouldn't be able to afford this stone. Chen Lianer thought to herself. No matter what, she had to get this stone. 5 million? Isn't that too ridiculous? It's just a piece of rock. I can't see anything special about it. The two girls beside Chen Lianer also began to chatter. The waiter on the treasure boat could only helplessly wait at the side. There would always be some customers who would make trouble for no reason. With Chen Lianer's personality, she would definitely get what she set her eyes on. However, she really couldn't take out 5 million gold coins. In fact, it wasn't just Chen Lianer. Most people on the continent couldn't take it out either. Not everyone was like Yunxing, who knew how to earn money and would gamble and loot a burning house for no reason. Chen Lianer's troubled look made her even more lovely. The young master's eyeballs were about to fall out. He cleared his throat and walked up. "Miss, do you want to buy that rock?" Only then did Chen Lianer look at the man behind her. He was about 25 or 26 years old and wore an exquisite beast-skin warrior's robe. He wasn't handsome, but he wasn't detestable either. However, from the way he looked at people, it was obvious that he wasn't a good person. Chen Lianer had seen many of such people in the Jade capital. If it was in the past, she would have dismissed them with a few words. After all, in the Jade capital, no one dared to offend the daughter of the Grand Elder residence. However, things were different now. She was currently in Skywing City, where experts were as common as clouds. Those seemingly ordinary people could very well be hidden experts or those extremely wealthy people who had come to Skywing City to pass the time. Who is this young master? Chen Lianer could only give a perfunctory answer. She lowered her eyes and had a shy expression. Eldest young master. When the waiter on the treasure boat saw the young master, he looked nervous and hurriedly went forward to greet him. "You are?" Chen Lianer knew that this person's identity was definitely not simple. "I am Skywing's Tua. The Skywing City Lord is my father. This treasure boat is a property under my name." Skywing's Tua was the eldest son of the Skywing City Lord. This person usually liked to flirt with women, especially female martial artists and female magicians. The Skywing City Lord's strength was unfathomable. When his son was born, he received the most elite education. It was only because of this reason that the Skywing brothers were spoiled by their arrogance, which spoiled their young master tempers. The Heavenly Winged Tua was undisciplined by nature. After cultivating to the level of a martial saint, he felt tired and was unwilling to break through again. After he inherited the treasure boat business from his father, he had always been a hands-off shopkeeper. He threw all the treasure boat business to Steward Chu, while he fooled around. He only came to inspect the treasure boat once every few months. Today, he had no choice but to go to the treasure boat because his female companion was pestering him to choose some treasures. Who knew that the moment he entered, he would see the beautiful Chen Lianer? He wanted to get to know her, but he couldn't be too casual in his own territory. Coincidentally, Chen Lianer was in trouble, so he took the opportunity to strike up a conversation. Knowing that the treasure boat was his property, Chen Lianer couldn't help but rejoice. She believed that she had both looks and talent. Now that she was a saint mage, she wouldn't be interested in ordinary men at all. In her entire life, Chen Lianer had only fallen for two men. One was Yi Baiming, and the other was later Qin Crown Prince Du Guxiu. As for the other men, Chen Lianer had full confidence that she could coax them until they were dizzy. If she could please this lecher in front of her, she might not even have to spend a single gold coin to get this treasure that she suspected to be a bracelet fragment. I am Chen Lianer, a student of the continent's magic elite camp. I just happened to be training in Tianyi City. Chen Lianer revealed what she thought was her most charming smile. When Tianyi Tua saw this, half of his bones went limp. So you are a student of the continent's magic elite camp. No wonder your temperament and appearance are outstanding. It's rare that I have fate with you. If you like anything, feel free to open it. Take it as a meeting gift from me to you. When the people on the treasure boat heard this, they had a headache. They hurriedly signaled to the others with their eyes. Their young master was a brainless wastrel. Especially when he saw beauty, he couldn't control his belt. Because he was pursuing women, he gave out many things. Every year, because of this, the young mistress of the city lord's mansion would come to the treasure boat to make a fuss. That waiter could only secretly instruct someone to find Steward Chu. Steward Chu was an old man of the city lord's mansion and could speak on a daily basis. I don't think that's a good idea. Every item on this treasure boat is priceless. Young Master Tianyi and I only met by chance. Chen Lianer said this, but her beautiful eyes had already landed on that stone. On her head. Even Tianyi Tuo's perverted wolf claws, which impatiently touched her hand, did not avoid it. Tianyi Tua touched Chen Lianer's hand and felt that it was very smooth. His heart rippled. Without saying anything, he patted his chest and promised, Lianer and I hit it off at first sight. If you like anything, just say the word. I will definitely give it to you. Lianer has a hobby of collecting stones since she was young. I want that stone. Chen Lianer resisted the urge to retract her hand and pointed at the stone with a smile. Tianyi Tua looked at the stone with interest. He had operated the treasure boat for many years and had a certain level of eyesight. But this stone did not have any fluctuations of magic or douqi. It was indeed a very ordinary stone. The price of 5 million seemed to have been set by his father. Only a fool would buy it. But if the great beauty liked to collect this kind of stone, he did not care. It's only a stone. Come, wrap it up for Miss Chen. In order to get a smile from the beauty, Tianyi Tua did not look at the stone. But young master, you must first tell Manager Chu. The people on the treasure boat did not dare to say it out loud. Tianyi Tua had randomly sent women's items. The master of Tianyi City had ordered that in the future, if the young master did so again, he must obtain Manager Chu's permission. Who is the master here? If I tell you to take it, then take it. Tianyi Tua glared fiercely at the clerk. The latter was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. Just as the clerk did not know what to do, Manager Chu walked out. Young master, this stone has already been taken by someone. This subordinate promised her to keep it for a year. It has already been taken off the shelf. I don't know which insensible clerk got on the wrong shelf. As soon as Manager Chu came, the clerk quickly retreated to the side and threw the hot potato to Manager Chu. Manager Chu saw the stone at a glance. Wasn't this stone the one that Yunxing had taken a fancy to? She had already promised Yunxing. She did not know which clerk did not have eyes and did not take it away in time. Then, it was so unlucky that it was taken by someone else. Just now, someone had already told Manager Chu what had happened. The young woman in front of him was obviously not a kind person. She wanted to take advantage of the young master's admiration. Who took a fancy to it? Tianyi Tua was a little unhappy when he heard this. It was just a broken stone. When did it become so popular? It's a regular customer. It was not convenient for Manager Chu to say Yunxing's identity, so he could only beat around the bush. Did that person pay the deposit? Tianyi Tua asked impatiently. He had long found Steward Chu an eyesore. The other party seemed to be here to help him, but in private, he was sent by his father, who disappeared all year round, to monitor him. Usually, this old woman took advantage of her seniority in the shop and kept interfering with him. She was an eyesore, and Tianyi Tua had long wanted to drive her away. If not for the fact that she was Chuyu's mother, allowing her to stay here and have more chances to see Chuyu, Tianyi Tua would have ordered someone to leave. No. Yunxing only had tens of thousands of gold coins with her. She still needed to buy some basic medicinal herbs, so Steward Chu did not take her deposit. At that time, Steward Chu did not expect that there would be a second customer who would take a fancy to the stone so quickly. Then that's it. Without a deposit, it's just empty talk. This stone is given to Miss Chen. Tianyi Tua ordered someone to wrap the stone up. Eldest young master, if the residence knows about this, I'm afraid it won't be peaceful. Steward Chu was also a man of his word. Since he had promised Yunxing, he would definitely do it. The person in the residence that Steward Chu was talking about was Tianyi Tuo's eldest young mistress. This eldest young mistress was famous for being fierce. Previously, because of the eldest young master's affairs outside, she had caused a lot of trouble. Tianyi Tuo's heart quivered at Steward Chu's silent reminder. He thought again. If the beauty beside him got the stone and cut off all ties with him, wouldn't he be at a loss? But if he promised the beauty and did not keep his promise, wouldn't he lose face? Steward Chu, how has sister you been recently? I've been talking about going to the arena to see her. Tianyi Tua asked indifferently. Hearing his daughter's name, Steward Chu's originally firm tone immediately softened. Steward Chu was secretly angry. Tianyi Tua was really worse than a pig or a dog. Chuyu was his daughter. The mother and daughter had always depended on each other in the Tianyi City Lord's residence. Chuyu was born with good looks. When she was 13 or 14 years old, Tianyi Tua, who had already married, had already set his eyes on Chuyu. He took advantage of eldest young mistress and Steward Chu's inattention to seduce Chuyu many times with words and actions. However, Chuyu sternly reprimanded him. He still didn't give up. Once, he actually used the excuse of being drunk to sneak into Chuyu's room. Fortunately, Steward Chu happened to be sleeping in Chuyu's room that night, so his daughter managed to avoid a calamity. From then on, in order to break away from the eldest young master's entanglement, Steward Chu had no choice but to send his daughter, Chuyu, to the Skywing Arena. Although the second young master was not a kind person, he was not fond of women. Compared to the first young master, at least he did not have to worry about his daughter being taken advantage of. Seeing Steward Chu admit defeat, Heavenly Winged Tower was even more pleased with himself. He immediately ordered people to wrap up the stone. The stone was quickly wrapped up and delivered to him. When Xianxia saw that she had obtained the stone without any effort, she was secretly delighted. Just as she was about to take it, she was stopped by Skywing Tower's hand. The other party didn't forget to pinch her delicate and smooth hands. Xianxia felt disgusted, but on the surface, she did not reveal too much displeasure. Xianxia had also underestimated Skywing Tower. He was not one of those brainless lechers that Dong Huanglinger had met in Zhou State. A stone worth 1 million, regardless of whether it was a stone or not, was still the treasure of the treasure boat. Skywing Tower was also not some spendthrift. With swan meat in front of him, how could he sit and watch her fly away? Miss Chen, we hit it off at first sight. Why don't we find a place to sit down and have a good chat? As for this stone, you don't have to worry. I will give it to you sooner or later. Skywing Tower put the stone into his storage ring and pulled Xianxia out of the treasure boat. Xianxia's face was full of reluctance, but for the sake of that stone, she could only accompany Skywing Tower. Steward Chu watched them walk out and shook his head. Early the next morning, Elder Hellion of the Continental Magic Elite Camp sat in the inn. In the past week, he suppressed his intense worry and did not care about the situation of the dozen or so magicians he had brought. On the other hand, Elder Yu of the Continental Warrior Elite Camp was very leisurely all day long. He would either sit in the inn, order a few pots of good wine and a few good dishes, and sit for an entire day. Or he would sit in the treasure boat of Skywing City and look at the most precious treasures of the continent. These days, it was the standard mode of travel. On the other hand, Elder Hellion was not so calm. Early in the morning, when Elder Helion was about to go downstairs to eat breakfast, he saw Elder Yu and a magician of the Continental Warrior Elite camp sitting together. Elder Helion was about to ignore them and turn his head to leave. Who knew that when Elder Yu saw Elder Helion, he would take a big stride forward and pull him back? "Hey, Elder Helion, what a coincidence. Sit down and have a meal together? Don't you want to know the situation of your dozen or so students?" Elder Helion's face was originally full of disgust, but when he heard that there was news of his students, he hesitated. Because of this hesitation, he was dragged to a seat by Elder Yu. The magician sitting at the table was the captain of the group that Elder Helion had brought out this time. He was in charge of collecting information on the magicians of the Continental Warrior Elite camp in the past 10 days or so. "Greetings, elders." The magician was about 18 or 19 years old and looked very steady in his work. "Elder Yu ordered me to pay attention to the situation of the other magicians of the Continental Warrior Elite camp. In the past 10 days, all the students have chosen to enter the Skywings arena." There was no doubt about this. Those young geniuses from the Continental Warrior Elite camp all had one thing in common: they were very talented and were the pillars of their families or countries. Since they had come to Skywing City, they naturally had to go to the arena to see how strong they were. Moreover, they had no money on hand at the moment. The best way to survive was to compete. Elder Helion looked satisfied, thinking to himself, who would dare say that the magicians of the Continental Warrior Elite camp are spoiled? "Oh, then tell me, how are they doing in the arena?" Elder Helion glanced at Elder Yu. Although he knew that the other party wouldn't be so kind as to collect information on his students, his curiosity still won out. Most of the seniors and juniors have chosen to enter the Earthwings arena. There are many experts there, and it's the most suitable place for training. The magician reported a list of names. The two elders weren't surprised by this. After all, the most suitable arena for the magicians of the Continental Warrior Elite camp was the Earthwings arena. This was something that the elders of the two elite camps had tacitly agreed to after participating in the Skywing City's training. The previous few times that Elder Helion had led the team, he had also directly led the students into the Earthwings arena. Whether it was a mage or a warrior, the best way to grow was to compete with opponents of equal strength. This was also the teaching model that the elite warrior and mage camps of the continent most approved of. However, two mages from the elite mage camp have joined the Yellow Wings division. The warrior hesitated. "Haha, that's nothing. In a team, there are always some people who are weaker. The Yellow Wings division is actually not bad." Elder Yu chuckled and looked mischievously at Elder Helion. Elder Helion's face twitched. The Yellow Wings division was publicly recognized as the worst of the 4 major divisions in the Heaven's Wings arena. The division there was a mix of good and bad people. In the early years, many fugitives, assassins, and third-rate characters who couldn't survive on the continent had all mingled in that training ground. That kind of place was pretty good for training some hunters. But for the genius-level students of the continent's elite mage camp, it was a piece of cake. In the past, Elder Helion simply couldn't be bothered to bring people to the Yellow Wings division to observe. Elder Helion wasn't surprised to learn that someone had gone to the Yellow Wings division. After all, he treated all the students equally this time. Xianxia, Gufeng, and the others accompanying the team were weaker in magic to begin with. In layman's terms, they were the team's doctor and mage. Elder Helion couldn't imagine how Xianxia and the others had passed these few days. Even if they had gone to the Yellow Wings division, they wouldn't have had much of an advantage. But in the end, there were students under him who didn't want to make progress and went to the Yellow Wings division to fish in troubled waters. With Elder Yu's sarcasm, Elder Helion's old face was a little embarrassed. Those students were originally my substitute students this time, and their cultivation was a little weaker than the other students. One of them was a light mage. Elder Helion's face was red as he hurriedly explained. "Oh, you mean that disciple of the Light She? Haha, that mage went to the Earth's Wings division, but the battle situation." Elder Yu also knew Gufeng. The continent's elite camp wasn't like other places on the continent. In this place, it was normal for even warriors to receive treatment from mages. Teacher Guanxi had cooperated with Elder Yu before, so Elder Yu was also aware of the new light magic student he had accepted this year. That Gufeng fellow actually recklessly ran to the Earthwing arena? that kid actually went to participate in the competition? He was a light magician who didn't even know how to use offensive magic. How could he go to the arena? Wouldn't that be courting death? Elder Helion was also frightened by this news. His forehead was covered in cold sweat. Elder Helion's plan was for a light magician like Gufeng to find a job as a healer in the arena. He would definitely be in high demand. What Elder Helion did not know was that the Hidden Night Pavilion was so powerful in the arena that it was impossible for Gufeng to treat someone without permission. No, Elder Helion thought. He had to find that kid Gufeng. If he was careless and lost his life in the arena, how would he explain it to teacher Guangxi and the other elders? Gufeng is also someone who has broken the record in the Earthwing arena. In the past 8 or 9 days, he competed in 15 matches. He also worked very hard, but he lost all 15 matches, Elder Yu said unhurriedly. Lost all 15 matches? The corner of Elder Helion's mouth twitched. If there was a hole in the ground under his feet, he would definitely jump in without hesitation. However, Elder Helion did not care too much about Gufeng's victory or defeat. We still have Feng Tian. With Feng Tian's strength, he will definitely be able to set a record in the arena. Elder Helion remembered that he still had a trump card, Feng Tian. Feng Tian was aiming for the Fighting King in the Earthwing division. Elder Helion dared to bet with Elder Yu because his biggest trump card was Feng Tian. He did not tell anyone that Feng Tian's strength was already that of a sky sorcerer. With his strength, it was only a matter of time before he broke through. Based on this point alone, Elder Helion had full confidence in defeating the warrior elite camp. Elder Helion, junior brother Feng Tian is indeed very outstanding. He has already won 11 matches in a row in just over 20 days. The warrior from the elite warrior camp of the mainland echoed. Elder Helion immediately regained his confidence. 11 matches. For a newcomer, this was an amazing result. If this continued, Feng Tian would win 50 matches within a year and obtain the title of Grappling King in the Earthwings competition zone. It was almost certain. However, the warrior changed the topic. Our mainland's elite warrior camp has also set a record. Junior brother Yi has already won 12 matches in 20 days. 12 matches? Elder Helion's smile froze. He had almost forgotten that the warrior elite camp also had their own trump card. Yi Baiming, known as the most outstanding genius of the warrior elite camp in the past 100 years, was also on the verge of breaking through to the martial sage realm. He had also participated in the Earthwing Division's competition. Elder Helion's heart skipped a beat when he saw the proud expression on Elder Yu's face. Speaking of which, he did not know Yi Baiming very well. However, Yi Baiming was the only direct disciple that the great elder of the warrior elite camp, Gue Yu, had accepted in the past 10 years. The other disciples were all disciples in name. Direct disciples were disciples who inherited the mantle. From this, it could be seen that Yi Baiming's talent was astonishing. The great elder of the warrior elite camp was famous for his high standards. How could the foundation of the disciple he had chosen be bad? Just this point alone proved how outstanding Yi Baiming's talent was. Yi Baiming's strength was close to that of a martial sage, while Feng Tian's strength was that of a sky sorcerer. In terms of the martial and sorcerer realms, their cultivation should be about the same. However, it would be hard to say if they were to really compete. Sorcerers had all kinds of unique spells, while warriors also had blood frenzy and unique battle techniques. Elder Helion, if Feng Tian and Yi Baiming were to meet, who do you think would win? Elder Yu asked intentionally. That's hard to say. Moreover, the two of them might not meet. Elder Helion was no longer in the mood to ask about the other students' competition. Although he spoke vaguely, he knew very well how big the Earthwing division was and how many top contestants there were. These two people were both monstrous-level contestants. Both of them were aiming for the title of Fighting King in the division. They would definitely meet. When that time came, as an elder, he would definitely be there to watch the battle. After Elder Helion received this news, he only wanted to find Feng Tian as soon as possible and reminded him to be careful. He did not have the mood to stay any longer and went straight to his room to think of a way to contact Feng Tian. Sob sob, I accidentally fell asleep while writing. I've been out for 3 days and haven't had enough sleep. I'll update the second chapter at noon. Seeing Elder Helion walk away with a head full of worries, the pride on Elder Yu's face became even more apparent. He was certain that Yu Baiming and Feng Tian would meet sooner or later. As for victory, he had absolute confidence in Yu Baiming, the great elder's sole disciple. That martial artist looked at Elder Yu in bewilderment. That's right, Elder. Actually, I forgot to mention just now. You asked me to keep an eye on this situation in the Skywings arena. In the past few days, several major events have happened in the arena. Apart from being concerned about his own students, Elder Yu was also very concerned about the situation in the Skywings arena. This was because everyone knew that the Skywings arena was the pinnacle arena for warriors, magicians, and summoners on the continent. Here, contestants who obtained the title of King of Combat would become influential figures on the continent in the future. The elite camp of the continent also paid close attention to these influential figures. Oh, could it be that another dark horse has appeared? Is it in the Earthwings or Skywings division? In Elder Yu's mind, people like Feng Tian and Yu Baiming were absolute dark horses. However, even if they didn't rise up in the Skywings arena, they would rise up on the continent sooner or later. It was just a matter of time. Of course, the only people who could catch Elder Yu's attention were those from those two divisions. The dark horses this time are from the Yellow Wings and Profound Wings divisions. The Yellow Wings division has a team called Flame Emperor. That warrior had only just received this news. What kind of experts could there be in the Yellow Wings division? Elder Yu pursed his lips. If he remembered correctly, the Yellow Wings division restricted contestants to the level of martial sage. Even saint magicians and martial grandmasters were few and far between. In Elder Yu's eyes, the competition in the Yellow Wings division was like child's play. He didn't even bother to let his own students participate in the Yellow Wings division's competition. Think about it, what was there to see in a competition between a martial grandmaster and a saint magician? It was just some mid-level battle techniques and spells. To a martial emperor like Elder Yu, that level of battle techniques and spells was like slow motion. There aren't any experts. It's just that the battle style of the duo is very special. It's a pair of female magicians, and one of them can use elven healing magic. This was also the reason why the reporting warrior noticed the Flame Emperor duo. It was said that this duo had only been together for a few days. At first, their results were average, and they even lost a few matches. However, about 5 days ago, the Yen Emperor duo started winning. In about 5 days, he had already won 5 matches. Elven magic? Are they from the Immortal Keeper Nation? Elven magic was very rare. Compared to light magicians, elven magicians were even rarer. Even the continent's magic elite camp did not have one in all these years. This was because elven mages must have elven blood. The elves of the Immortal Keeper Nation were especially xenophobic. Their mages almost never appeared on the continent. That shouldn't be the case. However, their battle tactics are very special. One attacks while the other heals and supports. That's why they're like fish in water on the Yellow Wing battlefield. The reporting martial artist sighed. Actually, as a battle team, martial artists like to team up with a healing-type magician. This way, when they went out on missions, their chances of winning would be much higher, and their casualty rate would also be much lower. One attacks while the other supports. This kind of combination can at most win against some mid to low-level contestants. In the later stages, like the monthly tournament, this kind of combination won't be able to win. After all, how strong can a single person be? Elder Yu's combat experience far surpassed these fledgling students of the elite camp. In a team battle, unless one side's strength was heaven-defying, the elven magician team would ultimately lose. Healing-type magicians all had one thing in common. They were not proficient in offensive magic. Or it could be said that their magic souls were not suitable for learning offensive magic. Of course, there were some magicians on the continent who could learn defensive and offensive magic at the same time. However, those magicians were definitely not inferior to Yu Baiming and Feng Tian. Moreover, they were definitely famous in the continent when they were young. For example, Xia Wenxu from the Temple of Magic was one of them. Whether or not this elven magician was from the Immortal Keeper Nation, the fact that she was still competing in the Yellow Wings division proved that her magical talent was very ordinary. Therefore, Elder Yu was certain that this Flame Emperor combination, which had the momentum right now, would definitely not be able to last until the monthly tournament. What a pity. If only that elven magician of the other side could be used by us, Elder Yu said regretfully. What kind of eye-catching thing has happened in the Black Wings division? The Black Wings division was the Magical Beast division. This division had always been the most low-key, but the casualties were also the most disastrous. This was because magical beasts were not humans. In places like the arena, the blood and gore would drive magical beasts into a frenzy. In the Black Wings division of the Skywings arena, magical beasts generally appeared at the 9th level and below. Just yesterday, in the Black Wings division, a magical beast killed 2 patrolling referees in the middle of a competition in progress and escaped. Now, everyone in the Skywings arena is encircling and suppressing that magical beast. Because magical beasts were participating in the Black Wings arena, compared to other divisions, there would be an extra referee. And the extra referee would definitely be a summoner. You're saying that the patrolling referees and the summoner were killed? That summoner is from the Zao state? Most of the summoners on the continent were from the Zao state, and the Skywings arena had a habit of borrowing summoners from the Zao state all year round. Yes, and it's a summoner. I heard that the Zao state is furious and will send someone over in the next few days. The Zao state was not to be trifled with, and a summoner at the level of a summoner was not ordinary. This doesn't sound normal. The strength of a Zao state summoner, especially a wizard beast master, should be completely enough to control a 9th level magical beast? Elder Yu was very surprised when he heard this news. This was much more shocking than the news of the elven magician earlier. In fact, this news had already become the hottest topic in Skywing City. That magical beast's whereabouts were still unknown. The Black Wings division and the Earthly Wings division were close to each other, and the division where that magical beast was just happened to be right next to the division where that warrior had competed that day. The warrior who had reported this just so happened to witness the magical beast's escape. That magical beast broke through in the arena and became a beast king. That summoner's magical beast wasn't a match for a beast king. This disciple and a few of our junior brothers and sisters nearby all saw it with our own eyes. That day's situation was still very dangerous. That magical beast was an Earth-type magical beast, and its attack power was very shocking. After it broke through to the Beast King level, it comprehended a magical beast inheritance. It was an Earth-type arcane magic called the Throbbing Pulse of the Earth. More than half of the Black Wings division was destroyed in an instant. A Beast King level magical beast. Is this news true? Elder Yu's chopsticks fell to the ground when he heard the news. It's absolutely true. The disciples all saw it with their own eyes. The Skywings arena immediately sent out many mages to attack, but that Earth-type magical beast's defense was amazing. It broke through the layers of magic attacks and escaped, and its whereabouts are unknown. The situation at the time was very complicated. Those contestants who had not yet broken through to Martial Saint or Sky Mage felt a violent tremor as if the sky and earth were falling apart. Immediately after, there was a terrible roar, and an ugly magical beast appeared in the sky. That magical beast still had magic chains on its body. It shook its newly grown wings and fought its way out of the countless spells. The tragic situation was unforgettable. Skywing City is so big. Even if that magical beast escaped the city, it definitely couldn't escape the territory of Skywing City, Elder Yu lamented. Skywing City looked like it was only the size of a city, but its surroundings were densely covered with the territory of the Skywing City Lord. As long as the Skywing City Lord wanted to capture that magical beast, even a Beast King would not be able to escape. A Beast King level magical beast. It was no wonder that even the Zao state was alarmed this time. On the one hand, the Zao state had lost face because of the death of the summoner, and they had to regain their dignity. On the other hand, a Beast King level magical beast had not appeared on the continent for more than 100 years. At present, all the Beast King level magical beasts on the continent already had masters. Most of them belonged to those monsters on the level of Emperor Zao, such as the Pope in Red or the Lord of Grand Imperial City. A Beast King level magical beast with no one living in it, and one that had comprehended the beast inheritance and profound magic at the king level, its value could be said to be immeasurable. It was likely that not only the Skywings arena, but also the Zhao state would not let this matter rest. But this time Elder Yu's prediction was wrong again. For some reason, although the arena had sent out a large number of people, the Skywing City Lord did not appear. That magical beast king that had escaped did not appear for the next few months. But that didn't stop the Zhao state's people from showing up. This time, the Zhao state had sent a summoner over. The arrival of the summoner was also a great opportunity for Yunxing. No matter what, we have to pay close attention to this news. If this magical beast really does end up in the hands of the Zhao state, I'm afraid it will affect the search for the divine artifact in the future. Elder Yu frowned. The innate talent of Earth-type magical beasts was not only their amazing defense, but also their ability to hunt for treasures. Especially the Demon Beast King. If it fell into the hands of the Zhao state, it would be even more difficult to find the 8 barren divine artifacts in the future. However, this time around, Elder Yu guessed wrong. Even though the Skywing Arena had dispatched a large number of people to chase after the fleeing magical beast, they still hadn't found any trace of that fleeing magical beast. This matter had also become the hottest topic of discussion among people during their leisure time. Right now, only 2 days had passed since the start of the monthly competition between Yunxing and Donghuang Linger. 2 days later, Yunxing and Donghuang Linger arrived at the Skywing Arena. The treatment of the monthly competition was much better than the daily competition. There were a total of 6 teams participating in the monthly competition, and they had to go through 3 rounds of competition to determine the top 3 of the monthly competition. They would receive 1, 2, and 3 times the points respectively. However, only the top 3 of the monthly competition would be in first place. Only the champion of all 12 monthly competitions would be able to enter the annual competition. Flame Emperor was participating in the monthly competition in July. With Chu Yu's help, Yunxing and Donghuang Linger were able to obtain the information of the other contestants in the monthly competition 3 days before the competition. This information detailed the strength of the other teams, as well as the magic and battle techniques they were good at. There were a total of 6 teams participating in the monthly competition. If Flame Emperor wanted to meet Xiao Qingqing's Tortoise Blade, they needed more than just luck, but also strength. Flame Emperor went to the 9th competition zone first. Coincidentally, the individual competition in the morning had ended, and a group of contestants walked out of the lounge. After staying in the Yellow Wings competition zone for a long time, the older contestants gradually accepted the 2 of them. Congratulations, Flame Emperor, I heard that you guys made it to the monthly competition. Do your best and become the champion of the monthly competition. You can also win some face for our 9th competition zone. It's a pity that the ticket price for this monthly competition is too high. We can't afford the ticket and can't go and cheer for you guys. Other than Flame Emperor and Twin Dragons who volunteered to compete in the 9th competition zone, most of the contestants who competed in the 9th competition zone were either pushed aside or suppressed. These people, including Kong Fei and Lu Qingqing, were already displeased with the 1st competition zone. We appreciate everyone's kind intentions, we will do our best to compete, Flame Emperor replied passionately. Oh right, I have always had a question. You have competed so many times in a row, don't you need to meditate? Also, Flame uses elven magic, so the consumption of magic should be very high. A contestant who was more familiar with Flame Emperor asked. In order to enter the monthly competition sooner, the Flame Emperor team was spinning like a top. For mages, after using magic, they needed to meditate to recover their magic power. This was especially true for mages below Sky Mages. Because they hadn't comprehended the 4 major magic mysteries, they needed to meditate for a longer time. Especially when they were competing against opponents of similar strength, the consumption of magic power was even higher. Generally speaking, most of the mage contestants in the Yellow Wings competition zone would rest for a day and compete for a day. This also caused many people to miss the opportunity to participate in the monthly competition. After all, to participate in the monthly competition, one had to accumulate a total of 30 consecutive victories within a month. There was another way to quickly recover magic power, and that was to use high-grade meditation water to recover magic power. However, due to the existence of the Hidden Night Pavilion, the price of a bottle of high-grade meditation water was as high as 100 gold coins for mages who weren't willing to cooperate with the Hidden Night Pavilion. It was obvious that the mages could not afford such a price. Most people knew that the Flame Emperor team had offended the person in charge of the competition zone, Yellow Knight Emissary, on their first day. Therefore, no one thought that the Flame Emperor team would buy potions from the Hidden Knight Pavilion. However, everyone also saw that the Flame Emperor team competed every day, and almost didn't miss a single match. Moreover, they sometimes participated in multiple matches in a day, including single matches and double matches, but they didn't seem to be overwhelmed. This kind of desperation made many male warriors and mages blush with shame. They didn't seem to be in a situation where their magic power was depleted. No, we have meditation water. Flame Emperor took out a bottle of meditation water and threw a bottle to the mage who was closer to them. The magician had just finished the competition and consumed more than half of his magic power. His body was weak and he urgently needed to meditate. The magician looked at the bottle of meditation water. There was no sign of the Hidden Knight Pavilion on it. He was suspicious but still drank the bottle of meditation water. After drinking, he didn't forget to wipe his mouth and release a spell. Amazing! He recovered all of his magic power. The magician was shocked when he tried it. He just came out of the arena a quarter of an hour ago. It was impossible for him to recover his magic power. The other veteran players were also shocked when they saw this scene. Hidden Knight Pavilion is willing to sell medicine to you? Among the veteran players, many of them had a bad relationship with the Hidden Knight Pavilion. The Hidden Knight Pavilion put these people on the blacklist. If they want to buy medicine, the price is at least 3 times higher. Even if they have money, they can't buy medicine. It's not like all the pharmacists on the continent are dead. Why can't they get the medicine from the Dark Knight Pavilion? This is the meditation water of the Little Xianxia. Its effect is not worse than the Dark Knight Pavilion's. The Emperor disdainfully said. Little Xianxia? There are medicinal pills and potions of the Little Xianxia here? Among the veteran players of the Yellow Wings division, many of them came from the Zhou state. Once upon a time, the most famous medical hall in the continent was the Imperial Medicine Pavilion, and the Magic Treatment Hall was the temple. But no one knew when it started. It seems that the Little Xianxia began to rise since the rise of the A-ranked hunting corps. The rise of the Little Xianxia formed a prairie fire. From the Zhou state, it began to expand to other places in the continent. At first, it was the hunters, then it was the civilians. Because of the model of selling medicine and medicinal pills, the price of medicine was relatively low. Whether it was nobles or civilians, they liked to buy the medicine of the Little Xianxia. If the medicine in hand was really from the Little Xianxia, then the quality was naturally impeccable. But, where did you get the medicine of the Little Xianxia? The Hidden Knight Pavilion almost monopolized the medicinal pills of the entire city. Refining and selling, how did this medicine come about? Did the Little Xianxia set up a medical hall in the Skywing City? These players were all very smart. Although they saw the effect of the medicine, they still had some doubts. Yan had long expected that they would ask this question. My friend. It was said that the current young master of the Everlasting Chamber of Commerce was preparing to develop a business in Skywing City. In the future, the Everlasting Chamber of Commerce's airships would return to Skywing City twice a month. The Little Xianxia and the Everlasting Chamber of Commerce have already established a cooperation. Every time the Everlasting Chamber of Commerce's airship arrives, they will deliver a batch of Little Xianxia's medicines. Xianxia had only thought of looking for the Everlasting Chamber of Commerce after learning that Qiyu wanted to expand the number 9 competition zone. Through the Everlasting Chamber of Commerce's transportation and supply of materials, Xianxia was able to obtain the materials for her expansion at a 30% discount. The Everlasting Chamber of Commerce could also provide a group of skilled craftsmen to help with the construction. Xianxia had already written a letter to Zhou Qingchuan. If nothing unexpected happened, the Everlasting Chamber of Commerce's ships would arrive at Skywing City in about half a month. Who didn't know the name of the Everlasting Chamber of Commerce? Skywing City was independent from the world, and the biggest problem here was the transportation of resources. Even an existence like the elite camp of the continent would have a headache when it came to transporting empty ships back and forth. But the Everlasting Chamber of Commerce was different. They were rich and overbearing, and their businesses were spread all over the continent. For the everlasting Chamber of Commerce, the Skywing City was an undeveloped virgin land. When Xianxia thought of completely opposing the Hidden Night Pavilion, she carefully analyzed the situation. If she wanted the Hidden Night Pavilion to fall, besides breaking their control over the contestants during the competition, the root of the problem was to cut off their supply of medicinal materials. Hearing Xianxia's words, the contestants boiled up. If that's really the case, we will all go and buy them. Everyone, please calm down. This matter will take some time to complete. When the time comes, we will definitely inform everyone. Flame appeased the group of excited contestants. What's so lively about? Qiyu walked over. Unlike the day competition, the monthly competition zone was held at night. Qiyu didn't need to act as a referee, so she could watch the competition together. Earlier, she had asked Flame Emperor to come to the number 9 competition zone to provide them with some information. Who would have thought that as soon as she came out, she would see Flame Emperor surrounded by a group of contestants, discussing in full swing. It's nothing. Nothing has been set in stone yet. When the matter is settled in a few days, I will have to inform you, Flame smiled. If they wanted to test out the sale of medicinal materials in the number 9 competition zone, they would need Chuyu's help. Starting from the day competition zone, then the entire Yellow Wings competition zone, then the Skywings Arena, and finally the entire Skywings City. Whether it was the Medicine Emperor Pavilion or the Law Temple, whoever provoked her must be uprooted. Bypassing the group of excited contestants, Qiyu handed a few pages to Flame Emperor. That's all I can do to help you. I believe that the other contestants have similar information on hand. Because the competition wasn't held in her own competition zone, Qiyu could only be a spectator. This monthly competition wasn't just a simple competition between contestants. At the same time, it was also a competition between the day competition zones. Regarding the monthly competition being designated as a competition zone, the referees of the other zones also had some opinions. However, no one dared to go against Tianidong's wishes. Therefore, the only thing left was to compete between the contestants of the other zones. She also heard that Lu Qingqing's group had already spread the word that July's monthly competition would be won by Willow Blade. Flame Emperor immediately looked up the information of the monthly competition opponents and began to analyze. The monthly competition wasn't like the day competition. After all, it represented the strongest mystical beast in the entire Yellow Wings competition zone. The 6 teams participating in the monthly competition were Flame Emperor, Tortoise Blade, Twin Dragons, Tu Meng, Raging Inferno, and Divine Shield. Among them, Flame Emperor and Twin Dragons were newcomers. The remaining 4 teams all had the experience of participating in the monthly tournament. Why is there a number behind the names of the 6 teams? Flame noticed that when the names of the 6 teams were listed, there were numbers from 1 to 8. Flame Emperor was followed by a 7. That's your odds. Cough cough, the outside world isn't very optimistic about your chances of winning. Qiyu coughed a few times, but don't worry, that's because they don't know your strength. Flame Emperor was the most unpopular dark horse among all the contestants. However, that was only limited to the day competition zone. After entering the monthly competition, every team was an expert. The amount of money in the gambling house also increased accordingly. Flame Emperor was the most popular in the day competition zone because Flame was an elf magician. However, after entering the monthly competition, this identity became their restriction. This point coincided with Elder Hulian's evaluation of the dark horse Flame Emperor. Flame Emperor couldn't win in the monthly competition. Elf mages, especially water elven mages, are mostly good at healing. However, when it comes to attacking, they are somewhat lacking. Flame Emperor is equivalent to having only one person capable of attacking. This way, in the monthly tournament where experts are as numerous as clouds, he would be at a disadvantage. Therefore, Flame Emperor's market wasn't that optimistic. Flame Emperor and Flame Emperor were both silent. Worried that the 2 of them would think too much, Qiyu urged the 2 of them to go to the first competition zone earlier to get used to it. At the same time, they could also observe the strength of the other contestants. In the monthly tournament of the Yellow Wings competition zone, 2 dark horses, Flame Emperor and Double Dragon, as well as the powerful Willow Blade, appeared. It is said that the strength of these few teams is close to that of the Earth Wings competition zone. By only spending the fee of the Yellow Wings competition zone, one could watch the exciting matches of the Earth Wings competition zone. Because of this, the monthly tournament this time was unprecedentedly popular. Because of this, the monthly tournament in August was also known as the once-in-a-decade exciting monthly tournament. Because of this, the first competition zone specially expanded the venue and added 1,000 plus temporary seats. The number of spectators for the monthly tournament could reach an unprecedented 3,000 people. That Kong Fei's methods were also not bad. He must have been envious of the income of the ninth competition zone and whispered some pillow talk to the second young master. After this monthly tournament, the first competition zone will definitely earn a lot of money. Chiyu informed Flame Emperor that in this competition, there is another new team called Double Dragon that directly entered the monthly tournament. Most of the contestants for the monthly tournament were old faces. Even Lu Qingqing was entering the monthly tournament for the second time. That afternoon, Yunxing and Dong Huangling arrived at the first competition zone. Because the identities of the two of them were confidential, Yunxing didn't even inform Gufeng and Qi. Similarly, the monthly tournament also had a contestant resting area. However, compared to the daily tournament contestants' resting area, the monthly tournament contestants' resting area was much more luxurious. Magic lamps of various colors flashed, and chairs covered in thick animal skins were placed beside the chairs. Fine wine and food were placed on the side for the contestants to enjoy freely. The monthly tournament contestants were all outstanding existences in the Yellow Wings competition zone. The monthly tournament was also able to attract a lot of guests and rich people who came to Skywing City for sightseeing. Therefore, the treatment for the contestants in the arena was also much better. Flame Emperor walked into a resting area that was similar to a modern small private room. The other 5 groups of monthly contestants who were going to participate in the competition were already waiting there. Flame Emperor immediately saw Lu Qingqing, who was occupying a corner by herself. This was the first time Yan had met Lu Qingqing. Last time, Yan was only focused on saving the emperor and didn't have time to see Lu Qingqing clearly. Lu Qingqing, as described by Dong Huangling earlier, had an enchanting appearance. She had long hair that was like a waterfall and a pair of blue eyes that were like the sea. Her entire body looked as if it had no bones as she leaned against the soft couch. There was also a strangely dressed man standing to the side. The man wasn't tall, and he didn't have a single hair on his head. His neck and limbs were short, but his shoulders were broad. He looked like a tortoise. That person must be Lu Qingqing's partner, Tortoise Blade. The 2 members of the Willow Blade team were the most popular team for this month's competition. The odds for the 2 of them were only 1. In comparison, the odds for the Flame Emperor duo were 7. Flame had already found out from Chiyu that in the previous pairs competition, all of the teams that fought against Willow Blade lost miserably without exception. There were even some teams that completely lost their ability to compete because of this. Lu Qingqing was currently playing with her nails that were painted bright red. When she saw the masked Flame Emperor duo enter, she sat up. "Damned girl, you actually dared to appear in front of me." Lu Qingqing's expression was fierce as she fiercely glared at the emperor. Ever since the start of the competition, she had never suffered a loss. Being taught a lesson by a reckless newbie, Lu Qingqing was already gnashing her teeth in hatred. If it wasn't for the fact that fighting was strictly prohibited in the contestants' resting area, she might have immediately fought with the emperor. "You are Lu Qingqing?" Flame held down the emperor and walked to the front of Lu Qingqing. "That's me." "You are that damned girl's partner?" "Humph, I advise you to be tactful and admit defeat. Otherwise, you will lose more than you gain if you die in the arena." Lu Qingqing glared at Flame. "Lu Qingqing, I will definitely kill those who hurt my good friend. See you in the arena." Flame smiled coldly. Lu Qingqing originally wanted to retort, but she suddenly felt a chill all over her body. Flame's mask was already ferocious. At first glance, he looked like a killing god from hell. Coupled with his bone-chilling voice, Lu Qingqing couldn't help but shiver. Flame went to the side and didn't speak anymore. He carefully sized up the contestants around him. "You're overestimating yourself." Lu Qingqing gritted her teeth. The fear she felt just now made her imposing manner lower by a notch. "Qingqing, why bother with them? They might not be able to enter the finals alive." The tortoise-like man beside her said. After hearing this, Lu Qingqing felt relieved. For this August's monthly tournament, Yellow Knight Emissary had put in a lot of effort. In August's monthly tournament, the Hidden Knight Pavilion had monopolized 4 groups. In other words, in today's monthly tournament, only Twin Dragons and Flame Emperor weren't on their side. Yellow Knight Emissary was also very confident in this monthly tournament. The other 3 groups were just there to accompany them. They were responsible for clearing the obstacles in the arena for Willow Blade. The strength of Flame Emperor and Flame Emperor was only so. They might not be able to meet her. Thinking up to here, Lu Qingqing looked at Flame Emperor and smiled sinisterly. Twin Dragons also saw the interaction between Flame Emperor and Willow Blade. The Twin Dragons were Long Shui and Long Tu, who had participated in the competition in the Yellow Wings division as contestants. They were also the other pair of newcomers that Qiyu had told Flame Emperor about. These 2 people were from the Wanlong gambling house and were also Yi Baiming's subordinates. The duo's name was Twin Dragons, which meant twin dragons. Compared to Long Hua, who was usually in charge of the Wanlong gambling house, these 2 people were much more low-key. Yunxing also didn't recognize them. However, their strength was also extraordinary. One of them was a magician and the other was a warrior. They cooperated very well. Yi Baiming had let Long Shui sneak into the competition earlier. Long Shui secretly found out that Yunxing was participating in the double tournament under the name of Flame Emperor. She followed Long Tu all the way and entered the monthly tournament together. Long Shui, I'll go and report the situation of the groups to Master first. You pay attention to Miss Yun's movements. You must not let Lu Qingqing and her group secretly do something. Long Tu paid attention to Yunxing's movements at the side. Shuang Long already knew that out of the 6 teams in the monthly competition, 4 of them were from the Hidden Knight Pavilion. Their goal was to clear the obstacles for Flame Emperor. Yi Baiming originally wanted to come and watch the competition, but he knew that Yunxing was very clever. If he came to watch the competition rashly, Yunxing would definitely know that he found out that he sent people to participate in the 2-person competition. In order to prevent the wildcat from getting angry, Yi Baiming decided to find out about Yunxing's situation remotely. Long Tu was responsible for transmitting the entire competition process to Yi Baiming. Long Tu left the lounge temporarily and found Yi Baiming, who was waiting outside the Yellow Wings competition area. He told Yi Baiming everything, including the few teams that the Hidden Knight Pavilion inserted in the monthly competition. Master, are we going to clear all the obstacles for Miss Yun? Long Tu and Long Shui's strength could be considered competent in the Yellow Wings competition area. The people from the Hidden Knight Pavilion were no match for them. No need, just follow the normal order, Yi Baiming said casually as he was about to start a competition. Long Tu left for a while and soon returned. Master, are you coming back to watch the competition? Long Shui looked expectant. Although he knew that his master was coming to watch that woman, Long Shui still hoped to see his master appear in the audience. Master won't be coming, but Master has ordered us to get rid of the other 2 groups and leave Lu Qingqing's group behind. Long Tu frowned when he saw that Long Shui couldn't help but reveal a look of admiration when he mentioned Master. Long Tu spent a lot of time with Long Shui, so he knew about Long Shui's admiration for his master. He wanted to remind Long Shui not to be delusional. His master was his master, and she would always be a servant. However, Long Shui didn't listen to him at all. Follow the normal order? Long Shui didn't understand. If his master really liked that woman, why didn't he just get rid of Lu Qingqing earlier? Master said that Miss Yun likes to enjoy the process of torturing people. No one else is allowed to touch her enemies. Otherwise, Miss Yun will be unhappy. Long Tu was an honest man. He actually didn't understand what enjoying the process of torturing people meant. But his master was so smart that he would do whatever his master told him to do. However, Long Shui's expression changed slightly. She understood what her master meant. Her master had even considered this point. He truly cared about that woman. Even, their thoughts were exactly the same as that woman's. Whether it was Yunxing or Yi Baiming, they both liked to do things by themselves, especially when facing their enemies. The number of matches for the first day has been announced. Contestants, please enter the corresponding monthly competition area according to the number of matches. Kongfei walked out and announced the schedule for the first day's matches. When she saw the schedule, Lu Qingqing nodded with satisfaction. Because she saw that the Flame Emperor team had indeed met another team from the Hidden Night Pavilion, Divine Shield, as she had expected. She also knew the strength of that team. It was absolutely impossible for a team of newcomers to deal with them. Even if Flame Emperor were to win by luck, they would definitely suffer great losses. For the next 2 nights of the monthly competition, they would definitely not have enough magical power to deal with it. Long Shui and Long Tu also saw the number of matches. They had met another team from the Hidden Night Pavilion, Lai Hua. The first match of the Flame Emperor team would be held in the first competition area. The first competition area of the Yellow Wings competition area was the best and largest competition area in the entire competition area. It was right next to the Black Wings competition area. The area of the first competition area occupied 1/7 of the entire Yellow Wings competition area. The income of the competition area also accounted for 1/6 of the entire Yellow Wings competition area's income. This was the first time Flame Emperor was participating in a competition at night. At night, the sky was filled with stars. But even the stars in the sky couldn't be compared to someone in the audience. Chrysanthemum seller, Kongfei was wearing a fluorescent mage robe. He looked especially ostentatious. The spectator stands were also filled with spectators. At a glance, there were at least a few thousand people. On the east side of the spectator stands, there were a few independent seats at the highest point. At this moment, a young man in his 20s was already sitting in one of the seats. Kongfei was standing beside the man, serving him tea and water. He was very attentive. The other referees of the day competition area, including Chuyu, were sitting at the side. Second young master, look, the first competition area is completely filled. There are also many people outside who couldn't buy tickets and couldn't even enter. This is a huge loss for the Yellow Wings competition area. I think, why don't we expand the first competition area this year and add another 1,000 seats? Kongfei was smiling so widely that his eyes were about to disappear. He glanced at Chuyu from the corner of his eyes. How dare you compete with him? You should take a look at yourself first. Chuyu pretended not to hear him. The expansion of the 9th competition area was much smoother with Yunxing's help. In another half a month, it would be completed smoothly. She hid the news of the expansion very well. When the time comes, she would definitely catch Kongfei off guard. In the remaining 4 months, she would definitely multiply the income of the 9th competition area several times. Seeing that Chuyu was ignoring him, Kongfei was also asking for a snub. Chuyu, I heard that in the monthly competition this time, the number 9 competition zone did pretty well. 2 groups entered the monthly competition. What do you think? Which of these 2 groups has a better chance of winning the championship? Tianydong lazily glanced at the competition zone. Like Elder Helian, Tianydong never thought that the Yellow Wings competition area could produce any experts. In previous years, he might not even have come to watch the annual competition. But this time, Kongfei pestered him so much that in order to appease his little lover, he could only lower himself to watch the competition. This subordinate doesn't know. The contestants of the 9th competition area are all newcomers. How can they compare to the veteran contestants? I think that this time, the first competition area's representative has a better chance. Chuyu also knew that Kongfei and Tianydong were singing the same tune and just wanted to see her make a fool of herself. The first competition area's representative contestant this time was Lu Qingqing's Tortoise Blade. She heard that Kongfei had been hooting for a long time that the championship this time would belong to none other than Willow Blade. He himself had bet quite a bit of money on Willow Blade. Emotionally, Chuyu was more biased toward Flame Emperor, but out of reason, she still bet 10,000 gold coins on each of her 2 groups of contestants. At least you have some eyesight. I'm going to preside over the competition. Kongfei puffed out his chest, and a magic scepter appeared in his hand. His magic scepter spat out a flame into the sky. The flame soared into the air and turned into a beautiful firework. The first night of the monthly competition officially kicked off. There was no suspense in the first night's competition, and it quickly ended. What surprised Willow Blade was that the divine shield that they had thought highly of earlier had actually been defeated. It seems that Flame Emperor's strength is higher than we thought. Tortoise Blade and Lu Qingqing also finished their competition. There was no suspense in these matches. After 3 matches, the victors were Flame Emperor, Willow Blade, and Twin Dragon. Congratulations to the 3 teams that advanced. Please rest in the lounge. Next, we invite the second young master to draw the lucky teams for tomorrow night's semifinals. Kongfei announced the results of the competition. Since there were 3 teams that advanced, the Heavenly Wing East would draw a team to directly enter the finals. The remaining 2 teams would compete tomorrow night. This drawing of lots was very important. One more match meant that a lot of stamina would be consumed, so the team with the bike could conserve their strength. Time ticked by, but the results of the drawing of lots outside still hadn't been announced. The 3 teams that advanced each took a direction in the contestant lounge. The 2 members of Twin Dragon closed their eyes and rested, not talking to anyone. The results are out. Kongfei walked in and glanced at Flame Emperor. He said very unwillingly, "Flame Emperor, you directly advanced. Tomorrow night's competition will be between Willow Blade and Twin Dragon." Kongfei wanted to see Flame Emperor and Twin Dragon meet. These 2 dark horse teams both came from the 9th division, so it couldn't be better for them to kill each other. Unfortunately, the second young master had some screw loose tonight, insisting on drawing lots himself. Flame Emperor had run into some dogs hit luck and got a bye. What dogs hit luck? Fine, I'll let you live one more day. Lu Qingqing let out an ear-piercing laugh. Lu Qingqing's previous match had been won very easily by a subordinate team of the Hidden Night Pavilion, almost without any effort. However, it seemed that Flame Emperor had conserved his strength quite well. Tomorrow night's competition would be between Willow Blade and Twin Dragon. As a result, the Flame Emperor was given a bye for the first round. That's great. We can rest for the night tomorrow and watch the Twin Dragons and Willow Blade fight to the death. The Emperor was very happy. One more battle meant that he would need more time to recover. Now that Twin Dragon and Willow Blade were up against each other, both of them were very strong. Needless to say, tomorrow would be a fierce battle. No matter who won, Flame Emperor would have an easier time in the finals the day after tomorrow. At this moment, Twin Dragon and Willow Blade had also received the results of the draw. Long Shui, Master should be very happy with the results of the draw. We will try our best to exhaust Lu Dao's strength tomorrow night. This way, when Miss Yun competes with Lu Dao the day after tomorrow, the chances of her winning will be very high. Long Tu was an honest person. His master had said earlier that he wanted Miss Yun to personally take revenge, and he also wanted to help remove the obstacles. The current arrangement was undoubtedly the best. Long Shui couldn't laugh anymore. Why did everything have to revolve around that woman? She didn't want that woman to get what she wanted. But, her master had already given the order. What else could she do? You are Twin Dragon? After receiving the results of the draw, Willow Blade came over early to greet Twin Dragon. Tomorrow night, please take care of us. Lu Qingqing acted out of character and actually took the initiative to extend her hand and greet Long Shui. Long Shui shook hands with her without batting an eyelid. When the two shook hands, Long Shui's expression changed slightly, but then returned to normal. I have something to do. You go back to the stronghold first. I will be back later. After leaving the arena, Long Shui and Long Tu parted ways. Long Shui turned into a secluded tea house. There was already someone sitting inside. Why did you ask me to come here? Long Shui was alert. When she was in the resting room, Lu Qingqing walked past her and secretly gave her a letter. In the letter, she asked her to come to this tea house to meet her. Long Shui and Lu Qingqing didn't have any friendship, so she didn't know what her intentions were. She should have told her master about this matter, but for some reason, Long Shui didn't tell Long Tuesday. I don't lie in front of the real person. I asked you to come here to talk to you about tomorrow's match. Lu Qingqing had seen today's match between Twin Dragon. If it's a match, then we have nothing to talk about. Long Shui turned and left. You are not here for the monthly tournament championship. Lu Qingqing's words made Long Shui stop. What a joke. Everyone who participates in the monthly tournament is here for the championship. We are no exception. Long Shui was still unwilling to admit it. If that's the case, then why did you come? You know that I asked you to come here for tomorrow's match. I want to win, so tomorrow night, I must win easily. Lu Qingqing was very smart. She had already seen through Long Xue's strong enmity towards Flame Emperor. Although she didn't know who she was targeting, she was sure that Long Xue didn't want Flame Emperor to win. I can let you win, but I have a condition. I will let you win tomorrow night. The night after tomorrow, you must kill Flame on the arena. Long Xue said firmly. You hate Flame? Seeing Long Xue's face filled with jealousy, Lu Qingqing understood. So it was Flame. However, no matter which one it was, Lu Qingqing didn't plan to let any of Flame Emperor survive the night after tomorrow. After tomorrow night, Flame Emperor will definitely die. On the morning of the second day, Yunxing and Dong Huanglinger received an emergency notice from the arena. Last night, Long Xue of Twin Dragon was attacked by an unknown person when he went out. He was injured and couldn't participate in the match. Only 2 people can participate in the Twin Dragon competition. If one of them was injured and had to withdraw, they would automatically forfeit. As a result, the semifinals that were supposed to be held had to be stopped. However, the tickets for the semifinals were already sold out. After a discussion, the arena decided to hold the finals one day earlier. Isn't this too much of a coincidence? I dare to guarantee that this matter is related to Lu Qingqing. Dark Knight Pavilion must have bribed Twin Dragon. Dong Huanglinger was somewhat puzzled. Why didn't he get injured earlier or later? Why did he get injured last night? However, suspicions could only be suspicions. After all, there was no evidence to prove that Long Xue's hand was related to Willow Blade. In Yu Baiming's stronghold, Long Xue had a guilty expression on her face. Her arm was wrapped in 3 layers of bandages. Master, Long Xue has disappointed you. Tonight's match. The person who attacked Long Xue last night wasn't found. It wasn't your intention to get injured. You just need to focus on recuperating. Yu Baiming looked at Long Xue's hand thoughtfully. Seeing that her master didn't have any intention to blame her and instead asked about her injury with concern, Long Xue was delighted. However, if you can't even deal with a few small assassins, what's the point of keeping you by my side? Long Hua, from today onwards, transfer Long Xue away. I don't need her to serve by my side anymore. Yu Baiming's words made Long Xue feel as if she was in an ice cellar. Master, please don't send Long Xue away. Long Xue promises that I won't dare to do it again. Long Xue begged pitifully. She hoped that she could stay by her master's side, even if it was just to watch. She had a feeling that her master seemed to know everything that she had done. Long Xue, you must remember, if a dog has disloyalty, then it won't be far from death. Yu Baiming said faintly. Long Xue's heart sank. A dog, in her master's heart, she was nothing more than a dog. Master, what about tonight's competition? Long Xue asked with a face full of fear. He didn't expect that Long Xue would be so daring. Go and watch the competition. If there are any strange movements, immediately report to me. Yu Baiming said with a gloomy face. Yellow Wings Competition Zone, August's monthly competition's final match, Flame Emperor vs Willow Blade. Yunxing and Dong Huanglinger had been waiting for this match for a month. Yunxing and Dong Huanglinger had arrived at the arena very early. Before the start of the match, Yunxing felt that her eyelids twitched. It was a sense of danger that she had never felt before. Yunxing had been in the Blue Dragon continent for so long, but she had never felt this kind of feeling before. What is it? What is it? Yunxing? Are you ready? Dong Huanglinger pushed Yunxing. Here is a bottle of Spring of Life. Keep it. If you meet with an emergency later on, immediately drink it. Yunxing was unable to tell where this sudden sense of danger came from. However, she was certain that it was definitely related to the upcoming match. There was still half an hour before the start of the match. In order to calm down her restless emotions, Yunxing took a look at Willow Blade's battle record again. Willow Blade had participated in a total of 30 matches, and without exception, they won all of them. In this battle team, Lu Qingqing was good at attacking, while Tortoise Blade was good at attacking and defending. It was a very special battle skill. Once the battle skill was activated, it would form a defensive circle within a quarter of an hour, making it impenetrable. It sounded like it had the same effect as Gufang's heavenly sphere of light, but Gufang's heavenly sphere of light lasted longer. The competition is about to begin. How are your preparations? Chiyu came to the resting room. She looked a little worried. Everything is normal. Yunxing and Dong Huanglinger nodded. Be careful. Lu Qingqing might use some extreme methods. Also, pay attention to the tortoise blade. Chiyu had been feeling anxious since early this morning. There were too many uncertainties in the first competition zone. With Kong Fei as the referee, Chiyu was worried that he would be biased. If you really aren't a match for him, there's no need to fight him head-on. As long as there's life, there's hope. Chiyu had already prepared for the worst. After all, Lu Qingqing and Tortoise Blade were too strong. Big sister Chiyu, you just need to prepare a celebratory feast and wait for our triumphant return. Dong Huanglinger laughed. She didn't realize at all what kind of fierce battle was going to happen next. Flame and Emperor walked into the arena. Tonight, there was no moon. The sky was as dark as a pool of ink. However, because of the soul-stirring monthly competition, the Heaven's Wings arena was as bright as day. When the two groups of contestants entered the resting rooms on the left and right sides of the arena, many magic light beams shot out from the two sides of the first competition zone. The light beams landed on the two groups of contestants in the finals of the monthly competition. Flame Emperor only felt that his eyes were bright, and his vision was blurred for a moment. When he saw the situation of the arena clearly again, he heard a burst of voices. The spectator stands that could only accommodate 3,000 people were filled with 4,000 to 5,000 people today. Outside the first competition zone, there were still a large number of spectators who couldn't enter the arena. The entire spectator stands were filled with people. Everyone was shouting crazily. This was all due to the temporary change in the schedule of the competition and the fact that the tickets were sold for 2 days. Willowblade Battle Team was already standing on the arena. Kong Fei was dressed in fancy clothes. Flame Emperor also walked onto the arena. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the first competition zone. Tonight, the finals of the monthly competition in August will begin. Standing beside me is the ever-victorious Willowblade Battle Team and the rising Flame Emperor Battle Team. Let us look forward to this battle between the old and the new. Willowblade or Flame Emperor? Who are you all supporting? Flame Emperor Willowblade tonight, there were a lot of people from the Hidden Night Pavilion present. They formed a camp and shouted crazily for Willowblade. There weren't a lot of people who supported Flame Emperor. Long Tu squeezed into a group of people and could barely see the situation on the arena. He didn't even dare to blink his eyes. He was afraid that if he blinked, he would miss something. In the spectator stands, there were two particularly eye-catching seats. Second Young Master Tianidong sat in one of the seats. Yellow Knight Emissary of the Hidden Night Pavilion sat in the other seat. Second Young Master Tianidong and Yellow Knight Emissary both had their own thoughts. What shocked Tianidong was that he didn't think that the Yellow Wings competition zone, which he had never paid attention to, would have such high popularity. Yellow Knight Emissary, on the other hand, was itching to see the results of the competition. A lot of money had poured into this monthly competition. As long as Lu Qingqing won this round, he would earn a considerable profit of tens of millions of gold tonight. Let the competition begin. Kong Fei announced. At the same time, the masked Flame Emperor's lips moved and spat out a word. This word was clearly heard by the Flame Emperor. Go. A wind-type magic instantly swept up the Flame Emperor and helped her charge towards Tortoise Blade in Willowblade Battle Team. That wind was used perfectly, sending the Flame Emperor to within half a foot of Tortoise Blade. At this moment, Tortoise Blade hadn't finished chanting. On the other side, a layer of magic elements had just appeared around Tortoise Blade's body. It was at that moment that a lightning dragon erupted like a volcano. It was like an army of thousands of men and horses that suddenly leaped over. The 3,000 to 4,000 spectators only felt their eardrums buzz. Just as they had no time to cover their ears, they smelled a burnt smell. Sizzle, 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 several magic soul stones on the Flame Emperor's magic scepter lit up in an instant, and several lightning flashes turned into a raging flood dragon. That flood dragon crossed the air and pierced through Tortoise Blade's chest. Tortoise Blade was a saint-level mage, and the Flame Emperor was also a saint-level mage. He never thought that the Flame Emperor's magic attack would actually choose a close-range attack. In the previous few competitions, without exception, Flame would first launch defense or use water magic to confuse the public, and then the Flame Emperor would start. Unexpectedly. It was just that Tortoise Blade couldn't understand how the Flame Emperor was able to use wind and lightning magic at the same time in such a short period of time. He didn't allow Tortoise Blade to think clearly. Gotcha, a certain organ in his chest had been blasted apart. End of chapter 643. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.